Chapter 2701. The number of leaves can continue to increase. The 101st leaf has already sprouted. Secondly, these little dolls themselves can continue to grow stronger. When Lord Victor advances to legendary, perhaps he won't need external aids. He might use the secret sword to conduct a long-range assault across Nora's entire territory, transitioning from East Sea Shepherd Swordsman to Nora Shepherd Swordsman. Months pass. The dark ancient tower opens again. Levi appears within the tower. The first few layers have little left to offer. He simply reaps the harvest. Half a year later, led by Jin, Levi finds another temple. It sits located in the pitch-black deep sea. Levi pushes open the dusty doors, and a strong demonic aura rushes forward. A roar echoes. 27. A raging lightning ball rolls in, exploding with a thunderous roar. Levi surrounds himself with the Double Vajra Holy Domain, forming a pure land. The mighty lightning transforms into liquid, flowing around him. Everything else is annihilated, yet he remains unmoved like a mountain. The thunder dissipates, and a slightly surprised gaze emerges. Levi meets the gaze of a giant dragon. It is covered with purple scales, robust in size, with a silver horn on its forehead. Being able to withstand the power of my lightning ball without dying is impressive, the dragon rumbles. How did you appear here? Are you the heir of Sauron? Levi picks up on a sacred aura from the creature. Are you a dragon or an angel? Levi asks. I am the angel under the Lord of Storm. Levi sighs inwardly. What a pity. Another dragon ruined. After becoming an angel, it no longer belongs to the realm of normal creatures. This Thunder King dragon might look no different from ordinary giant dragons on the surface, but in reality, it exists only because divine power shapes its body. Once it dies, the divine power dissipates, leaving just some divine remains of no real value. Of course, without becoming divine, it would not have lived this long. With this thought, the crimson dragon slash emerges in Levi's palm. What are you going to do? The dragon demands. Kill you, Levi answers. Arrogant, the dragon bellows. The Thunder King dragon opens its gaping maw, and another terrifying lightning liquid ball shoots out. Levi moves like a phantom, flashing forward. A vast and majestic red-gold sword energy slashes horizontally. The lightning liquid ball is annihilated, and the red-gold radiance illuminates the temple. The Thunder King dragon's eyes fill with terror before the sword energy engulfs it. Its scale armor tears apart, divine blood splatters, and bones and internal organs fly. The Thunder King dragon's body falls heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Levi grasps its neck. He exerts sudden force. The dragon's head separates from its body. Blasphemer, you won't die a good death, the severed head rasps. You cannot imagine how powerful the Lord of Storm is. He is both a thunder god and a wind god, and he is. Levi crushes the head, which bursts like a watermelon. He extracts its true soul, calling Leon out. Here, a new snack, Levi says. Master is so good, Leon chirps. The creature packs it up and returns to fairyland to slowly digest the prize. Levi tidies up the shattered divine remains. Overall, they still hold some use, especially the dragon scales. It is a pity about the bloodline crystal. In mid-air, the thunderlight gradually dissipates, leaving only a cloud-like object floating idly. It shimmers with purple light. Equipment name, Thundercloud, Purple Epic. Equipment level, 9 level. Special effect, Heavenly Punishment. Heavenly Punishment. 1. The thundercloud floats high above the sky, absorbing the elemental power of the thunder wandering in the heavens and the earth for charging. If encountering an enemy, it can conduct level 9 thunder punishments on any enemy within a radius of 50,000 li. 2. Thundercloud combined with the rare treasure Excalibur, and if anyone breaks an oath made under Excalibur, they will suffer an attack from heavenly punishment. Those under level 10 will die upon encountering it. Levi studies the special effect, his heart filling with joy. Unexpectedly, Excalibur has a matching rare treasure, like Bright Sunday. This is another civilization treasure for protecting the organization. Its effects are undeniably strong. Breaking an oath made under Excalibur not only invites the sword's backlash, but also causes the offender to suffer heavenly punishment. With such severe consequences, organization members are likely to remain more loyal, as this thundercloud always floats above them. Levi puts it away and continues inside. He originally thought the 9th layer dealt with light, time, space, and similar sects, but that does not seem to be the case. Passing through the temple hall, Levi enters a strange water curtain cave. Looking out, he sees an endless thunder ocean. He transforms into thunder element particles, wandering within. Suddenly, he discovers a purple heart flickering with thunder. He grabs it and murmurs, Bright Moon Artifact, Thunder Heart. This is a sequence artifact from the thunder sequence he has refined. He puts it away and continues to roam the ocean. Before long, he discovers several Thunder God series artifacts. Among them are those of Bright Moon, and others of Morning Star. By the time Levi prepares to finish exploring, he has already collected half of the Thunder God series artifacts. It is a pity, without the Thunder God's head, Levi murmurs to himself. Otherwise, I could cultivate another super talent of the thunder element. At the center of the Thunder Sea, Levi discovers a purple crystal no larger than a fist. It emits a terrifying aura of destruction, with the elemental power of thunder constantly surging out. At its core, there is a miniature purple thunder dragon wearing a crown's phantom, looking majestic. This is a bloodline crystal, Levi murmurs. His heart trembles. According to his dragon school of thought knowledge, this is significant. Chapter 2702. The master should be a mythical giant dragon, the Thunder Emperor Dragon. This type of dragon has long vanished into the river of time. For tens of thousands of years, no one has seen its trace. It stands as the most powerful lightning giant dragon. Moreover, it excels in the endurance dimension. It is truly like having a pillow delivered when one feels sleepy. Levi attempts to use his wizard hand to grasp it, but he is immediately thrown back by the violent force of lightning. This Thunder Emperor dragon has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, yet its bloodline crystal still possesses such might. Levi takes out the wizard tower to suppress the bloodline crystal. He sits cross-legged, whispering to himself. A month passes, accompanied by a series of sealing restriction forces confining it. The bloodline crystal is successfully collected by Levi. As the thunder sea slowly dissipates, Levi finds 3 overlooked lightning-related oddities. He stands at a huge square, his mind tracing the possibility that Sauron left some sort of secret marker. Then he finds a seemingly ordinary parchment under a stone brick. It really is hidden quite deep, Levi murmurs as he opens it to check. The text reads as follows. Lord of Storm, 2 Olivars, resides at the storm sea of the Thousand Autumn Countries, with the divine kingdom behind the pure white gate. This old fellow is irritable and exceptionally powerful, causing great difficulty for our work in subduing Nora. After I left the arrogant Sun Plateau, I visited the Storm Sea, and encountered Thunder Emperor Dragon Aux blocking my path. It served as the mount for the Lord of Storm for 30,000 years, yet was never divinely enthroned. I can understand it wanted to perform well before its master to earn a subordinate god position. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong opponent. I killed it, took its dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon bone, and dragon claw to refine the supreme treasure Thunder Dragon Drum, used to guard the lightning sept. After killing the mount, the Lord of Storm was not angry, but instead invited me, with a smile, to have tea behind the pure white gate, showing great patience. We chatted happily for 3 days and nights before I left the pure white gate. A strong fist really works. The Lord of Storm agreed to sign a ceasefire treaty. Another powerful deity was settled by me. But I know he does not submit. During conversations, he always mentions that powerful existence deep in the astral world. The peace is temporary. Without sufficiently strong power, one day the gods will find an excuse to obliterate the wizard civilization. Just like in the past billions of years, they have erased countless civilizations. Routine. I can feel I do not have much time left, and the newborn wizard civilization needs a long time to grow. Temporarily earning the tolerance of the gods is already the best outcome, otherwise the end would be worse than the giant empire. Before I disappeared, perhaps I should visit some of those failed ones in the river of time. Origin Divine Tree, Blood Dark Dragon King, Ultimate Creation, Ancestor of Frost Giant. I believe, reaching their realm, they would not really fall, they should exist in other forms. All these years, I have deeply realized that relying on the power of one person alone makes success difficult to achieve. Perhaps these failures scattered across the endless sea should unite. Of course, the timing for unity, not now, but in the future. Levi reads the Easter egg information. Sauron is still recording in diary form. It feels as if Sauron is narrating beside his ear. Combining previous information, Levi begins to understand Sauron's rise and feats after becoming strong. This is information not known outside, because many things involve the ultimate secrets of the multidimensional plane. If outside the ancient tower, these seemingly ordinary pieces of information could be noticed by the omniscient and omnipotent supreme existences, so Sauron could only remain in the ancient tower. Now, Levi firmly believes Sauron is not dead. He merely disappeared, but he surely can still influence the wizard world. When wizards ascend to legendary status, those envelopes from Sauron are the proof. Perhaps it was not that Sauron anticipated the future and wrote letters in advance. It is that he has always existed, constantly watching over the wizard world. Levi guesses one possibility. Dark Ancient Tower, Dark Wave Revival, Plane Convergence, all the major Nora-related events he experienced might be pushed by Sauron's power in the shadows. Perhaps he feigned death to deceive opponents. In reality, he is still hiding, manipulating everything from the dark. Only this can numb those giant worlds. A person who has reached level 11, how could he possibly die? There is another piece of evidence. The ancestor of Frost Giant did not die. It has intricate connections with the Frost Witch. Gulwig advancing to legendary status at record speed could not happen without its help. Of course, there should be a price. It is just that the lady bears it silently. The Origin Divine Tree has not died. Its shadow exists in the creation myths of the World Tree, across the multidimensional plane. Moreover, Levi remembers Mana started as an ordinary ancient banyan tree. She acquired the potential of a divine tree because of a world-changing leaf. This is a leaf fallen from the Origin Divine Tree. The Blood Dark Dragon King might also have not died. When the Ash Dragon talked about the Double Dragon Empire of ancient times, after the death of the Blood Dark Dragon King, a large group of negative energy dragons were born. Bloodlines, darkness, shadows, poison, death. Is this not a continuation in a new form? Suddenly, Levi seems to comprehend. Sauron said he wants to find those former failures to unite them in the future. He might have really done it, because unknowingly, Levi has more or less greeted these former failures. He just had not realized it. There is one more Levi has not figured out. That is ultimate creation. According to the Ash Dragon, it has another title, Ancestor of 10,000 Spirits. This existence appeared as fleeting as a bloom, then dissipated. Its essence is a mystery. Regarding its information, Levi knows limited facts. Perhaps only the time dragon which transcends all might know more. What form will this one take when appearing? Levi murmurs, pondering as he leaves the temple. He wants to see if he can find another temple. He now harbors extremely strong interest in Sauron's Easter eggs. This interest even surpasses legendary artifacts, or even supreme treasures. Puzzle all these together, perhaps he can unveil secrets concealed in the river of time. After a few months of wandering, besides finding some resources and oddities, there are no special discoveries. Levi can only regretfully leave the ancient tower, waiting for the next century. Returning to the land of darkness, he continues his journey. On the return trip, he does not wander aimlessly, solely heading towards Nora. 3 years later, he crosses that plain graveyard again. Meanwhile, the Thunder Emperor Dragon Crystal is also processed by him. Refining it into the evolution potion for the Sky King Dragon, he finds a safe place, sets up shelter, and begins seclusion immediately. 3 years later, at the end of the Nora calendar year 1423, Levi goes through another tribulation. What appears above his head is a pure white world. At the center of the world, a throne entwined with lightning and hurricane awaits him. Levi passes through layers of tribulations and arrives here. He leans against the throne, then lies sideways, falling into a deep sleep. As usual, first, he takes a nap. Upon waking, he holds a round table meeting with Elena and the 18 riders to welcome the new year. No matter the current situation, the time to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new should always be joyful. Chapter 2703. Indomitable heaven waits on the pure white throne. Another metamorphosis of life reaches its tier. Levi's fourth super divine level bloodline is born. It represents ultimate endurance and persistence, containing the domains of thunder and hurricane, all fused into the power of the indomitable sacred domain. Levi names the new breathing technique White Emperor Dragon. In a flash, he transforms into a long, pure white giant dragon. Its head resembles both dragon and bird, with smooth, soft scales that have a unique feather-like texture. Flame clouds, formed by wind and thunder, surround him in a holy and solemn display. This aura differs completely from the Golden Emperor, the Crimson Emperor, and the Black Emperor. Levi opens his proficiency panel. White Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 21st rank, 1 out of 50 million. Special effect, White Emperor Dragon Body Supreme, Level 9 early stage. Exclusive weapon, Wind Thunder Wings, Level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 44 out of 81 patterns. Heavenly Sovereign Authority, Indomitable Sacred Domain. Like his other breathing techniques, his spell-like abilities, and many others, have fused into the power of the sacred domain, bringing with them a new evolution. Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm have advanced to Wind and Thunder Emperor Palace. With a mere thought, he can summon a palace composed of storms and thunder to descend and suppress his enemies. Even if they are level 9, they find it difficult to move once suppressed. Summoning Maya has been upgraded to White Emperor's Coming. It can summon a phantom of a White Emperor dragon that matches Levi's realm to fight. Its true combat power stands well above mid-level 9. Levi's affinity with storm and thunder elements improves considerably. Traveling the void likewise reaches 100 times the speed of regular travel, greatly shortening his travel time. After leaving Indomitable Heaven, he continues on his journey, all the while dispersing and rebuilding the White Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique to condense his divine patterns. Time flies by. 17 years pass. It is the year 1440 of the Nora calendar, and the year 1328 of the Blood Battle. Levi arrives at the Blue Agate Market, intending to rest for a while. After long years spent bustling along the road, he finds a place to stay, where he refines and absorbs some of the oddities he obtained earlier. Before long, Levi smiles. He remarks that it is not bad to have another new companion spirit. He arrives at the ancient Banyan fairyland and places his hand on the ground. A golden spirit, resembling an ant, descends. Its antennae measure everything in front of it, full of curiosity about its surroundings. He commands the spirit to go forth, calling it the Ant Power God. The new companion spirit came from a Morning Star artifact of the Earth faction. It resembles an ant. Based on Levi's experience, this type of oddity is likely suitable for farming. Ants and bees are the epitome of diligent workers. As expected, a small top-grade companion spirit is born. A while later, according to samples tested by the research team within the fairyland, the Ant Power God can convert Earth elemental power, or Earth element herbs and materials into a sugar pill. This pill strengthens the body, promotes strength development, and enhances endurance. The team names it the Power Pill. The Power Pill has a good effect on mortals, and on low-level and middle-level wizards. It is especially significant for body-refining wizards. Although wizards are spiritual practitioners, improving physical attributes never hurts. Levi takes one himself. It has no effect on him, though it tastes good. Given his current attribute base and realm, nothing below level 9 of heavenly materials and earthly treasures has any use for him. This is the helplessness of being powerful. However, he estimates that low-level knights might also benefit somewhat, though certainly not as noticeably as unenhanced wizards. With the new product set, Levi feels a bit melancholic. Unknowingly, the food factory in the ancient Banyan fairyland has developed. Under the banyan tree, the first-generation employee Long is no longer the same. Once just a little earthworm, he is now a flood dragon with yellow scales and a horn atop its head. He is 20 miles long, and a slight move on his part causes an earth dragon flipping. He is the fairyland's earth god. 80 controls the rain and turns clouds, known as the Master of Rain. Akun governs the ocean, improving the environment as the sea god. The netherworld nourishes the undead in the ancient banyan tree mansion as the yin god. The Green Queen and a group of little bees sow and pollinate as the flower god. Peach Blossom Immortal and the ant power god all have their duties. Ultimately, the god of creation is Queen Banyan, Mana, who spawned the series of ecology, creating the earth, fire, wind, and water of this world. This is the scene Levi once envisioned for the ancient banyan fairyland. It thrives with life, and everything competes and grows in an orderly manner. Under the banyan tree, the Rainbow Sword Master and a round-faced girl gather in front of the mahjong players, pointing fingers. Hydrasila mutters to them to stop giving directions and tells them they are not playing fair. Mana scolds them with a smile. She tells them to go on, saying that later she will get down so they can take over. She notes how impatient they are and suggests they find 2 other people to start a new game. The round-faced girl shakes her head like a rattle drum. She says she does not want to, because it is not fun playing with the others, and defeating Mana gives her a sense of achievement. The Rainbow Sword Master agrees. This is the charm of the ancient banyan fairyland. The Rainbow Sword Master, who originally did not want to follow Levi, came here and quickly blended in, finding herself reluctant to leave. Here, there is no war, no slaughter, and no scheming against each other. There is just a group of women playing mahjong and dragons playing games. According to the statistics sent by the Dragon Turtle from the Dragon Palace, as of now, the Dragon Palace has 1,368 kinds of transcendent creatures, mixed blood dragon clan totaling 4,399, sub-dragons numbering 155, and pure-blooded dragon clan totaling 9 in all. Chapter 2704. The original elders of the subdragons remained, except for those whose upper limit was level 8, like the Black Lotus Beast and the blood-sucking demon dragon. The others had fully matured and entered their prime. Most had found their partners and started families. Only a few rare ones remained without partners, such as the Flame King Dragon, which still occasionally birthed new subdragons. Levi did not interfere. Marriage was free. For pure-blooded dragons, finding a suitable partner was very difficult, so their nature was not restricted. Although somewhat abnormal, the policies of the ancient dragon continent even encouraged marriage between the dragon clan and the humans. This resulted in the birth of dragon descendant wizards with guaranteed talent lower limits. New life and prosperity also accompanied the passing of the older era. Those mixed blood dragons and transcendent creatures that followed Levi earliest were gradually growing old. Gustav, Leviathan, the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, the Crimson Horned Fire Python, Shrimp Soldier Pixar, and Crab General Suogency were all entering the final stage of their lives. They were not alone. They had all left their marks, passing on their bloodline through reproduction. Levi took time to chat with them. With his current skills, he could collect some higher-tier bloodlines to refine breakthrough potions, making it possible to break their bloodline shackles. But doing so meant sending off existing lives. There was no guarantee they could successfully advance to level 6. This made the effort not very meaningful. He let nature take its course. Perhaps in their next lives, they might find a more interesting way to live, maybe becoming wizards or knights. In terms of growth potential, that was certainly better than transcendent creatures. In the coming days, Levi remained hidden among the populace, practicing meditation. Half a year later, by the small stone pond, with an elevation in momentum, Levi opened his eyes. Spiritual force appeared on the Klein crystal ball. It was 56,000 out of 74,000. He took a sip of heart-cleansing tea to wash away the fatigue of retreat. After nearly 200 years, Levi advanced to the 9 Rings senior realm. He was quite satisfied with this speed. If he wished, he could consume various truth oddities and soul stones at any cost to increase his spiritual force even faster. But that would make things unstable. This current state was the healthiest. It basically ensured that he could step into the 10-level realm almost simultaneously with knights. Beyond the 9 rings, it was more important to determine the path of legend for the future. If these were not figured out, reaching 9 rings perfection was just idle waiting. A small breakthrough. He could continue the journey now. Levi left the fairyland and returned to the market. He happened to catch the upcoming auction. He thought about it and decided to join in on the fun. 5,000 years ago, the level 9 expert Blue Dream Star Lord established this place in this star zone. With the passage of time, this expert had not appeared for a long time. This area was managed by his descendants, the Blue Heart Axe King and the Blue Stone Spear King. This brother and sister pair both possessed a level 9 realm, unmatched in talent and skill. In this region, they were also exceedingly renowned. Both were in the level 9 middle stage. 100 years ago, they once drove back a level 9 late stage great pirate, Blackteeth Mad Lord, together. After this battle, the name of the Blue Nephrite twin stars spread throughout the Panplane. No one dared to cause trouble here again. Some voices speculated that if the level 9 late stage pirate arrived, and the Blue Dream Star Lord did not show up, that meant the old level 9 expert had already perished from lifespan exhaustion. When the market was initially established, the Blue Dream Star Lord was already at the level 9 late stage. Now 5,000 years had passed. If he had not progressed to level 10, he probably long since turned to dust. And if he reached level 10, such a major event within the Panplane would have stirred waves, rather than remaining so quiet. On this day, beyond the blue agate world, the void trembled. 4 figures descended. One donned light armor, her curvaceous figure wrapped in leather as dark as the night sky, her long, shapely legs adorned with a sharp dagger. It was Suli. Another wore black armor, tusks protruding, looking fierce, laden with fat. Its appearance resembled a pig-headed, human-bodied monster. Most absurdly, it wielded a weapon resembling a pitchfork, like a second brother returned to life. The ninth divine general under the Holy War Army Master, Ancient Teeth, stood before the others. It possessed enormous strength, and its prowess was also at the level 9 middle stage. Once it clashed with a level 9 late stage expert over 100 rounds using the level 9 exotic treasure, the Plow Star. There were two others, also acquaintances. Lady Bai Shanhua of the Jade Eye clan, and the Sword of Dominance of the Dog Bear clan followed close behind. After the giant head star battle, Earth Awakening and Levi escaped. The Star Singer also used a secret technique to escape gravely injured, with no news since. These two were captured and incorporated. Now they served the council of 10,000 clans. With 4 level 9 experts arriving, clearly, a significant event was unfolding. Ancient Teeth looked at the blue world ahead. That old thing, the Blue Dream Star Lord, should be dead by now. Black Teeth Mad Lord was really useless, being repelled by 2 level 9 mid-stages. 100 years ago, the Council of 10,000 clans targeted this region. They wanted to take over the Blue Agate Market and seize the Blue Nephrite Twin Stars as well. They bribed a well-known great pirate to test it out. From the current look of things, the Blue Dream Star Lord had fallen. They could take action now. Levi used 3 relatively useless level 8 exotic treasures to secure a level 9 water element holy medicine, Blue Speckled Root, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 2705. Sacred Medicines, the more the better. In the long run, once the organization grew, many strong individuals would inevitably face the problem of advancing to the 9th circle. In the short term, Elena and Triss needed this as well. Over 100 years of plane travel, he obtained dozens of rare treasures. Many of these were empty in level and lacked practical use. Trading them would not be a waste. A sudden sense of danger lingered in his heart. Levi looked towards the full rune, his expression turning vigilant. The Council of 10,000 clans was here again. It had truly been a long time. He quietly left the assembly. In the depths of the Blue Agate world stood a beautiful and grand blue castle, entirely built from blue gemstone. 2 figures awakened from seclusion. One possessed female features, 6 arms, and held a huge axe. The other had male features, 3 heads, and carried a long spear. They were the Blue Heart Axe King and the Blue Stone Spear King. Their clan was also known as the Blue God Clan. Within the clan, females had 6 arms and males had 3 heads. Sometimes, a genderless or hermaphroditic genius was born. That would be a natural 3-headed and 6-armed heavenly divine body. Such a person often signified the prosperous rise of the Blue God Clan upon birth, because their talents were extraordinary. Even their lifespan was double that of a regular Blue God Clan member. Their father, or rather their mother, the Blue Dream Star Lord, was 3-headed and 6-armed. Unfortunately, 3,000 years ago, she went into seclusion to advance to level 10, and her fate remained unknown. The siblings could not contact her, nor did they know where she was presently located. Blue Heart Axe King frowned. Several powerful presences are approaching the Blue Agate Market, she said. It seems to be that group from the Council of 10,000 clans again. Blue Stone Spear King took down his long spear and spoke coldly. 100 years ago, when they bribed pirates to test us, I knew this day would come. The Council of 10,000 clans has coveted father's assets for a long time. Continuing on is too difficult. Sister, after this battle, let us close the market and wander outside the Panplain. It is the only choice, Blue Heart Axe King replied. But with father missing, and no knowledge of her successful advancement, we are moving the entire clan. We will leave them lonely somewhere in this world. The siblings sighed regretfully. Over the years, the Council of 10,000 clans accelerated its expansion. They relied on the Covenant Sword and the Dark Temple, 2 supreme treasures. By coercing and persuading, using both hard and soft tactics, they absorbed many level 9 experts who were unwilling to abandon their tribes and civilization before the plane convergence. They were attempting to establish a larger anti-wizard alliance. The two took their respective weapons and traveled to the outside world. The void around the Blue Mana world was already sealed by 4 level 9 auras. Gucci God General sat upon a gigantic temple, carrying the rare treasure known as the Plow Star. I have long heard that the Blue Dream Star Lord's 2 offspring are the unmatched double axe and spear, he said. Meeting you today is indeed extraordinary. Blue Heart Axe King stepped forward angrily. My brother and I have always conducted honest business benefiting all clans in this region, she said. We have never provoked the Council of 10,000 clans. What do you mean by bringing a great army and pressing at our border? Do you wish to wage war against us? Do you not know that my father has already advanced to level 10? Blue Stone Spear King stood with arms folded, displaying an unafraid demeanor. The siblings had to insist that their father had not fallen. Only then could they intimidate these people. A potentially existing level 10 strongman was someone even the Council of 10,000 clans would not want to provoke. Their father was not among those following the plain sovereign path. Such individuals remained eternally confined to their old home. Even with a long lifespan, their influence on the Panplane was minimal. They could only rely on their extended lifespan to study duplication and puppet paths to travel the multidimensional plane through those external means. The Holy War Army Master, Worm Lord, and even the Amethyst Saint were such individuals. A level 10 who could move freely was someone no organization would dare provoke, not even the Nora Council. In guerrilla warfare, such a strongman could harass a civilization into an inability to develop normally. But since Gucci and others dared to come, they came mentally prepared. There is no need for tension between you two, Gucci said. Our council of 10,000 clans is not some terrible menace. As long as you submit to the council and swear under the covenant sword, we will leave immediately. These 7 regions around here will still be your territory. Su Li added fuel to the fire. Have you two never been to Nora? Do you know how terrifying the wizard world is now? For their own development, they have caused countless civilizations to lose their homeland, making billions of lives displaced. The mission of our council of 10,000 clans is to prevent all this and return life for all clans to its proper course. The siblings were not the type of hot-blooded youths easily swayed. They exchanged a glance and prepared to fight without hesitation. Fine, they said together. Since that is the case, let us see the truth through battle. Gucci grabbed a pitchfork and swung it down fiercely. 9 plows of light that cracked heaven and earth shot straight through, shattering stars. This plow star rare treasure was top quality among level 9 items, and its power was far from ordinary. Su Li also took action. He drew a dagger from his thigh and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the void. Lady by Shanhua and the Sword of Dominance, 2 level 9 early stage experts, each used their own means to surround the siblings. Such a lineup was enough to sweep through most domains and civilizations. The siblings were indeed very strong. Each of the 6 arms of the Axe King wielded a huge axe. With every move, 6 axe lights tore the sky apart. Chapter 2706. Another one appeared, 3 heads rotating incessantly. A long spear danced, airtight, with no blind spots in its defense. Unfortunately, Sauron once said that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. Besides, General Gucci was too strong, or rather, that rare treasure was too fierce. The brother and sister were completely overwhelmed. Is the Blue Dream Star Lord not level 10 by now? Why has there been no action taken? Gucci taunted. The siblings looked grim. Suddenly, the void behind the sister split open. A graceful figure wielding a dagger stabbed down. The sister barely dodged, but an arm was severed in an instant. It cried out in pain, and a fierce axe light hacked backward. But Su Li had already fled thousands of miles away. Tisk tisk tisk, too slow, Su Li chuckled, unaware of a streak of rainbow light approaching from behind. A figure struck at the speed of light, pressing a palm against the chest of Su Li. The body of Su Li exploded, turning into a chaotic void stream. It fell far away in panic, its face pale. This palm strike almost killed it instantly. Fortunately, the Void Spirit clan had strong survival means. Your speed is not fast either, Levi said, blinking away again. On the other side, the expression of Gucci changed. The Dusk Palace Master. He instinctively swung the rake towards Levi. A brilliant golden light descended. It was Earth Awakening activating the Divine Image Law, punching the rake away. Who are you? Earth Awakening glared. The heart of General Gucci sank to the bottom. He never expected to encounter the Dusk Palace Master here. This guy is truly a persistent ghost. 3 times, 5 times, he has disrupted the Council of 10,000 Clans' plans. However, although Su Li was not suited for direct combat, he was of the Void Spirit clan, so his life should be unharmed. General Gucci, fighting Earth Awakening, glanced at the battlefield. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Su Li was pinned in the void, unable to move. A white imperial palace, emitting endless storm and lightning power, pressed on its head. As the palace descended, the body of Su Li crumbled, unlikely to escape death. General Gucci immediately shouted, "Retreat." The Dusk Palace Master was even stronger than 100 years ago. This is truly outrageous. What has he been eating to grow like this? For level 9 experts, advancing in 100 years is as hard as reaching the heavens. Does this guy really have no bottleneck? The void resounded with a sword hum. Rainbow bridges converged from all directions, weaving into a heavenly net. Secret skill, 24 bridges. The Rainbow Sword Master at the rear took action. General Gucci had no place to evade, charging right in. His rake clashed with Rainbow Sword Chi. Even dealing with Earth Awakening alone was strenuous. Now there was a Rainbow Sword Master. With 2 level 9 mid-stage fighters assisting, the Council of 10,000 Clans had no advantage. Taking this chance, Levi stepped forward. In his eyes, there was only Gucci, others could run, but the Bloodfire 18 generals must die. The Crimson Dragon slash shone with radiant light. The red gold sword energy, infused with the power of the Holy Realm, slashed down. General Gucci was terrified. Hastily, he used the rake to block in front of him. The terrifying impact scattered his fat body. The rake vibrated, shattering his hands, blood and flesh flying. Each of the strikes from Levi was fiercer than the last, shredding the deep space with waves of sword chi. This 9th-ranked general, his strength infinitely close to level 9 late stage, could not last for dozens of rounds before being severed in 2. The aftermath of the sword chi plowed a 10,000-mile trench in the darkness. The rake-shaped rare treasure was quite solid. Only some gaps were left, but it was not damaged. Good stuff, Levi said, picking it up. Leon appeared on horseback, capturing the soul of this general to occasionally feast on a level 9 meal. Recently, it had successfully advanced to level 8 late stage. Such speed, even Triss and Elena could not match. Only Levi, this cheater, could stay ahead. With General Gucci dealt with, Lady by Shanhua and the Sword of Dominance were no issue. Their strength was average to begin with. Surrounded by Earth Awakening, the Rainbow Sword Master, and the sibling duo. For level 9 mid-stage fighters, they had no power to fight back, and were quickly subdued. Dusk Palace Master, do not kill us. We were forced into this, the level 9 experts begged. Faced with life and death danger, the two level 9 experts lost all dignity. The Blue Heart Axe King and the Blue Stone Spear King observed Levi, their minds shaken. Sister, this is the Dusk Palace Master, who has recently risen to fame, the brother said. So strong. In an instant, he subdued the 9th general. They did not understand why Levi appeared here. They felt some concern. Hearing Lady by Shanhua and the Sword of Dominance plead for mercy, Levi smiled. I can spare you, but you must swear under my sword to work for me. As he spoke, the Excalibur sword appeared behind Levi. Meanwhile, the thundercloud ascended to the high heavens. Those who break the oath will be struck by 5 lightning bolts from heaven. Seeing this spectacle, the two fell silent. They could not swear the oath because they had already sworn under the covenant sword. The two were inevitably in conflict. The price of breaking the covenant sword was death as well. Then I am sorry, Levi sighed. Levi swung his blade, slaughtering the 2 alien strongmen. These alien races may have been innocent themselves, but when they chose to stand against Nora, they had already sealed their fate today. For himself, for Nora, Levi had no other choice. Of course, he could have chosen the Black Emperor enslavement to forcefully subdue them, but now his standards were higher. Unless it is a useful level 9 expert like Earth Awakening. Chapter 2707. The others, it would be better to kill them. Levi intended to store these level 9 corpses to use for equivalent exchange during the formation of oddities. He had 3 oddities of elemental proof left, specifically the Wind Emperor robe, the Golden Emperor palace, and the Thunder Emperor crown. These 3 required corpses of level 9 late-stage creatures with different attributes as the main ingredient. Currently, Levi had not found suitable ones. Thank you, Sir Levi, for resolving the siege. The Blue Heart Axe King clasped her 6 arms together as she spoke. Levi felt a brief jolt of surprise. He smiled. You have heard of me. The Blue Stone Spear King laughed. The reputation of the Dusk Palace Master has reached the ears of all knowledgeable level 9 experts in the Panplane. Previously, we thought the stories were exaggerated, but seeing you today, your strength is truly extraordinary. Levi felt a sense of sentiment. He had reached the day when he was widely known. It seemed that in future travels through the Panplane, he should conceal his true appearance more often to avoid being targeted by enemies. Levi laughed. I was just passing through this place to participate in the auction. Seeing injustice, I helped out with my sword. All clans within the Panplane are one family, so you two do not need to be courteous. His attitude was extremely amiable, making the siblings feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Now, when Levi walked outside, he not only represented himself, but also the image of wizard civilization and the Nora Council. Although he was not an official, the uninformed alien races would not make that distinction. In their eyes, Levi was synonymous with the wizard group. Sir, please come with me. My house is just below. We will set up a feast to properly thank our great benefactor. After the events of this period, thoughts stirred in the mind of the Blue Heart Axe King. He and his brother had considered whether to join Nora, but having grown accustomed to their current comfortable life, they were hesitant to change. Now, having had initial contact with a character like the Dusk Palace Master, the impression was not bad. He wanted to seize this opportunity to enhance their relationship. Whether they joined later or not, it was another path. All right, then I will be intruding. Levi followed the two to their home as a guest. As the chat continued, Levi mentioned the inconvenience of alien marketplace trade and the issue regarding the lack of a universal currency. Upon hearing this, the siblings sighed repeatedly. Sir does not know, our father, the Blue Dream Star Lord, once wanted to issue a blue agate coin using our world specialty, the blue gemstone, as currency. However, due to weak reputation and insufficient strength, he failed to gain the trust of strongmen from various clans and ultimately abandoned the idea. Levi spoke with conviction. You two are smart people, so you should know that the Nora Council, after 2 extensive invasions by demons, has grown increasingly stronger. It now has 16 level 10 strongmen and hundreds of level 9 experts. In the coming millennia, the Panplane will have only 2 outcomes. One is being invaded by the Abyss and becoming Demon Land. The other is being ruled by the Nora Council, establishing a united Panplane civilization and racial consortium that can contend with the astral world and the Abyss, like a giant civilization. However, I believe the final victor will be us. The rising Nora will not only be the world of wizards or humans, because without the all clans, relying solely on wizards is not enough to contend with existing giants. Now, Nora is already preparing a new currency system. It is one that enables the all clans and all chambers of commerce to align and realize barrier-free transactions with currency guaranteed by the civilization reputation, enough to convince everyone. With your commercial insight, joining Nora now will definitely allow your talents to shine and gain discourse power in the future world. Furthermore, there is a practical issue. For level 9 experts of the Council of 10,000 clans have failed here at your place. If you do not evacuate early, you will surely face their crazy retaliation. Levi's words silenced the siblings, leaving them with the feeling of being pushed to the wall. Indeed, the situation with the Council of 10,000 clans leaves us with no room for reconciliation. Next is either allegiance or escape. The Blue Heart Axe King sighed. Sister, what should we do? The brother asked. She closed her eyes, contemplating for a moment. We plan to join Nora. We hope Sir Levi can introduce us. Levi laughed. Every friend I introduce over there does well in Nora, so rest assured. Not long ago, Starsplitter also joined the Nora Council. Now, due to his powerful strength, he held an important position. He also succeeded in consuming a 1,000-year potion, achieving an extension of his longevity. There was hope for him to step into the level 9 late-stage realm within a few hundred years. Unexpectedly, Levi also benefited from this. For every level 9 expert he introduced, the Congress either directly paid him or supported the ancient dragon continent through other means. In general, there was always some compensation. In fact, even without these benefits, Levi would do this kind of effortless matter. The main reason was that he felt obligated after receiving so much from Sauron in the Dark Ancient Tower. If he did not do something for the wizard civilization, Levi feared that Sauron might secretly curse him. After negotiating, the siblings immediately started packing. Running a chamber of commerce for so many years meant they were strong and wealthy. They had no shortage of space treasures, so moving was not bothersome. Soon, everything was ready. The siblings then left with Levi, heading towards Nora. Damn it. Looking at the blue world ahead, the seventh divine general face was gloomy, filled with fury. Chapter 2708. This market has long been deserted. The plan fails once again. We lost yet another general. Dika, Cannon, Ike, and Gucci now, 4 of the Bloodfire 18 generals have fallen. In the Dark Temple, at the Ancient Elder Council, the Holy War Army Master remained silent. The other ancients did not look pleased. From our current perspective, this squad encountered the Dusk Palace Master. That is why they failed. That young one now has a level 9 middle-stage alien race, and an elemental dominator of similar strength by his side. His own cultivation should have also risen to a senior 9 ring. Though it is hard to admit, solving him from now on is as hard as reaching for the stars. The Worm Lord grew inexplicably agitated. His repeated failures had made him impatient. The Void Emperor spoke. Do not rush. The End Dragon Bird and Red Crow have personally executed Plan B, right? Given their strength, failure should be impossible. The Amethyst Saint nodded. We await good news. The Dark Sun Sovereign closed his eyes in meditation. Since the Black Sun incident, a fear lingered in his heart. The strength of Edmund and the Nora Council had already surpassed his imagination. He and the Council of 10,000 clans were at a disadvantage. To turn the tides ahead will depend on the performance of the demons. Through these events, the Dark Sun Sovereign realized that all the ancients are doing now is in vain. To solve such an unparalleled character, possibly born from the will of Sauron, only 4 forces in the universe can achieve it. The Council of 10,000 clans just had to watch the show. In the Star Realm Ruins Sea, a golden and a crimson light sped by. They were the End Dragon Bird and Red Crow. Nora grew larger and larger ahead of them. The two fell into the darkness and halted. Big brother, I will capture those dragons. You cover me. According to the data, there are only 2 among the Nora Council who might pose a threat to you. One is Edmund, the other is the Frost Witch. The latter is speculated to have ties with the ancestor of Frost Giants. Indeed, those legendary youths are not worth considering. Back in the day, I traversed the Panplane when they were not even born. Second brother, rest assured and go. It has been a long time since I have had a good meal. Today, I can finally have a feast. The two were well prepared, bantering with confidence. Just as they were about to make a move, the land of darkness lit up, as bright as daylight. A sun appeared out of thin air. The End Dragon Bird and Red Crow tightened their expressions. A magnificent figure descended from the sun before them. It was the Fire Sovereign Grias. The Panplane was home to the second strongest being in existence. He was not a god, yet he was an invincible being called Fire God by countless people. He resided within the True Sun, which was the most dazzling and scorching place in the Panplane. He served as the protector of all fire elemental spirits. Legend has it, he was the first fire element born from the Red Giant Plane. Behind him loomed layers of fire prison phantoms. Each layer was a world, totaling 9 layers. These were refined from 9 suns. The third-ranking supreme treasure was the Dead Sun 9 prisons. The Fire Sovereign stood firm. The End Dragon Bird and Red Crow stayed silent, motionless. The atmosphere felt awkward. The Fire Sovereign spoke. 2 little birds, do you recognize me? Perhaps only he dared to address 2 level 10 existences in such a manner. The renowned Fire Sovereign, who would not recognize you. I just do not understand why you are blocking our brothers. I remember you uphold neutrality. The End Dragon Bird spoke in a deep voice, angry, but not daring to express it. The Red Crow trembled, not daring to speak. At the same level 10 status, he and the Fire Sovereign were 2 extremes. One could only bully level 9 experts while still very young and immature. The other could crush other level 10 beings effortlessly, having lived longer than many gods. The Fire Sovereign continued. I do uphold neutrality. No issue there. From ancient times, throughout the wizard, abyss, or astral disputes, big and small, have I ever participated? I have not participated in this war either. Then why are you blocking us? I am not blocking you, just passing by. Seeing 2 young friends, I thought to come up and chat a bit. Red Crow, you have not forgotten me, right? When you were still an egg, it was one of my fire elemental spirits who picked you up and placed you in the Red Giant Plane to hatch. The Fire Sovereign reminisced about the past. The Red Crow smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and spoke. Yes, it is all thanks to the care of the senior back then. In the blink of an eye, you are level 10 already. Time waits for no one. Only I am still standing in place. I will sooner or later be surpassed by you rising stars. Senior jests. In 10,000 years, the second strongest of the Panplane will still be you. We are but fleeting moments. The Red Crow was forced to exchange pleasantries with the Fire Sovereign. The End Dragon Bird tried to bypass the Fire Sovereign, but was caught and pulled close. I say, brother, what are you up to? Are you going to Nora to stir up trouble? No comment. Do not be foolish. Do you not know? In these past centuries, 2 mythical creatures like you have already died there, tragically. That was due to their weak strength. Do you think you can handle it? Can you take a punch from me? The End Dragon Bird stayed silent. Looking at his big brother, the Red Crow spoke. Big brother, let us head back. The big brother was a vain bird. The Red Crow feared the big brother might actually fight the Fire Sovereign. The second strongest of the Panplane was not a title earned in vain. Even the giants of the astral world, or the abyss, would not provoke this ancestor before them without reason. The frail body of the big brother was only a few strikes away from being crushed. The End Dragon Bird felt stifled and furious, but in the end, reason prevailed. The Fire Sovereign suddenly laughed. Forget it, no jokes anymore. Go about your business. I am leaving first. He transformed into a sun and vanished into the darkness in an instant. The temper of the senior is still that erratic. Big brother, do we continue? The End Dragon Bird could not suppress his anger. With his appearance, a new sun arose on the side of Nora. We have already been exposed. How can we continue? Let us go. There are strong ones from the council coming. The 2 birds turned into 2 lights and quickly departed from Nora. Plan A failed. Plan B faltered before it even began. The End Dragon Bird knew that the appearance of the Fire Sovereign was definitely not a coincidence. He had intentionally sought trouble. It seemed the so-called neutral second strongest of the Panplane was secretly in cahoots with those wizards. Soon after, a figure quietly surfaced deep in space. It was Edmund, who stood in silence. End Dragon Bird. Chapter 2709. Edmund had heard of the Doomsday Dragon Bird and the Red Crow, though he had never interacted with them. The vast majority of mythical creatures avoided choosing sides, for they possessed long lifespans. As long as a conflict did not involve a multidimensional plane-level war, they could manage to survive in any era. The Purgatory Black King Dragon offered a typical example of this indifference. This was also why the venerable Blood Scales ultimately did not join the Council of 10,000 Clans or participate in the Fire Sovereign's actions. Edmund realized that his purpose was not to obstruct the Doomsday Dragon Bird and the Red Crow, but rather to advise the 2 birds to stay away from the vortex. This powerful being possessed a temperate nature. It had witnessed the birth of generations of strong beings and mythical creatures, and it deeply understood the difficulty of achieving level 10. Unfortunately, those 2 evidently failed to appreciate that council, perhaps fearing that the Fire Sovereign had joined the wizard faction. Edmund shook his head, turned, and left. He decided that on the side of the ancient dragon continent, vigilance required strengthening. The envious wizards could easily handle those few dragons, but he worried if the Doomsday Dragon Bird took an interest. The shadows of the Doomsday Dragon Bird and the Red Crow slowly emerged within the dark temple of the ancient Elder Council. The Worm Lord looked delighted, hope gleaming in his eyes. The B plan completed so fast. As expected of the Doomsday Dragon Bird, even the Dark Sun Sovereign and others appeared somewhat surprised. The Doomsday Dragon Bird coughed and spoke. It encountered some mishap, and it ended before it even started. The Red Crow wiped cold sweat from its forehead. We encountered an unexpected presence. The Amethyst Saint spoke in a deep voice. Who is it? With the strength of the Doomsday Dragon Bird, ordinary level 10s are no match. The 2 brothers replied in unison. The Fire Sovereign. Silence fell over the scene as those words were spoken. Even the Amethyst Saint appeared stunned. The Fire Sovereign. Why would it stop you? Don't know, perhaps it's secretly allied with Nora. With its strength, this multidimensional plane war does not affect it at all, so how could it ally? It is the first actual powerhouse of the Panplane, who tore the sword of world destruction with its hands, and burned to death, and rebuilt Surgard of the Abyss's 650th layer. The Amethyst Saint could not make sense of it. He recalled how strong Surgard had been at its peak. Having fought against it before, he understood that power deeply. With his invincible amethyst race body, he could only fight it to a standstill. Surgard sought further advancement, and absorbed the power of the world from several fire worlds of the Panplane. This resulted in the sun extinguishing, which deeply impacted the surrounding worlds. Then, the environmentalist Fire Sovereign caught and beat it. That battle even shattered the supreme treasure, the Sword of World Destruction. Finally, Surgard was refined in the Dead Sun 9 prisons. As a fire demon emperor, it was burned to death. Thinking back, it remained unbelievable. After reincarnation and resurrection, Surgard became smarter. It only dared to provoke some weaker small and medium civilizations, and never again recklessly provoked the Fire Sovereign. Sometimes, thinking about its achievements even gave the Amethyst Saint an illusion. Could this Fire Sovereign possibly be at level 11 already? Could it have possibly reached the realm Sauron held back then? It always claimed to be the second of the Panplane, simply not wanting to be noticed by the 4 great giants. The saying goes that a tree towering above the forest gets its wind snapped. This Fire Sovereign seemed recklessly bold and honest, but it was actually quite smart. Letting Sauron, the dead, be first of the Panplane served as proof. So what do we do now? The Void Emperor appeared somewhat baffled. The Council of 10,000 Clans dared to provoke Nora, but they dared not provoke a lone powerhouse like the Fire Sovereign. A group of ancients looked at each other. In the end, all eyes turned to the Doomsday Dragon Bird. Should the B plan still be implemented? The Doomsday Dragon Bird frowned. If you all can restrain the fire sovereign, I would dare to try, otherwise there is no talk. The doomsday dragon bird did not fear Edmund and his lot. These short-lived species, no matter how strong, could not outlive it. It might lose temporarily, but it would never lose forever. Moreover, no one knew how truly strong Edmund and others were, as they had not achieved much previously. Hunting those mythical creatures definitely relied on the convenience of teamwork. Otherwise, it did not believe the world's fastest rainbow dragon would have been caught. But this old thing, the fire sovereign, was not only strong, it could truly live long. Elemental spirits found it extremely difficult to achieve level 9 or level 10. But once achieved, their lifespans became extraordinarily and terrifyingly long. They were not gods, but they were more than gods. Especially after level 10, becoming an elemental monarch, they became an elemental world themselves. As long as the world lived, so could they. This was why the fire sovereign held the title son of the sun god. It possessed little difference from the sun itself. As its lifespan increased, it would slowly grow stronger. This was also why the fire sovereign upheld the principle of prudence, remaining a lone wolf. As long as it lived, it could continually raise its upper limit. Someday, it could become the strongest below level 11. Right now, it might have already reached this realm. Continue with our other plans, and do not delay because of one person. The Abyss will naturally think of a way to deal with the Dusk Palace Master. He is not enough to affect the larger situation. The Dark Sun Sovereign suddenly spoke. Makes sense, for no matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass the Abyss. Throughout history, there have been more remarkable individuals than him. Exactly. The ancients seem to have found a reason to comfort themselves. The nerves tormented by the Dusk Palace Master over the years also eased a bit. The land of darkness remained quiet. Within the shelter, Levi looked at the mountainous pile of spoils. Chapter 2710. Previously, he slew 4 members of the Council of 10,000 Clans and reaped substantial rewards. He acquired 3 9th-level treasures alone. The first is General Gukai's weapon, a rake named the Plow Star. This is a treasure that is not much inferior to the Crimson Dragon Slash. The materials used in the craftsmanship are all top grade. Among the combat treasures Levi acquired, few can match this one. Upon researching, he discovered it was crafted by Master Bao Long. That explained everything. As a pan-dimensional divine craftsman, the treasures he forges are undoubtedly top quality. It is just a pity that the Plow Star weapon does not align with Levi's aesthetic. However, its grand and majestic aura is quite suitable for Gondaf. Levi plans to let him use it. With this treasure as an aid, Gondaf is invincible under the 9th level. Once Gondaf's cultivation advances further to 8-ring perfection, and with the power of his ancient divine body, a single strike from the rake can overwhelm even a level 9 expert. The second is the Void Dagger from Su Li. This is remarkable, a replica of the Supreme Treasure Void Blade. It is likewise a top-quality item. The materials for this treasure are the 9th-level Void Divine Stone. It also possesses the traits of sharpness and divine concealment. The former cuts through iron like mud, while the latter slays invisibly. An absolute divine weapon for assassinations. Its effectiveness surpasses the shadow blade left by Sauron. After all, that dagger was just Sauron's side project. However, Levi prefers upright battles. With his strength, why would he need assassinations? He can simply charge in openly and unleash havoc. Therefore, after reaching the 9th level, Levi left the Shadow Blade in the organization's treasury. That treasure suits the wizards of the Shadow School of Thought. It is likely destined for the future Shadow Queen, Ayak. As for this Void Dagger, it is highly compatible with the Heavenly Dog bloodline of the Dark Moon Knight. The organization's executives, or supernovas, indeed need some aces up their sleeves for survival. The third 9th level treasure is the Bear King's Greatsword from the Sword of Dominance. Compared to the Void Dagger and Plow Star, this item is relatively ordinary. Compared to the Crimson Dragon Slash, it is far inferior, but after all, it is a 9th level treasure. It should not be wasted. Stored in the organization's treasury, it waits for a destined owner. Levi believes the giant spirit god witch, Gondafa's disciple, is a good match for this treasure. Besides, there are a total of 33 treasures of level 6 or higher. Levi's journey has brought immense treasures to the organization's treasury. Among the remaining spoils, worth mentioning is the Truth Oddity, a total of 156 pieces, unfortunately, none at the Glorious Sun grade. But among the Bright Moon artifacts, many good items were found. Many are components of sequence artifacts. Levi refined those useful to himself, and the rest will enrich the treasury. Other minerals, medicinal herbs, and general cultivation resources need no elaboration. Additionally, on General Gu Qi and Su Li, there were close to 30 billion ether stones, also considered a pleasant surprise, likely gained from hunting wizards. 10 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1450, after a journey through storms, Levi returned to the Flora realm. From here, Nora was not far. He stopped by to visit the Spider King. The Spider King looked up as Levi approached. "Master, you have returned." Levi nodded. "Yes, how have things been lately?" The Spider King gestured to the surrounding land. "Quite good. For years the Council of 10,000 Clans has seldom bothered me. It seems they have given up on the Flora realm and its surrounding areas." Levi patted the Spider King's shoulder. "Develop cautiously, safety first." He stayed with the Spider King for a while and gained more resources. Bosley was very pleased. On a certain day, in the dark deep space, endless pink lightning exploded in the sky. An aura of the 9th level spread out. It was a creature resembling a giant pink jellyfish. Indeed, it was the legendary star nebula Electric Mother. After recuperating for centuries in the cave heaven-blessed land of the ancient Banyan fairyland, and with the consumption of various immortal elixirs and immortal brews, its strength has completely recovered. It reached the 9th level realm. Little Woe and the Spider King were both envious. Levi looked at the creature. Little Ro, you have reached level 9 too. You should stay here now and can protect the safety of the Spider King and Little Woe. Little Ro's obedient voice came through the air. All right, master, that is wonderful. Levi could see that Little Ro still missed Little Woe. How could Little Woe not miss as well? He, Dragon Kingly, is not a heartless person. They should be united when it is appropriate. Anyway, with his current travel speed, even in full force, getting to the Flora realm does not take long. 6 months later, Levi returned to Nora. More than a century of plane travel came to an end. This journey was indeed a great windfall. He did not rush home. Instead, he brought the Blue God clan siblings to the Alien Affairs Administration. The old witch felt several 9th level auras descending and hurried to greet them. Levi, you are back. Yes, I have brought back 2 new friends. Levi introduced the siblings. The old witch smiled as she spoke. Well, leave it to me. You two, come with me. Now that the Nora Council's Chamber of Commerce Management Department is being set up, you have come at the right time. I have heard of the renowned Blue Onyx Chamber of Commerce. The Blue Heart ex-king bowed respectfully. Then please, ma'am. After ensuring the siblings were settled, Levi also received a valuable introduction fee. He hummed a little tune as he returned to the ancient dragon continent. The Guardian 4 dragons opened their eyes. The Hallmaster has returned. Levi surveyed his domain. Has anything happened on the ancient dragon continent lately? The dragon replied. Nothing. With the 4 of us brothers guarding, nothing can happen. That is good. Thank you all for your hard work. Whenever Levi is away, he is most concerned about these giant dragons. Chapter 2711. He thought the council of 10,000 clans would interfere to harass his dragon. It seemed he was overthinking it. If those people dared to come, he believed Lady Rolling next door, as well as the seniors of Soren Continent, would make sure they never returned. This was the reason Levi dared to travel freely. In the Tower of Summer Flowers, the long-aching aura reached Elena, and she awoke from her retreat. You are finally home, she said. She embraced Levi, her black gauzy dress accentuating her graceful figure. The emotions of longing were overflowing. It has indeed been a long journey, he replied. Levi embraced his madam and returned home. He shared his interesting experiences along the way, celebrating as he went. He did not mention some very dangerous incidents, such as the experience of being hunted by the Red Crow. It was all in the past, and there was no need to worry his family about it. 1 month later, Levi began to attend to business. He distributed the oddities and rare treasures prepared for the Gondor 3 heroes. He also gave Elena a bright moon-level ocean oddity to perfect her water god body. After that, he found Triss. Madam, I found another oddity that I feel might be useful for you. In the container was a small spider as white as jade. It was a morning star artifact, a snow jade white spider. Triss examined it and nodded. Thank you, she said. This oddity is worth 1 billion. Though she did not want to owe money, this thing was indeed useful. All right then, Levi said. He left with a smile. Triss called out from behind him. Now the debt is 16 billion. Do not forget it. She watched as Levi's figure disappeared, then quietly returned to her wizard tower to continue her research. A while ago, she had successfully developed the 8-ring breakthrough potion of the nightmare sequence. After handing it over to the Pharmacist Association, she received another authorized usage fee. In recent years, the 1,000-year potion also gradually started to profit. She continuously used the dividends to repay her debt to Levi in installments. She even paid interest. Levi did not refuse this either. Everyone has their pride, especially a strong independent woman like Triss. If he gave it to her outright, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, Levi had long since repaid her for her past kindness. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Ayak anxiously found Levi and Cod. Suddenly, a round-faced girl appeared behind it. Ayak, I am right here, she giggled. Ayak was baffled for a second. Then it saw the Earth Awakening meditating nearby. It was so startled that it hid behind Levi. The Earth Awakening had a somewhat bitter expression. Who would have thought that Ayak, which it had accidentally let go back then, would turn out to be the master's companion life? Okay, spit out the treasure and go play with Vera, Levi said. He lifted Ayak and poured out the clattering treasures. After working hard for hundreds of years, it was all wiped out in a moment. The round-faced girl pulled the sulking Ayak away. Levi gleefully took stock of the harvest. Likely because this trip was farther than the rest, Ayak brought back quite a few good things this time. There were 9th-level materials and various ores of many kinds. It even had 2 bright moon artifacts, both from the Frost God series, and in total, 36 frost artifacts of the earth, sky, and morning star levels. With Ayak's single effort, having this kind of haul made Levi very satisfied. However, his attention was drawn to a gourd. Is this the Winterfrost gourd? He wondered. He had already seen the golden stone gourd, so he was naturally familiar with this item. Levi was overjoyed. Years ago, after notifying the Congress, he went to the Panda continent and searched around. He turned everything upside down, but could not find the remaining gourds. Unexpectedly, it had already drifted outside. He opened the wooden stopper of the gourd and his consciousness entered it. It felt as if he was in a frost world. The dense frost power coagulated into a cold pond. Except for that, there was nothing special. Levi temporarily stored it in the little cold mountain area. The most important role of the Chi sect gourd is to guard the Chi fortune of the Chi sect. Currently, in the Panda clan's Chi sect, the spring thunder and winter frost were declining. The Golden Stone Chi sect improved a lot after the return of the Golden Stone gourd. At least they produced people like Lord Victor and Link. Next, the winter frost Chi sect can also rise. 2 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1452, during the blood battle year 1340, Levi, Lord Victor, and Ace were refining a wizard tower in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The 30,000-year dead soul would obtained previously was successfully refined into it. Earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, metal, frost, nightmare, and death, the 9 attribute forces intertwined. An increasingly perfect embryonic form of the tower world was being nurtured. Above the dome, 9,000 ceiling stars were shining. The light candle and the dusk spear quietly lay on the side, gathering a large area of light and metal element lands. Okay, you may go back now, Levi said. With everything done here, he told Lord Victor and Ace to each return to their cultivation. On this trip, Levi had prepared quite a few oddities for them. The next step would involve slowly absorbing them. With a thought, Levi withdrew the wizard tower into his mind. He came to the ghostly mansion of the ancient banyan tree, an area of 5,000 miles entirely of undead land. Such a vast undead cemetery was formed by multiple factors like rest soil and the netherworld. Now, in the center of the ghost mansion, there emerged a large section of tree root as thick as an arm. Around it, new sprouts continued to grow. This was the root of the Death Soul tree. After Levi took the trunk, he found the roots still had life, so he transplanted them here. Chapter 2712. Afterward, various nutrient infusions and fertilizers were continuously applied day and night. Unexpectedly, it survived. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. The roots of the Death Soul tree traversed endless space and took root in hell. They continuously extracted dense death energy into the ancient banyan tree mansion, forming a perfect cycle. Not long after, Levi attended the White Dragon Mountain Commercial Summit as a special guest. The Blue Onyx Chamber of Commerce settled in Nora. The Congress began sweeping reforms. Establishing a financial system that covered the multidimensional plane was an urgent task. Otherwise, communication between all clans would only remain superficial, making deep execution difficult. Levi had little knowledge of finance. He offered some suggestions based on knowledge from a previous life. The rest would be done by professionals in the Congress. During the summit, dozens of level 9 experts gathered on White Dragon Mountain, creating a lively event. Levi exchanged his consigned Turtle King fruit and the level 9 treasure Star Ghost sword for a water element holy medicine water crane herb and a star spirit's heart. He now had 3 star spirit's hearts in stock. They were enough for the future advancement of the 3 avatars to level 9. Elena went all out to obtain a star spirit's heart at the blood battle auction 20 years ago. All in all, Levi's close ones need not worry about advancing to the 9th circle. With his current wealth and status, elevating them to new heights was easy. After intense and heated discussions, the month-long summit concluded successfully. Levi understood that a brand new era was about to arrive. No matter the race or civilization, all would use the same gauge for vehicles, speak the same language, adhere to the same ethics, share the same domain, use the same measurement, and employ the same currency. That was the true golden age. Good things came in pairs. After the summit ended, Nanate, the president of the White Dragon Commerce, successfully advanced to the 9th level realm. Levi attended the celebration ceremony with Elena. The Green Bird Knight stood a bit out of place. His wife was suddenly a demigod-level existence, and he had not reached level 7 yet. To outsiders, he definitely seemed like he was freeloading. Emperor Mew and Elsa were both overjoyed. Emperor Mew laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with being a freeloader. It was a skill too. In the subsequent time, no major events occurred on the ancient dragon continent, though minor ones were continuous. They were all good things. The Black Knight got married. The partner was a supernova level witch from the wizard world. She was not from the ancient dragon continent, but from other top wizard organizations. Levi did not mind this. Perhaps one day, the Black Knight could bring that top organization over as well. The Steel Dragon Knight and the daughter of the Grey Eagle Law God, Tifana, also had a noble child named Cindersun. Carrying the soaring serpent bloodline from his father, he was also a water element child. He was another surefire supernova prospect. Both parents possessed children of the elements level talent. The Steel Dragon Knight even had a mythical level bloodline. The possibility of giving birth to an ordinary child was indeed low. After the myths, the Thousand Illusion Knight also found a partner. Again, it was not within the ancient dragon continent, but with an ally from the Dreamland Steeple. Over the years, the two organizations cooperated closely, and intermarriage between members was common. Seeing the 18 Twilight Cavalry successively settling down, Levi was naturally overjoyed. By the end of the second millennium of Nora, the organization should still produce many geniuses, even supernovas. 5 years later, in the year 1457 of the Nora calendar, which was Blood Battle year 1345, the scene shifted to Gonda City. Gonda refined the glorious sun-grade body, refining artifact, the Ghost God's Claw. His ancient divine body now contained the fire, wind, and water, the 3 major body refining talents. Only the giant god's shoulder of the earth element remained to achieve perfection. His spiritual force also increased by 1,000 points. he could easily exert the strength of 200 dragon elephants. In a maximum state, it could reach 250 dragon elephants. Based on the current trend, when he reached 8-ring perfection, he could achieve 300 dragon elephants. His thousand-eyed titan body tempering technique was also at the 7-ring realm now. It would not be long before he could integrate it into the dragon and snake prison suppressing divine skill. At that time, under the 8-ring maximum limit, he hoped to exert 400, even 500 dragon elephants of strength, which was quite exciting. Exhaling dense chi, Gandalf thought for a moment and summoned a gigantic phantom with a green face and fangs. It appeared like an evil spirit behind him. Its sharp claws could easily tear apart the defensive field of an 8-circle senior wizard. This was the special spiritual creature born from the ghost god's claw. Gandalf called it Yaksha. His current spiritual creature lineup was incredibly luxurious. 3 creatures could match 8-circle senior wizards. They were the Nightmare Black Dragon, Desolation, and Yaksha. These spiritual creatures especially complemented Gandalf's ancient god-wizard forms with feet stepping on dragons. It created a resemblance to the Buddhist Great Power and its guardian Vajra. Another bright moon-level red armored sky dragon was also refined. However, its level was not high, and the improvement to Gandalf was not very noticeable. But Gandalf had exceptionally good luck this time. Another companion spiritual creature, a red dragon, was born. It seemed he had tangled with a dragon's nest. Yellow, blue, black, and red all were present. As the years passed, not long after, Lord Victor and the Holy Infant also refined their respective sun-refining artifacts. The Golden God Body and the Ice and Fire Divine Body took further steps. Lord Victor gained 900 points in spiritual force, while the Holy Infant increased their spiritual force upper limit by 900 points. However, the luck of both was not as good as Gandalf's. Chapter 2713, 557, Snake of the End. The Tao voice within the ages. No companion spirit was born. The fortune was likely absorbed by Gandalf. Elsewhere, Madame Triss refined the Snow Jade White Spider and gained the new poison power projection she desired. The Black Queen Snake, the Mystic Water Golden Centipede, the Snow Jade White Spider, and the Red Moon Treasure Toad lay before her. With 4 poisons in hand, Triss turned her attention to the poisonous faction. As a pharmacist, refining poisons made sense. She was not acting on a whim. The current poisonous faction held no presence. In the eyes of many traditional wizards, the path of poison lacked respect. Developing a small sect would offer a satisfying sense of achievement. Triss sought out Levi. Because Levi cultivated all factions and possessed the Black Emperor Dragon, he held unique insights into the poisonous faction. They discussed and researched for many days and nights. Finally, he solidified her idea of dual cultivation in the poisonous faction. With her current talent, she possessed the capital to dual cultivate. It would not hinder her advancement to the 9th circle. And so Triss embarked on the path of the poison witch. The combination of poison and medicine would soon give birth to a poison pharmacist feared by enemies. 10 years later, Nora calendar year 1467, blood battle year 1355, Nightmare World. Master, here is the information collected on 123 nightmare overlords and monarchs. The tyrant of horror handed over a stack of materials, awaiting a response. Levi took the stack. Thank you for your hard work. Continue to explore and report back. Of the 6 breathing techniques, 2 remained unsolved. One was the Death Ember Dragon. Levi held a bloodline crystal of the physique type. He had obtained it at the White Dragon Mountain Market some time ago. As it happened, the Star Splitter had been the one trading with him. In its early years of wandering the multidimensional planes, it had encountered an aged light-burning dragon. Rumor suggested the blood of the light-burning dragon could extend life. Its bloodline crystal was said to make one immortal, like an eternal lamp. Back then, a group of level 9 experts of alien races surrounded it. The old dragon stood on its last legs and eventually fell. After a struggle, the strongest Star Splitter acquired the corpse of the light-burning dragon. The legends proved unreliable. It consumed the blood of the light-burning dragon, but life remained unchanged. Its bloodline crystal, after being consumed, nearly caused it to explode. No way existed to refine it, let alone become immortal. When sorting its items, it took this to the White Dragon Mountain for trade. Levi learned of it and exchanged his organization's Dog-Bear Greatsword for the item. Furthermore, intelligence from the Blood Battle Command Center indicated the greedy Star Worm also joined the Abyss Blood Battle. It was a physique type and a mythical level creature. Although Levi could not defeat it yet, he regarded it as a resource for his evolution. He believed that when the time was right, the senior figures in the Congress would capture it for him. When calculating this way, the only remaining issue for Levi to solve involved the Nightmare Traveler. As for the perception dimension, he had to seek opportunities in the Nightmare world. He finished reviewing the information. The 123 listed were not the entirety of the Nightmare world. They were only the information available in the surrounding big domains. Excluding those beyond the perception dimension, and the strange ones, 5 met Levi's standards. Among them, 4 were legendary. The Sky Dream Dominator, whose true form was the Dream Worm. The Dead Poison Dominator, whose true form was the 9-tailed giant scorpion. The Mysterious Net Dominator, whose true form was the Divine Head Ghost Spider. The Noisy Tyrant, whose true form was the Corpse Sea Green Fly. What could he say? If more suitable options existed, Levi would not have chosen these for evolution. The Noisy Tyrant, in particular, shockingly took the form of a fly. To be fair, its perception remained strong. It possessed incredible danger prediction abilities, having escaped from the talons of level 10 monarchs many times. One other remained, a monarch-level powerhouse. Its true form was a powerful mythical creature from the multidimensional plane, the Snake of the End. It was also known as the destructive giant python, the destructive world demon snake, and the Lord of Despair. Unlike the previous nightmare overlords, it was not a native of the nightmare world. Rather, it provoked a god of the astral world when it was level 9, accidentally devouring several places of worship and consuming billions of believers. This led to a hunt by that god. By chance, it gained the ability to traverse the nightmare world. It then simply came here to rule and dominate, successfully advancing to level 10 5,000 years ago. It self-proclaimed as the Despair Sovereign. The god who hunted the Despair Sovereign happened to be Levi's old acquaintance, Heaven's merciful father, Ramon. The world was vast yet small. Round and round, it was always these same people connected to Levi. The Snake of the End also possessed strong perception abilities. Its perception was not just danger perception, but a foreknowledge of distant futures. It could predict the fate of the world. It could see destruction and final ends in the future. Of course, these were just mythical tales. What it truly looked like, Levi did not know. He surmised that this creature was likely what he needed. However, capturing the Snake of the End presented a major issue. Levi's strength was insufficient, and he might need external help. Furthermore, this creature was adept at predicting fortune and misfortune. Even if Levi had the strength, capturing it might remain impossible. Perhaps the moment he considered it, the creature would have already sensed his intent. After much thought, he decided to first find a way to capture those nightmare overlords. Chapter 2714. As for the Snake of the End, let it be. It is him. Anyone else who dared to plot against a level 10 existence would certainly be a madman. Of course, even against those 4 nightmare overlords, Levi did not act immediately. These guys probably have monarch-level backers, and pulling one hair moves the whole body. He must be fully prepared, without alerting anyone. 3 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1470, in the Holy Emperor Palace of the Clear Spring Chi sect on the ancient Dragon continent, the void within 100 miles buzzed and trembled. An adorably plump bearman sat cross-legged in the void. All around him, streams murmured, rivers roared, and the sea was boundless. Endless water imagery rolled, depicting a majestic landscape painting. More than 20 figures above level 6 from the Chi sect came one after another. This group included the level 7 four sons of the Chi sect. Emperor Mu, Elena, the White Wolf Girl, and others also appeared. Everyone gazed at that bearman. Is Saint Emperor Joe reaching level 8? Someone asked. It seems so, another replied. Wonderful. It has been countless years since the Chi sect had a level 8 powerhouse. This day has been awaited for so long. The most emotionally touched ones were those old bearmen. Unlike many civilizations, the Chi sect started at the peak. The former Origin Holy Emperor could even sit and discuss matters with Sauron. Afterward, the sect suffered a long decline. The era of the White Emperor's son brought a brief resurgence as a group of peerless sword practitioners emerged. Then came decline after decline, until not a single practitioner reached level 6, or possessed the capability to shatter the void. Then, with Elena's visit, the dark ancient tower opened, quietly unfolding the path to the Chi sect's resurgence. The great convergence of planes followed, joining the ancient Dragon continent. The sect became stronger day by day. The Chi sect's situation gradually surpassed the White Emperor era. What was missing was a level 8 expert. Now, Saint Emperor Joe reached level 8. It was undoubtedly great news. Amidst the crowd, Levi appeared quietly. It was not easy at all, Levi muttered. After the astonishing anomaly, Saint Emperor Joe's presence was firmly established at level 8. He proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Chi sect has returned to the level 8 realm." Thousands of Chi sect disciples cheered in unison. Glorious Chi sect! Glorious Chi sect! Saint Emperor Joe stood with his arms behind his back, his eyes containing the light of the morning star. He closed his eyes as if sensing something. Vaguely, an ancient sound echoed. When heaven and earth first opened, and everything began, it resembled Origin Chi, which can be divided into the 4 symbols. The voice resonated like a grand bell. All Chi sect practitioners listened intently. Did you hear that? One disciple asked. It seems like someone is preaching, another replied. Who is singing? Levi looked around. He saw no one, so he turned to Elena. Did you hear anything? Elena nodded. This voice. I seem to have heard it once, during an enlightenment. Emperor Mu also agreed, his face shocked. I heard it too. Do you remember, during my enlightenment day, I dreamt I became a monkey, and the voice of that master behind the waterfall was just like this. Could it be that master is the Origin Holy Emperor? Hearing this, the White Wolf Girl also seemed to recall something. I have also had such a dream, but was the ancestor teacher not dead? On this day, all mortal Chi sect practitioners heard a preaching voice from an unknown source. Victor in Gonda City, and Link hunting demons on the battlefield heard it as well. Levi closed his eyes, lost in thought. Even though he was not a Chi sect practitioner, he heard it too. He felt the Origin Holy Emperor should be dead, but as a fellow Sauron, he might have left something behind, or Sauron helped him leave a fallback. Thus, he could still influence future generations through enlightenment. Perhaps he could even resurrect when certain conditions were met, or reincarnate and be reborn. Levi felt slightly excited. Sauron had 18 fellows. Would those people return in this era? The preaching voice lasted for half a day. All Chi sect practitioners seized the opportunity for insight. One after another, auras erupted. Several practitioners achieved enlightenment amidst the Tao sound. At this moment, dozens of Qi sect practitioners achieved enlightenment simultaneously. Levi watched Elena, Emperor Mu, and the White Wolf girl suddenly sit cross-legged. It seemed like they also benefited. Through the connection with his duplication, Levi knew Victor also achieved enlightenment at the peak of the Golden Star Sword Tower. On a certain battlefield, Link, who was fiercely slaying with the sword array, also achieved enlightenment. He fought with even more joy. Levi felt mentally shaken. What kind of power was this? What state was the Origin Holy Emperor in? High above the sky, Saint Emperor Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. He also achieved enlightenment, although his cultivation did not improve. However, the insights he just gained far exceeded what could be earned through decades of hard cultivation. Zhou, a faint voice drifted by. Saint Emperor Zhou looked up at the sky. At this moment, he seemed to see a different kind of scenery. A fairyland-like seven-colored world descended slowly upon the sky dome. Saint Emperor Zhou looked toward the others, but they did not seem to see this world. He then looked at Levi. Levi seemed to see something, looked over, and nodded slightly. Receiving Levi's affirmation, Saint Emperor Zhou flicked his sleeve and stepped into that seven-colored fairyland. He disappeared in front of everyone. Elena and the others woke up from enlightenment, not seeing any trace of the Holy Emperor. "Where is Zhou?" one of them asked. "He might have gone to a new world, a realm that only those who reach level 8 of the Qi sect can see, just like the 6 holy heavens I mentioned to you," Levi explained. "I see. A new era for the Qi sect has arrived." Suddenly, Levi felt some anomalies in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Gold and blue rays rose from the Golden Light Cave and Little Cold Mountain. They were the Golden Stone Gourd and Winter Frost Gourd. Levi opened the fairyland. These two rays shot out. Then, they rushed to the sky and vanished into the void. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Realm on the Nora continent, a primordial soul wizard of the Lightning School of Thought was cultivating within the Thunderbolt Holy Tower. He held a purple gourd emitting threads of lightning in his arms. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "What is happening to my Thunderbolt gourd?" The purple gourd trembled as if it had its own spirituality. He tried desperately to grasp it and control it, but to no avail. Finally, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing before his eyes. He shattered the void in pursuit, but could not catch up. A treasure worth 3 billion just washed away. What a sin. At the Clear Spring sect's gate, a bolt of lightning shattered the void, rushing into the high heavens, merging into the seven-colored world. Levi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling. So, the last gourd did not even need to be sought. Once the other 6 are gathered, it will naturally return. Marvelous. Chapter 2715. The descent of the seven-colored fairyland did not go unnoticed. It was not just Saint Emperor Zhou and Levi who witnessed it. On the Tower of Heaven, Edmund stood clad in a red robe and gazed into the distance. Are the powerful figures of the Qi sect about to return? He asked himself. He felt no surprise at the events. Long before the grand convergence of planes, he had known of the existence of the Qi sect. He knew that Sauron had once visited Panda World. He remained unsure about what arrangements Sauron had left behind. He could only passively wait for the story to develop. Edmund smiled. Interesting. Let us wait and see. In the seven-colored world, fairy energy swirled, and the peaks hung suspended in the air. Waterfalls tumbled upside down from the 9 heavens as birds and beasts shuttled through the mountains and forests. Saint Emperor Zhou stepped on auspicious clouds and mist, and drifted freely through the landscape. A call from antiquity drew him forward. Eventually Zhou arrived at a central immortal peak radiating 7 colors. It towered 10,000 feet high as if constructed from peaks of 7 different shades. Colorful auspicious clouds floated everywhere enveloped in 7-colored mist. The mountain winds carried streaks of 7 colors. 7 treasures gourd. Saint Emperor Zhou stared in shock and muttered to himself. The 7-colored immortal peak was constructed from the 7 gourds of the Qi sect. Kang Mountain, Spirit, Flowing Cloud, Clear Spring, Spring Thunder, Winter Frost, and Golden Stone. The voice of preaching came from this place. Zhou bowed low. Junior Zhou, the contemporary head of the Clear Spring sect, pays respects to the mixed element ancestor. He imagined the great figure of the Qi sect, who seemed to have created heaven and earth. A voice echoed. What era is it now? Zhou gathered his courage. Ancestor, since you and Sauron discussed the Tao and initiated the 4 symbols Qi sect, 300,000 years have passed. May I ask boldly, what is your current situation? Zhou maintained his composure. Time changed many things. Even if the former ancestor still lived, he might not be the same person as before. He could not rule out the possibility of danger. Still, Zhou chose to trust this ancestral grandmaster. It has been so long. The voice expressed infinite emotion. The voice continued. Acquired sense Qi, innate conviction Qi, heaven-man connection, shattering void, and limitless primordial chaos. After reaching the peak of the Qi sect 5th realm, I sought the opportunity for the 6th realm, but found it elusive. I searched for the reason and pondered deeply. Finally, Sauron told me it was not my fault, but the world's fault. The principles of the Qi sect are inherently not well aligned with this universe. Seeking to prove the Tao of the 6th realm and step into level 10 will be much harder than other paths. Zhou asked the question. Ancestor, why is it not aligned? Only the supreme will of this universe can know that. Does the universe have a will? Perhaps it does. The operation of the land of darkness and the multidimensional plane requires objective rules and trajectories. At the beginning of antiquity, who set these? Who delineated earth, fire, wind, water, frost, gold, thunder, light, darkness, life, and death. Everything must have an explanation. Will does not necessarily have to be something specific, a person, or a thing. It objectively exists, yet remains very hard for us to discover. The way that can be spoken of is not the true way. The name that can be named is not the true name. The wizard's truth is forever untouchable, and the Tao of our chi sect is the same. Then, ancestor, may I boldly ask, are you dead or alive? The ancestor replied, I am dead. I failed in pursuing the sixth realm, but I also did not die. My thoughts, my will, the entire meaning of my existence, have long been integrated into that mixed element Tao scripture. I am the Tao scripture, and the Tao scripture is me. The voice of preaching you hear, the old man you dream of when you achieve enlightenment, that is me. Therefore, I can still communicate with you across the ages, 300,000 years later. Silence followed. The words from the mixed element ancestor left Saint Emperor Zhou dazed. Even with his realm, he found it difficult to understand all this. Yet the seven-colored immortal mountain began to tremble with a low hum. On its surface, characters containing the profound truth of the great Tao began to emerge. In the beginning of heaven and earth, all things began. This is the Tao scripture that every chi sect disciple must comprehend daily for cultivation. It is not a cultivation secret technique, not a method, just a scripture. Yet it seemed to come alive. All the characters flew out and gathered together one by one. Chanting from countless chi sect disciples past and present accompanied the motion. The characters transformed into a bear man elder in a four symbols chi sect robe with a weathered visage. He stood with hands behind his back, integrated with heaven and resonating with the Tao. Ancestral Grandmaster, are you returning? The disciple asked. Saint Emperor Zhou's expression showed uncontrollable excitement. The chi sect had been in decline for countless years. He had dreamed back to the initial era countless times. Could this day finally arrive? The bear man elder shook his head and laughed. I never left. How could I speak of returning? Zhou bowed again. Ancestor, one more thing. The mystic sky spirit tree you left was taken to the demon realm abyss by a traitor. It is likely in grave danger. No worries, I am already aware. Everything is as it should be. The bear man elder spoke profoundly, and then slowly dissipated. Saint Emperor Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety. Ancestor, where are you going? I am still here, always here. You should go back now, the conning voice echoed. Saint Emperor Zhou left the seven-colored fairyland with complex feelings. He saw countless chi sect disciples looking up expectantly. The four sons of the chi sect came forward. Lord Saint Emperor, did you meet the ancestral grandmaster? Yes, Zhou replied. Everyone awaited the news. Chapter 2716. All the chi sect disciples stood in shock. Even Levi, who had already guessed it, felt a surge of emotion. The path of the energy sect was truly extraordinary. A group of people surrounded the Holy Emperor and talked incessantly. Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. The next era would be the new age of the chi sect. This ancient transcendental system could bloom a second spring. It might even advance further. The 167th layer of the abyss was the private garden of flame demon tyrant Casas. The level 10 flame demon arrived to observe the growth of the magic vine, as he did every day. The magic vine had changed almost daily for the past 100 years since it bore gourds. It had reached a height of 100,000 zhang. The dense vines and leaves blotted out the sky, spread continuously, and covered thousands of miles. It stood like a true world tree. Good, good indeed. Flame demon tyrant chuckled like a farmer reaping a harvest. He spared no expense to nourish this magic tree. He consumed the cores of the abyss he had stored for countless years. He possessed 49 level 9 cores alone, and other levels were too numerous to count. The magic tree had not disappointed his meticulous care. It showed visible growth day by day. Gourds hung high under the tree. Demonic aura of various attributes pervaded the area. Dense life force burst forth, suggesting the sound of a heartbeat. The 7 demon gourds buzzed and shot beams of light. 100 years of nurturing, it is finally about to emerge, Flame Demon Tyrant murmured, his expression full of expectation. He had a premonition that if he used these 7 demon fetuses well, they might further enhance his strength. Kings and princes, perhaps one of them was a true breed among them. He could be the fire demon lord. Cassis could be one too. He radiated a level 10 presence, which swept toward the magic tree. A terrifying flame demon pressure erupted. I am Flame Demon Tyrant Cassis. Submit to me. A giant flame demon silhouette emerged, as tall as the heavens and the earth. He grasped at the void and easily manipulated tens of thousands of miles. The 7 beams of light were sealed within, and collided frantically to no avail. Flame Demon Tyrant sneered. I nurtured you, so naturally I can destroy you. I am your father, so do not be ungrateful. Call me daddy. This overbearing will press toward the 7 beams of light. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 beams of light frantically gathered elemental power. They turned into 7 uncertain doll silhouettes. They kept growing after their birth. Their presence climbed level by level, until reaching the 9th level realm. They remained inadequate before the Flame Demon Tyrant. He waved his large hand and grasped the 7 dolls in his palm. So disobedient, indeed demon fetuses. Good, very good. Flame Demon Tyrant opened his blood-filled mouth to swallow them. When in doubt, he simply ate them directly. Rumble. The towering magic vine started to stir with an unexpected movement. It manipulated this world and spread overwhelming demonic power. The Flame Demon Tyrant was caught off guard and entwined. He unleashed terrifying flame demon flames to burn the magic vine. Pitch black demon water flowed on the magic vine and extinguished the flames. A chilling aura burst forth and froze the flame demon tyrant. Meanwhile, the 7 dolls broke free from the restraint. They cheered and leaped together. They combined into a white doll. It carried a nearly level 10 presence. It opened its mouth and spewed forth 7 distinct demonic aura powers. Damn it, what kind of ghostly thing is this? The flame demon tyrant roared. He had not expected he would fail under a tree one day. The magic vine continued to extend vines and pierce his invulnerable demon body. They ignored the high temperature and traversed within him. They roamed within every piece of his flesh, bone, and organ. They resembled capillary vines. A sense of helplessness spread. He felt he was being sidelined. The vines reshaped his body and even his consciousness. The more he struggled, the tighter the binding became. The white doll's presence grew stronger. A critical point broke through with a bang. The white doll's presence reached level 10. At the same time, a terrifying 7-colored tribulation descended from the sky. It transformed into a beam and drilled into the dying flame demon tyrant. His interior had changed dramatically and became a shell for the parasitic magic vine. The two fused into one. 7-colored chi surrounded the figure. A silhouette of a handsome black-haired youth in 7-colored robes emerged. His eyes encompassed everything with a hint of madness. 7 chi combined to form a demon soul. Ancient eras nurtured the demon fetus. The true magic vine sculpted the demon body. Indeed, I am the first demon of creation. I am the primordial demon lord. The flame demon tyrant fell with a boom. An even more terrifying level 10 existence was born. A being named the primordial demon lord transcended the tribulation. He exuded an unparalleled presence and reigned supreme through eternity. 7-colored demonic aura burst forth with each gesture. 7 distinct anomalies caused the 167th layer of the abyss to tremble. Suddenly, a mountain-like, statue-like demon body descended. It was the green steel demon king, lord of the 168th layer of the abyss. He was the flame demon tyrant's neighbor. He arrived to investigate the commotion. What are you? Where is the flame demon tyrant? The green steel demon king demanded. He only found a strange figure that seemed neither demon nor otherwise. The black-haired youth glanced at the green steel demon king. The latter, though an experienced level 10 demon, felt a chilling sensation. Chapter 2717. It punched out, and the fist wind stretched for 90,000 miles, tearing apart everything in its path. The black-haired youth stood his ground. You ask what I am, he declared. I am a demon, a true demon. He waved his hand, and the yin-yang fish composed of 7-colored demonic aura rotated. The fist wind sank into it, like clay oxen entering the sea. The green steel demon king watched, his expression twisting in alarm. This, he gasped. Boom. The next moment, the fist wind returned to attack the green steel demon king himself, unchanged. Crack. The indestructible Vajra demon body shattered. The wind whipped with a sharp cry. Neighbor's business, what's it got to do with me? The king muttered. He employed the best strategy out of 36 strategies and quickly fled. In the abyss, strong individuals are as numerous as clouds. Naturally, someone would come to deal with this demon. Meanwhile, in the 663rd layer of the abyss, a figure entirely pitch black, like a godlike demon, opened its ancient eyes. It is the ancient star demon lord, the most wise fallen star lord Ogrian of the abyss. On its demon body, there are countless star spots. Each spot seems to connect to another world. It muttered to itself, as if calculating something. Suddenly, its expression changed. How can there be such a demon? It wondered. No, it is not a demon. What is this thing? Immediately, it closed its eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, it lives on the 663rd layer of the abyss, carefree, and without worry. For now, the urgent matter is to step into a higher realm. Becoming the servant of the supreme will of the abyss is stronger than anything. 7-colored fairyland. On the immortal mountain, the scriptures of the mixed element Tao scripture flash like stars. In the ethereal void, the sound of lecturing spreads and dissipates. Dimensions beyond common understanding. Above the Chi sect 5th realm, the higher realm. This is above the 9 heavens. This is White Jade City. In the Jade Palace, there is a consciousness seated here. It is like a human, like a bear, like a male, like a female, difficult to gaze upon. It is composed entirely of dense chi and scriptures. It is a life form beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. It sits atop a mat, with a duster beside it. In its hand is a scripture composed of Chinese characters, the Tao Te I Ching, reciting it. All things carry the yin and embrace the yang, blend chi to achieve harmony. Suddenly, it reveals a smile. This is the smile of enlightenment. Sauron says, diligently studying this scripture helps me understand the path of the energy sect, allowing me a glimpse into the elusive 6th realm. Sauron honestly does not deceive me. A demon fetus is also a mystical fetus. A true demon is as well a true immortal. This 6th realm is quite interesting. 7 years later, Nora calendar 1477, Blood battle 1365. Levi is 1900 years old. He opens the proficiency panel. Levi, Light Giant, 20 stage, 1 out of 20 million. Recently, the Light series spells. He has researched and developed a complete series. From 1st circle to 8th circle, including protection, attack, defense, life preservation, and others. When reaching 9th circle, on a whim, he developed a summon spell similar to Primordial Magnetic Giant Soldier, which is today's Light Giant. Levi lightly pointed his finger. Skylight gathered like a river. The endless power of light congealed into a giant with a dignified figure. On its chest, there is also a flashing indicator light. I will attack in Ultramantiga form, he commanded. In a thought, this light giant emitted a terrifying light beam, cutting through all things, dissolving everything. A level 9 demon simply cannot withstand its attack. Not bad, it can be considered top grade, Levi noted. He believes his spell will definitely spread throughout the Bright faction. The light giant against demons could be said to be perfectly matched. After finishing this, Levi's figure arrived at the invisible heaven. He broke through constraints, stepped into the second layer heaven. Then, wrapped in double holy realm power, Levi sped through the heavens and earth. His speed became even faster. Upon completing the ability experiment, he passed through to Soren continent. He saw the daydreamer who had just finished a meeting. Levi, is there something you need? The daydreamer asked. Senior, I'd like to ask for your help. Speak, the daydreamer replied. I want to take action against some nightmare overlords in the nightmare world, but relying solely on my own strength, even if I can defeat them, it might alarm the nightmare monarch behind them. Therefore, I'd like to ask if you have any strategy. As compensation, the profit division from Dreamland Steeple can be increased by another %, and when you take action against Lost Monarch in the future, if I reach level 10, I will certainly assist you. Seeing Levi wanting to collaborate with him, the daydreamer smiled. I understand. Give me the list of targets you want to act on, and I can help analyze them for you. We can jointly develop a more detailed and comprehensive plan. Thank you, Senior. Levi put his anxious heart at ease. With the assistance of this legendary wizard, the plan is already half successful. After the conversation, the daydreamer said, you don't need to rush this matter. Meanwhile, there will be a major move by the Congress over here. There is an action that you may want to participate in. It involves level 10. Levi's expression froze. Level 10. With my current strength, do I have the qualification to participate? The daydreamer chuckled. If you think you are qualified, then you are. Then please tell me, Senior. I will take you to the Supreme Council. All right. Thus, Levi followed the daydreamer to the round table. Mr. Silver, Lady of Thunder, Edmund, Gullwig, Wind Empress. A total of 6 legendary wizards. Looking at legendary profession and sect perspective, besides the daydreamer, all are skilled in attack. They weren't surprised to see Levi arrive. Please sit. Edmund invited Levi to sit. He said, demons have already launched 2 all-out invasions against us. We managed to defend. Next, we want to take the initiative to counterattack once. The target is to kill the greedy star worm. This guy, under Pazuzu's orders, has been continuously devouring worlds near Nora for the past few hundred years, affecting the progress of plane convergence. It must be killed. Chapter 2718. Levi heard this, and his heart stirred. The legendary wizards were preparing a mythical crystal for him. Given the habit of the greedy star worm to devour worlds, these legendary wizards would find a way to deal with it themselves even without a request from Levi. Edmund looked at the group as he spoke. According to intelligence, we have preliminary knowledge of the location of the greedy star worm. I need everyone present to exert force simultaneously, striving to annihilate it the moment it shows up. If Pazuzu and others react, we will not have another chance. Additionally, for this operation, a special friend will assist us. After this operation, he may become part of our Supreme Council. Levi asked the group if there was anything he needed to do. The Frost Witch leaned forward and asked if he could place them all in the nightmare world. Levi admitted he had never tried it, but he believed it should be possible for 6 legendary wizards. She told him to hide their 6 true forms in the nightmare world. He would act as bait to lure the greedy star worm out. Then, he would instantly summon them back from the nightmare world. Levi asked if they could hide in the exotic treasure inner heaven and earth, or some small world instead. She shook her head. No, such methods might be interfered with by the power of the greedy star worm, but the nightmare world was of too high a specification for it to interfere. Levi nodded in understanding. The legendary wizard spoke to Levi about precautions. After making his own preparations, the operation began. 3 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1480, in the land of darkness, deep in the boundless space, an abyssal mouth suddenly appeared. It possessed billions of teeth like those of a 7-gilled eel, spinning rapidly. A suction like a black hole emerged, swallowing a small world along with the civilization upon it. Amidst the screeching crustal friction and explosion sounds, a world was decimated. It was the star-devouring worm, the giant beast that devoured stars. Soon after, the abyssal mouth vanished without a trace. Suddenly, in the darkness, 2 giant eyes appeared like searchlights. They pierced through the endless void, looking ahead. A black-armored swordsman happened to be passing by. He moved in a hurry, heading towards Nora. The creature mused that the Dusk Palace Master was like finding a needle in a haystack. It decided it would not be courteous in taking this gift that appeared today. A tremble moved through deep space, and the hunt began. Using the level 10 methods of the star-devouring worm, it quickly caught up with the Dusk Palace Master. The star-devouring worm knew the axiom that villains die from too much talking. Without saying much, it suddenly opened its bloody maw behind the Dusk Palace Master. A horrifying force of suction pulled at him. Levi turned around, and the incomparably vast black hole mouth filled his vision. His body flew uncontrollably towards it. The star-devouring worm let out a sinister laugh. It taunted him, asking if he was surprised, and noting that he was too far from matching it in the abyss. A bang echoed as the body of Levi exploded into nothingness. Soon after, a world of red and black reflected in the darkness. 1, 2, 3, and then up to 6 powerful auras appeared instantly. Edmund, the Frost Witch, and Mr. Silver emerged. From afar, the form of Levi emerged, his heart pounding. He looked at the astonished expression of the greedy star worm, exhaled, and grinned. He asked the creature to translate what exactly a damn surprise was. The greedy star worm tried to escape, but it found its body unable to move. A biting cold wind swept in and froze the entire world. Under this power of extreme cold, space and even time slowed down. The Frost Witch appeared with a cold expression on her face. The form of a giant witch minister loomed behind her, hands joined. She cast the legendary spell Time Freeze. Behind Mr. Silver, a divine-like silver armor phantom appeared. He held a divine bow with the string drawn like a full moon. Magnificent, radiant silver lightning illuminated the night sky as he cast the legendary spell Silver Arrow. The Lady of Thunder bathed in glorious purple lightning. She sat regally on the throne of thunder like an empress. Her long legs displayed through the slit of her purple dress, and a purple sun of lightning swirled behind her. With a pointing gesture, the overwhelming power of the thunder god gathered into a supreme divine authority, and a thunder god illusion emerged across the sky. In its hand was a great sword, slashing across the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. She unleashed the legendary spell Thunder God. The Wind Empress chanted verses about the storm. With each poetic verse that fell, fierce winds blew from all corners of the universe. They mercilessly obliterated everything before the Empress, waging war across the greater world with the legendary spell Universal Wind. Meanwhile, the daydreamer stood still, but in reality, he had begun his work long ago. Surrounded by no less than 6 legendary wizards, the greedy star worm appeared lost in a dream. Just a momentary sink into that dream caused it to miss all opportunities for survival. It never got the chance to use any trump cards. One legendary spell after another exploded in the land of darkness. The most dazzling was undoubtedly the eternal blazing sun of Edmund. Under limitless light and heat, all other legendary spells paled in comparison. This was an overwhelming strike, an assured lethal blow. Across the world, very few could remain unharmed under such an assault. The greedy star worm was not among them. A world-shattering explosion shook the void, and everything ended. The Lord of Greedy Star deserved to be in undying existence. Despite such a terrifying blow, it was not dead. Its true form revealed a bright red charred worm-like being. With an extremely tenacious life force, it resisted these terrifying powers. Chapter 2719. Edmund had already made preparations. He closed his eyes and embraced the cold universe with both hands. Endless light and heat turned everything in the sight of those present into a scarlet world. A heart-like giant phantom appeared in the land of darkness. It pulsed, and the universe resonated with it. The star-devouring worm attempted to sever an arm to save itself, but the energy drew it into the void. Edmund, carrying immense resentment, the level 10 powerhouse vanished without a trace. Levi stood nearby. He murmured to himself with a shaken expression, Lord Emin's demiplane, blazing universe. He recalled the legendary honorifics for the Grand Council chairman, the undying flame of the dust world, the sun that never sets. Along with the legendary profession of mortal dust Truyang, he gained a deeper understanding of these forces. Council President, are you all right? The others gathered around and expressed their concern after he absorbed the star-devouring worm. No worries. The first step was successful. Next, we go to meet another friend. Levi, you should head back. The ensuing battle is too dangerous. We cannot ensure your safety. Edmund looked toward the younger man. Levi spoke solemnly. Take care, seniors. He felt an eager desire to advance to level 10 and fight alongside them. Unfortunately, his strength remained insufficient. He traveled through the void and returned home quickly. The 6 legendary wizards headed to the next battlefield. The Abyss, 660th layer. The atmosphere filled with love, desire, and the aura of procreation. A milky white liquid flowed and transformed into an ocean. If Levi were present, he would have recognized it as pleasure water. It was one of the raw materials he used in refining the succubus potion. Here it remained endless and inexhaustible. Above the ocean of pleasure, a magnificent purple bedchamber floated. Towering figures indulged and reveled within. On the throne, the succubus queen enjoyed the scene and emitted alluring hums. She opened her eyes. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. Damn it. The Lord of Star Devouring is in trouble too. Is this wastrel Pazuzu capable, or not? Why is it always my people who die? The succubus queen spoke with coldness. She cursed, but she had no intention of leaving the throne. For this blood battle, she had already done her best. The land of darkness. The demon camp. Pazuzu plotted the next all-out war. It widened its eyes. It had not yet recovered from the sudden attack on the greedy star worm when new events erupted. In the deep, a magma-flowing abyssal well manifested. An unfamiliar figure in a 7-colored mystical robe appeared. His black hair danced. He exuded an evil air and an unrivaled, domineering aura. Who are you? The master of deep diving, Schuster of the Abyss's 235th layer, sensed changes. He arrived quickly and revealed the true form of a level 10 fish demon. The black-haired youth raised his hand and released 7-colored sword chi across the sky. Thunder, flame, and frost filled the air. The master of deep diving dared not face it head-on. He left behind a black sea to counter the attack, then fled. The present demon strongmen felt baffled. They could sense the demonic aura of the black-haired youth, yet they felt something different about him as well. What audacity! Pazuzu snorted coldly and sent forth a terrifying, imposing pressure. The black-haired youth, having just entered level 10, could not match the demon. He swept towards the deep in space with a group of demons pursuing him. When Pazuzu and the others prepared to enclose him, figures of legendary wizards appeared in the distance. It is a trap. Retreat. Pazuzu sensed the presence of Edmund and the others, and decided to withdraw temporarily. This black-haired youth seemed too uncanny. No one knew his origin. Pazuzu suspected he might be a wizard's plant, a spy in the abyss. The turbulent demonic aura dispersed quickly. Only the black-haired youth remained in the deep in space. He gazed at the legendary wizards ahead. Edmund spoke. Could you be the origin Holy Emperor? The black-haired youth smiled. I can be him, and also not. Right now, I prefer others to call me the primordial demon Lord Suin. The Frost Witch watched him. Her expression turned grave. She perceived traits completely different from the legendary wizards in this newly emerged level 10 being. She asked, you contacted us. You probably have something to ask. The black-haired youth nodded. I want to leave this universe. This is not the place I should be, nor should I be here for this universe. His words sounded puzzling. Yet the legendary wizards seemed to understand. Edmund, the Grand Council chairman, pondered for a moment. The multidimensional plane remained vast and boundless. It was home to billions of life forms, but not for everyone. Across endless ages, anomalies always arose. True foreigners arrived in the multidimensional universe. This was no secret to beings like Edmund. Ancestor wizard Soren was a foreigner from another spacetime. His concepts, allegories, and phrases, differing from this universe, came from the homeland Soren mentioned in his letters. Edmund looked at the stranger. We can cooperate. You assist us in conquering the abyss, then we will find a way to send you to the place you wish to go. The black-haired youth extended his hand. He smiled. Pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 2720. The dark-haired youth took his leave. He had refused the invitation to join the Supreme Council, stating there were other matters to resolve. He did mention that if the situation involved battling the abyss, he would come. Edmund and the others returned to the Supreme Council to convene. The Frost Witch turned to the group at the round table. This primordial demon lord carries a body full of demonic aura. Could he be influenced by the abyss will? Collaborating with him might be as dangerous as seeking a tiger's help. Mr. Silver leaned forward, voicing his concern. This person is peculiar, and he is hard for me to grasp. He is still somewhat different from the origin Holy Emperor. We must be cautious in our dealings with him. Edmund nodded as he looked at his colleagues. I had these concerns before, but before meeting Suin, the origin Holy Emperor had already reached out to me. After communicating with him, I feel that collaboration is not a major issue. If he truly becomes a threat to Nora in the future, we will eliminate him. Lady of Thunder shifted in her seat. That may be true, but the potential of this primordial demon lord is quite terrifying. He masters all the sects of the energy sect, and upon initially reaching the 10th level, he turned against the flame demon, Tyrant Causas. If he grows, there may be few within our Supreme Council who can surely defeat him. The Daydreamer offered a slight smile. I do not think there is a need to panic. The primordial demon lord seems uninterested in the disputes over interests in our world. My spells indicate his words are truthful. Moreover, in Nora, there are also multiple sect co-practitioners, including knights and wizards on dual paths. I believe Levi's ability is enough to suppress him in the future. Upon hearing Levi's name, the council members nodded. That is true. Edmund scanned the room. Rest assured, everyone, this matter will not be a problem. Our current priority is to unite more 10th level powers, forming alliances to resist the abyss. As time progresses, the situation will increasingly turn in our favor. We must seize this time to gain more allies. When the right opportunity arises, it will mark the beginning of our counterattack against the abyss. He continued. Next, there is a friend about to reach the 10th level. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the first alien race powerhouse in the Supreme Council. However, it has encountered some small troubles. The Daydreamer and I may leave Nora for a while. During this period, I ask you all to protect Nora well. Who is it? Lady of Thunder asked. The Blue Dream Star Lord, the president of the Blue Onyx Chamber of Commerce. It reached the 10th level realm 1,000 years ago, but encountered an accident, getting trapped in the dream of a powerful god in the astral world. Recently, through the bloodline secret technique, it called for help in dreams to its descendants left outside. After the Daydreamer and I studied and analyzed, we feel it is a genuine matter, so we plan to make a trip. Edmund's expression remained calm, showing no fear of confronting powerful gods. The Daydreamer laughed. I have some research on dreams and have had experiences similar to the Blue Dream Star Lord, so I will participate in this action. Additionally, I have some interest in the renowned Dream Lady, and this is a good opportunity to see. According to the Star Realm Atlas of the Wizard World, Dream Lady Hillen resides in the Thousand Hills countries, with the Divine Kingdom located behind the Door of Beautiful Dreams. She is a powerful divine power user. Her god's authority involves dreams, illusions, and sleep. Under her command, there is a group of subordinate gods. Among them is a well-known intermediate divine power user, the sleep god and dream god Chupnose. This being is now slumbering within the lost monarch. Most people steer clear of dreams. Such abilities may not seem as destructive as flames, lightning, and other abilities, but in reality, they are even more terrifying. Many people find themselves unwittingly deeply trapped in dreams, unable to extricate themselves. The Daydreamer understands this well. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. he will inevitably have another showdown with the lost monarch. Testing his skills against a powerful deity in advance is beneficial, especially with Edmund on his side for support. Their combined strength can shake almost every presence on the multidimensional plane. Additionally, among demons, there is a terrifying entity skilled in the path of dreams, Eternal Slumber Celestia. She is the lord of the 657th layer of the abyss. She is also a potential enemy of Nora. Not participating in the blood battle now does not mean forever abstaining. Be careful. You do not need to worry about Nora. We will protect it here, waiting for your triumph, the Frost Witch said. In recent years, for the all-out war, Edmund and a group of legendary wizards ran east and west. All of them worked to recruit more allies. All legendary wizards believe the blood battle will surely be overcome, because they have a strong and reliable Grand Council chairman. As the saying goes among the legendary ones, he is the undying flame of the mundane world, the sun that never sets. He has a heart that can set the entire universe ablaze. Above the 9 heavens, at the Jade Palace, an elder bearman held a whisk and looked down with lowered eyes. A figure approached with a leisurely stride, hands behind his back. His black hair flowed, and he exuded freedom. The visitor was primordial demon Lord Suin. He arrived in a mysterious realm that only those in the Chi sect 6th realm could access. The Origin Holy Emperor looked at him. Sauron is right. Our path does not align well with this universe, but traveling to another universe is easier said than done. The black-haired youth stopped and turned. We have to try. Do you remember? Sauron once described the myths of another world. There are countless gods and Buddhas there, a resplendent heavenly path. I feel that is where the energy sect truly belongs. Here, just reaching the 10th level requires us countless years of planning. Chapter 2721. But wanting to go further is already impossible. Reaching the realm you and I have attained is already the limit. The 7th realm of the energy sect. Here, you cannot progress any further no matter what. The Tao fruit we seek does not exist in this world. Here, the Tao path is lonely and desolate, looking around with no fellow travelers in sight. The Origin Holy Emperor asked, but what Sauron talks about is just a myth. The black-haired youth smiled. Aren't we also living within a myth? He turned and left, his form gradually becoming ethereal. Only his confident voice remained. This world is far too dull for someone like me, who does not fit in. I will find the path belonging to the energy sect. No matter where it leads, regardless of how many divergent paths, I will find it. Blue agate star. 2 ordinary figures quietly descended. They were Edmund and the Daydreamer. Edmund looked up at the high sky and spoke calmly. Mr. Freud, please, invade the Dream Lady's dream and send me in. The Daydreamer nodded. Entering a dream is very dangerous. Grand Council Chairman, be cautious. The strength of the Dream Lady might be slightly inferior to the Lost Monarch, but she is definitely not to be trifled with. We should prioritize preserving ourselves. Edmund adjusted his posture. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. The Daydreamer closed his eyes. His hands transformed, as if butterflies were dancing. A kaleidoscopic butterfly emerged from behind him. Then 2, 3, tens of thousands, millions, billions. Countless butterflies encircled the starry sky, forming an unimaginable colorful storm. The scene was incredibly stunning, unforgettable for a lifetime. No one knew how long it lasted. The butterflies began to vanish one by one. Finally, only a single butterfly returned, hovering in the Daydreamer's palm. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. I found it. Are you ready? Edmund nodded. Let us begin. The butterfly suddenly transformed into a colorful mist, forming a vortex passage. The Daydreamer made a gesture of invitation. Please enter the dream. Edmund took a deep breath, waved his sleeve, and stepped in. He opened his eyes to a blue and clear world. Blue skies and white clouds hung over golden fields. Rivers flowed. Windmills turned. Everything felt harmonious and beautiful, without a trace of killing intent or danger. A small wooden house stood quietly by the river. Edmund walked over, his expression composed. Inside the wooden house, a blue-robed figure with distinct features, resembling neither male nor female, cooked a meal. Blue Dream Star-Lord, who are you? You asked me to save you. Oh, is that so? Edmund stood silently, watching the puzzled expression of the blue-robed figure. Soon, a farm wife carrying clothes, having finished washing by the river, arrived. She eyed Edmund warily. Who are you? What are you doing at my house? Edmund asked. Are you the Dream Lady? What Dream Lady? Get out of here, or I will call the villagers. The farm wife's expression held no hint of falsehood. Edmund stopped talking. He pressed lightly toward the void. Billions of flames burst forth, with waves of heat rippling. The world of blue skies and white clouds shattered layer by layer. Underneath the beautiful facade, a scene like purgatory lay revealed. The weak in the golden field turned into ragged, numb people. They hung bound by chains from the void. They seemed to be dreaming, all wearing blissful smiles, completely unaware of being harvested batch after batch. A towering blue giant figure remained trapped within colossal pillars. Countless golden chains pierced into it, binding it. That innocent farm wife transformed into a tall, slender ghostly figure with faint female features, but a ferocious face. She crouched on the blue giant, sucking energy. The high heavens shattered like a mirror. A cold, emotionless, strange face, with 8 eyes tightly shut and 8 hands covering the eyes, emerged. Her scarlet lips parted. Edmund, you dare to enter my dream? Truly reckless. Edmund stood with hands behind his back, smiling as he asked, Dream Lady Hillen, why do you imprison the Blue Dream Star Lord? Because he intruded into my dream. Then I have entered too. Does that mean you will imprison me as well? Humph, originally it should be so, but I am in a good mood today. I will not detain you. You may leave, but if there is a next time, you will meet the same fate as the Blue Dream Star Lord. I have no desire to be enemies with a beautiful madam, but the Blue Dream Star Lord is my friend, and I wish to take him away, hoping madam would be lenient. Dream on. I am indeed dreaming. The patience of the gods is limited. Nora is currently engaged in a blood battle. If I go to war with you, can you handle it? I just wish to take away someone insignificant to you. You would not go to war with me, because war causes deaths, including that of the gods. Madam, you, as a powerful deity, might have existed since antiquity, or even ancient times. Are you willing to let a mere mortal, who has lived only over 10,000 years, take your life with Sauron's great disintegration technique? Erase you from the age history book. Make your followers completely forget you, with no chance of resurrection? Are you willing, madam? You are threatening me. I am merely stating objectively what might happen if we go to war. As you see, since the end of the ancient age, we wizards have tried to avoid conflicts with you. We believe, unlike chaotic abyss demons, gods can be communicated with, and we have no direct conflict of interest. We can coexist. You spread your faith, and I study my spells. In fact, without the shelter of the astral world, who knows how many lives would be devoured by demons? These, we also understand. I hope madam can be magnanimous, and let me take this friend away. Chapter 2722. Edmund spoke calmly. The dream lady remained silent for an unknown amount of time. She broke the quiet. All right, you can take it away, but I hope you remember, today I, Hillen, have granted you this request once. Otherwise, even if you wizards have mastered the decomposition technique, I could still let Nora drown in blood, causing your hard-won blood battle balance to be shattered. Edmund, I am indeed afraid of death, afraid of being forgotten. But the power of the astral world is far beyond your wizard's imagination. I hope in the future, when your ambitions become too inflated, you will remember my grant today. The golden chains on the giant pillar shattered. The aura of the blue giant exploded, gradually restoring its level 10 form. It opened its eyes, turned toward Edmund, and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Lord Amin. Edmund gestured with his hand. You should also thank Lady Hillen. In this world, weakness is a crime. Strive to become stronger, Mr. Blue Dream. The blue giant shifted its gaze to the giant face high up in the sky. Anyway, I have enjoyed a millennia of sweet dreams here. Thank you, madam, for the long companionship during these years. The dream lady snorted. You can leave now. The figures of Edmund and the Blue Dream Star Lord dissipated. They appeared deep in space where the daydreamer waited, his face pale. The Blue Dream Star Lord addressed him. Thank you, Mr. Freud. You're welcome, it's best that it can be resolved peacefully. The daydreamer let out a sigh of relief. He had not expected it to go so smoothly, as he had prepared for a major battle. The Grand Council chairman had to personally step in. Edmund turned to the group. Let's go. Your two offspring are already in Nora, and the Blue God clan has already moved in, waiting for you, the leader, to return. We aim to establish a super-unified multidimensional plane-level market, and we cannot do it without your help. The Blue Dream Star Lord felt a sense of anticipation. This is indeed an interesting era. 5 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1487, during the Blood Battle year 1375, Levi researched new sequential magic within the ancient Banyan fairyland. He had already created the Light and Primordial Magnetic series. Next would be the Metal series. The current Metal faction was somewhat declining. Except for some grand wizards, there were no legendary strong beings. The secret sword flow had improved things, but the number of primordial soul wizards needed time to grow before standing shoulder to shoulder with other elementalist schools. Levi planned to add fuel to its development by creating a stylish and practical sequential magic. He thought of return of myriad swords from his previous life. He had developed spells up to the 6th circle. The names were simple. The first circle spell Sword 1 summoned a gold element sword chi for a precise long-distance strike. The second circle spell Sword 10 utilized 10 streams of sword chi, and so forth. The 6th circle spell would be 10,000 swords, and the 9th circle spell would be Sword Billion. In a thought, a billion extremely sharp gold element sword chi would sweep across, highlighting a stylish and unparalleled aggression. Evolving to the 9th circle would take time. Levi finished his cultivation and arrived at the ghost mansion. New buds sprouted on the roots of the Death Soul tree. The undead filled the area. The undead 3 swordsmen, along with heroic spirits from the Heroic Spirit Hall, trained the undead soldiers. This hidden army stood ready for battle at any time, acting as cannon fodder to deplete the demon's living forces. Under the ancient banyan tree, the round-faced girl and her friends played mahjong while Ayak stood nearby. The raven remained nourished by Levi's side, barely at the 9th level. Its battle power remained weak, and even the weakest fish demon could defeat it, but its escape ability stood out. As long as Ayak did not court death, it faced little chance of being captured in the multidimensional plane. The youngster had grown lazy after meeting the round-faced girl. It hid at home, refusing to travel, turning into a 2-dimensional stay-at-home raven. Ayak, you should set off. Levi urged the bird. Ayak felt a surge of resentment. Why could everyone enjoy themselves in ancient Banyan fairyland while it had to roam endlessly in the land of darkness? It turned to the round-faced girl playing mahjong, who clearly did not intend to accompany it. Everyone acted so heartless. It would travel farther this time. They would regret it when they missed it. Caw, caw, caw. Full of bitterness, the bird flapped its wings and left the ancient Banyan fairyland. It ran away from home, convinced that the home could not do without it. Goodbye Ayak, I will miss you. The round-faced girl spoke without turning away from the mahjong tiles. Levi murmured to himself, does this make me a strict father? He dismissed the thought. It was for Ayak's own good. Children must go through trials and setbacks in order to grow. Levi strolled around the ancient Banyan fairyland, picking rust fruits and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He went to the ancient dragon continent and sent them into the organization treasury. Suddenly, a large-scale elemental power fluctuation transmitted from the Starfire Wizard Academy side. Levi's eyes lit up with a surprised smile. The man who always broke through at the last moment had reached the 8 environments right before the limit. It was the Black Pearl Boy, Garcia. Chapter 2723. Damn, incredible. Levi didn't even admire the legendary reincarnation. He admired only himself. It takes such strong mental fortitude and precise control to achieve this just right. He walked into the Starfire Wizard Academy. Vice Principal Garcia had already completed his promotion. Levi smiled as he spoke. Our ancient dragon continent has given birth to an 8th circle wizard. It is worthy of celebration. Garcia offered a bitter smile. My talent reached this level and stopped. Going further seems hopeless, if not for our organization's treasure trove being well stocked, allowing me to gather the Sea Emperor series ahead of time, and refine many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even reaching the 8th circle would have been tough. Levi laughed. Vice Principal, don't underestimate yourself. You said the same at the 6th and 7th circles, that you might stop there, yet you smoothly progressed. With the conditions on our ancient dragon continent, and your great perseverance, there is still hope to go further. The times have changed. Back in the day, Garcia indeed would have stopped at the 8th circle. He is now just over 1,200 years away from his great limit. Even with his talent, having refined the Water King and Sea Emperor series, the 9th circle was completely out of the question. Even if he refined the Water God series now, it would be difficult. It is a bit late, but times now aren't like before. The appearance of the 1,000-year potion is a gospel for people like Garcia. Extending life by 1,000 years, living over 2,000 years, creates a new opportunity. During this time, he can continue striving for the Water God series. With Garcia's great perseverance, and the fortune of the Black Pearl Boy, aiming to reach 9 circles, before the limit still holds hope, and miracles can continue to be created. As for the legendary level, to be objective, it is out of reach. But for Garcia, once a completely inconspicuous market boy, to become a demigod-level grand wizard is already a more legendary feat than a legendary wizard. Upon hearing the vice principal reached the 8th circle, the teachers and students of the Starfire Wizard Academy were all overjoyed. Among the 3 wizard organizations on the ancient dragon continent, their overall strength was the weakest. But now, they have their own 8th circle wizard. Everything is getting better. Joining the ancient dragon continent at that time was undoubtedly the best choice made by the teachers and students. Soon after, the 3 mainstream media, the Soren Daily, the Nora Daily, and the Blood Battle Daily, all reported on the miraculous promotion of the Black Pearl Boy. For a time, this ordinary wizard, who reached the 8th circle step by step relying on great perseverance, despite mediocre talent, became a typical example of the Nora dream in more people's minds. Compared to them, the Dusk Palace Master and the Supernovas are too distant from everyone. Instead, the Black Pearl Boy is more likely to evoke empathy among lower and middle-tier wizards. The Nora Council needed such a figure as a role model to inspire others. In fact, reaching the 8th circle isn't an ordinary feat, but those things are unimportant. What is important is, as the Grand Council Chairman said, this is an era full of miracles, from the brilliant stars above to the roadside plants below. Everyone has the opportunity to create their own miracle. Nora, ceaselessly moving forward. A month later, Levi put down his research work and looked at the newly printed newspaper. On the Tower of Heaven, Edmund, dressed in a red robe, smiled and made an announcement. The leader of the Blue God clan, the Blue Dream Star Lord, has officially joined the Supreme Council, becoming the 17th seat, henceforth primarily responsible for the pan-dimensional Chamber of Commerce Affairs. We welcome more strongmen from all clans dedicated to the great Nora cause to join the Supreme Council and build a perfect world together. This is the first alien race level 10 strongman. Before, the Grey Eagle Law God, though from a different civilization, was human. He was also a spellcaster, so the barrier was minimal. Therefore, the joining of the Blue Dream Star Lord is of extraordinary significance. Edmund personally inviting him shows his emphasis. Using the Blue Dream Star Lord as a model, the Nora Council has already shown its attitude. In the future, it is sure to attract more level 10 strongmen. The Blue God clan instantly became a clan of significant standing in Nora. Additionally, like the Green Scale, White Scale brought by Levi, and the Kylan clan brought back not long ago by the Star Splitter, are all clans with considerable status. Especially the wife of the Green Bird Knight, White Dragon Princess Nanette. If her talent were to be compared to a wizard, she would be stronger than even the supernovas. She has hope of reaching level 10. It is foreseeable, in the distant future, it will no longer be a monopoly of the humans, but a flourishing of all clans in Nora. A month later, Levi was summoned to the Blood Battle Command Center by Miss Lucy. Ma'am, what is the matter? The Supreme Council instructed me to give you this reward. Ah, don't you remember, a while back, when you acted as bait, risking yourself to lure the greedy star worm into the trap, causing the demon camp to lose another general? Oh, that thing. Honestly, I didn't contribute much, I was just along for the ride. Don't be modest with the tactics of the greedy star worm. If it weren't for you, capturing it would have been very difficult. Unfortunately, such a trick can only be used once. The demons have learned, and such a fishing tactic won't work again. Anyway, keep this item. Miss Lucy handed over a box. Levi already knew what it was. The bloodline crystal of the greedy star worm. Thank you, ma'am, thank you, Supreme Council. Levi solemnly accepted it. His knight's achievement today resulted not only from his own efforts and the support of the panel, but also thanks to those legendary wizard predecessors, including Sauron's care. Chapter 2724. 559 Rescue of the Level 10 Green Emperor Dragon. They paved the way for Levi's ascension like a relay. They reduced the difficulty of ascending to supermyth countless times. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to gather resources might have been impossible. Even wizards would have become legendary. Knights could not all reach supermyth. Levi remembered all these favors by heart. After reaching level 10, he would repay them fiercely. He would go insane slashing demons. Go back, the demons have lost another general. They will surely retaliate. Be careful, and get stronger quickly, a lady said softly. All right, you take care too, and make sure to rest, Levi replied. Bidding farewell to Lucy, he returned to the ancient dragon continent. The Daydreamer was a bit weary recently from saving the Blue Dream Star Lord. Thus, they temporarily slowed down the plan to hunt the Nightmare Overlord. The time was right for him to advance the Inferno Dragon breathing technique, which had already reached its maximum. Levi reforged the indestructible armor with all kinds of superior 9th level materials he obtained during this period, especially the star ring-tailed snake scale, with the special effect of regeneration. Then, using the bloodline crystals of the Blood Essence Dragon, Light Burning Dragon, and Greedy Star Worm, he prepared the advancement medicines and went to the Outer Sea region to begin seclusion. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. Nora calendar year 1490, Blood Battle year 1378, Nightmare World, Despair Domain. This was the territory of the Despair Sovereign. Atop the towering pale giant mountain, a continuous, earth-circling giant serpent coiled, its head and tail connected, resembling a ring. As a relatively young nightmare monarch, the Snake Yerman's rule over this territory was not stable. Compared to the established monarchs, it had shallow foundations. The nightmare monarchs loyal to it were few. Its combat strength was not very formidable. However, it had one advantage. It possessed extremely powerful premonition power. This allowed it to escape death countless times. Recently, the Despair Sovereign grew restless. Its own death manifested in a vision, accompanied by a malevolent notion from a distant place. Someone wanted to harm it. If it were an ordinary person, it would not have cared. But the problem was, the schemer behind this had strong counter-perception methods. The Despair Sovereign still could not determine who wanted to harm it. All it could vaguely make out from the hazy figure was a dragon. Someone, come, the Sovereign commanded. Monarch, what do you require? A servant asked. Gather all information on dragon overlords and monarchs in the nightmare world for me. After deep thought, the Despair Sovereign decided to take the initiative. It was not a snake that would sit and wait for demise. It wanted to change the deathly future. 2 years later, Nora calendar year 1492, Blood Battle year 1380, the Outer Sea region of the ancient dragon continent. A figure shot into the sky, breaking into a green world with unstoppable momentum. His eyes locked onto the green imperial palace ahead, face determined. Ghostly images of legendary creatures came rushing at him, only to be shattered by a punch. The formidable undying bird and greedy star worm attacked him. He merely threw some serious punches and subdued them. Thus, he arrived unimpeded at the Azure Throne. A powerful, vast, and pure life force surged through his limbs and bones. The injuries from the tribulation vanished in an instant, leaving him even healthier, perfect. Life offered another metamorphosis. After a satisfying sleep, Levi opened his eyes. His left eye was the everlasting undying divine flame, and his right eye was the star-devouring star true fire. Life and death, reincarnation and annihilation. A myriad of insights flooded his heart. The dimension of physique surpassed the supermyth level. The 5th supreme level bloodline was born. Its name was the Green Emperor Dragon. Chapter 2725. The verdant world glowed. As Levi rose, the throne beneath him began to transform. Vines spread, branches extended, 10,000 leaves flourished, and 100 flowers bloomed. He was a god of trees, or perhaps the deity of spring. Where he passed, life thrived. The green of the undying heaven came about like this. The entire universe, everywhere across the land, was a lush green scene. Many bodily visions wandered within, competing in brilliance. Then, with a thought from Levi, the greenery quickly withered and retreated. The vast expanse of green vanished in an instant. It was replaced by a hellscape of ashes, scorched earth, red flames, and black blood. In one thought, life. In another, decay. The rise and fall, fleeting and illusory, left one sighing. The Green Emperor Dragon possessed the power to govern the cycle of life and death. It perfectly combined the abilities from the undying bird and the greedy star worm, along with the powers of the burning lamp, blood essence, and ash. They converged. They gave birth to the Green Emperor Dragon body and the undying Holy Domain. Levi checked his proficiency panel. The Green Emperor Dragon breathing technique was at the 21st rank, with 1 out of 50 million progress. The special effect, the Green Emperor Dragon body, was at the supreme level, level 9 early stage. His exclusive weapon, the indestructible armor, was at level 9. He had 44 out of 81 bloodline divine patterns. His heavenly sovereign authority, the undying holy domain, was at the first layer. The evolved green emperor dragon bloodline possessed main elemental affinity talents of flames and earth. In between these two, there was also a scant amount of negative energy blood. The previous advanced undying body merged with the green emperor dragon body. The green emperor, truly immortal, possessed eternal life. Those who held this physique, unless surrounded and suppressed by a group of legends, sealed in a legendary demiplane from which there was no escape, and refined from within, generally would not be killed in battle. They could resurrect from a single drop of blood. They were truly immortal and revived at a thought. These were all basic actions. What was death? It did not exist. The Green Emperor Dragon played with life and death. The previous Nirvana 3 lifetimes was also significantly enhanced. Now it could be called Nirvana 6 lives. Levi had 6 opportunities for reincarnation and retraining, while others had to put in great effort to gain even one. The most infuriating part was that he did not even get a chance to use it. There was simply no one who could kill him. Given his talents and lifespan, he also had no concern about dying of old age. After reaching level 9, he became a longevity species creature distinguished by his lifespan. Now, Levi was longer lived than all legendary giant dragons. With the blessing of the rune language and his knight bloodline, especially the Green Emperor Dragon bloodline, his lifespan was about 10 times the standard of short-lived species wizards. That meant he could live for 60,000 years. Unlike those giant dragons, Levi had another advantage. His growth rate was fast, unlike the slow pace of giant dragons. This was simply a bug in the multidimensional plane. He lived long, grew fast, and had a high upper limit. Therefore, the land of darkness had to descend many tribulations to target him. His existence had already disrupted the normal balance of creation. If he were to grow without restriction, it would surely cause chaos in the order of the multidimensional plane. Moreover, Levi could easily enter and exit the underworld, the Ashen world, and places like the astral world. The bloodline Dharma idol, blood source armor, and other abilities had fully merged into the undying holy domain. The number of times Levi could resurrect from the Green Emperor Divine Palace had surged to 6. After 6 resurrections, his attributes would swell significantly for a short period. Each resurrection made him stronger, utterly despairing his enemies. In short, Levi now possessed top-level survival abilities in the multidimensional plane. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. The 5 emperors were formed, and only the nightmare dragon was missing. Once the daydreamer was ready, action could be taken. 5 years later, Nora calendar 1497, the year 1385 of the blood battle. In the never-ending war, another batch of remarkable supernovas emerged. Among them, the most dazzling was the wind and fire dragon witch Yalon. Under 200 years of age, he topped the 6th level demon slaying list. Aaron was born in Nora calendar 1292, in the sleeping dragon realm. He was the foremost of the 18 riders of the Dusk Holy Temple. He was the younger son of an experienced supernova fire dragon knight and Princess Louise of the ancient tomb race. He was the brother of the newly emerged supernova giant spirit god witch Abel. Like Abel, Aaron was extraordinary from birth, with inherent divine power. He carried his father's mythical sun-chasing dragon bloodline and the royal bloodline of the ancient tomb. Like the supernova purgatory demon sword, he had a double affinity for wind and fire. He also possessed the top-level special talent of the divine wind master. From a young age, he took his brother Abel as a role model, pursuing the path of dual cultivation as a knight and wizard. Before 200 years of age, he was already a level 5 peak knight and a 5th circle perfection 9 talents wind and fire dual cultivation spell wizard. Not long ago, he used his 5th circle body, without relying on rare treasures, to reverse slay the 6th level fish demon lord. He shook the wizard world and was subsequently listed on the star list, becoming the youngest supernova in the wizard world. Many lamented that another defiant genius had been born. Aaron used Roger and the Dusk Palace Master as models. He aimed to ascend to the primordial soul using the most difficult infinite primordial soul method. Hence, he had the ability to upgrade to the 6th circle, but delayed his ascension to the primordial soul, instead refining his foundation at the 5th circle. Aaron's rise had made the already impressive ancient dragon continent even more impressive. Not much need be said about the Dusk Palace Master, the unparalleled supernova king. Wind Witch Wendy was likewise an experienced supernova, but after advancing to the 9th circle, she became busy with matters of the Blood Battle Command Center, gradually fading from public sight. Chapter 2726. White Dragon Princess Nana, an alien supernova, holds level 9. She dominates the commercial realm, shining brightly. At level 8, Elena, Triss, the Grey-White Mechanic, and the Purgatory Demon Sword, who just joined the Tower of Dawn, are all supernova figures. The Gondor 3 heroes, who remain closely linked to the ancient dragon continent, deserve mention as well. At level 7, the Fire Dragon Knight, who made a name immediately upon debut, continues to shine brilliantly over the years, making waves on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Beside the knight stands Shadow Queen Aya, equal in brilliance. The Snow Lotus Witch, a top genius from the same era as the Dusk Palace Master, still shines in this new age. The Blood Knight, Black Knight, Golden Lion Knight, Saint Ape Knight, Dark Moon Knight, Thousand Illusion Knight, and Steel Dragon Knight, after building up slowly, may not be supernovas, but still reign supreme in their domains. Knights are typically late-stage professions that will only grow stronger. Once Heim matured, he also began to make a name for himself, no longer hiding his identity. The level 6 talents are even more numerous, primarily the new generation powerhouses of the ancient dragon continent. The brothers Abel and Aaron, the Green Bird Knight, and the Jade Phoenix Knight, are all recognized as supernovas. Others show equal excellence. Before the Nora era, they would have been shining stars shaking the wizard world. However, they are overshadowed by the brilliance of this great era, thus appearing low-key. Like Hod, Mutta, these descendants of the high-ranking members of the ancient dragon continent are quite remarkable. It is no wonder the great critic Dragonfly Wizard remarked about the ancient dragon continent. In this tiny place, geniuses never dare to call themselves geniuses. There is no strongest, only stronger, with the ancient dragon continent monopolizing 3 of the 10 parts of the world's fortune. Countless years later, future generations will look back on this era. Geniuses emerge, each shining in their own way. Inevitably, they will marvel, for this is truly a golden age. The names on the star list, the supernovas passed down by word of mouth, will one day become legendary stories for future generations. This is the legend of mankind, the myth of the mundane. Ancient dragon continent. Gargamel pushed his black robe aside and adjusted his ancient wizard-pointed hat. He sat facing Levi, leaning on a long wizard staff. His vintage demeanor remained unchanged. Even though he had adapted to much of the knowledge of the new era, he still carried traces of the past. Sir Levi, thank you for your shelter over the years. See me off no further. Levi held a cup of wine and smiled. Cultivation and research are important, but safety comes first. Gargamel chuckled, a knowing light in his eyes. Grounded. This time I understand. Levi swirled his wine, his gaze steady. How many years do you plan for this journey? Gargamel shrugged. Not sure. I plan to wander more within the Panplane. Actually, the Sealing Demon catalog can also be done here in Nora. I just want to travel more and see more scenery. Levi reached out a hand. If there are any difficulties, contact me, and the Congress anytime. Gargamel nodded. Okay. Goodbye, Sir Gargamel, Levi said. May you return as a legend. Goodbye, may you be a legend when I return, Gargamel replied. Gargamel's figure vanished into the distance. Levi felt a swell of emotion. After a languid life of thousands of years as a cat, he was breaking free now. He would surely soar to great heights. Once a master of sealing science, he still held a place today. Elsewhere, Shadow Circle. Wagner Wizard stood before the students and apprentices seeing him off. He smiled. Everyone, go back. If all goes well, it won't be long before we meet again. A student called out. Mr. Wagner, you will become a legend of our Shadow School of Thought. The solitary Shadow smiled. So will you all. He and Gargamel coincidentally embarked on separate journeys. They moved into the unknown, gradually finding their path to legend. Many ancient grand wizards did this. Nightmare World. Despair Sovereign studied the intelligence brought by his subordinates. He fell into deep contemplation. Dragon dominators and monarchs were extremely rare. He used his own monarch-level methods. He found only 3. They were the Spirit Monarch, the Horror Dominator, and the Tyrant of Horror. The Spirit Monarch was an ancient nightmare sovereign. Could it be them, he wondered. Despair Sovereign hissed with a snake tongue, his mind churning. The Spirit Monarch was powerful. It ranked among the elite of the Nightmare World's monarch-level powerhouses, because its true form was the mythical creature, the Mind Dragon. According to the inherited memories passed down by the Snake of the End, the dragon clan in the world could be roughly divided into groups. First were the elemental dragons. They included almost all of the dragon clan. They generally possessed strong physical qualities, each with their own specializations. In addition, they usually mastered one or more elements or forces of energy. The fire dragon, ice dragon, and light dragon were of this type. The vast majority of elemental dragons remained at the legendary level, with abilities considered standard. Yet there were some powerful ones with mythical potential. The Red Lotus Dragon, the Purgatory Black King Dragon, the Golden Radiant Dragon, and the Light Holy Ancient Dragon stood apart. Generally speaking, for mythical level elemental dragons, the more elemental abilities they mastered, the stronger they became. For instance, the Chaos Ancient Serpent was clearly superior to the previous mythical giant dragon. However, the mightiest of this type of dragon were 2 giant dragons from ancient times. One was the Blood Dark Dragon King, the other the Star Dragon King. Among the Dragon Clan, those who dared call themselves Dragon Kings were transcendent existences that could suppress even true gods. Besides elemental dragons, there were some special dragons. They all started as mythical level beings. Their potential exceeded that of conventional mythical level elemental dragons. This type of giant dragon might also master elemental abilities, but their most important trait was mastering some unconventional power. Their existence predated most elemental dragons. The most famous were the 5 legendary dragon species, ranked by strength from weakest to strongest. Chapter 2727. 560. Mastering Life and Death, True Immortal God. 5 legendary dragon species. Rainbow Dragon, Power Dragon, Mind Dragon, Void Dragon, Time Dragon. Rainbow Dragon, the ultimate speed, essentially like a beam of light. Power Dragon, immune to all force-related spells, essentially a defensive field creature. Mind Dragon, the dragon of spirit, can control the mind and alter consciousness. Void Dragon, the dragon of space, composed of void, invisible and traceless. The Last Time Dragon, the most mysterious of dragons. As the name suggests, it is the dragon that controls time. It is stronger than all the giant dragons, not a dragon king, but surpasses a dragon king. Mastering time, it stands undefeatable. To be ranked third among the 5 legendary dragon species, the spirit monarch's strength is evident. What could potentially pose a crisis to it, perhaps is indeed it. It surely cannot be those 2 overlord-level dragons, right? But the question is, why does the spirit monarch want to harm itself? There is no entanglement or grudge between the 2 parties. As beings of monarch level, generally there would not be trouble against each other. I am certainly not its opponent, but it would be hard for it to kill me, so why provoke? I decided that no matter what, I must prepare first. I would find those 2 overlord-level giant dragons and see if any clues could be found. Of course, in the nightmare world there might be other giant dragons, all of which needed further investigation. I wanted to see for myself who intended to harm me. 3 years later, Nora calendar year 1500, blood battle year 1388, nightmare world, swallowing sky domain. The horror dominator slept at home. Suddenly, a circular ring tore open in the sky. It was a giant snake with its head and tail linked, accompanied by the apparition of a whirlpool. The horror dominator quietly disappeared. This was truly an unexpected disaster. After some interrogation, the despair sovereign confirmed that this foolish dragon should not be the culprit, nor could it possibly be the source of the danger. The sovereign obliterated the horror dominator's memory with a method and then sent it back home. One who served the devouring sky demon lord, this lord of gluttony, was also an old nightmare monarch. A newcomer like the snake of the end dared not provoke it casually. As long as it was confirmed that the danger was not from here, that was fine. I pondered my next move. The tyrant of horror resided in the blood rain realm. It was the domain of the pale monarch, who had not appeared in the nightmare world for over 10,000 years. 2 years later, Nora calendar year 1502, blood battle year 1390. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi focused on spell research. The 7-ring spell from the Metal Faction's Return of Myriad Swords sequence was completely researched. Under Levi's promotion, it had already begun to spread. Many wizards on the ancient dragon continent saw it as an essential spell in the metal school. Its sword chi density and power were much stronger than traditional metal spells, whether in duels or battlefield use. This set of sequential magic spells was extremely practical. Combined with the Elemental Magnetism series, the result was even better. For years, Levi's main focus had been on dispersing and rebuilding the Green Emperor dragon breathing technique. Once rebuilt, the Daydreamer should be almost ready. Those nightmare overlords targeted by him were going to suffer. As for the Snake of the End, Levi decided to let it be. Trying to capture a mythical creature proficient in perception, foreseeing fortune and misfortune, was harder than ascending to heaven. Half a year later, Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi examined his progress. Strength rune, 19th rank, at 1 part in 10 million. The special effect was the Horned Bull constellation power. Chariot rune, 19th rank, at 1 part in 10 million. Lover's rune, 17th rank. Moon rune, 16th rank. Full rune, 15th rank. Magic rune, 13th rank. Hanging rune, 11th rank. Justice rune, 9th rank. After prolonged cultivation, and under Levi's deliberate arrangement, the progress of the Strength rune and the Chariot rune remained equal. Both had stepped into the 19th rank, each with a boost of 350%. Among them, the void travel of the heavenly Pegasus star soul had reached 50,000 miles. Other runes also noticeably progressed. The luck boost of the Lover's rune reached 250%. The lifespan boost of the Moon rune reached 200%. The mischief and foreknowledge power augmentation of the Fool rune reached 180%. The casting speed enhancement of the Magic rune reached 140%. The damage bonus of the Justice rune against dark creatures reached 80%. Overall, rune language cultivation became increasingly stagnant and slow as it progressed. This path relying on external objects also had an upper limit. Levi estimated that when he reached level 10, he should roughly be able to cultivate all rune languages to the same progress. Of course, the Hermit rune was an exception. It was worth mentioning that the Hanging rune had also birthed a star soul. With a thought, Levi summoned it. The void rippled before him, and a silhouette resembling a gibbon appeared. Star soul, dark monkey. Star name, Gil motto. Star grade, shameless. Star language, resistance. Level, 9. Ability, shameless. Shameless, summon the dark monkey to hang upside down in front of you, blocking one arbitrary spell, or spell-like attack below level 10. This was the function of the new Star Soul. Simple, direct, and straightforward. It was essentially finding a scapegoat to shield Levi from disasters. This ability was a nemesis of magic professions, further enhancing Levi's survival and physical defense capabilities. It brought him closer to the realm of invincible dominance below level 10. 1 year later, the Red World pressed down. Levi rose from the throne, breaking through the shackles of triple heaven with his fist. As more vast power flooded in, a full 4 layers of destruction sanctuary power enwrapped his body. Chapter 2728. Mastering Life and Death, True Immortal God, and 5 Legendary Dragon Species. Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon reached the level 9 middle stage. This made him a middle holy sanctuary knight. Not long after, the Golden Emperor Dragon also reached the triple heaven. Levi mastered the triple sacred realm power. The Black Emperor Dragon was not far from the triple heaven either. Overall, Due to the presence of the Guardian 4 dragons, the cultivation of these three-dimensional breathing techniques was quite smooth. The Flame King Dragon belonged to the Strength-type dragon clan. The Ancient Mountain Dragon and Molten Golden Dragon belonged to the Defensive-type dragon clan. The Frost Sky Dragon belonged to the Speed-type dragon clan. Levi relatively lacked a level 9 giant dragon of the Endurance type and Physique type. He clearly felt that after advancing to level 9, the effect of the secret medicine on the cultivation of night breathing techniques was gradually weakening. It was not as reliant as before level 9. After level 9, nights started involving the rule power of the 6 dimensions and the corresponding domain power of elemental power. These did not only rely on secret medicines, but more on one's understanding and cultivation. When he had nothing to do, Levi liked to stay and cultivate in the 6 holy heavens. Here, his understanding of many rule and domain powers was even more profound. If he could find suitable secret medicine, the effect would definitely be better. Levi was also collecting intelligence through various channels. The Nightmare World, Black Dragon Territory. A circular shadow descended from the red and black sky. It exuded an aura of utter despair, its indifferent serpent eyes looking down. It was the Despair Sovereign, the Snake of the End, Yermund. Its arrival did not attract the attention of the Black Dragon Territory's members. As a level 10 strongman, these low-level beings simply could not perceive it. Only the Tyrant of Horror opened its drowsy eyes. An immensely terrifying aura focused on it. In the next moment, its vision went black. When it opened its eyes again, it saw the gigantic snake encircling the world. The Tyrant of Horror was terrified. Despair Sovereign, what do you want? The Despair Sovereign coldly replied, Tyrant of Horror, your main body is the Brutal Dragon, which means you are the master of this Black Dragon territory. Yes. Who is your master behind the scenes? The Pale Monarch. Yes. I work for the Pale Monarch, an old-school monarch with unpredictable strength. Hey, you lied. Don't try to lie to a level 10 strongman, especially me. It turns out you harbor secrets. Now tell me, who instructed you to plot against me? I didn't plot against you. Still denying it. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The Despair Sovereign prepared to use special means. It began forcibly invading the memory of the Tyrant of Horror to collect the information it wanted. It had a strong intuition that the source of its danger perception was here. There was no mistake. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras descended. One was of level 10 standard. A middle-aged man in a white robe with profound eyes appeared. Although he was a short-lived human, he exuded a weathered temperament. The other was a figure of a black armored swordsman. Upon seeing this man, the Despair Sovereign's danger perception instinctively alerted. This familiar feeling startled it slightly. The source of its danger was this person. It could sense the Dragon Clan's aura on him. He must also be of the Dragon Clan. The Despair Sovereign coiled around the Tyrant of Horror, its eyes menacing. It did not act immediately, but instead asked, Who are you? Why are you plotting against me? Levi's mind was stirred. He knew that facing an existence like the Despair Sovereign, one must not harbor any hostile or malicious intent. Otherwise, the other party would surely sense it. He eventually gave up. It was already too late. The restless Despair Sovereign had already traced it to him. Levi, through the connection of the Black Emperor's enslavement, immediately sensed the anomaly. Then he came with the Daydreamer. After thinking it over, Levi frankly said, I indeed gathered information about you and had some thoughts, but I did nothing and didn't harm you. Capturing my people like this is somewhat excessive. The Despair Sovereign sneered, You are bold, daring to have ill intentions against a level 10 strongman. Being able to enlist the legendary wizard suggests your status is not low. After arriving in the Nightmare World, it usually slept for hundreds or thousands of years. It rarely concerned itself with unrelated matters. Even though Levi was somewhat famous in Nora and the Pan Plain, it neither knew nor cared. Levi earnestly said, This matter has nothing to do with the Tyrant of Horror. Please let it go. We can sit down and talk this out to resolve the misunderstanding. The Despair Sovereign pondered for a moment, then released its control. It also did not want to provoke strong enemies easily. The Tyrant of Horror, still shaken, hid behind Levi. Fortunately, its master's influence was significant enough. Otherwise, its life would be in jeopardy today. Levi smiled, Thank you. I'm Levi, like you, not a native of this Nightmare World, but a foreigner. There's no need for us to come to blows. While you are strong, you definitely can't kill me. Isn't it better to leave room for future encounters? Besides, I'm aware you've been pursued by the Heavenly Father. I have some vendettas with him as well. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. We might have some common grounds. The Despair Sovereign shapeshifted, shrinking. Finally, it turned into a slender naga. With its perception and intuition, it could naturally sense Levi spoke the truth. Conversing casually with a level 9 body, indeed, he was not an ordinary person. Chapter 2729. Levi gestured for the Despair Monarch to follow him into the Black Dragon Mansion. It was a false alarm. The Daydreamer had returned to the residence at the Dreamland Steeple in the Black Dragon territory. He had gone there to inspect the members' work over the years and to intimidate that Despair Monarch. Faced with a level 10 strongman with extremely keen perception, Levi did not hide anything. He spoke openly and honestly. After getting to know Levi in depth, the Despair Monarch felt somewhat surprised. It marveled at the courage Levi possessed. The two of them talked for a long time. They discussed various nightmare monarchs, the gods of the astral world, and the Heavenly Father. The reason the Despair Monarch wanted to devour the land of faith of this true god was rooted in the past. The Church of Holy Light had harmed it during its childhood. It was not a creature to be bullied easily. Over time, the mutual hatred had intensified. Levi felt deep sympathy for this. His own young heart had suffered persecution several times by the Church of Holy Light. It was only because he was magnanimous that, having gained strength, he did not seek revenge. Had it been someone petty, they would have gone mad with vengeance long ago. The Despair Monarch felt that Levi possessed strong potential. Several times, he had defeated level 9 adversaries, while holding a level 8 body. Now he even had the momentum to become favored by fortune in Nora. To be enemies with such a person would be unwise. It knew that Levi needed perception-related bloodline crystals. It decided to shift the trouble eastward. It told Levi all the information it knew. The two had not known each other until they fought, but they ended up having a pleasant conversation. As for whether they had hidden agendas, that remained unknown. In any case, the two agreed to watch over and help each other in the nightmare world. As he prepared to leave, the Despair Monarch laughed. "Sir Levi, go back. There is no need to see me off." Levi nodded. "May our cooperation be pleasant." Levi watched the Despair Monarch depart. The figure of the Daydreamer stepped from the shadows. "This is good. Having an apparent friend is better than having an apparent enemy." This Despair Monarch can rise and let go easily. It is truly not simple. No wonder it could fight the Heavenly Father for so long. But cooperating with such an existence, you still need to be careful. Levi turned to the Daydreamer. "Thank you, Senior, for the reminder. Next, in dealing with those nightmare overlords, I will have to trouble you to join me." After this incident with the Despair Monarch, Levi knew it was impossible to obtain a perception-type mythical level bloodline crystal there. In the information given by the Tyrant of Horror, there was also a nightmare monarch of the perception type. Its main body was a powerful mythical creature, the Mind Dragon. But Levi did not even consider it. He immediately gave up. This target was as difficult to approach as the various powerful gods. Even if he were level 10, it would not be easy to handle. The lessons of Gargamel and Wagner stood before him. Cultivation must be step by step, grounded firmly. Nora Calendar 1512. Blood Battle 1400 years. Time flew by. 9 years passed in a flash. Levi and the Daydreamer embarked on a journey within the nightmare world. They went to the Sky Dream realm. The Daydreamer set up an illusion to deceive the heavens. Levi used thunderous methods to annihilate the early-stage level 9 Sky Dream Dominator. With the Daydreamer raiding the formation, the traces of murder were flawlessly covered. In a short time, the monarchs behind these dominators would have difficulty detecting it. By the time they reacted, the bird would have flown. Levi might even be level 10 by then. It would be too late for everything. After this, the Death Poison Overlord, a mid-level 9 entity, and the Divine Head Ghost Spider, an early level 9 entity, were also taken down by Levi. The most troublesome one was the Corpse Sea Green Fly. It possessed an exceptionally keen danger perception as well. Levi spent some effort to hunt it down. Moreover, this matter was detected by its friend, the Horror Dominator. Levi had no choice but to strike decisively. He caught the Nightmare Dragon clan member in passing. The Horror Dominator's main body was a ghost dragon, also of the perception dimension. Levi initially did not choose it because he did not want to make a move against the Dragon clan. Within 9 years, 5 Overlord-level lives were taken. Levi knew this matter would surely escalate, but he had no choice. The promotion of the perception dimension could not be delayed forever. Even the Crimson Emperor Dragon had reached the mid-level 9 stage. Everything comes with risks. As long as the benefits are greater and fit the current situation, that is enough. In any case, with the bloodline crystals of the Dreamworm, 9-tailed giant scorpion, Divine Head Ghost Spider, Corpse Sea Green Fly, plus the Ghost Dragon in hand, Levi thanked the Daydreamer repeatedly. He returned to the ancient dragon continent to prepare for the advancement. A legendary wizard willing to fight with him and clean up the mess. Such a favor is immense. Looking back on his path of cultivation, he had many such seniors. There was the Black Abyss Sovereign, who was a teacher beyond mere pedagogy. There was the warm-hearted good neighbor, Lady Rolling. There was the Earth Saint who saved the ancient dragon continent. There was Gulwig, more affectionate than a mother. There was the absolute godfather, the mightiest of all, Edmund. Oh, and the ancestor wizard Sauron. Without Sauron's 4 treasures, without the dark ancient tower, he would not be here today. All this heavy friendship, Levi kept in his heart. Whether it was inheritance or utilization, he judged actions, not intentions. All should be remembered with gratitude and repaid in full in the future. A year later, the preparations were complete. Levi began a new round of seclusion. Chapter 2730. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon shuttle back and forth. In the blink of an eye, it is time for the dark ancient tower to open again. Nora Calendar year 1517. Blood Battle year 1405. Nightmare World. The past decade and more have been anything but peaceful. 5 nightmare overlords have successively disappeared. This has even alarmed the nightmare monarchs they serve. For a moment, panic spread across many big domains and small realms. After awakening, the monarchs began investigating the cause of the nightmare overlords' deaths. The ensuing waves are poised to sweep across the entire world. Despair Domain. The Despair Sovereign took the report from its subordinates. Its snake eyes flickered with an extraordinary light, lost in thought. Could it be him? That day, upon returning from the Black Dragon territory, the the Despair Overlord mobilized its forces to investigate the background of the Black Dragon Lord more deeply. It then felt fortunate that it had not chosen to act at the time. This person may seem to be only level 9, but the degree of difficulty he poses has left many powerful Abyss Lords troubled, impossible to measure by common sense. When the Sovereign sensed his malicious intent, it felt a sense of impending doom and helplessness. Through its powerful perception and foreknowledge abilities, it simulated and predicted 1024 events and outcomes of opposing the Black Dragon Lord, and every single one resulted in death. This caused a great shock within the Despair Sovereign's heart. Back when it was deciding whether to oppose the Heavenly Father, it had also simulated scenarios, discovering a slim chance of survival after only 99 tries. That was to hide in the nightmare world and become a nightmare monarch. Sure enough, after taking revenge, it successfully escaped the Heavenly Father's pursuit using this method, and has now ascended to level 10, rendering the Father helpless against it. It is a good thing it was me. If it were another mythical level being, once targeted by this person, they would eventually be brought down and become his supplies for advancement. Once, the Snake of the End was very worried. It felt that its combat ability was somewhat bottom of the barrel among mythical creatures. But now it feels fortunate. The giant dragon, though strong, has its limits. To know destiny, understand when to advance or retreat, discern right from wrong, and calculate fortune and misfortune, that is the ultimate Dharma treasure for surviving in this dark universe. Swallowing Sky Domain. Under the red and black sky lies a vortex like a black hole, eternally undying. Endless matter and even light are swallowed into it, vanishing without a trace. In the center of the vortex stands a towering temple. On the throne, the slumbering devouring sky demon lord opens its eyes. It has feminine features, slender in stature, with only a piece of fabric like a red cloth covering its smooth belly, and apart from that, it is bare. The gluttonous monarch, renowned for devouring heaven and earth, consuming everything, turns out to be a figure like this. Any outsider witnessing it would surely be astounded. Hungry. The devouring sky demon lord touched a flat belly. Soon, a large number of nightmare creatures shaped like food rushed in. Some resembled coriander, emitting a fragrance mixed with stench. There was the big onion monster, repulsive in appearance. Monstrous figures like fish mints spread an overwhelming stench. Of course, there were many that were normal too. The nightmare creatures laughed, cheered, and jumped with excitement. Mistress, mistress. The devouring sky demon lord showed a gentle smile. With a wave of a jade-like hand, it casually grabbed a sausage-shaped nightmare creature. Amidst the sounds of chewing, one delicacy after another went down its stomach. After consuming millions of nightmare creatures, the devouring sky demon lord barely suppressed the feeling of hunger. It was then that an overlord-level subordinate stepped out from the shadows. It trembled and said, "Mistress, the horror dominator has gone missing and was likely killed. No matter how we reach out, there is no response." The devouring sky demon lord closed its eyes and said faintly, Indeed dead, as the true spirit plate left with me has shattered. It seemed someone got restless while I was asleep. Very well, then I will gladly play along with him. Mistress, several other monarchs' subordinates have gone missing too. The death of the horror dominator should be related to this. However, according to our investigation, those monarchs have used several methods without discovering the perpetrator. Which monarchs are they? Silent Monarch, Ghost Alley Monarch, and Rotten Sovereign. No wonder, they are too weak. It is normal they could not find out. The culprit is certainly a level 10 existence, adept in astrology and foreknowledge abilities. No matter, with my emergence, it is a good time to seek new food. Let me personally meet this sneaky cat. The devouring sky demon lord licked red lips, full of eagerness. The long, tedious years now had a tinge of fun. Its terrifying power finally had a place to be used. Lost Domain. Lately, another murder case has occurred. The level 8 powerhouse, skin-stripping Ben, is dead. When found, only a pile of fate coin and some tattered clothing remained. Mr. Ben was once a decent person in life. He once enjoyed unlimited glory. Sadly, he died in obscurity. In chaotic times where even nightmare overlords fall, the disappearance of a level 8 powerhouse causes not even a ripple. In a barren wilderness, a black sworder wearing demonic armor, surrounded by the black devil blade, proceeds alone. More and more fear breeds and spreads across the multidimensional plane. This creature known as the Twilight Demon grows ever stronger. Ancient Dragon Continent. Outer Sea Region. Like a dream, a fantastical, colorful world presses upon the sky dome. No hidden heaven has descended. A figure broke through layers of restraints and tribulations, arriving in the colorful world. Chapter 2731. Levi held his head high, walking with the majesty of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger. All around were various bizarre shadows of the blood tribulation masters, including dragons, great nightmares, giant scorpions, giant spiders, and even gigantic flies, a kaleidoscope of wonders. He was like a raging bull, crashing through these obstacles and tearing them apart. Finally, panting heavily, he arrived before the colorful throne and slumped onto it. He gestured to the empty expanse and let out a hearty laugh. This place is mine now. The entire 6 holy heavens is mine. After pondering it over and over, he decided to name the new breathing technique the Nightmare Emperor Dragon. Crimson Emperor, White Emperor, Black Emperor, Golden Emperor, Green Emperor, Nightmare Emperor. The 6 saints are complete. Inside him flowed 6 types of bloodlines of the highest level, each of which he could cultivate to the level 11 realm. One day, he would grow into a hexagonal level 11 warrior. Is there anyone else in the world who could match this? He had not forgotten the path of the wizard for complete cultivation of his section. This was also a path at least to level 11. Strength, defense, speed, endurance, physique, perception, and spirit. The 7 dimensions and 7 paths reaching level 11. If all were accomplished and fused into one, he would be invincible in this multidimensional plane. He might even step into a higher realm, a realm that even the dominators of the giant world could not reach. That realm was level 12. As his realm elevated and his hidden knowledge enriched, especially after seeing the remnants left by Sauron, the truth became clear. Merely stepping into level 11 was not enough to defy fate and carve out a place in the multiverse. Among those Levi knew, such as the origin divine tree, the ancient twin dragons, the ancestor of giants, the ultimate creation, and Sauron, they all had reached level 11. Furthermore, the shadow world in ancient times had the potential to become a giant world, meaning it likely birthed level 11 existences. But all of these, including Sauron, failed to shake the position of the 4 great giants. Levi lacked clarity on the history of the origin divine tree, as it existed too far back. No records remained. He did not know which force destroyed it. Its era was older than ancient times. That was the chaotic time of antiquity. In short, now only some offspring of divine trees remained active in the multidimensional plane. Pandora's root, the golden ancient tree, and even the baby ancient banyan king mana were all that was left. Additionally, a divine mulberry tree once existed, but it also faded away in the river of time. The origin divine tree was undoubtedly powerful. After all, its descendants like Golden Will could nurture 7 level 10 sacred kings. But it failed. Subsequent to antiquity came other level 11 giants who also failed. Sauron was the most recent. He learned from the mistakes of his predecessors and no longer confronted the giants head-on. He was shrewd, knowing when to advance or retreat. This preserved the fire of the wizard civilization. He sought fellow travelers, uniting the remaining moves of level 11 existences lost in time, and plotted for eternity, just so one day, there could be an evenly matched game against the giant worlds. If one level 11 was not enough, then 2 or 3 would suffice. Levi felt relieved that he took the polyhedral path. Otherwise, even after reaching level 11, he would be suppressed by the giants with a flip of a hand. That would be true despair and the shattering of his heart. The strength of the supreme existences of the giant worlds remained a mystery, but as long as he proceeded step by step through all the current paths, he would not repeat the mistakes of the ancestors of giants. In the no-hidden heaven, Levi rested for a while. He settled into the silence and examined his progress on the proficiency panel. Levi, Nightmare Emperor Breathing Technique 21st rank, 1 out of 50 million. Special effect, Nightmare Emperor Dragon Body Supreme, level 9 early stage. Exclusive weapon, the Nightmare Helmet, level 9. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 44 out of 81. Heavenly Sovereign Authority, Unhidden Sacred Realm, first layer. The Nightmare Emperor fused the bloodlines of 9 legendary creatures, including the Dream Dragon, Great Nightmare, Black Illusion Dragon, Evil Eye Dragon, Ghost Dragon, Divine Head Ghost Spider, Dream Worm, 9-tailed Giant Scorpion, and the Corpse Sea Green Fly. They were all native nightmare overlords born in the nightmare world, essentially incarnations of fear and other negative emotional energies. Therefore, this was a root-abiding supreme level nightmare creature bloodline. The domains involved mainly included dreams, illusions, poison, plague, and many more. This time, the bloodline fusion was complex. It contained giant dragons and various insects. If he had been given a choice, Levi might have hesitated. Yet, when he crafted the Nightmare Emperor bloodline, he found it still very appealing. First of all, his danger perception ability further metamorphosed. This was largely due to the inconspicuous insect known as the Corpse Sea Green Fly. Even with the assistance of a legendary wizard, Levi had to spend quite a bit of effort to capture it. Other nightmare overlords also possessed various unique danger perception abilities. Ultimately, Levi acquired an ability he called Deep Red Eyes. A deep red slit appeared at his brow, and an eerie eyeball emerged from it. It resembled a compound eye of a fly, and also the vertical pupil of a dragon. From the perspective of the deep red eyes, tens of thousands of phantoms, resembling electronic screens, flickered before him. A kaleidoscope of scenes appeared one by one on these screens, and billions of messages flashed through his mind. He focused his mental energy on one of the screens. It showed the manor of the Golden Walker on the Soren continent. The old man there was watering the heart-cleansing tea tree roots, murmuring to himself. Chapter 2732. 561 Nightmare Emperor Dragon. Pandora's Root returns. The 18th seat. Sigh, that guy seems to have gotten stronger again, truly a freak. The Golden Walker tended to the heart-cleansing tea tree roots, sighing to himself. The screens shifted. A level 9 demon boasted inside the barracks. What Dusk Palace Master? Better not let me encounter him. Next time there is an all-out war, I will be the first to flatten the ancient dragon continent. KKK. Hostile thoughts and resentment rippled through the connection. Living in this world, especially for someone who attracts as much attention as he does, it is inevitable to be resented and hated. All the negative emotions directed at him rippled through his connection, though he did not care at all. As long as there is no killing intent, it does not matter. With his current strength, he does not need to worry about the resentment of a first circle wizard. It is not like he would open a killing spree because of some negative emotions. His broad mind does not allow him to act that way. Some hostility on the screens could not be ignored, however. In an image resembling the astral world, a torture angel, alien-like in appearance with 12 fleshy wings, leaned toward its subordinates. Master, we have found out that the bald alien, that day was the servant of the Dusk Palace Master. It seems he was the one who instructed the alien to rob our Death Soul Tree. The torture angel widened its eyes like copper bells, filled with killing intent. It is him again, provoking me again and again. Does he really think the Emperor of Torture is to be trifled with? I have already endured him twice. If I encounter him, I will certainly use my Nether River life-taking sword to kill him. The subordinate flattered, that is right. A forbidden divine weapon refined from rare Nether River molybdenum iron. No matter how strong the Dusk Palace Master is, what is there to be afraid of? With one slash, a short-lived species like him will not see the sun tomorrow. Hi, my lord, truly wise. The torture angel grinned. It really is nice living in the astral world. Ho 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 ha ha ha. Levi watched the master and servant plot against him. Even in a live broadcast manner, his deep red eyes penetrated the distance. Levi laughed, speaking to the empty air. One day I will drag you out of the astral world, and have my second brother chop you down. Nice, indeed. Honestly, Levi did not take the Emperor of Torture seriously at all. Even the radiant prison dragon king, that level 10 strongman, did not frighten him. If it were not for considering the Lord of Chaos back then, he would have directly liberated the belief land of the dragon clan. Not all malice could be seen by Levi. In the very center, there was a small cluster of screens. The images and figures were blurry and unclear. Some of this malice was strong, some ordinary. Perhaps these were the ancient ones or some level 10 strongmen, among the blood battle demons. Because their rank was too high, clarity faded. Even so, it was enough for Levi to discern their identities. The figure tinting the screen purple must be that old bastard, the Amethyst Saint. On another golden screen, a gigantic bird figure appeared. The identity of this bird remained a mystery. A mythical level gigantic bird. Besides the red crow, he had not offended anyone else, right? The problem was, the red crow appeared on another screen. Levi confirmed it was a newly arrived ancient from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Levi did not remain overly concerned about this. He browsed through all the images filled with hostility, using the deep red eyes. With a thought, the deep red slit on his forehead closed. An interesting ability. The proficiency panel hovered before him. The Nightmare Emperor breathing technique sat at the 21st rank, with 1 out of 50 million toward the next level. The special effect was the Nightmare Emperor Dragon Body Supreme, at the level 9 early stage. The exclusive weapon was the Nightmare Helmet, also level 9. The Bloodline Divine Patterns stood at 44 out of 81. The Heavenly Sovereign Authority remained at the Unhidden Sacred Realm, first layer. The second main ability is Nightmare Overlord, evolved from the former Nightmare Lord. During the level 8 period, Levi could bring 300,000 into the Nightmare world. After the recent promotion, it skyrocketed to 2 million. Apart from the ancient Dragon Continent, collaboration agreements for profit sharing could be made with other wizard organizations to summon more of the fourth calamity to work. The third ability is Nightmare True Body. Levi can create a long-existing duplication in the Nightmare world, regardless of where he is in the real world or what he is doing. This duplicate can replace him in guarding the Nightmare world tirelessly. The strength of the Nightmare True Body is about half of Levi's original body. The fourth ability is Nightmare Realm Descent, projecting the power of the Nightmare world into the real world to create a miniature Nightmare world, trapping enemies within. Unless they have real skills, being stuck inside leads only to a slow death. There are many other abilities as well. Things like manipulating illusions, creating nightmares, twisting memories. In short, comprehensive and full of evil tricks. Levi knows them all. This is now the Nightmare Emperor Dragon. Oh right, I haven't seen what the dragon looks like yet. Levi transformed with a sudden shake. Boom. A giant beast emitting a multicolored glow, dreamlike and ethereal, descended. Its wings were shattered, appearing semi-transparent, its head dragon-like, with a deep red vertical eye on the forehead, and another pair of insect-like transparent wings shimmering with the sun's luster. Its tail was long, with a sharp sword-like end capable of injecting poison. Compared to the previous 5 giant dragons, the appearance of the Nightmare Emperor Dragon was the strangest, possessing the dragon's domination and the insect's eeriness, but overall, aesthetically pleasing. This allowed Levi to breathe a sigh of relief. After familiarizing himself with all the abilities, Levi left no hidden heaven. Thus, with the 6 Emperor Dragon breathing technique back in place, he once again became a 6-dimensional warrior at the 9th level realm. Chapter 2733. Under level 10, there are no rivals. Levi returned to the Emperor Palace. Elena came running happily, clinging to his arm. Did your last breathing technique successfully advance? She asked. Yes, now I am almost invincible, Levi said. That is not something a righteous person would say, Elena teased. I am just stating the facts. There might still be many level 10s I cannot beat in this world, but those people probably cannot kill me either. What else can that be but invincibility? Look at you showing off, Elena laughed. Vast power pulsed inside Levi. For someone as modest and humble as he was, such words carried weight. It was difficult to imagine his true strength. Elena leaned against the table. By the way, I have been researching the 6-circle sequence potion recently. Can you help me see where the problem is? The difficulty of creating potion formulas and refining potions are not on the same level. It is too hard. Too hard. Where is Triss? Levi asked. Although he held a ninth circle pharmacist rank, he had not paid much attention to this field. Guiding Elena posed no problem, however. Triss recently joined a major project of the Pharmacist Association, Elena replied. She is researching a potion that can permanently increase the upper limit of spiritual force, called the Super God Potion. It looks like the Congress wants to raise the upper limit of spiritual force for everyone, Levi said. Probably, the truth oddity is ultimately for a minority. We only see it as common because of our status and strength. To many ordinary wizards, it remains an intangible thing. If a universal super god potion can be developed, the upper limit of all wizards' spiritual force will break the current standard, indirectly increasing the success rate of advancement for everyone. A good thing, but this project is no less difficult than the 1000-year potion. True, so my level does not qualify to participate. No worries, just practice and research more. You have plenty of time, Levi said. Now Elena enjoyed a 100% boost from the Lover's Rune. In addition, her own Candle Dragon bloodline also amplified significantly. Combined with taking the 1000-year potion, her lifespan had exceeded 10,000 years. She had only lived a fifth of her life. This was an advantage other wizards could not compare to. Before the Netherworld market opened, Levi and Elena enjoyed a wonderful month together. Afterward, he lay lazily on the bed woven of 100 flowers, bathing in the morning sunlight. Elena rushed in excitedly. Tifana gave birth to a baby girl named Nafa, and the Grey Eagle Law God even came to visit, she said. The little green bird knight has been born. Congratulations, Levi said. Unfortunately, there is no wizarding talent, Elena sighed. No big deal, perfection is rare after all. The good news is there is chi-sect talent, and Saint Emperor Joe said it is not just any talent, it is comparable to Link's Cold Plum Proud Snow, most suitable for cultivating winter frost chi-sect. The chi-sect is about to rise too, Levi mused. Since the collection of the 7 gourds, the situation of the chi-sect had improved a lot compared to before. That large-scale collective enlightenment gave birth to 3 6th-level chi-sect members, and 1 level 7 chi-sect member, who is Emperor Mew. Lord Victor took this opportunity to advance to late level 7, with hope for reaching level 8. The 4 sons of chi-sect had each made significant progress. Overall, within each of the major mountain gates, flourishing prosperity reigned. Of course, no matter how prosperous the chi-sect was, it could not compare with wizards or knights. It could only be said to not be too unpopular. Levi thought all this relied on the shelter of the ancestor high above the heavens. No matter what, a style so different from this world, to have the current scene, was already a silver lining in misfortune. As the Netherworld market opening approached, Levi finally got up from bed. After bidding farewell to Elena, he headed to Hell. A month later, in Nora, within the Eastern Sea, on a calm sea, 5 figures descended. Taking the lead was Edmund, in a red robe, standing in the center. The other 4 were the Mist Sky Guardian, 1000 Mountains Immortal, Hand of Creation, and Frost Witch, each occupying one direction with calm expressions. Today in Nora, it was destined to be an extraordinary day. After the Grey Eagle world, another major plane was about to fuse. The arrival of 4 legendary wizards showed the importance the Supreme Council gave to it. As time passed, at some unknown time, the vast sea began to surge with storms. Edmund took a deep breath, his expression serious. The movement of this plane fusion is too great. Please everyone assist me in suppressing the ocean waves. A gigantic continent, far larger than the Grey Eagle world, began to emerge. It was so large, vaster and more boundless than the former Midland continent. It occupied a large area of the Eastern Sea. Gigantic waves reaching the sky and earth rose up, spreading in all directions. Edmund raised his right hand, holding up a sun-like disc-shaped wizard tool. It emitted endless light and heat, spinning slowly. The solar storm pacified the most turbulent waves, transforming them into air currents soaring into the sky. In an instant, the Eastern Sea was layered with scale-like clouds, magnificent to behold. This was the legendary wizard tool, the Sun Compass. Edmund had not used it in a long time. Most enemies did not require him to use a wizard tool. It was always a matter of one eternal blazing sun from Edmund. But to suppress the endless ocean waves, mere power was not enough. To the east, behind the Mist Sky Guardian appeared an azure world phantom. Mountain winds, sea winds, spring winds, north winds, layers upon layers of the winds of the mortal world. Chapter 2734. This is the demiplane, the green mist realm. As the power of an entire realm came to suppress the Eastern Sea, the waves began to gradually weaken. Mawin took out a wizard tool shaped like a lyre. He closed his eyes and sat serenely in the green mist realm, gently plucking the strings. A soft sea breeze caressed the world, accompanied by soothing notes. The restless minds of billions of sea beasts and beings calmed, and even the sea waves became gentle. The legendary wizard tool was the sea wind zither. Ma Wen, the creator of the legendary profession known as the wind songster, was a gentle singer. In the west, behind the 1000 mountains immortal, the phantom of verdant mountains and waters piled high appeared. The composed sage held a heavy, earth-yellow scepter. It was the legendary wizard tool known as the mountain range staff. 1-2. Tens of thousands of towering phantoms of the Kang mountain descended. Following them was the terrifying power of suppression. The astounding sea waves flattened as a result. In the south, the creator's hand, Roland, held the miracle wand, as green as a tree branch. She waved the staff like a conductor, graceful and unhurried. Miracle-like rays poured into the sea. A giant tree phantom capable of reaching the sky emerged in Nora. It stood so tall that observers could see it from the land of darkness. Billions of vines, branches, and seaweeds, with countless verdant greens, sprouted and grew. They wove into an endless green great wall, blocking the surging waves. In the north, Gulwig opened her eyes, exhaling a sharp breath of frost. It formed into a transparent frost longsword, 3 feet and 7 inches long. This was the legendary wizard tool, the 0-degree sword. She held the sword with her jade hand, and gently pierced the surging waves below. Swoosh! In an instant, the invisible cold swept and spread. The northern sea waves turned into towering, mountain-like waves. Straddling and rising, the mountain ranges stretched endlessly out of sight. Even the remnants of the western, eastern, and southern waves were suppressed along the way, turning into a snowfield. Subsequently, under the control of Gulwig, the ice mountains and snowfield slowly melted, blending into the sea. The terrifying sea waves, enough to destroy countless worlds, were easily calmed by the earth-shaking methods of the 5 legendary wizards. This was the power of the wizarding apex. If this happened in other worlds, it would only leave behind stories of world-ending floods, waiting for the Heavenly Father, or other external forces to aid. After much effort, what appeared before the world was a continent dominated by green, lush rainforests covered it, where countless magical creatures lived. In the sky, on the earth, and across the fields, all forms of life thrived freely under the frosty sky. At the center of the continent stood a giant tree with just half its trunk. Its height proved even more exaggerated than the giant tree phantom Lady Roland had just created. Its umbrella-shaped canopy covered an area of 100,000 miles wide. Its roots, like mountains and earth dragons, extended endlessly, spanning the entire continent, covering much more than 1 million miles. The whole continent was derived from the ecosystem of this giant tree, created bit by bit. It was the god of creation. It was the Pandora tree. Countless creatures of the Pandora world knew it as the World Tree, the Pandora matriarch. The thick branches remained full of ancient aura, battered and scarred. Common strongmen possessed no qualification to leave a mark on them. These marks came from other level 10 strongmen, who had visited the Pandora tree over the long years. In its center was a line of gleaming golden wizard runes. They originated 300,000 years ago. Precisely this rune put the Pandora tree into slumber. These runes together formed a special legendary spell, the Pandora's Eternal Covenant. The ancestor of wizards, Sauron, left this spell as a testament to the early opening wars of the wizard civilization against the Pandora elven civilization, leading to the spell that prevented elves from ever giving birth to level 10 strongmen again. The Pandora tree also fell into slumber. 300,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the Pandora continent, glances from Pandora elves gathered. Fear, confusion, the unknown, and hatred all manifested. Among them, the most eye-catching figures were 18 males and females, all tall and outstanding in appearance. They exuded the aura of level 9, the clan leaders of their respective elf tribes: Green Elf, Fire Elf, Wind Elf, Blue Elf, Dark Elf, Blood Elf, and Shadow Elf. Many of these elves inspired the names of wizard potions. This ancient race excelled in alchemy, with ancient wizard alchemists even evolving from elf potion masters. Many low-level potions passed down through generations carried the imprint of elven culture. The level 9 elf clan leaders gathered around the Pandora mother tree. The strongest among them was the Green Elf clan leader. Her appearance resembled the lush forest which Levi knew, but her leaf-like hair, woven into a green crown, signified her extraordinary status. She was the Forest Queen Laura, an elf clan wizard, now possessing 9 rings of perfect cultivation. Laura slightly bowed her beautiful eyes, and her voice carried across the clearing. Thank you to the Grand Council Chairman for resolving the demon disaster and saving countless lives of the Pandora elf clan. I also thank everyone for integrating Pandora into Nora. I hope the elves and wizards can continue to coexist peacefully in the new era. Edmund scanned the countless faces of the gathered elves. Unity means mutual victory. He addressed them with a firm tone. I know the past grudges have never been forgotten by the Pandora elf clan, but in today's era, facing the ever-expanding ambitions of the abyss, we must unite. Chapter 2735. The elves possess innate elemental affinity talents and the lifespan of longevity species. Logically, as human wizards, the Congress would never allow you to tread the path of the wizard. However, in truth, since the end of antiquity, we have never banned the elves from cultivating wizard spells or researching wizard knowledge. We have always welcomed the people of Pandora to live in Nora, because the ancestor of wizards told us that someday, the elves and our wizard association will put aside past grudges and stand on a united front. Only then can we survive. Lola remained silent for a moment. Then she said, "We understand these truths. The past is the past. Right now, overcoming the blood battle sweeping across the Panplain is the pressing matter." Edmund spoke. To show our sincerity, with the unanimous agreement of the Supreme Council, a new resolution has been passed. From this day forward, the Pandora Eternal Covenant is released. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elves were shaken. Excitement and disbelief spread through their ranks. The implications were self-evident. The Pandora matriarch was awakening. Their supreme god of creation had returned. Moreover, the elven strongmen bound by the covenant now had hope of stepping into the 10-level realm. Pandora would rise. The elves were proud. They always felt that Sauron was afraid the elves were too powerful, and he used the covenant to limit them. Now, the Supreme Council dared to lift the restrictions. This meant Edmund and the wizard civilization he represented had absolute confidence. They could suppress any possible ambition of the elves. It made sense. The era had changed. The Supreme Council had 17 seats, The number of legendary wizards now far exceeded that of the era of Sauron. Though the Grand Council chairman was not as formidable as Sauron, he was a figure who could suppress an era. Generations of supernova wizards and knights were dazzling. The present Nora was already an unshakable giant ship. In its path, there were only 4 giant worlds. Other civilizations were not worth mentioning. This was the confidence brought by absolute power. Lola hurried to express great gratitude with a bow, joined by the elven clan leaders. Edmund arrived before the mother tree of Pandora. He traced the bark, which was rough as a planet. At his fingertips, a strand of red flame burst forth. He began to trace along the lines of runes engraved by Sauron in the past. Wherever the flame went, the golden runes faded away bit by bit. No one knew how much time had passed when all the letters disappeared. The Pandora Eternal Covenant was released. After a gentlemanly salute, Edmund spoke softly. "Awaken, my lady." In the next moment, the towering giant tree began to buzz and tremble. Millions of leaves rubbed together, making a rustling sound. On the earth, countless roots came alive like earth dragons flipping. The branches danced across the sky like a languid stretch. A 30,000-year-long dream would end now. A magnetic female voice arose softly. "What year is it today? Where is Sauron?" Falling leaves drifted down, transforming into a graceful silhouette. She stood with a slender figure, supporting her forehead. She donned green garments, her gaze as captivating as the deep sea. She exuded an indescribable divine and maternal aura. She was distinctive. Edmund exchanged a gaze with her for a moment, then smiled. "You have been asleep for 30,000 years. Sauron is no more. I have lifted the restrictions of your eternal covenant. I am Edmund, the current Grand Council chairman of both the Nora Council and the former Wizard Council. The present situation is thus, Lady Pandora." Pandora matriarch surveyed the middle-aged man before her. He was strong, confident, calm, and unfathomable, just like Sauron had been. Except Sauron was more radical and lively. Of course, he was also quite annoying. As the god of creation for all Pandora elves, she stood silent. Floods of voices and memories of countless elves surged into her mind. She gradually understood the current situation. Suddenly, she laughed sorrowfully. "That guy Sauron is truly cruel. I thought he spared my life out of pity or nostalgia. I did not expect it was for continued exploitation 30,000 years later." Edmund did not know the specific grudges between Sauron and the Pandora matriarch. He only felt this ancestor of wizards had seemingly done other things that hurt the feelings of this lady. Thinking of this, there were many ladies with grudges against Sauron. The Pandora matriarch, the succubus queen, and that one from the underworld. These were just the known ones. There were probably countless unknown ones. This was likely a common trait of successful men. Edmund reflected on himself. He was not as successful as Sauron. Could it be a lack of such experiences? Indeed, honest men found it hard to build grandeur. Pandora matriarch looked at the calm face of Edmund. She spoke suddenly. "Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with you. Thank you for unsealing me. I am not unreasonable. The Pandora clan will join the blood battle, fighting demons alongside you. Just hope that you do not cast aside your achievements once the birds are gone." Edmund smiled. "My lady, worry not. Henceforth, be it the Pandora clan or other clans, those who arrive will all be Nora people. There is no difference. I sincerely invite you to join the Supreme Council and take up the 18th seat." Pandora matriarch looked into the eyes of her elven children. They were all her children. Her power was strong, not an ordinary 10 level. But in today's era, one tree could not support a forest. She felt the sincerity of Edmund. She also sensed the growing and expanding origin will of this Nora world at her feet. That was a power that continued to ascend without bound. This was beneficial for her growth too. As the daughter of Origin Will, she had experienced countless ages and endured sea and field. She knew Sauron certainly had not died. He was still watching her from some perspective. This was her instinctive intuition. Edmund was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lady Pandora to agree so readily. He sincerely praised her. "You truly have a broad mind and a wide breadth. It is admirable. In future new worlds, you will certainly have a place." Pandora matriarch smiled silently. Since Sauron created such good conditions, if she did not seize them, would it not come cheaply for him? On this day, countless people of Nora witnessed the arrival of the Pandora world. The elven clan leaders and the Pandora matriarch all joined the Nora Council. This included the Dragon Flame God, who retained a seat despite reincarnation. The era of 18 seats in the Supreme Council arrived. Level 9 experts numbered over 240. Over on the ancient dragon continent, Elena gazed towards the Pandora continent across the eastern sea. She felt genuine happiness. So many handsome and beautiful elves can solve many members' single issues on the ancient dragon continent. This truly is the best era. Chapter 2736. The 8th level of Hell. Black King City crouched in the wilderness like a giant beast. Walls of storm energy made of death aura stood all around. The sounds of slaughter, explosions, and magical abilities roared incessantly. Demon armies converged from all directions, besieging the city. The main forces were flame demons and wind demons. The earth cracked, underground fire soared to the sky, black wind blew, and the flames spread wide. This combination of demons formed an unfailing siege lineup of the abyss. The mistress of Demon Fox and the ghost elephant master stood atop the death aura wall. War consumed the forces of the devils like a meat grinder. Worry filled them. They remained lost in the uncertainty of the future. Since the start of the total war, over a handful of top-level tribes had been annihilated. A figure entered the battlefield. It was none other than the purgatory demon Sword Sodrose. He raised his blade and shouted, Black King 18 slash. 18 slashes of sword chi, forged from black wind and blazing fire, stretched across the heaven and earth. The wind fueled the fire, growing ever fiercer, as countless flame demons and wind demons met an untimely death. A wizard. The level 8 demon commander narrowed his eyes while scanning the battlefield. To take this bridgehead of hell, since the total war began, the troops the Abyss dispatched to hell equaled those sent to Nora. Logically, with the current foundation of hell, it should soon be crushed. But support from the underworld and Nora kept repeatedly thwarting the Abyss. In bygone eras, collaboration between wizards and devils was inconceivable. But now it had become the norm. Before the underworld got involved, the Abyss had conquered 9 major civilizations with level 10 strongmen on the multidimensional plane, and countless small and medium-sized ones. With the underworld entry, relying on the convenience provided by the underworld source river, the underworld army appeared anywhere in the blood battlefield of the multidimensional plane. They destroyed one Abyss well after another, inflicting unimaginable losses on the Abyss. Taking advantage of the favorable timing and location of multidimensional convergence, Nora swiftly rose, further exacerbating an already difficult situation. This person is a supernova of Nora. A demon recognized the Purgatory Demon Sword. Several level 8 demons surrounded him, holding 2 swords. The Purgatory Demon Sword clearly favored dual blades. As his swords danced, the black dragon which behind him soared like a dragon. He swung his blade and yelled, Purgatory Flying Dragon Slash. A myriad of black dragon-like sword chi surged forth. He had not advanced to the 8th circle for long, yet he fought 3 demons on his own. Such strength was undeniably mighty. The mistress of Demon Fox and the Ghost Elephant Master also seized the opportunity to strike. Both possessed level 8 middle stage power, followed by a crowd of fox and elephant offspring. Among the Demon Fox 3 sisters, the eldest was already level 7 late stage, while the second and third sisters were level 7 middle stage. In peaceful times, such power would ensure safety in hell. But during the blood battle, they could only barely protect themselves on thin ice. This scene was just a small reflection among the myriad forms of life during the blood battle. Too many lives were shattered by war, vanishing into nothingness. The demon forces were several times that of Black King City. Even with the support from the Purgatory Demon Sword, they ultimately fell into disadvantage. A large number of devils and undead perished. They fought and retreated, arriving behind the death or a city wall for a brief respite. Hold on a bit longer. The elder brother should be arriving soon. The Purgatory Demon Sword checked his stance. I have also informed the master of Demon Fox. The mistress of Demon Fox wiped sweat from her brow. Rumble. Death aura walls crumbled. And level 8 late stage flame demon, wielding a flame battle axe, roared as it charged forth. It wore demon armor. Most devil attacks landed on it, barely causing a scratch. Demons poured through the gap in the wall. Despair and helplessness permeated the city. Kill. A crowd of devils rushed out, continuing to buy time. Boom. A vortex formed in the sky, and a massive black pillar descended dramatically from above. Atop the pillar, a figure in black dragon armor holding a longsword appeared. Behind the figure danced 9 towering black flame foxtails, exuding an imposing level 9 middle stage aura. Hell's 36th pillar master of Demon Fox Solidina stood ready. She was the king of all devils of the Demon Fox clan. Unlike typical demon foxes, she lacked seductive charm, instead exuding heroic spirit. With just a wave of the sword, a trail of black flame fluttered forth. No matter the level of demon in its path, it perished on the spot. The demons did not panic. Among them, 2 inconspicuous flame and wind demons rapidly expanded, their aura soaring rocket-like to level 9. On the battlefield, a flame demon giant clad in magma-heavy armor and a wind demon giant enshrouded by a storm spanning miles emerged. The former stood at level 9 middle stage, the latter emanated an intimidating level 9 late stage aura. Upon their appearance, 2 massive demon mountains tore through the earth, levitating to suppress the void, enclosing Black King City within. You are finally willing to show yourself, Lady Demon Fox. The wind demon, with a long whip condensed from hurricane in its hand, spoke grimly. Join the Abyss. Hell has become the underworld's abandoned pawn. The 72 pillars are a mere shell. Either defect to the astral world, or die without a burial. The flame demon attempted persuasion. The master of Demon Fox remained silent, contemplating escape. At present, if it fled alone, it still had confidence. But in doing so, its Demon Fox tribe, along with the Ghost Elephant department loyal to it, would be no more. As for leading the tribe to defect to the Abyss, that was even more improbable. Crash. The giant pillar shuddered as the master of Demon Fox suddenly struck. Boundless black flame formed a whip that cleaved the sky and split the earth, sweeping outward. Chapter 2737. Blood Sacrifice shakes level 10. Death Knight and Supreme Treasure Overlord. Snap. The Wind Demon Lord's long whip lashed out, forcing a retreat. The Flame Demon's huge axe swung in, unstoppable, as the 2 level 9 demons struck simultaneously, destroying heaven and earth. The master of Demon Foxes looked at its followers. I gave you a chance, but you did not treasure it, so die. It spoke the words softly, then commanded, you all retreat. Escape as many as you can. The fox had prepared for this day. The demon fox main mother and the others refused to flee. Why aren't you running? The fox asked. Our master, we wish to fight by your side. The followers stood their ground. The fierce battle commenced. The demon fox main mother and the others remained, because they knew the master was on the way. They believed the master could change everything. Staying by the master's side provided the safest place. If they fled, they might face unforeseen dangers and fall into traps set by the demons. The master of demon foxes did not know this. It interpreted the loyalty of these devils as genuine, feeling a touch of warmth. It became determined to protect these subordinates at any cost, as they would be of great use in the future. The attack from the two demons grew fiercer. The wind demon's long whip shattered the giant pillar phantom of the master of demon foxes, then twisted like a long snake, coiling around the body of the fox, and suddenly tightening. Meanwhile, the flame demon raised a hand, sending out a flame ray aimed at the head of the master of demon foxes. The fox revealed its true form to block the attack, but the terrifying assault from the wind demon had already torn through the defense. The fox body instantly tore apart, scattering into countless small foxes that fled in all directions. Trying to escape, the wind demon chanted an incantation. Above the sky dome, a massive storm covering an area of 10,000 miles pressed down instantly, causing nearly all the small foxes to vanish, leaving only one suppressed within. Too weak, the wind demon said coldly. As the storm seemed ready to engulf the fox completely, ripples spread above the head of the small fox, revealing a monkey scratching its ear in the void. With a move resembling the monkey fishing the moon, it took the master of demon foxes away, vanishing into the terrifying storm. Who is it? The wind demon grew perplexed. Radiant golden light pushed away the dark clouds across the sky. At the center of the infinitely high world, a figure clad in black armor sat on a golden throne, eyes filled with majesty and dominance. Dusk Hall Master. The flame demon gasped. The fear within was impossible to suppress. This person had slain demons equivalent to the results of 100 standard battle groups of the wizard world. Beside the golden throne, the figure of the master of demon foxes appeared, staring in fright at the man before it, its 9 tails involuntarily bowing down. The fox felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the man. Levi ignored the creature, merely eyeing the two demons attempting to escape. He pressed his right hand into the void, and a white world descended, unleashing a wind and thunder emperor palace with rumbling sounds. The mighty figure of the flame demon began to hunch, ultimately crushed onto the earth, unable to move. Above the head of the wind demon, an ocean emerged, with a giant whale spanning 1,000 miles appearing, descending with immense might to suppress. 9-ring magic long whale sea suppression. Then, with the chaos dragon shimmering like scales with which marks, numerous primordial soul spells descended in unison. 9 suns suspended in the sky, all creation thunder, primordial magnetic giant soldier, light giant. The shock of this scene engraved itself into the minds of all demons and devils, never to be forgotten. Especially the primordial magnetic giant soldier, and the light giant, enclosing the level 9 late stage wind demon from left to right. Energy rays from the light giant, shock waves, and optical floating cannons poured out madly. Despite the superior realm, the wind demon found itself at a disadvantage due to absolute attribute suppression. Damn it, damn it. The wind demon roared, struggling. The terrifying storm attempted to grind and shred everything in sight, but the long whip only temporarily repulsed the bothersome summoned creatures, confronting instead a glaring sword chi. This sword chi came from the golden throne, miles away. The black armor-clad figure remained seated there, unhurried. He subdued the two demons without even standing, one of them being level 9 late stage. The master of demon foxes watched everything intently, shocked to the core. What kind of power was this? Many live undeservedly by their reputation, but the Dusk Hall Master's rumors were all overly modest. The Purgatory Demon sword split the level 8 demon in front with a single strike. The familiar figure on the throne made the creature howl loudly, about to scream its throat hoarse. Awesome. You are awesome, big brother. The demon fox main mother, ghost elephant master, and the 3 sisters collectively sighed in relief. With the arrival of the master, the outcome was decided, and the demise of these 2 demons was a matter of time. The power of the master had become ever more terrifying over the century of absence. Other devils witnessing the actions of Levi for the first time, although from opposing factions and once enemies, could not help but cheer. Compared to the Dusk Hall Master, even the master of demon foxes, also level 9, paled significantly. Perhaps these underlings could not imagine the two were of the same realm. The overwhelming sword chi struck down, and the wind demon gave its all to resist. Endless gales constructed layers of armor, one after another, but no matter how many layers emerged, what awaited was instant annihilation. This feeling of despair, it had not experienced for a long time. Slash. Sword chi split the body of the wind demon in half, and it transformed into a cluster of void wind, merging into the void rift created by intense collision, attempting escape. Chapter 2738. On the throne, a deep red crack opened on Levi's forehead, revealing a dragon clan's vertical pupil like a compound eye. The substantial gaze scattered, enveloping all dimensions. It perceived everything, leaving no place to hide. This is the terrifying power of the deep red eyes. In an instant, Levi locked onto the figure of the wind demon that had long fled into the void. He let out a villainous sneer, his lips curling upward. Nightmare realm descent. In a single thought, a world of red and black crossed endless spacetime to arrive, compressing into the void dimension. It enveloped the wind demon, who had already fled hundreds of thousands of miles away. No, this is impossible. The wind demon was trapped in the nightmare world. Everywhere it looked was red and black. Countless nightmare creatures lurked in the shadows, peering at it. Extreme fear grew and spread in its heart. At an unknown time, above the sky dome, a giant beast with broken wings, a dragon head, and a scorpion tail, covered in dreamy colored scales, descended, opening the vertical pupil on its forehead. "Where do you think you are going?" The giant beast spoke in human language. It transformed into a black armored swordsman, precisely Levi's full-time working duplication for guarding the nightmare world. Though only with half his strength, it was evidently enough to deal with a terrified, injured wind demon. ANG. The giant beast lunged at the wind demon. The deep red eyes shot a terrifying red light into the wind demon's body. The dragon claw, like a blade, shredded everything. The venomous scorpion tail injected a troublesome toxin. Soon, this wind demon was on the verge of death. Out you go. In a single thought from the nightmare beast duplication, the wind demon vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was inside Vajra heaven. That man still sat on the throne, not having risen. His smile was so ghastly and smug that it terrified the demon. It felt as if he was the real devil. Don't get too happy. Hundreds of level 10 strongmen exist in the abyss. Someone will take you down. Even if you, like Sauron, battle step by step to the 666th layer, it will be to no avail. You will find the abyss far more unfathomable than you imagine. The wind demon was defeated but still boasting. Boom. One by one, legendary and mythical level giant beast phantoms descended from the heavens, roaring, crushing everything in sight. The wind demon was torn to pieces like being drawn and quartered, dying painfully. In the end, only a shattered 10,000-foot devil corpse remained. Levi waved his hand, and the devil corpse was collected. Only then did he look towards another place. The level 9 middle stage flame demon was still suppressed beneath the Wind and Thunder Emperor Palace. It watched helplessly as its comrade was toyed with to death by the Dusk Palace Master. Levi's right hand grasped the void. Bam! The Wind and Thunder Emperor Palace suddenly descended, thoroughly shattering the flame demon's body. It turned into a torrent of blood and flesh, surging towards Levi. The blood battle armor greedily absorbed everything belonging to the flame demon, full of bliss. Current unlock progress, 8 out of 10. The master of Demon Fox, as obedient as a puppy, lay in front of Levi's throne, watching Levi finish this heartening demon hunting feast. It transformed into human form, slightly bowed, and said, "Soli Dina greets the Dusk Palace Master. The fame of the master of Demon Fox precedes you. Compared to you, I am far inferior. I still have some matters to attend to. Please feel free." After dealing with 2 level 9 demons, Levi rose and ascended to the high heavens. He looked at the dense demon army below, smiling. "Today, I will plunder the fortune of that wind demon and sacrifice the lives of countless demons to refine the Wind Emperor's robe." He raised a hand, and 4 spiritual weapons exuding level 9 momentum arrayed in all directions, sealing the battlefield, with eternal star abyss hanging like stars in the sky dome. Beams of starlight refracted from the ceiling stars, flying in all directions. Finally, they wove a massive net covering tens of thousands of miles. Thousands of shadows emerged. The most conspicuous were undoubtedly the 49 leading level 8 demon generals, with strength ranging from level 8 early stage to level 8 late stage. Over the past years, Levi would occasionally go to the battlefield to hunt demons. After killing quite a few level 9 demons, he finally formed the 49 Demon Generals formation. Of course, this is not the end. In the near future, there will also be level 9 shadows joining. Levi plans to name them as Demon Kings, and the level 10 shadows, naturally, as Demon Emperors. One day, he wants all the manpower from the abyss to become his own. Countless demons were trapped in this world, either fleeing or struggling, all in vain. Eventually, they shrank and huddled together like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Even the devils were taken aback by the spectacle. What is the Dusk Palace Master planning to do? Not sure. It feels like some kind of ritual. Levi then used the world as a canvas, sending one array item refined with rare materials into it, arranging a complex, mysterious array pattern. They emitted soul-stirring lights, shooting into the sky. Rolling dark clouds began to gather, filled with lightning. The vast, destructive majesty of heaven descended. Levi focused on his array arrangement. Every artificial refinement of a truth oddity must go through calamities similar to a wizard's 3 calamities and 4 disasters. Robbing the world's fortune and defying the heavens must be thus. He was mentally prepared long ago, with the chaos dragon coiling above his head, its whiskers drifting, its mane flowing, its dragon eyes solemnly watching the calamity clouds. Rumble. Thick lightning pillars as wide as a mile descended, irresistible. The chaos dragon spun like a yin-yang fish, absorbing them. Then the second, the third. More and more lightning pillars, fire rains, icebergs, and meteorites descended. Each one was enough to give level 9 experts a headache. Chapter 2739. The emergence of the sun refining artifact was quite difficult. The Wind Emperor's robe, which could be synthesized into a legendary artifact, proved even harder. After a total of 81 attacks, the Dragon of Chaos remained alive and vigorous, circling above Levi's head and serving as a natural barrier that no one below level 10 could break through. Refining a sun-refining artifact does not trigger a level 10 attack. This is the ingenuity of the elemental proof. Of course, when the 7 great oddities finally synthesize, they still cannot escape the tribulation of becoming a legendary artifact. Other grand wizards generally respond with their grasp of the legend magic prototype, succeeding to pass through or failing and ending up in vain. Levi possessed more methods to handle the process. By the time he needed to synthesize a legendary artifact, he would rely on his body to overcome such disaster. The advantage of mastering multiple paths became evident once more, invisibly increasing the probability of ascending to a legendary state. The tribulation dissipated. Within the massive array, those demons had been completely turned into pools of blood. Their souls were bound within, endlessly entangled like wraiths. The body of the level 9 wind demon floated in the void. It disintegrated within the array, with vast wind elemental power surging out and returning to the world. Levi, holding an array item like a pen, sketched flickering nodes in the void, beginning to light them up like a spell model. This eventually formed a faint apparition of a robe. He adorned it with the level 9 wind truth runes he mastered, muttering words. Without ninth circle knowledge, one could not refine such an oddity. As time ticked by, more and more wind runes solidified, and the robe became increasingly real. Correspondingly, the blood pool, formed by the sacrifice of countless demons, visibly diminished, and the soul of the level 9 wind demon began to disintegrate as well. A month passed. During this period, more demons came, trying to disrupt, but Levi sent them directly into the array, where they became part of the refinement. On the night before the ceremony was completed, Levi opened his deep red eyes. Danger perception surged like a tide, and malice pierced his spirit like needles. He exhaled and murmured, "Level 10 has arrived." The world trembled. Gigantic hands, overshadowing everything, tore apart the curtains, revealing a hideous large head with 2 horns behind them. Magma and blazing fire erupted, dyeing the sky red. It was undoubtedly a flame demon. In the abyss, the clans of the 4 great demons, earth, fire, wind, and water, were the most prosperous. Their representative races were the stone statue demon, flame demon, wind demon, and fish demon. There were many level 10 strongmen, but most served as lords in the forefront abyss layers. The one before his eyes was the lord of the 180th layer of the abyss, the king of flame, Inold. The level 9 mid-stage flame demon that had died was precisely its subordinate. It sensed the change here, and decided to meet this dusk call master personally. With a voice like muffled thunder, the king of flame condensed a fiery spiked club in its palm. Its right arm muscles tangled, dragons spiraling. Like swinging a baseball bat, it combined all its strength and flame together, swinging fiercely. The power of this strike shattered the void within tens of thousands of miles like glass, with an unstoppable gale tearing through everything. Behind Levi, the primordial spirit emperor and the dragon of chaos manifested. The 6 holy heavens descended together, overlapping heavily and bursting into the most intense sparks. The forces of the 6 supreme level bloodlines merged. 4 levels of destruction sanctuaries and 3 levels of Vajra sanctuaries, the power of all sanctuaries surrounded, reshaping the armor and emperor's sword for the primordial spirit emperor. A colorful cloak fluttered as the emperor drew his sword, facing the challenge and intending to shake level 10. At the same time, around the dragon of chaos, fire dragon tribulation, ice dragon prison, thunder dragon flash, and dozens of witch marked lights shone brightly. Magic runes empowered them, with even primordial soul spells approaching instant casting. Thunder ghost, storm giant spirit, Valkyrie's spear, 9 suns suspended in the sky, and all creation thunder. All spells except the secret decomposition technique were unleashed, illuminating the world. They followed the dragon of chaos, charging behind the emperor to kill. The 9,000 ceiling stars of the eternal star abyss shone, transforming into a 90,000-meter-tall starlight giant spirit. It exuded the aura of competing with the heavens, rising from the ground and turning into Levi's final sword for the king of flame. This was Levi's first direct confrontation with level 10. He knew he was likely not a match, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to test his strength. The lord of the 180th layer of the abyss should belong to the bottom level of level 10, similar to weak gods of the astral world. Judging from the intensity of danger perception, its strength was not even as good as the red crow that chased Levi last time. The primordial spirit emperor, representing the path of nights, first clashed with the gale. The 6 holy heavens trembled and shattered one by one. The shadows of those blood tribulation masters also quickly faded, an absolute realm suppression without any solution. The dragon of chaos, representing the path of the wizard, charged, spells exploding like fireworks. Earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and frost all burst forth, with blinding white light flashing for tens of thousands of miles, forcing all devils to close their eyes. The wizard tower, representing the crystallization of weapon making, arrays, and other wizard wisdom, arrived in its attack, the starlight giant spirit colliding like a star. 3 waves of violent offensives shattered one after another under that level 10 attack, but the remaining force of the gale was also considerably weakened. Seeing this, Levi felt somewhat confident. Although the truth oddity was still a bit lacking, it was about to be refined. Next, he just needed to change places to continue finishing it. However, Levi was in no hurry to move. Chapter 2740. Thud, thud, thud. The hoofs trod the void while the warhorse whinnied. A figure clad in pitch-black heavy armor rode the purgatory heavenly horse, shattering heaven and earth. Upon its pale skull grew protruding bone spears forming a pale crown. Its burly body wore a cloak as dark as the night, billowing toward the skyline. In its hollow eye sockets burned a sun-like blazing fire. Hell's 7th pillar, the Death Knight. Some called it the Skeleton Knight, or the Undying King, as it represented the highest combat power of the undead. In its hand, it gripped a thick, broad blade forged from the bones of an ancient evil creature. The weapon emanated a twisted black brilliance, and an indescribable transcendent dominion. It was ranked 18th on the list of supreme treasures. They called the weapon Overlord. The name seemed simple and unrefined, but it lived up to its reputation. The Death Knight leapt from the horse. The Overlord black blade slashed down, an invisible aura twisting space and throwing time into chaos. The Death Knight unleashed the first move of the Overlord's secret skill, Chaotic Heaven. Sword light like a black hole engulfed everything in its path. The King of Flames raised his spiked club to block. A cracking sound echoed. The rare treasure, forged from level 10 material at peak level 9, shattered with ease. The King of Flames recoiled. How is this undead this strong? Logically, as the 7th pillar of hell, its status matched his own, and strength should be equal. Never had he expected his weapon to shatter against that black greatsword in a single round. Unurity had previously crossed blades with the Revenge Idoless of the 3rd pillar, and suffered defeat. He could understand that, for the Revenge I had already reached level 10 mid-stage power. But now, the Death Knight, even stronger than the 3rd pillar, defied reason. This was not the time to dwell on that. He conjured a magma giant sword to block the remaining blade light, and began to retreat. He had come to meet the Dusk Palace Master, and did not want to start a battle with a level 10 entity yet. A dark space tunnel appeared behind him. The Death Knight rode toward him, and another strike fell. The Death Knight executed the second move of the Overlord's secret skill, Night Banquet. The strike felt bizarre, and defense proved futile. Unurity panicked. He could only use his powerful demon body to resist. He felt the previous strike had unknowingly stolen a breath of time from him. That slight difference prevented him from reacting. He was struck without awareness. Unurity arms were severed. His demon body split in half. He roared, destroying heaven and earth underground fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless volcanoes and magmas tore through the 8th level earth, spewing out to create a large-scale attack of destruction. The Death Knight rode the purgatory heavenly horse among them, slashing a blade of opening force to sweep through thousands of troops. This strike, the Overlord's secret skill crossing river, was a desperate gamble. It felt invincible, unbreakable, and unstoppable. One volcano after another obliterated like wind-sweeping stranded candles. Unurity flew tens of thousands of miles, crashing through countless mountain ranges. He lifted layers of earth, charging at the Death Knight like overwhelming waves. The Death Knight hollow gaze showed no fear. He slashed the strongest blade he had mastered, the 3rd secret skill, Ghost Hero. With this strike, from the 1st level Death Wilderness to the 7th level Dragon Fall Valley, and then to the 8th level Undead Paradise, millions and millions of undead in hell seemed to raise their heads as if summoned. They roared in anger to greet the undying king, the Lord of 10,000 Ghosts. Boom. An abyss stretching tens of thousands of miles formed. Unurity lower half of his demon body was blasted away. He howled in pain. Another blade light struck. Yet a gigantic hand covering the crust tore the void, blocking the flame demon. The crust on the surface of the giant hand ripped apart, revealing obsidian-like demon skin. Blade light left deep gashes in it. Demon blood gushed out. Accompanied by a soft muffled grunt, the fierce strike was blocked. A stone statue gigantic face appeared in the clouds, indifferent and merciless. The supreme treasure Overlord Remergs, unexpectedly obtained by you. No wonder you could severely hurt Unurity. The Death Knight rode the horse, gazing at the sky with heavy eyes. A hoarse ancient voice murmured, "The Abyss 653rd Layer Lord, the Arcane Terminator, the Earth Demon Lord, the Stone Statue Ghost King Valirid. It seems you have joined the blood battle." The Earth Demon Lord replied coldly, "I am here to end this farce." In the void, another colossal arm descended. It pressed down not on the Death Knight, but on the Dusk Palace Master escaping with Black King City to the other side. Bullying the small, truly shameless. Spellcasters fear you Valirid, but this king does not. The Death Knight slashed another sword out, trying to sever the arm, and trying to stop a chariot. The Earth Demon Lord completely ignored the Death Knight attack. Rumble. In the void where Black King City stood, another giant pillar descended. Its diameter was dozens of times that of the Demon Fox pillar. In the sky above, a giant beast descended resembling an elephant, a hippopotamus, a bull, a gorilla, and a crocodile. It could transform into any creature. Its broad back resembled a silverback gorilla, with strong arms not much inferior to the Earth Demon Lord. Hell's 6th pillar, the Beast Lord, the King of all beasts, by Mong. It roared to the sky. Its arms, wrapped in dragonesque devil muscles, unleashed the surging might of 100 beasts. The strike smashed at the Earth Demon Lord's single arm. Boom. The terrifying impact swept 100,000 miles. Levi had already moved Black King City, escaping the place. He gazed at the stone statue face in the sky, etching it in his mind. Chapter 2741. The Earth Demon Lord appears to be heading towards the Nora battlefield. The ensuing blood battle situation has worsened. Levi surveyed the horizon, his brow furrowed. So many gargoyles. They are not easy to handle. Of the 4 great demon lords, 3 have arrived. Only the Water Demon Lord has yet to make an appearance. Surely, it is just a matter of time. The mighty Nether River descends. Kings of the underworld, riding skeletal warhorses, travel on the waves. Ahead, a golden light pierces through the realm. A handsome golden-haired swordsman draws his sword and cleaves the air, filling it with a boundless aura of death. Wherever the sword chi passes, even the sky dome bears the marks of time. The Stone Demon Lord could not retract his giant arm in time, and took a hard strike. Instantly, the limb covered in wrinkles like an old man, fragile and unable to withstand the pain. The demon let out a muffled groan. Earlier, when facing the Overlord cut from the Death Knight, the creature had not even flinched. The Earth Demon Lord swiftly retreated, his gaze fixedly locked onto the golden-haired swordsman. The 13th Netherworld Emperor, the 9 Death Swordman. A scream from the flame demon pierces the air, interrupted by a massive pillar descending from above. An eagle-like figure swoops down, seizes the demon body of Unity, and flies to the top of the pillar. It possesses the head of an eagle and a human body. Wings as sharp as blades sprout from its back. It holds a scepter, surrounded by a storm of death energy. The flame demon struggles, though its body is pierced by thousands of sword feathers. The 9 Death Swordman holds his blade. Unity will serve as compensation for the tumult you caused over the past centuries. Valirid, do you dare face me in battle? The Earth Demon Lord's eyes go dark as his form dissolves, leaving behind only the echo of his voice. Do not be eager. One day the Abyss Army will flatten hell, sweep through the underworld, and the underworld source river will also submit to the supreme will. You are too conservatively backward, content with the current state of the multidimensional plane. What we do is not invasion, but unification and integration, climbing ever higher. Only the progressive abyss can lead the multidimensional plane to explore a broader world. The 9 Death Swordman stands with his sword, silent. With the task completed, the Beast King and Death Knight each disperse. The ground where Black King City once stood is now left in ruins. In a field, Black King City slowly descends. The devils, having just witnessed a level 10 battle, remain shaken, their hearts heavy. The Purgatory Demon sword sheaths his weapon. Thankfully, brother, you arrived in time. The winds of war change swiftly. Life and death are unpredictable. At this moment, he yearns even more for the 9th circle. He desires not only the 9th circle, but also dual cultivation of spells and body refinement within it, so he can keep up with his brother without falling too far behind. On the other side, the heart of the Master of Demon Foxes races. It does not dare gaze directly at Levi. It never expected that 2 supernovas of the wizard world would actually help devils. Had Levi not intervened, Black King City would have ceased to exist. The spirit of internationalism, casting aside past grievances, is truly precious. Even as a devil, it feels a touch of emotion and tearfulness. Later, 2 level 10 pillars and even the 9 Death Swordmen personally arrived to assist against the Earth Demon Lord, for the sake of the Dusk Palace Master. This further affirms the esteemed position of the Dusk Palace Master in the underworld. The Master of Demon Foxes believes if it were in the same position, the pillars might aid it, but the 9 Death Swordmen likely would not have personally come. Hence, a pang of envy and jealousy stirs in its heart. Eventually, the creature sets aside its complex emotions and offers a grand bow. Thank you, sir. Levi answers with righteous pride. No need for thanks. We are allies now. How could I stand by? The void ripples. A purgatory heavenly horse neighs, and the Death Knight arrives, accompanied by Lady Whitebone. She chuckles. Sir Levi, long time no see. Levi laughs. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Death Knight. Saving Lady Whitebone back then was indeed the right choice. This good karma has repaid itself. The Death Knight speaks courteously. Hearing is not as good as seeing. To have dared to confront Unity, with a 9th level body, the reputation of the Dusk Palace Master precedes him. Levi offers a sincere compliment. Those few strikes from earlier were truly impressive, giving me much to ponder. The Death Knight lovingly caresses his black sword. I merely rely on the advantage of the supreme treasure. Its name is Overlord, left by a supreme being of the Panplane from ancient times. After traversing countless eras, I came to possess it. Levi had heard of the Overlord, but saw it for the first time. According to the evaluation of Master Baolong, this sword has an extraordinary origin, possibly refined from the remnants of ancient evil creatures. When wielded, it distorts space and affects time. Not everyone can wield this sword. Compatibility is key. If used by the right person, its power rivals the top 10 treasures on the Supreme Treasure list. If wielded by ordinary people, it may only be mediocre. Hence, Master Baolong ultimately ranked at 18th. From the battle earlier, it is evident that this sword and the Death Knight are extremely well suited. This allows an early stage level 10 expert to suppress the similarly staged Flame Demon and display middle stage level 10 power. It is indeed remarkable. While the Death Knight converses with Levi, Lady Whitebone and the Master of Demon Foxes go off to chat together. Though their relationship was ordinary, thanks to Levi, it improved significantly. Levi and the Death Knight chat for a long time. After knowing more, the fondness Levi holds for this undead powerhouse grows considerably. He can also sense that this strong entity seems to have a request. As they talk, the Death Knight suddenly mentions his past life. In my past life, I was the king of a medium-sized civilization, having built a mighty empire. But eventually, I could not reach the 9th level and died. After being reborn as an undead, however, the path was surprisingly smooth, step by step reaching the 10th level. I was highly regarded by the underworld, holding the position of the 7th pillar for several millennia. Yet, the path of the undead is too difficult to refine, with potential not as great as yours. Thus, I have one presumptuous request. Please say it, Levi invites. After this hell blood battle is over, I want to rebuild myself, to reincarnate in your Dusk Holy Temple, and become a true knight. As the master of the temple, I am a hell pillar, so such matters should be discussed with you to avoid misunderstandings. Hearing the words of the Death Knight, Levi is slightly surprised. Sir, you still have quite a lot of lifespan remaining, do you not? Indeed. Are you willing to let go of your 10th level cultivation in this life? If I cannot advance further, what is the point of living longer? Admirable. I have no objections. Before reincarnating, give me a heads up. Perhaps I can help you find a better reincarnation body. That is my intention. Thank you. By the way, what was your previous identity, if it is not inconvenient to disclose? The Death Knight gazes upward and sighs. The past is but a fleeting cloud. Nothing inconvenient about it. In my previous life, I was the king of the Sun Crown clan. Victory Monarch Arthur. Chapter 2742. King Arthur of Victory. Levi's heart stirred upon hearing that name. He knew undead like the Death Knight must have been extraordinary in their past life. He did not expect it to be Arthur, the very forge master of the Victory Sword of the Golden Light Cave. That level 8 exotic treasure had indeed helped Levi a lot. It still played a crucial role, continuously fostering more outstanding knights for the Dusk Holy Temple. Levi always thought that if Arthur had not fallen, he would most likely have achieved level 10 and become a true immortal god. Unexpectedly, even after his death, he could prove his level 10 status as an undead, not by reincarnating and relearning with his memories intact. According to the Death Knight, he only discovered he was Arthur after reaching level 10 and using his underworld authority to observe his past life. Levi found it fascinating to encounter Arthur in this manner. He marveled at the whims of destiny. The Death Knight turned to him. Sir, have you heard of the name Arthur? I later went to check, and the Sun Crown clan had long perished in the River of Time. Levi smiled. Yes, there is some connection. The exotic treasure forged by Arthur is now with me, serving its purpose. The Death Knight laughed heartily. Fate is truly wondrous. Levi glanced at the knight. Would you like to reclaim this treasure? No, what does Arthur in his past life have to do with me? Besides, the treasure would be of no use to me. It can only shine and exert its warmth at the Dusk Holy Temple. The Death Knight nodded. Indeed. They finished their pleasantries. The Death Knight bid farewell to Levi. Lady Whitebone stood beside him. She did not forget to smile at Levi. Sir Levi, do come by if you have time. Certainly. Levi smiled. The Master of Demon Fox watched the exchange. She bowed slightly to Levi. I am also heading back to the 9th layer. Hall Master Levi, you are welcome to visit anytime. I will surely provide good hospitality. Sure. The powerful figures gradually dispersed. Black King City returned to its usual rhythm. Life continued. The war had not ended, but after the day's battle, the devils felt more hopeful for the future. Levi stayed in the city for a while. He eventually forged the Wind Emperor's robe. This marked his first achievement of refining a sun-refining artifact. Time remained before the Netherworld market opened. Levi directly refined the artifact. As before, the artifact instantly entered his body. It disappeared within his mind. Levi felt the enhancement of his spiritual force until it halted. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force measured 58,123 out of 74,000. As expected, spiritual force increased by 1,000 points. The lower limit for Senior 9-ring spiritual force is 56,000. Levi had unknowingly exceeded it by over 2,000 points. He opened the proficiency panel. After the Ether Meditation Art, a whole column of Sun-grade innate talents appeared. These included Thunder God Body, Light God Body, Dark Body, Shadow Body, Ice Emperor, Blue Emperor, Emperor Flames, Rock Emperor, and Wind Emperor. Meanwhile, a phantom of a whirlwind conjured robe appeared on the stone platform of the 5th level of the 9-story Holy Tower. This symbolized the collection of the 5th oddity. Now, only the Thunder Emperor's crown and the Golden Emperor's palace remained for the elemental proof. The innate spell model of Wind Dragon Scamper had a hurricane bead in its divine dragon mouth. It rotated incessantly. This indicated that this innate spell had been successfully transformed. Levi entered the magic experiment field of the nightmare world. He focused his will. He turned into a semi-transparent wind dragon. He soared into the sky. He effortlessly dodged numerous attacks. Where he passed, he left crisscrossed hurricane web paths. These covered a vast region of 1,000 miles. They somewhat resembled the Calamity Fire Demon Ape's flame web paths. Levi's speed increased rapidly. He roared as he surged forward. He summoned countless hurricanes to his command. Ultimately, they formed a towering, all-encompassing wind wall. It stood thousands of feet high, 100 miles thick, and 3,000 miles wide. As Levi advanced, it annihilated everything in its path. After testing, Wind Dragon Scamper had 3 main changes. First, the speed had increased. It was swift as the wind, with evasion maximized. Secondly, it could leave long-lasting wind web paths, restricting enemy movement and causing massive damage. The third change was the main attraction. The wind wall moved with Levi like a bulldozer. It crushed everything in its path while simultaneously blocking massive damage. Among the 9 great talents, only Golden Dragon Break and 10,000 Dragon's Birth remained unoptimized. The former could be optimized by refining the Golden Emperor's palace. The latter would require the achievement of an oddity like the Elemental Proof or the ascent to legendary status. After the 9 rings, the power of 10,000 Dragon's Birth had already become apparent. It could instantaneously summon 4 level 9 true immortal spiritual weapons. It surpassed all current summoning style spells on the market. After further metamorphosis, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. The day for the Netherworld market to open arrived. On that day in Black King City, many devils gathered. The Demon Fox Mistress and Ghost Elephant Master led them. They came to bid farewell to Levi, and the purgatory demon sword. After saying goodbye to everyone, Levi turned to his second brother. Second brother, I already have news on the Emperor of Torture. You should cultivate diligently and reach the 9 rings soon. Then I will take you to the astral world to cut down that villain. Thank you, big brother. The purgatory demon sword followed a path of gradual, profound development. After enduring the hardships of hell for hundreds of years, both his resolve and combat experience had become extraordinarily perfect. His initial talent was already very high. Now, with the time and place provided by Nora, his cultivation moved with ease. The Nether River flowed grandly. The Netherworld market arrived as scheduled. Chapter 2743, Fairyland Renovation. Codename 563, 3 Realms. The sailing ship descended. Black-armored man Degao sat at the bow, waving his hand in greeting to Levi. Beside him stood a golden-haired swordsman, the most handsome person Levi had ever encountered in his life. Even Levi admitted that he fell short in comparison. Levi had never encountered this person before. The name had only surfaced recently during the Hell battle from the Earth Demon Lord. He was the 13th Netherworld Emperor. The Underworld was full of powerful figures. To belong to the rank of Netherworld Emperors, one must be among the elite. Being ranked 13th among them marked him as an extraordinary person, possibly of the same level as Great Council President Amon. That unassuming yet powerful strike injured even a lord like the Earth Demon Lord, who was at level 653, showing its might. Levi smiled. He spoke, I have heard of the 9 Death Swordsmen. The 9 Death Swordsmen nodded slightly. He spoke softly, long before you became famous, I had already heard of you from Degao. To have grown to such a level in 1 millennium is truly remarkable. Senior flatters me. I merely had some opportunities. There are countless with opportunities, but only 1 in 10,000 can seize them. The other day, when the Abyss plotted to ambush the Master of Demon Fox, it was fortunate you intervened. Otherwise, Hell would have suffered significant losses. I am here on behalf of the Underworld to thank you. Now that the Underworld and Nora are allies looking out for each other, it is natural for me to help Hell. If Nora's brethren are in crisis, I believe the Underworld comrades will also lend a hand. That is my intention. Indeed, this recent Abyss blood battle has factors and determination unlike any other before. Even the Underworld has to be cautious. We have a long way to go. In the coming days, I hope Sir Levi will take care and reach level 10 soon. Thank you for the advice. Additionally, there is another matter. Due to the drastic changes in the blood battle situation, the Underworld's forces need to be reorganized and redeployed. Several incidents of demons besieging and attacking the Netherworld market have occurred. From now on, during the blood battle, the Netherworld market will be temporarily closed. The reopening time is undecided. I know you need the dead soil. Here is a piece of Netherworld Mother Stone, a mythical level material, which you can consider as a superior form of dead soil, formed by the essence of countless dead soils over millions of years in the depths of the Mother River. It is precious even in the Underworld, so I will give it to you. I hope you make good use of it, and it also serves as a reward for slaying demons. Understood. Thank you for your kindness. Levi raised his hand, and a black, wriggling object resembling sand or gravel appeared, emanating an extraordinary death energy. Many patterns similar to truth runes moved across it, flickering, as if containing the truth of death. Though the Mother River is vast, materials like dead soil and Netherworld Motherstone are finite and extremely precious. As Levi knew, Netherworld Motherstone is valuable material for refining supreme treasures. The value of this piece speaks for itself. Now that matters are settled here, I too must take my leave. Perhaps we will meet again. The golden-haired swordsman extended a hand as white as jade and smiled. Till we meet again. Levi shook hands with him in farewell and watched the sailing ship depart into the distance. For him, the Netherworld market was now a thing of the past. After the blood battle ends, with his strength, he would not need to attend the Netherworld market anymore. In any case, this journey was quite beneficial for him. Even knowing that the Underworld likely saw Nora as just a tool, Levi's attitude towards it was still rather friendly. In this dark world, having a stable and trustworthy ally was fortunate in misfortune. Looking at other forces like the Astral World, Nightmare, Abyss, none are normal. Upon returning from Hell, Levi arrived at the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He took out the Netherworld Mother Stone and placed it in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. For now, he could not think of other ways to use it, so it was better to use it here to hasten the spawning of dead soil and cultivate the undead cemetery's ecosystem. With the Mother Stone planted, the accompanying special spiritual creature, Fenx, immediately sent a wave of joyous emotions. As a stone nurtured by the Supreme Mother River, even its faint aura could greatly benefit these life forms of the Death Sept. Moreover, the Netherworld Mother Stone itself contains some liveliness, and Levi always felt that given enough time, it might even nurture another emperor. Of course, he had no time to wait for its emergence, so if the opportunity arises, refining it into a supreme treasure would be preferable. During this time, he researched and discovered that the Netherworld Mother Stone had another function particularly useful to him. It can create a self-contained life and death cycle, forming an ecosystem for a small to medium world. For instance, placing it within the ancient Banyan Fairyland would allow any fallen life forms to reincarnate there. Their souls could either choose to randomly reincarnate in the multidimensional plane, or be reborn within the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Whichever they choose, it would be a regular reincarnation, without retaining past life memories. Therefore, if Leviathan were to pass away from natural causes, it could reincarnate within the ancient Banyan fairyland. If the timing were right, it might even be reborn as a true subdragon, or even a pure blood dragon. In short, the potential reincarnation races would depend on the existing ecosystem of the ancient Banyan fairyland. Overall, the benefits of reincarnating within the ancient Banyan fairyland outweigh the randomness of the multidimensional plane. While the upper limit might not be as high as the multidimensional plane, its lower boundary is certainly higher, for the majority of the multidimensional plane consists of small to medium worlds and various weak non-transcendent races, making the chance of choosing a good race akin to winning the lottery. Chapter 2744. Moreover, as the ancient Banyan fairyland continues to upgrade, coupled with Levi's deliberate collection, the number of high-level races living within will inevitably increase. Their upper limits will continue to rise rather than remaining static. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a storm of death energy formed, expanding outward with the tombstone of the dead at its center, spreading in all directions. The range of the ancient Banyan tree mansion had expanded, finally stopping at about 10,000 miles in diameter, manifesting as a small world of death. After multiple metamorphoses, the ancient Banyan fairyland is now the size of an ordinary medium-sized world. The ghost mansion is like a giant black spot on the earth, particularly conspicuous. Levi gazed at the earth below. He spoke to himself in a low voice. If only it could be like in the past life, creating a three-realm system that circulates with each other yet appears to not interfere, that would be more aesthetically pleasing. Aesthetics was only one aspect. Now within the ancient Banyan fairyland, the transcendent creatures and races were increasing, a mix of fish dragons and others. The living environmental differences among different races were also significant. For example, the death energy in the ancient Banyan tree mansion was harmful to many transcendent creatures. Relying solely on an array to isolate it is not a long-term solution. He had not managed the ancient Banyan fairyland much all this time. He needed to go back and make some thorough transformations. He summoned Martha, who was playing mahjong nearby. Martha stood up. "What is the matter, Lord Hallmaster?" Levi waved his hand. "Let us talk serious business, no jokes. As the master of this realm, can you transform its form?" "Of course, but if the changes are too large, it will require ample time for conversion, otherwise it might affect the existing ecology. I want to change the current structure and transform the ancient Banyan fairyland into a parallel ecological community of three realms, which can be divided into the heaven, earth, and human realms. Those above level 6 will typically live in the heavenly realm, those below level 6 will live in the human realm, and the earth realm will serve as the residence for the undead of the ancient Banyan tree mansion. There will be appropriate connecting passages among the three realms for the convenience of those in need to travel. Some necessary constraints must be set to prevent damage to the three realms' ecological system. For example, people from the heavenly realm cannot spar or fight in the human realm. The same applies to the earth realm. Additionally, to encourage people in the human realm to strive for growth and cultivation, some necessary ascension rewards can be given to those who rise to the heavenly realm. If one can make a name for themselves in the three realms and become renowned, they can even become a heroic spirit, take up positions in the ghost mansion, and manage the order of heaven, earth, and human. Levi proposed many ideas. Martha listened quietly. After Levi finished speaking, her beautiful eyes sparkled. She smiled. "Sounds like a very interesting plan. Yes, let us begin the action. All right, let us first draft the design planning diagram." With high spirits, Martha no longer needed to play mahjong to pass the time. She hurriedly gathered the likes of Blood Vortex Venerable, Martha, and other high-level figures from the secret realm to discuss major affairs. The Fairyland Reconstruction Plan, codenamed Three Realms, began preparations in full swing. A month later, on the eve of the opening of the ancient tower, Levi was cultivating by the small stone pond. A green light fell to the ground. It was Martha. Generally, the area within 100 miles of the small stone pond was off-limits to idle individuals, except for Martha and a few others who had such authority to enter freely. "The design drawings are ready. Let me see." Levi received a transparent crystal model shaped like an oval egg. It was divided into 3 layers, with a tall, verdant pillar running through all 3 realms, which was Martha herself. The barriers of the heaven, earth, and human realms require a large amount of starfall. Remains to construct an artificial crystal wall, which can divide them while still allowing the fairyland to function normally. Additionally, building the space channels to the heavenly realm, South Heavenly Gate, and to the ghost mansion, Ghost Gate, also requires this material. "No problem, I will handle it." With the current flourishing state of the White Dragon business circle, as long as there is money and resources, obtaining starfall remains is not an issue. Even the frequency of appearances of the star spirit heart is much higher than before, and some alien races experts from long-wandering planes have this material. In the center of the heavenly realm, I plan to set a group of floating islands for the heavenly realm residents to settle, with the core large island being where the heavenly palace, the central administration of the heavenly realm, resides to maintain orderly operations, mainly composed of the Sky Dragon generals of the 8 dragon crowds. Combat is prohibited inside the islands, but outside in the void, sparring and competitions are allowed to prevent everyone's combat skills from deteriorating. For those with excessively high realms, they can only train in the nightmare world. The human realm is the main part of the ancient Banyan fairyland, maintaining the existing structure. Aside from the level 6 experts guarding the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the cave heaven-blessed land, all others should go to the heavenly realm. A dragon palace branch is also set in the human realm to maintain the order of the mixed-blood dragon clan. Separate nations are also established for other transcendent creatures and alien races for their convenience. The ancient Banyan tree mansion will be entirely moved to the earth realm, and in a fixed season each year, Ghost Gate and South Heavenly Gate will open to hold the three realms' martial arts, promoting exchange and competition. Rewards will be given to those who perform outstandingly in the martial arts. Lord Hallmaster, how about it? Everything was mostly done according to your instructions. Martha looked proud. Not bad. This is exactly the three realms ecological system I wanted. Let us start transforming based on this plan. Understood. Let us get started. Chapter 2745. Mana returned to the ancient banyan tree. Loudspeakers broadcast and arranged throughout the fairyland. Suddenly, the atmosphere in various parts of the fairyland stirred. In the coming time, everyone busied themselves with the plan. According to Mana's blueprint, the project would reach completion within 1 century. Dark Ancient Tower. The 5th level, Cane Land. Returning to the old place, wizard towers stood amid fields and forests. Various schools of wizardry developed. The Cane Mage system integrated into the wizard system after adopting its essence and discarding its dross. This facilitated inheritance and teaching. Cane Academy, the largest wizard organization on the Io continent, houses over a dozen sects such as Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. Each sect relies on the protection of an archmage or a primordial soul wizard. Some flourishing sects even hold multiple archmages. Body refinement, spells, potions, arrays, weapon making, and rare treasure crafting all have corresponding inheritances. Even card making develops on a small scale. It cannot grow rapidly because of the isolation of the Dark Ancient Tower. The power of Wangxiang magic card remains inferior to that of the outside world. Levi's strength cannot yet support too many people. Once he becomes legendary, possessing power comparable to the heavens, he will be able to sustain more users and completely establish the 4th art. Moreover, over these years, he allocated time to upgrade and iterate the cards. He optimized their spellcasting efficiency and continually reduced costs. Under Levi's governance, Cain's power already surpassed the era of the Supreme Archmage. The strength of humans reached an unprecedented peak. The black beast hordes that once rampaged now face suppression by humans. Levi even set specific no-hunting zones to give them a chance to grow and prosper. The northern barbarians and southern demon clan also developed well. They primarily served to temper the humans in Cane Land. Historical experience taught Levi that people cannot thrive in too much ease and comfort. In the end, he brought with him 13 seedlings, including 2 children of the elements. He left the 5th level and headed directly to the 7th floor. Time flies. It is now precisely the Tinkai 1000-year mark for humans in the ruined land of the St. Roland continent. In 1 millennium, Grey-White Academy grew to become the most powerful organization on the 7th floor. Its leader, the Flame Wolf Saint, currently holds level 8 middle stage and progresses steadily. He shows potential to reach level 9. Another level 8 saint from the Earth School of Thought also emerged within this century. The Flame Wolf Saint asked Levi about the situation of the Water Dragon Saint, who had traveled outside the realm. Levi told him that the Water Dragon Saint failed to advance to level 8 for the 2nd time. He now serves as a professor at the academy, enjoying his twilight years. Flame Wolf sighed endlessly. The number of level 6 saints or primordial soul wizards in Rune Land has reached 42. 9 level 7 experts also exist. This constitutes a top-level organization even in Nora. The nourishing life method and boxing techniques Levi passed down spread far and wide. He selects the excellent ones among these people as knight seedlings. They become eligible for the now more mature bloodline transplant transformation. They truly embark on the path of the knight. At the Sea Beast Park, harvests arrive. Levi discovered some transcendent creatures and dragons that do not exist in the ancient Banyan fairyland. He took them all away. As for the 3 realms and 4 lands, Levi still routinely took away some good alien seedlings for cultivation. It enriches the gene pool of the ancient dragon continent and slightly curbs the growth of these alien races. After harvesting from the first 8 layers, he arrived at the 9th layer, beginning a new round of adventures. Land of Darkness, Demon Camp. One giant abyss well after another emerged, revealing towering figures. The Earth Demon Lord, who ambushed Levi in hell, led them. 3 level 10 demons accompanied him. Among them, 2 are Gargoyle Lords. The Deep Abyss Layer 168 Lord, Green Steel Demon King Jiasu, and the Deep Abyss Layer 400 Lord, Demon Statue King Kant, led the way. The last one, Lady of Desire Mellet, looks like a human, but is actually an evil demon with abilities similar to a succubus. The Wind Demon Lord led a group of demon powerhouses to greet the newcomers. Great. Surgard, that scoundrel, always botching things, but Valirid, you got this. The Earth Demon Lord gazed coolly and confidently at Nora ahead. I am here to teach those wizards how to behave. A blood battle with the spellcaster civilization would be impossible without us gargoyles. Though Pazuzu sneered inwardly, he offered a compliment. Indeed. With you around, Edmund and his lot wouldn't dare be arrogant. Supreme Council. Edmund spoke with a grave expression. The demons have sent another formidable enemy, the Earth Demon Lord. His strength is about the same as Pazuzu's, but his magic resistance is second only to the Amethyst Saint. Everyone must be cautious in external operations now. In the last blood battle, one legendary wizard fell to this demon. The Pandora Matriarch, having lived for endless ages, spoke next. Reviewing the multidimensional plane history, blood battles where the four great demon lords simultaneously appeared, except when facing the giant world, all ended in victory for the Abyss. Now that three great demon lords have appeared, the situation is dire indeed. The Hand of Netherworld Prison, responsible for the Heavenly World War affairs, added his thoughts. If the Night System or body-refining wizards had matured, dealing with gargoyles would be straightforward. But aside from the Dusk Palace Master, others cannot mature in the short term. Currently, the only plan is to seek assistance from the Heavenly World. Chapter 2746. Edmund nodded and spoke to the council members gathered before him. This is the only way. We shall send 3 legendary wizards to replace 3 of the barbarian chiefs over there. Moreover, we must find a way to communicate with the Heavenly Will and merge the Heavenly World swiftly. If all the barbarian chiefs join the Supreme Council, our lineup will be unprecedentedly powerful. The Supreme Council reached a decision. It sent Mr. Silver, the Wind Empress, and the Earth Saint, 3 legendary wizards, to support the blood battlefield of the barbarian tribes. The barbarian tribes understood the gravity of the situation. They decisively dispatched the Python God Barbarian Chief, Turtle God Barbarian Lord, and Eagle God Barbarian Chief, 3 level 10 strongmen, to support the Nora battlefield. Heavenly World. High above, a brawny man wielding an iron rod struck down. The blow shattered the void for tens of thousands of miles ahead. A level 9 mid-stage flame demon was crushed under the fierce pressure. Its form shattered and dissipated, and its demon soul was collected by the revealing Nether River. Man Gang breathed lightly. His gaze remained fierce. As the strongest genius of the 8 god tribe for tens of thousands of years, he stepped into the level 9 peak realm over 1,000 years ago. He had refined 4 soldier species within. He had long prepared to ascend, challenging the Heavenly Will. However, as time passed, no matter how he called out, the Heavenly Will never responded. Despair washed over this proud figure. He watched himself age day by day. He witnessed his tribe slaughtered in the blood battle by those dreadful otherworldly demons. He rampaged against demons. Below the barbarian chiefs, none could rival his battle achievements. He suppressed his contemporaries in event of his discontent. With each bit of progress, he called upon the Heavenly Will. He pleaded for the heavenly path to descend. That day, he completed the refinement of the 5th soldier species. He prepared the ceremony once more, and raised his long rod towards the heavens. Where is the heavenly path? A mournful voice echoed through the universe. He killed a group of low-level demons. After a long time, the heavens remained unchanged. Disappointment filled him, yet his gaze stayed resolute. I will awaken the Heavenly Will. Boom. In the sky, a muffled thunder sound emerged. Faint ancient roars reverberated. A pupil with a diameter of 10,000 miles appeared central within the sky dome. Terrifying lightning spread around the pupil, and a desolate chant echoed. Man Gang's eyes widened in shock, then shifted to wild joy. It is the Sky Eye. I have awakened the Heavenly Will. He hurriedly shouted. I desire ascent. Please, Heaven, grant me the heavenly path. The giant eye sparkled. Dark cracks spread across its whites. An ominous demonic aura emanated. Over 10 terrifying level 10 auras scattered from within. Child, I am trapped, save me. Man Gang understood immediately. The Heavenly Will was not asleep, but rather trapped by the abyss. It was polluted, and possibly in grave danger. Perhaps due to his repeated calls, he was able to awaken it, receiving such a message. Moments later, the giant eye vanished once more. Man Gang soared toward the Weasel God tribe. The Heavenly Will had always sheltered the barbarian tribes like a mother. Now, all barbarian tribes must unite. Rescue Heaven. Ancient Dragon Continent. Outer Sea Region. As the disaster slowly dissipated, a cyan figure descended from the sky. It exuded a fierce level 9 aura. Clad in green scales and possessing 6 strong arms, the green demon rocks cradled a piece of shattered golden armor, looking somewhat regretful. It is all my fault for being too weak, breaking the clan treasure gifted by the Lord, while undergoing tribulation. I wonder if the White Dragon Commerce can repair it. Soon after, the Green Ghost, recently promoted to level 9 mid-stage, rushed from the Soren continent. He laughed heartily. Splendid, we brothers both reached level 9. The Green Scale clan thrives evermore. Brother, can this rare treasure be repaired? It can, do not worry. I will find a friend to fix it and return it to the organization's treasury. It can be used for future tribulations. Good, I am reassured then. Not long after, Green Demon joined the Nora Council. Presently, including the elves, the level 9 alien experts totaled 91. Land of Darkness. A blue giant dragon, sharp-edged and shaped like a sword, shattered the void. It fell near a death plane. It roared deeply, licking its body covered in wounds. Though it was mature, its aura was unusually weak. It appeared as only a level 8 peak, less than level 9. To escape the pursuit of God race experts, it exhausted every effort. It utilized its life force-consuming trump card to finally escape alive. This was the giant dragon slave, Mother Sword King Dragon Nemea, previously auctioned by the 5th Divine General at the Giant Head Star auction. It continued healing its wounds. As a dragon attuned to the metal element, this world suited it well. Despite its death, the power of the golden element remained dense. It transformed into a beam of light. It burrowed into the Earth's core. It used secret techniques to hibernate, beginning its slumber. Perhaps upon awakening it might return to level 9. Outside the barren world, a shadow spanned the land of darkness. It descended silently, resembling a wondrous 10-layer ancient tower. 6 months later, Dark Ancient Tower, 9th layer. Levi received word of the Green Demon's promotion through the Twilight Round Table. He felt internally delighted. The development of the 7-colored scale clan showed great promise. When given the chance, if he could collect the Black Scale, Crimson Scaled, and Golden Scales clans, it could be perfect. Currently, the Purple Kylan clan remained somewhat weak. The previous disaster had depleted its experts. It recovered considerably upon arriving at the ancient dragon continent, yet only 8 upper level 6 members remained, with none at level 7. The journey to strength is long and arduous. Chapter 2747. The gold-seeking hound barked. The sound echoed, indicating a great find. Levi and Jin swiftly made their way, following the tunnel dug by the hound. Soon after, Levi appeared before a natural mine. The Tai stone mine glared with brightness. Levi started to survey and measure. He made a preliminary estimate. The Tai stone reserves in this mine ranged between 3 trillion and 5 trillion. They spread sparsely over an area with a radius of 100,000 li. To mine and refine it all in a short time was too much. Levi could only do his best. He cut the veins with sword chi. He used the wizard tower and the space within the ancient Banyan fairyland to store them. He planned to mine them slowly back home. This money is unspendable. Truly unspendable, Levi muttered. Despite saying so, his hands never stopped. After a while, trenches and sinkholes appeared all around. These were all Levi's masterpieces. He applied the sea and field spell. He essentially restored the landscape, reducing damage to the ecological environment. Next, following the gold-seeking hound, Levi gained several more small Tai stone mines. The total reserves reached the 2 trillion level. Moreover, there were over a dozen elemental metal veins above level 6. There was also a small pile of level 9 ore. He did not bother to look at anything below level 6. Jin had not brought Levi any gains that could astonish him. The little mouse diligently searched for traces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 1 month later, the hound found an amethyst race meteorite forming an amethyst. It was level 8 peak quality, quite decent. Jin panicked, exerting all its efforts in seeking dragons and pinpointing caves. A few days later, it led Levi to a rugged cliffside. They found a twisty tree resembling a welcoming pine. It survived against the odds and bore 7 fragrant, ripe fruits. Delight lit Levi's eyes. These are 70,000-year-old red pine blood fruits, Levi said. The red pine is a magical plant similar to the iron tree, but of higher quality. It matures and metamorphoses once every 10,000 years. It then bears a round of red pine, blood fruit every century. The fruit count increases by 1 every 1,000 years. This one started at 70,000 years. The higher the age, the better the fruit's medicinal efficacy. At 70,000 years, it qualified as level 8 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If it exceeded 100,000 years, it would become legendary level. The blood fruit can strengthen the body and improve physique. For ordinary people, consuming it brings innate divine power to battle giant beasts. Of course, a greater chance existed that its contained energy would explode the body. Thus, knights and wizards were the best candidates to consume it. Body-refining wizards could further enhance their physique and give birth to red pine runes within. Collect it, Levi said. Levi cut down the entire cliffside with sword chi and moved it into the ancient Banyan fairyland. He left only a smooth, flat-cut surface. A plain formed. Jin stood atop the hound's head and squeaked proudly. Not bad, somewhat useful, Levi praised. Jin was pleased and worked even harder. Afterward, Levi continued to reap rewards. He found medicinal herbs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. He also gathered many rare black beasts, sub-dragons, and mixed blood dragon clan members. Jin and the emotionless spell-summoned gold-seeking hound were secretly competing. This military race benefited Levi immensely, making him ecstatic. 3 months passed. The hound struck again, arriving at a site rich in metal elemental power. It clashed with the surrounding environment. Levi estimated it had just formed as an intersection point. He immediately began digging down. He found many rare ores. Suddenly, a dragon's might awakened underground. Levi struck with a mighty sword. Terrifying sword chi split the earth in two, forming a fissure thousands of li deep. A dragon roar echoed. A green light like a sword rushed towards Levi at high speed. He slapped it aside lightly. It was a green sword king dragon. It looked exhausted and seemed on the brink of death. The sword king dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. It could not fathom that it, a dignified pure-blooded dragon, was knocked away by a mere palm from the man before it. So it is you, Levi said. The sword king dragon lacked murderous intent. It retracted its aura and watched Levi nervously. Have we met before? It asked. At the Giant Head Star auction, Levi said. How did you escape the god race's captivity? Are you the Dusk Palace master? The dragon asked. Indeed, Levi replied. I am Nemea, a sword king dragon. I have heard the Dusk Palace master is surrounded by many giant dragon guardians. I hope the master can accept me. It was Levi's first time encountering a giant dragon actively seeking refuge. It seemed his reputation as the master of the Dragon Palace had begun to spread. "Sure, this place is the Dark Ancient Tower. It is free from danger. I will heal your injuries first and then take you out of here," Levi said. The Sword King Dragon is a speed-typed dragon clan. It was the right material for the Black Emperor Dragon's cultivation secret medicine. This was an effortless acquisition. Levi's palm enveloped the power of the Green Emperor Dragon. It flowed into the Sword King Dragon's body, healing all its wounds of various sizes. He cleared some nearly undetectable tracking marks left by the god race inside it. After a comprehensive treatment, the Sword King Dragon revived. It prostrated itself. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life," it said. "I pledge to stay by your side eternally." "No need for courtesy," Levi said. "Your injuries are almost healed, but you are still quite weak. You require long-term recuperation. I will send you to a safe place. Soon, you can regain the 9th level realm." "Understood," the dragon replied. After settling the Sword King Dragon, Levi thought of visiting Dragon Swordman Matthew after leaving. He considered matching them for a marriage and borrowing a brood. He imagined Nemea giving birth to a bunch of Sword King Dragon babies for him. Would that not be delightful? Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, the dragons warmly welcomed the 10th pure-blooded dragon of the Dragon Palace. Yggdrasila, another mother dragon, was especially pleased. She rejoiced at having a close sister arrive. After enduring hardships for years, Nemea was overwhelmed by so many dragons. She felt like she was dreaming. Her good days had finally arrived. "Really wonderful. Found a pure-blooded dragon while mining," Levi said. He was in great spirits. Jin lay atop Levi's head and squeaked. The ancient tower was about to close. It realized its harvest was eclipsed by the hound. It urged Levi to quickly go to its sensed treasure location. All right, next place," Levi said. Chapter 2748. Sauron Continent, the Supreme Council. Python God Barbarian Chief stood with a solemn expression. "Everyone, the heavenly will is in trouble." Edmund leaned forward. "How so?" Mungung walked in. His voice carried a grave tone. "The heavenly will is not asleep. It is trapped by the strong elite of the abyss and unable to respond to our call." He listed the persistent calls to the heavenly will over the last 1,000 years. The legendary wizards blinked in surprise, their minds turning to the frightening perseverance of this man. Edmund stared into the distance. During their alliance with the barbarians for over 1,000 years, the Congress has searched for the whereabouts of the heavenly will. As one of the few civilizations within the multidimensional plane that possesses multiple level 10 strong men and excels in the art of body and combat technique, the barbarian tribes can temporarily fill the current gaps in Nora in dealing with the complex and ever-changing soldier species of the abyss. But if they cannot cross the hurdle of the heavenly will, integration is impossible. According to Edmund, the power of the heavenly will should be around level 10 peak, and certainly not at level 11. Otherwise, there would not be just the fixed 6 level 10s in the barbarian tribe. If they can communicate with the heavenly will, Edmund feels confident in integrating it into Nora. He spoke again. "As we promised before, the barbarian tribes are allies of Nora. Matters concerning the life and death of friends will surely not be ignored by Nora. This matter is urgent. Next, we will preliminarily discuss a rescue plan, codename Heavenly. I hope everyone will offer advice." Blue Dream Taoist had similar experiences with the heavenly will. He spoke. "From the intelligence, the heavenly will seems to be trapped in the abyss, also suppressed by several level 10 demons. The biggest challenge in this matter is finding the heavenly will, defeating so many demons, and also not being tricked by the abyss ruse. We must not let the demons on the Nora battlefield take advantage of our absence." Pandora Matriarch gestured. "Star-Lord, words make sense. The manifestation of the heavenly will may be abyss bait. There could be a chance to launch a third full-scale invasion war." Edmund nodded. "Yes. Therefore, for this rescue plan, from the legendary wizard side, only I, Frost Witch, and Freud need to be sent. From the barbarian tribes, one level 10 will communicate with the heavenly will, while others continue to guard Nora, preventing any sudden demon raids." Lady Rowling asked. "Is this lineup insufficient? Those demon lords who can trap the heavenly will must have several powers comparable to the mighty gods." Python God Barbarian Chief spoke. "I will go from the barbarian tribe side. The heavenly will disappeared and was trapped after the abyss blood battle began. It has not been more than 1,000 years. With its power, unless the abyss will personally stepped in, it should not have been eroded and captured so quickly. I believe as long as we can disrupt the suppression by the group of demons, we can create opportunities for the heavenly will to escape." Edmund sighed. "I understand everyone concerns. We need more friends." He closed his eyes, his mind reaching out to other entities. Before long, 4 more projections appeared in the Supreme Council. One of them was a black-haired figure. His peaceful gaze and aura were completely different from everyone else. This was the primordial demon Lord Suin. The other 3 descended in the rushing Mother River. They exuded an ancient royal aura. These were the emperors of the underworld. The one on the far left was the 9 Death Swordsman. On the right was a towering man with dragon horns atop his head, dressed in a black imperial robe. His vertically slitted golden eyes scanned all present. The powerful presence made most legendary wizards tremble. In the center, a woman appeared in a gray robe. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her alabaster face radiated exceptional beauty, as if she walked from ancient times. Her deep gaze had witnessed countless seas and fields transform. A trace of motherly aura emanated from her. Edmund stood up, smiling. This is the primordial demon lord. Everyone should have heard of him. 9 Death Swordsman has also been our old friend. On the right, this is the Void Nether Emperor, 9th Nether Emperor of the Underworld. In the middle, she is the predecessor of all our Congress members, also a good friend of the ancestor of wizards. She is the Netherworld ancestor. A ripple of shock passed through the room. The powerful strength of 9 Death Swordsmen is evident to all. Not long ago in the Hell War, he slashed and wounded Earth Demon Lord, becoming a legendary story. And the Void Nether Emperor is even stronger than him, ranked 9th. Combined with the dragon horns on his head, the legendary wizards speculated. Could this be the Void Dragon, second only to the Time Dragon, among the 5 legendary dragon species? Unexpectedly, he also joined the underworld. This is the depth of the giants. These strong men rival the mighty gods, several of whom were summoned. Any of them could easily rank in the top 10 on the Panplane leaderboard. As for the Netherworld ancestor, although none have seen her, the title suggests she is undoubtedly related to the Underworld Mother River. Her power is likely comparable to the level 11 ancestor of wizards. She stands at the peak of the multidimensional plane. 9 Death Swordsmen nodded. Thanks for the introduction, Lord Amin. The Underworld, as Nora ally, will definitely intervene in the barbarian tribe's affairs. From what it looks like, the Abyss might attempt to assimilate the heavenly will, rendering the barbarian tribes self-defeating. Our hard-earned blood battle advantage will be wiped out. This mission is of high importance to Lord Nether Ancestor. She will personally ensure nothing goes wrong. Dark Ancient Tower 9th floor. Chapter 2749. Approaching closure, the past year yielded 109 truth oddities, ranging from earth to bright moon quality. Jin led Levi to a scorching place. Jagged red rocks and black smoke filled the air. Jin stopped near the entrance of a natural earth fire cave and pointed to it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jin expected to take over this treasure site, his achievements poised to surpass those of the gold-seeking hound. Victory awaited him. Levi descended into the cave. Fire element elemental metal ores lined the walls. The hound barked. Jin flicked the hound on the head, annoyed that the creature tried to steal credit. The mineral veins were his own discovery. Levi ignored the battling mice. He functioned like a human-shaped excavator, collecting mineral veins. He picked up several sky-level truth oddities of the fire element. Levi hovered above a lava sea. Flames capable of destroying the defensive field of an 8-circle wizard felt like nothing more than a tickle against his skin. He reached out and grasped the void, pulling out a flame-like object resembling a heart. He studied the mysterious truth runes and smiled. Not bad, Fire God Fury. This glorious Sun-grade oddity of the Fire God series brought a sense of calm. Ordinary Sun-grade oddities no longer stirred him. With effort, he could refine one himself. He decided to place it in the organization treasury as a treasure class oddity. Competition with the burning faction promised intensity. Jin squeaked. Levi translated the mouse language. The treasure Jin sensed remained elsewhere. A sun-grade oddity did not suffice for Jin to surpass the gold-seeking hound discovery of the Tie Stone mine. Levi expanded his spiritual force, probing carefully. He leapt, diving into the lava sea. An obstacle blocked his spiritual force, suggesting a relic or similar object. He stood before a crimson ancient gate. Ancient array patterns, identical to those on previously discovered temple patterns, decorated the surface. These bore the mark of Sauron. Levi pushed open the gate. A terrifying hot wind rushed toward him, making his protective golden light tremble under 9-level pressure. A flame face flickered, appearing inconsistently. Crimson wings, like those of an angel, sprouted from its back, enveloped in divine flame. The face collided with Levi and bounced off like a balloon. Its head buzzed. It did not believe the person before it had blocked the attack. Over the long years, those who trod here instantly turned to ash. Levi asked, "Who are you?" "I am the angel under the eternal seed of God." "Who are you?" "Eternal fire. Since you are locked up here, you cannot be anything good. Kill it. Arrogant blasphemer." The swelling flame encountered an invisible force. It shrank, collapsed, and finally transformed into a wisp of flame, extinguished into oblivion. A purple light fell to the ground with a ding. The angel, whose power compared to the triple demon realm, fell. Levi picked up its divine crystal and gathered the equipment. This shuttle-shaped treasure functioned as a rare transportation treasure. Equipment name, Aid the Vast Sea, Purple Epic. Equipment level, 9. Equipment effect, Ride the Wind and Waves. Ride the wind and waves, when the long winds and waves come, with sails hoisted aloft, aid the vast sea. This treasure allows for long-distance plane travels and voyages across the Sea of Ruins. The normal cruising speed is 50 times the average speed of a level 9 body navigating the Land of Darkness, with a maximum flight speed 100 times the average speed. Its maximum speed matched the regular speed of his body traveling across the Sea of Ruins. Of all the level 9 treasures Sauron left behind, this quality stood out as the best, a true small top grade. After reaching level 9, Levi considered forging this type of transportation treasure, as body travel wasted cultivation time. He refined the rare treasure. A mature male voice echoed in his mind. "Tabe number 1 at your service. For convenience, you may call me. Bye." Levi focused his mind on the flying shuttle treasure in his palm. "What is this? Does this thing have artificial intelligence?" "Yes, you can enlarge the Aid the Vast Sea to its regular size, and I will guide you through the ship interior." Levi took his time. "Still has energy after 300,000 years? I was previously in a dormant state, and woke up sensing the ship refining." "Were you refined by Sauron?" "Yes. Levi recited an incantation. The ship buzzed and expanded. Soon, a spaceship over 10,000 meters long, silver white all over, with a somewhat sci-fi style, appeared. It took a sleek shuttle shape, resembling a sword, and looked handsome. Chapter 2750. At the entrance, a figure in a green robe, holding a wine jug, with a scruffy beard, and carrying a 3-foot sword, stood there, calling out to Levi. "Hello, I am Bai, the butler of the Aid the Vast Sea spaceship." "Why this appearance?" Levi asked. "I don't know how to answer your question. The Ninth Circle civilization treasure, wind and rain unmoving, secure as a mountain, where the dragon clan resides, appeared here," indicating Sauron had collected both the poetic immortal and the poet saint. Levi followed Bai into the ship's interior. It was incredibly spacious with various rooms, each extremely luxurious. Bai introduced their functions. "Here is the cultivation secret room, equipped with a 9-ring gathering element array, which can also create a rich elemental environment by consuming ether stone. Here is the training secret room, crafted entirely from metal, with the traits of indestructible and solid, sufficient for cultivation practices below level 10. Here is..." As Levi continued exploring, astonishment grew. This ninth circle treasure could cost as much as dozens of shadow blades. The difference was worlds apart. It was absolutely at the peak level 9 standard and immensely valuable. Such a great item meant that from now on, unless there was an emergency, for ordinary plane travels, he would rely on it. According to Tebe No. 1's introduction, the Aid the Vast Sea defense system was very strong, able to withstand most level 9 attacks. Its firepower was impressive too. Its built-in sea cannon could launch heaven-destroying and earth-crushing gold element sword chi, easily tearing through the scale armor of most adult giant dragons. The spaceship's power source had 3 options. One is for a level 9 expert to consume their own energy to inject into it. The second is to consume ether stone or other energy-rich ores and crystals, such as a core of the abyss or divine crystal. One level 9 abyss core would be enough for the spaceship's regular cruising for a century. The third is for the spaceship to gather elemental power on its own and store it. There was also another method, assigning a level 9 elemental spirit as the power source, which could also defend the ship in times of crisis. Levi planned to put the Rainbow Sword Master into it. It was practically tailor-made for the Aid the Vast Sea. After exploring the spaceship, Bai's figure flickered. "Spaceship energy system is about to run out. Please replenish as soon as possible." Bai's figure vanished as soon as he spoke. After Levi loaded about 1 billion ether stones, he awakened it again. "Tebe No. 1 is wholeheartedly at your service. Go into hibernation first," Levi commanded. "We don't need you for the time being." "All right." Levi put away the spaceship. High spirits filled him. This was finally the first major gain from this ancient tower. According to previous patterns, there must be other good things within this temple, and Easter eggs left by Sauron. Walking through the temple corridor, Levi found a door of light on one wall, appearing like a secret realm door. After setting a resurrection point, he stepped inside. There was no danger. A gentle sea breeze blew, bringing the salty moisture of seawater. Seabirds soared, and blue sky and white clouds appeared above. All that met the eye was a seemingly ordinary desk and chair, on which a model of a giant ship was placed, shining with a golden sheen. Golden legend. Could it be a supreme treasure? Levi wondered. With an excited yet anxious heart, Levi approached the desk. Lines of words began to appear on the model. Equipment name: Nora Ark, Golden Epic. Equipment level: level 10. Equipment effect: Captain. Captain. The Nora Ark is the control hub of the Dark Ancient Tower. Upon refining the Nora Ark, you will become the captain and helmsman of the Dark Ancient Tower. If the light of civilization dims, when the fire of civilization is about to extinguish, you can use the Nora Ark to ferry the seeds of civilization, leading them to the Dark Ancient Tower, seeking a glimmer of hope within the multidimensional plane. This effect will automatically trigger at the end of civilization. Please be prepared, Captain. Note 1. Refining condition requires level 10 strength. After refining, you automatically become a level 10 authority of the Ancient Tower. Note 2. May the Nora Ark never be needed. Upon reading this, Levi's initially excited mood gradually became heavy and complex. He stood in silence, not in a hurry to take the Nora Ark. The function of the Dark Ancient Tower became clear. It seemed that when Sauron was forging this tower, he was not absolutely optimistic about the future. Therefore, besides Plan A, there was also a Plan B, which was to use the ancient tower to wander with the wizard civilization across the multidimensional plane. That would mean that all current efforts had failed. Everyone became refugees, drifting through the universe in search of a new home. But would there really be a land of peach blossoms in the multidimensional plane controlled by the 4 great giants? Nora's next path would be thorny, with little hope of success. Even someone as powerful and confident as Sauron had to prepare for the worst. After long contemplation, Levi did not immediately take the Nora Ark. First, he lacked the strength to take and refine it. Second, he was hesitant about becoming the captain. Inside the desk drawer, however, lay a new Easter egg. Opening the sealed paper, Sauron's handwriting emerged. Eternal Fire Ozu, a powerful deity of the Thousand Hills countries, resides behind the Gate of Eternity. It is a formidable being born from the first spark, at the beginning of chaos, later becoming the Star Realm Fire God. In ancient times, the Eternal Fire and Heavenly Father held the deepest animosity towards the wizard civilization. For elements like fire and light, essential to civilization, the gods always regarded them as their private possessions, believing mortals could only enjoy light and warmth as recipients of divine grace. Chapter 2751. I ventured into the astral world, and upon passing through the gate of eternity, I encountered Ozu. After a friendly exchange, I took away the first flame from the chaos guarded by Ozu, which he regarded as his precious possession, and referred to as Mother. From this flame, I witnessed myriad stories imprinted in the river of time, and learned much about unfamiliar knowledge. Speaking of Ozu, he is truly a peculiar one, developing an affection for the flame he considers a mother. Who knew there could be a fire obsession? This flame is exceptionally unique, possessing some characteristics exceeding level 10. I named it the primordial spark. Suddenly, I had a new idea. I returned to the panplane and found an ancient fellow, intending to collaborate on a grand project. He claims to be the strongest in the panplane, but after a brief exchange, he conceded to being the second strongest instead. His name is the Fire Sovereign. Honestly speaking, before I took that step, he was indeed formidable, but in the face of absolute realm suppression, not so much. His lifespan is incredibly long, so long that it could outlast some gods. After a conversation, I found him to be an interesting fire element. As my collaborator, he is entirely suitable, and perhaps after my disappearance, he might still provide some care to the weaker wizard civilizations out of respect for me. I divided the primordial spark in half, giving him one part as payment for the project. I handed him the chaos ancient serpent body I acquired earlier, and from it, he crafted the embryonic form of a treasure, which is my wizard tower. It will be the strongest treasure in the panplane, my legacy to the panplane, my one piece. The chaos ancient serpent, a dragon clan controlling chaotic power, naturally serves as the backbone of the wizard tower, but that was not enough. Around the time Pandora's realm's elves and the wizard civilization clashed amidst the opening wars, I visited Pandora World and borrowed half a body from Lady Pandora, a strange wit of a million-year level. From a clash of foes, yielding to my charisma, Lady Pandora willingly signed Pandora's eternal covenant with me. I assured her that as a level 11 strongman, the future would offer Pandora a brighter tomorrow, a promise that would enable Lady Pandora to benefit, potentially allowing her to step into level 11 and rival the Origin Divine Tree. The wizard civilization will continue to provide Pandora protection in the coming ages. As a man, I do not easily promise women. I expressed this to her, and Lady Pandora chose to trust me, falling into a slumber. I told her, sleep peacefully, for when you awaken, you will be in a new world. With the chaos snake and Pandora's wood as the backbone, and half of the primordial spark as fuel, I refined most of the mythical materials I obtained along the way into this wizard tower that is about to be born. Relying on the primordial spark's power, the wizard tower is capable of operating autonomously for millions of years to come. If in the end, full of effort it still fails, and civilization faces a crisis, it will become the Noah's Ark that bears the flame of civilization. I watched over Levi as he processed the egg content. He already knew the ancient tower was refined from the chaos snake, but he did not expect the second strongest in the panplane, the Fire Sovereign, was also involved in the refinement. As an ancient artifact, this first strongest entity of the panplane knows Sauron, and they seem to be friends. Sauron even gifted half of the precious primordial spark to him. From the description, this flame might be a divine artifact beyond level 10. With the Fire Sovereign's already pinnacle strength, if he refined it, he might be infinitely close to level 11, even level 11 itself. Yet, he humbly calls himself the second strongest in the panplane. This Fire Sovereign is truly a cautious fire element. Perhaps his path to power has faced many setbacks and lessons, akin to the fire phoenix tormented by Levi. The air carried faint whispers of gossip concerning the enmity and love affairs between Sauron and Pandora Matriarch. It is undeniable, Sauron's taste remains unmatched. It is one thing to fall for a succubus, but forming love and hate with a tree truly defies expectation. Once confirming there are no other items in the temple, Levi left. After wandering in the ancient tower for 3 days, he returned to the ancient dragon continent. He placed the seedlings into various organizations, and the higher-ups handed Levi a booklet detailing the tracking report of all wizard seedlings taken from the ancient tower. As of now, 28 have grown into primordial soul wizards, including the reincarnated Leah and Winnie's twins. This brought Levi immense satisfaction, seeing his efforts bearing fruit. Following this, Levi inventoried the harvest from the ancient tower expedition, sending most oddities and resources into the organization's treasury. Levi selected some oddities to refine himself. Both Dark Body and Light God Body are approaching perfection. Additionally, he unknowingly collected the Thunder King series and Thunder Emperor series. Levi refined them all in one go, significantly increasing his spiritual force. Thunder God Body advanced further, also spawning 2 longs, which are quite interesting. Levi summoned them with a thought. 2 lightning figures descended from the sky. The left was somewhat masculine, clad in armor, holding a spear, with cheeks covered in bristles, valiant and extraordinary. The right had feminine traits, draped in a long skirt, holding a purple streamer in her palm, lightning entwined. The right side emanated a superior momentum. Chapter 2752. Beyond level 10, the Netherworld Ancestor descends. Nora Ark, wizard, starting with the Knight's breathing method. According to Levi, the lightning school of thought generally refers to these 2 special spiritual creatures as the Thunder God General and the Lady of Thunder, but Levi, as per his own habit, named them Thunder God and Electric Mother, aiming for something unique. Levi summoned Seele again. This was the real Thunder God, the Big Brother, a powerful spiritual creature capable of rivaling a ninth circle wizard. In the future, they can form a thunder and lightning combination. During battles, regardless of their strength, they will absolutely possess a spectacular presence. 3 years passed. The year 1520 in Nora. The year 1408 in the Blood Battle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Three Realms plan was proceeding vigorously, and everywhere were the busy figures of Dragon Palace members. Levi spent over 1 trillion ether stones, and took out unused rare treasures, resources, and more to purchase starfall remains at the White Dragon Commerce. They were piled up beside ancient Banyan King Mana, being refined by her. High above in the sky, the spectacle resembling space folding began to appear faintly, and a layer of translucent crystal wall started to take shape. Mana, like the god of creation, was transforming the ancient Banyan Fairyland, something even a grand wizard could not do. On the other side, in front of the mountain of Tai Stone Mine, a group of mixed blood dragon clan members and sub-dragons were summoned by Levi from the nightmare world and arranged there to mine. They could not play games all the time, and there had to be some work for them. Levi watched everyone busy, his mind at ease. He returned to the ancient dragon continent and encountered Triss and Elena, who prepared to attend the blood battle auction. "Do you want to buy anything?" Elena asked. "I do not have much need here. I might need starfall remains, star spirit heart, or dark treasure map, various level 9 ores, sacred medicines, and you can help me bid for them," Levi said. "But I do not have enough money," Elena replied. Levi laughed. He gave Elena 1 trillion ether stones, allowing her to make the purchases. Now he was so rich that he did not know how to spend it. "All right then, let us go," Elena said. After Elena and Triss stepped into the teleportation portal connecting the ancient dragon continent with the Soren continent, they disappeared. Given Levi's strength, participating in the blood battle auction was not very meaningful. Moreover, as a ninth circle wizard, competing with a bunch of primordial soul wizards for bids lacked elegance. Hence, by unwritten rules, ninth circle wizards usually did not participate in this auction. "Commander, someone is looking for you," a guard said. "Who is it?" Levi asked. "A primordial soul wizard of the School of Death," bowed. "Let him come to the Emperor's palace." Levi calculated with a pinch of his fingers. Mr. Lost Heart had already reincarnated and retrained for 240 years. Time flew indeed. Inside the Emperor's palace, a handsome young wizard bowed in greeting. "Junior Bode greets the Dusk Palace Master," Bode said. "No need for formalities, Mr. Bode. Has your cultivation been smooth over the years?" Levi asked. "Smooth. Currently, I am still researching witch demon studies," Bode replied. "Good. I hope that in this life, Lich can truly become a school," Levi said. After Levi exchanged pleasantries with Bode, Bode explained his purpose. "Master, I came here to join the Tower of Dawn," Bode said. "Oh, you do not plan to go to the domain of death? Given your aptitude, grand wizards or even legendary wizards would likely take you as an apprentice," Levi remarked. "In the path of witch demon, I am already the most authoritative person in the wizard world. Even a legendary wizard may not be more senior than me. I do not need a teacher. I just want a stable research environment, and hope to bring out a team dedicated to Lich studies. The ancient dragon continent is my ideal place," Bode explained. "I see, no problem. You can proceed with the regular tower entry process, and may you have a fruitful research here," Levi said. "Thank you, Master," Bode replied. Just like that, the Tower of Dawn welcomed a heavyweight figure. The School of Death would surely experience a rapid development. Levi chanted an incantation, and his form dissipated. When he reappeared, he stood on Aurora Star, which felt like home to him. Those transcendent creatures and the children of Grey Eagle Law God appeared quite courteous to him. "Good afternoon, Sir Levi," a resident greeted. "Wow, the Dusk Palace Master is here," another exclaimed. "Senior Levi, when will you take us to the Dusk Holy Temple for fun?" a group of youngsters asked. Some of Tefina's sisters and cousins also enjoyed chatting with Levi, attempting to court the 18 Riders of Twilight as their suitors. "Levi, did you come to practice sword techniques with me?" a voice called out. A sword light flashed, revealing the form of Sword King Dragon Marvin. "This time I am not here to practice sword techniques, but to introduce a friend," Levi said. "A friend?" Marvin asked. "You will surely like him," Levi replied. After speaking, Levi brought over a young lady in a green robe, beautiful and extraordinary, and introduced her. "This is Nemia, like you, also a Sword King Dragon. I thought you two should get to know each other," Levi said. "Hello, Mr. Marvin," Nemia said bashfully. Having grown up so much, it was her first time seeing a fellow clan member. She had not even met her parents before. After all, pure blood dragons were put into foster care right after laying eggs. Marvin blushed. He had devoted himself to sword techniques and also saw a same clan opposite gender for the first time. He secretly transmitted a message to Levi. "Thanks, buddy. I really like this friend. You are quite decent," Marvin thought. Levi turned to Nemia. "You can temporarily stay here. Marvin can teach you sword techniques. He is a sword technique master. Being a Sword King Dragon as well, you are certainly no match for him," Levi said. Marvin laughed. "No way, just average. Truly learning sword techniques, you should find Levi. We have sparred over 100 times. I have never won once," Marvin said. Levi inwardly thought this straightforward man did not understand his assist, lacking a bit of comprehension. He sighed and left. Once Nemia became pregnant, she could be brought back to the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He planned to request another authority from Lady Aurora later, to allow Nemea to freely access this place, convenient for the Sword King Dragon family to reunite. Chapter 2753. Time passed. With the essence of the Sword King Dragon bloodline, the cultivation speed of the Black Emperor Dragon increased significantly. By the year 1522 of the Nora calendar, Levi had mastered the triple invisible holy realm, further enhancing his speed attribute. Over the years, Levi had also regularly monitored the state of the blood battle. After the Earth Demon Lord joined, the presence of gargoyle troops on the battlefield became increasingly frequent, causing some trouble for many battle groups and civilian demon hunting teams. At this time, the role of the Body Refining Academy and the Dusk Holy Temple became prominent. A large number of body refining wizards, trained in the purple crystal body refining technique, were deployed in the war against the army of gargoyles. Through combat testing, the purple crystal body refining wizards completely outmatched ordinary gargoyles. Only some elite and genius gargoyles could withstand them. On the Dusk Holy Temple side, the 18 riders and thousands of knights finally found a stage of their own. The average points of the gargoyles were much higher than those of ordinary fish demons and flame demons, which significantly boosted their rankings on the demon-slaying list. Overall, the inclusion of the gargoyle army was both a crisis and an opportunity. If the body refining wizards and knights could seize this chance, they might soar to great heights. In addition, the secret sword flow remained resilient, as the secret sword itself, although spell-driven, primarily resulted in physical attacks. Thus, on the battlefield, Lord Victor remained the only true god, with Sword Chi sweeping away everything in his path. Gondif, the Purgatory Demon Sword, and their disciple, the Giant Spirit God Witch, and Owl Flame Wizard also shone brightly. Of course, compared to the sheer number of gargoyles, the body refining wizards and knights, although of higher quality, still had a significant disparity in strength. The true main force still came from the barbarian warriors and the Nora Wan clan, whose bodies were naturally strong, similar to the barbarians, coming from the heavenly world to assist. Relying on this group of physical professions, the Earth Demon Lord's attempt to swiftly annihilate Nora was easily thwarted, with several probing wars ending in failure. 3 years later, year 1525 of the Nora calendar, year 1413 of the Blood Battle, in the Land of Darkness, the bottomless abyss stretched like a funnel. Around it, there were no traces of any worlds or civilizations, making it an absolute death zone. Upon closer inspection, the abyss writhed slowly like stomach and intestines, or like a cosmos-sized gigantic worm, with the abyssal mouth swallowing fragmentary worlds, remnants, and any form of life drawn in through the abyss well. Its diameter was so enormous that even the expanded Nora could be easily consumed. In the dark deep space, a wisp of nether river water seeped out, reflecting the image of an exceptionally beautiful woman in a grey robe, long hair draping over her shoulders, appearing as the netherworld ancestor. Beside her stood Edmund, the Python god barbarian chief, the Daydreamer, the Frost Witch, 9 Death Swordmen, the Void Nether Emperor, and the Primordial Demon Lord. 7 powerful figures in total. 9 Death Swordmen stepped forward and addressed the gathered group. Currently, it seems that the Heavenly Will is most likely trapped on the 659th layer of the Abyss, where the ruler is the Dark Spider Queen Rosa. But now, there are not only her, but also the corrupt King Sal from the 600th layer of the Abyss, the Master of 10,000 Poisons Cole from the 502nd layer, a total of 10 level 10 demons. Additionally, the entire Abyss is shrouded under the chaotic Abyss Will. We can penetrate directly to the 659th layer through the underworld source river, but we will definitely be detected by the Abyss. The Abyss Will is somewhat special, and should not intervene personally. However, the chaotic servant from the 666th layer might arrive. It is a level 11 existence, temporarily acting on behalf of the Abyss Will during its dormancy, or confusion. Only a level 11 can combat another level 11, so Netherworld Ancestor will hold it off for some time. Oh right, the 600th layer also hosts our arch-nemesis, the Succubus Queen. The battle on the 659th layer will likely alarm her. As for the 658th layer, there is no need for concern. Currently, no demon lord has occupied it. It is an empty layer. In other words, we may have to deal with 11 level 10 strong beings. But apart from the few I mentioned, the others are only at the early or mid stage of level 10, so they pose no threat. Of course, the Heavenly Will itself is also an unpredictable factor. Those demons have to restrain it, which in turn limits their strength. If the Heavenly Will successfully escapes, we can take it out of the Abyss through the Mother River. Lastly, the worst-case scenario is if the Abyss Will truly intervenes. In that case, the Underworld Source River would certainly not abandon us. However, if the two supreme existences were to engage in a fierce clash, we could only abandon the Heavenly Will and retreat decisively. 9 Death Swordmen's words hung in the air. Tensions tightened among the group. The battle they were about to partake in might change the layout of the multidimensional plane. Even at level 10, any negligence could lead to death. But if they succeeded, the situation for Nora in the blood battle could improve significantly. The Underworld also did not wish to see the Abyss assimilate an opponent of Heavenly Will's caliber. Edmund gripped his weapon and nodded. We are ready on our side. Let us begin. The Void Nether Emperor stepped forward. If we encounter danger, I will use the power of the Void to rescue as many as possible. Except for a level 11, no one should be able to stop me. After a brief discussion, only the Netherworld Ancestor remained cold and silent, her eyes gravely fixed on the Abyss. Then, the Nether River water quietly vanished. A grand rescue operation began. Abyss 659th layer. A massive net covered the sky and earth, sealing everything. At the center of the net, a woman with black lips and a bewitching face, wearing a black palace dress, sat cross-legged. Behind her loomed a vast, world-like shadow of a giant spider, hideous and terrifying. This was the Dark Spider Queen. Across from her sat a grotesque figure in a green robe, covered in pustules, and emitting a foul stench, known as the Corrupt King. At the other 8 positions of the giant web, a shadow of a level 10 demon occupied each, all exuding a mighty aura that made one tremble. They used the spider web as a medium to form a mysterious and powerful suppression grand array, and the one being suppressed was the heavenly will. The heavenly will did not have a true form. It was ethereal and usually manifested as a thunder giant eye emitting vast heavenly might. Chapter 2754. The Abyss, 659th layer. Beneath the web that cloaks the world lies a giant eye spanning thousands of miles, streaked with blood vessels, and exuding the boundless might of thunder. It devours the surrounding light like a black hole. Even a level 9 expert finds it difficult to gaze upon its majesty directly. The will of heaven, the common master of all barbarian tribes, the spiritual faith of these people. It is the heaven of the barbarians, the supreme barbarian ancestor. The history of the barbarian tribes predates the wizard civilization. Back in the ancient times, there existed a group of fierce warriors residing in the world named Heaven. Their bodies were mighty, and they excelled in hand-to-hand combat. However, although the barbarians were strong, in the ancient times, it was the era of the Double Dragon Empire rule. In the multidimensional plane, powerful dragons, giant beasts, and alien races were common. The legendary creatures now extinct were also frequently encountered. As Sauron once said before the fall of the giant empire in antiquity, the ancient era could be called the mythical era. During this era, aside from those giant worlds, the beings born powerful and extraordinary held the dominant position. These beings have a long history. They are born as longevity species, and need not cultivate, but grow naturally to achieve the mighty strength to move mountains and overturn seas, mastering earth, fire, wind, and water. The mighty among them could even rival demigods and gods. The barbarian tribes, in front of these beings, did not have a much better position than the humans. In ancient times, the various spellcaster civilizations that pursued knowledge and diversity had not yet been born. The barbarians had no conditions like the current humans for seeking extraordinary techniques. In that wild and ignorant era, whether barbarians or humans, most species that needed cultivation to grow could most commonly rely on the path of belief, obtaining transcendent power through devout faith in the god of the astral world. That was the easiest era for the Heavenly Father to spread faith, because the weak creatures had no other choice. They were timid, cowardly, and ignorant, and could only place their hopes in the strong. This was not wrong, for after believing in the gods, they indeed brought them light and warmth, dispelling darkness and evil. For life, survival was the primary concern. In the early days, the barbarian tribes followed the path of belief. They worshipped the beast god, who resided in the Thousand Hills countries, behind the Gate of Wildness, with followers mostly from various hunting peoples, barbarian civilizations, or all kinds of wild beasts and transcendent creatures. In ancient times, the richness of biological resources far exceeded the present. Under the protection of the beast god, the barbarian tribes weathered the storm and progressed steadily through the river of time. 99% of the civilizations of their era disappeared over time during that chaotic and wild era, giving way to new civilizations reborn on the ruins. But the beast god was dissatisfied with the status quo, constantly waging wars to expand its faith, engaging in overt and covert struggles with other gods, unceasingly. As its sharpest tool, the barbarian tribes were also constantly at war, amidst smoke and suffering. Gradually, some began to awaken, rejecting faith and wanting to achieve their own strength, training in combat technique, while seeking powerful fundamental techniques, aiming to rid themselves of dependence on the beast god and achieve self-reliance for the barbarians. After long years of war, these barbarians understood that all crows under heaven are black. Changing beliefs to worship other gods would only repeat the same path, trapped in the dead cycle of history. The leader of this group was called Quay, or Man Quay. Man Quay led these barbarian tribes to struggle with heaven, humans, and ghost god, possessing an extraordinary talent in combat techniques and wisdom beyond imagination. It cast its gaze of becoming stronger upon those powerful beings born as extraordinary creatures, and even upon those legendary and mythical creatures. Why could these creatures be born strong? What was different between their flesh, bones, and souls and those of the barbarians? Could the barbarians emulate these creatures to gain power beyond the mundane? Among the followers of the beast god, and its subordinates managing the belief land, there were various transcendent creatures. Quay began to strive to study these beings, consuming their flesh, drinking their blood, gnawing at their bones. After various efforts and attempts, it still could not unravel the profound meaning within. Yet Quay did not give up. It left the heavenly world and traveled through the multidimensional plane, seeking alternative methods to become stronger, and hoping to unravel the secret of the powerful transcendent creatures, allowing the barbarians to abandon their reliance on the gods. It turned out that not only did it possess exceptional wisdom, but also exceptional perseverance and luck. While traveling the plane, it encountered many like-minded individuals also seeking the power of transcendent creatures. Together, they conducted research and proposed for the first time in the history of the multidimensional plane the concept of bloodline. Bloodline is the mark that distinguishes these powerful beings from ordinary life. Bloodline can be transmitted through breeding from generation to generation, imprinted with the transcendent factor left by the ancestors of these mighty beings. In theory, as long as these transcendent creatures' bloodlines can be deprived and devoured, their power can be obtained. However, when put into practice, Quay realized it was completely infeasible. The barbarians simply couldn't fuse the bloodlines of transcendent creatures. It was unclear whether this was due to the wrong method of fusion, or the constraints of heaven's rule, or the truth of the universe, making the act of fusing other creatures' bloodlines inherently wrong. It also tried experimenting with many other races, attempting with hundreds of races, all ending in failure. Only some of the most frail, but highly adaptable humans initially fused some bloodlines, gaining some physical improvements. They, too, could pass on this bloodline through breeding, but this was far from achieving the effect that Quay required. Chapter 2755. However, the initial success of the humans still gave it a glimmer of hope. It continued to observe and study those transcendent creatures, wanting to create some cultivation methods that could unleash the power of these bloodlines. Unfortunately, there was always an invisible barrier blocking its way, preventing its research from reaching a breakthrough. Quay referred to this theoretical barrier as the evolution stone plate, meaning an obstacle on the path of evolution. Quay believed that the evolution stone plate was an anti-counterfeiting mark embedded within all bloodlines, by some unimaginable existence, to maintain the inherent structure and order of the universe. This mark was used to hinder the evolution of numerous barbarian tribes, humans, and similar beings. Otherwise, why is it that the same bloodlines, the same flesh and blood, born powerful transcendent creatures can use it, but the barbarian tribes cannot? Quay firmly believed there must be such a thing as the evolution stone plate. Once it could be shattered, the barbarian tribes could rise by utilizing the bloodlines of powerful creatures. Unfortunately, this was a false proposition. At its current realm, it was utterly insufficient to verify whether this theory was correct, let alone shatter this illusory thing. Quay did not know that what it had done might have been the first correct attempt at the bloodline path in the history of the multidimensional plane. It unknowingly changed some things, just needing time to ferment. With feet on the ground, Quay, based on its lifetime of knowledge and research on the path of faith, created a totem path exclusive to the barbarian tribes. To some extent, this was still a path of faith, but it diversified and decentralized faith from the soul beast god to those powerful giant beasts. It made some adjustments and optimizations suitable for the barbarian tribes. From level 1 warlord to level 6 soul lord, the bond between the barbarian tribes and the totem deepened. After reaching level 9 barbarian lord, it could even reverse control, with the barbarian tribe as the master and the totem as the auxiliary. But when Quay desired to reach level 10, it once again encountered difficulties. Level 10 is the divine realm, a chasm that is difficult to cross. The path of the energy sect demands tens of thousands of years of planning to reach level 10, illustrating its difficulty. Even the later wizards achieved level 10 after a long period of exploration during the Antiquity Age, coupled with the emergence of the formidable Sauron, under favorable circumstances. The path of totems, in essence, is a path of faith, and fundamentally, it is a path of seeking others. To go further, one must seek the grant of power from stronger beings. This is its underlying logic. Quay wanted to reach level 10, but upon looking around, found no backer to rely on for faith. If it continued to believe in the beast god, all previous efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, Providence never cuts off one path. Quay's era coincided with the tail end of the Antiquity, at the conclusion of the Double Dragon expedition, the age of the Double Dragon conflict. The Star Dragon King and Blood Dark Dragon King, due to some reasons, broke out in battles that shook the multidimensional plane. Quay keenly seized this opportunity, knowing why the Double Dragons waged war. The Star Dragon King sought eternal life, wishing to achieve divine enthronement. The Blood Dark Dragon King, for unknown reasons, was exceedingly resistant to its divine enthronement, obstructing its becoming a god. Quay then pledged allegiance to the Star Dragon King, using this mythical level giant dragon as the fulcrum for its totem path to reach level 10, successfully becoming the first level 10 strongman in the history of the barbarian tribes. Subsequently, it followed the Star Dragon King on its southern and northern expeditions, gradually growing mightier. Towards the end of the Double Dragon War, some of the gods of the astral world intended to spectate. They attempted to reap benefits, aiming to claim a share of the spoils. They were powerful gods. Among them was the beast god, desiring to inherit the Double Dragon legacy, and spread its beliefs across the Double Dragon Empire to their dragon clan and giant beasts. After the war concluded, indeed, many gods benefited significantly. Regrettably, the unfortunate beast god was severely injured by the dying Blood Dark Dragon King, its power plummeting, and its divine fire nearly extinguished. After the prolonged battles, Quay also reached unprecedented strength, refusing to remain someone else's vassal forever. Seizing this precious opportunity, it took advantage, using its totem path to comprehensively invade and seize control of the beast god. Perhaps, it could be termed possession. Since the bloodline path was unfeasible, and other paths were difficult to find, since the barbarian tribes required faith and a backer, better to believe in me, Man Kuei, rather than the beast god. I am the spiritual pioneer of the barbarian tribe. I am the soul faith, the backer of the barbarian tribe, also fulfilled by me. From then on, I am the heavenly will. The beast god did not fall. It now resides in the astral world, dwelling in a secluded area of the forest of myriad phenomena, indifferent to the world. It became the heavenly will's alias and duplication in the astral world. Its existence meant to serve as the exchange medium of the barbarian tribe's faith. In truth, over the ensuing long years, Kuei grew even stronger, having long since established an exclusive path system, with the beast god now being optional. Simultaneously, the initial name of Kuei gradually faded into the annals of history with the passing of time, with only a title passed down through the generations. Heavenly Will. It summarizes, after all the transcendent creatures, or those with powerful bodies, found that all beasts and spirits, casting aside those complex methods of elemental control, had their physical attributes, in essence, also rooted in the 6 dimensions. Strength, defense, speed, endurance, physique, perception. Relying on the beast god's duplication, it researched divine authority, researching the path of the main god, and subordinate god, and independently created 6 powers distinct from the main god's authority. Chapter 2756. These are the 6 sky seeds. Each one embodies the imagery of 6 mythical giant beasts. These include the python god's physique, the weasel god's speed, the turtle god's defense, the eagle god's perception, the ape god's endurance, and the dragon god's strength. In this way, it opened 6 paths of totem belief leading directly to level 10 for the barbarian tribes, with itself as the master of all paths. Those who passed its trials could obtain the sky seed, ascend to level 10, and be crowned as the barbarian lord. It could also wield the powers of all barbarian lords, akin to a subordinate god, and it did so even more thoroughly than a subordinate god. In essence, under the super server of the astral world, the heavenly will established its own small server. Its power grew ever stronger until it reached the level 10 peak, and then it found that the road was blocked. The path of totems, being akin to the path of belief, could not reach level 11 with its current realm. At the end of this path, the star ancestor, who controls everything and dominates all belief, would not allow a second existence of faith to step into level 11. This scene was so much like the evolution stone plate it had speculated about earlier, when the heavenly will created the path of totems. Perhaps it also foresaw this day, but had no choice. Of course, as the heavenly will, it was much stronger than before, knew more, and could do more. It looked back and remembered the path of bloodlines. After the ancient era ended, in the ancient times, it began searching for the elusive evolution stone plate. This search continued to the end of ancient years, where it wandered across multidimensional planes, going to more places, even reaching the frontier and end of the universe. In a true sense, it traversed the entire multidimensional plane. But in the end, the result was fruitless. The heavenly will did not get discouraged, only employing the least efficient, but safest elimination method to determine that the evolution stone plate was in one or several of the 4 great giants. These were the astral world, deep, nightmare, or the underworld. Next, it was time to try and explore them one by one. These giant worlds were guarded by level 11 existences, and forcing entry was courting death. Fortunately, its extraordinary luck worked again. Unconsciously, it was already the end of the ancient age. The second bloom arrived. After the collapse of the Double Dragon Empire, the Giant Empire, led by the Frost Giant ancestor, rose again. This event led to a series of disturbances that gradually affected the 4 great giant worlds, as well as the stealthily growing shadow world. After a series of plans and maneuvers, the heavenly will finally discovered an ancient blood-colored slate deep in the astral world. Though it had never seen it before, it was absolutely certain this was the evolution stone plate. If it could shatter it, perhaps it could glimpse the secret of bloodline evolution, gather the power of myriad mighty life forms, ascend to level 11, and let the barbarian tribes stand on equal footing with the giant worlds. It unleashed its strongest power, striking the slate. Unfortunately, it could not move it. This slate was a supreme object beyond level 10. After many unsuccessful attempts, the heavenly will could only withdraw. But in the following days, the slate was shattered. However, it wasn't the heavenly will that shattered it, but the frost giant ancestor before its death. This level 11 powerhouse, having learned about the evolution stone plate from the heavenly will, shattered it with a final strike, before being defeated by the astral world. The heavenly will then tried the bloodline path again with its people, only to find it was still impossible. It guessed that perhaps controlling the evolution stone plate was necessary to truly begin the evolution journey. Regrettably, the slate's fragments scattered across the multidimensional plane due to the war, later fortuitously acquired by another existence also researching the bloodline path. It truly refined the evolution stone plate, and gained unimaginable power. It even integrated the legacies of the now vanquished Double Dragon Empire and Giant Empire, including numerous powerful giant dragons, giant beasts, and giant's blood, becoming the ultimate pinnacle existence of billions of life forms. It was the ultimate creation, the ancestor of 10,000 spirits, the life pillar, the strongest creature in the multidimensional plane, the strongest man in the universe. Its true name, like the heavenly will, has long been lost to time. However, it is said to be called Kars. Then, the third bloom occurred. The expanding ultimate creation also erupted into conflict with the astral world, more intense than the previous battle, with the frost giant ancestor. According to the heavenly will's observations, the ultimate creation unprecedentedly defeated the father of all gods, and the mother of all gods, surpassing all level 11 powerhouses involved in this rebellion. Yet unfortunately, the ultimate creation still failed. The awakening of the star ancestor even alarmed supreme existences like the underworld and abyss. Witnessing the fate of the ultimate creation, the heavenly will completely relinquished its obsession with the evolution stone plate. It understood that all efforts were futile. Its long lifespan taught it one ultimate truth. Throughout history, those who reached level 11 could not endure, meeting no good end. Rather than being the tail of a phoenix, it was better to be the head of a chicken at the level 10 peak, deluding itself. This way it might live longer. Why insist on pursuing inevitably doomed endeavors? After Kars fell, it no longer concerned itself with the whereabouts of the evolution stone plate. It peacefully remained the god of its barbarian tribe, content in its corner. Later, the rise of Sauron caught its attention, and as it expected, Sauron also failed, with a record even less impressive than the previous ones. Chapter 2757. Many people ahead reached the depths of the astral world, causing level 11 existences to vibrate in shock. They died gloriously, and stirred up the multidimensional plane. They left a rich and colorful chapter in the ancient age history book. As for Sauron, he merely visited and intimidated some powerful gods, and signed some relatively useless treaties with them. He then went wandering around the multidimensional plane. Apart from the nickname First in the Panplane, which serious strongmen regarded as completely insignificant, Sauron achieved nothing noteworthy until his death. Sauron relied on his high realm. He borrowed a small group of barbarian tribesmen from his heavenly world, promising to return them in abundance. There was no follow-up. It was not until later that the descendants of the barbarian tribes summoned him. They discovered that Sauron had placed those people in the Chaos Ancient Tower he refined, turning them into tools for the wizard's training. How absurd. The heavenly will watched Sauron die. That day, his astonishing creation returned to the world. In its view, perhaps Sauron's level 11 was not complete. Otherwise, he would not have fallen so quickly. In summary, this matter, significant to the wizard civilization, did not make a big splash in the grand river of time across the entire multidimensional plane. 300,000 years passed leisurely. The heavenly will and barbarian tribes witnessed the extinction of countless civilizations. They gradually grew content with the status quo, muddling on, until the damned abyss initiated this unprecedented super blood battle across the multidimensional plane. It was imprisoned by the abyss will, which spanned endless space, scheming together with the powerful demon lords led by the Dark Spider Queen, imprisoned on the 659th layer of the abyss for 1,000 years. The abyss severed its connection with all barbarian tribes, making it impossible to send down the sky seed. It knew that if this continued, one day it would be assimilated by the abyss. Either it would become an abyss lord, or turn into fodder for the abyss. In any case, it was a dead end. Fortunately, the astounding fortune it carried had always been acting. Not long ago, the Dark Ancient Tower, Sauron's creation, randomly wandered to the dark land near the abyss, alarming many powerful abyss lords who attempted to capture the tower. Even the chaotic servant made a move. The terrifying clash shook the bottom of the abyss, and distracted the 10 demon experts suppressing its seal. Seizing the opportunity, it quickly established contact with a level 9 expert of the barbarian tribe, who communicated with it many times, and had extraordinarily strong faith, eventually conveying the information about being trapped in the abyss. Of course, it knew that rescuing itself with the strength of the heavenly world would be like the gourd child saving their grandfather, but it also knew its only chance lay here. The arrival of the Dark Ancient Tower might be coincidental, or perhaps it was not. In any case, it had a premonition. Back when Sauron sought it out, his promise of returning in abundance might just fulfill itself today. Sauron did have something up his sleeve. Is he truly dead? Rumble. Suddenly, a shockwave of unimaginable supreme power swept through the entirety of the 659th layer of the abyss, causing everything to tremble. Buzz. A deep black river burst through the thick barrier of the 659th layer world, which even ordinary level 10 strongmen find difficult to tear apart. The rushing river water surged in, waves rolling skyward. At the crest of the waves, 8 figures stood, all exuding a vast aura. The most dazzling was undoubtedly a grey-robed woman, her gaze indifferent and deep, an old being who had lived countless years. The heavenly will knew who she was. Netherworld ancestor. The true name remains unknown. For such an existence, a name holds no significance, because they have lived as a level 11 for so long, certainly linked to the underworld source river, a supreme existence. Next was the middle-aged man in a red robe standing there like a blazing great Sunday. This is the blazing sun god wizard, Edmund. The heavenly will was astonished. This person's strength had reached such a level. Then came the Void Nether Emperor, 9 Death Swordsmen, and the Frost Witch. They were all known and all-powerful, but the wizard with butterflies dancing around him was unheard of, presumably a newly born legendary wizard. There was also that black-haired youth, seemingly both demon and human, with a level only in the early stage of level 10, yet giving the heavenly will a mysterious sense of inscrutability. Seeing the Python god barbarian chief, it exhaled, visibly relieved. It understood that its plea for help was effective. They had brought a group of people to rescue it. Wait, Have the barbarian tribes allied with the wizards? With no time to ponder these details, the heavenly will began to struggle mightily, unleashing strength accumulated over 1,000 years, causing the web suppressing it to vibrate crazily. Can it escape alive from this? This is the moment. The Dark Spider Mother and Corruption King, two top-level strongmen comparable to powerful gods, watched the web's trembling, slightly changing expressions, and then calmly smiled. You have all come from afar to rescue the heavenly will. Truly touching. So be it. We shall fulfill you, bringing you all together in the abyss. The chaotic servant shall make their move. The netherworld ancestors' gaze turned serious. Ahead, a demonic silhouette of indistinguishable gender appeared, distorting the surrounding spacetime. It was clearly unable to withstand such a level of power. Upon its arrival, everything lost its meaning. Countless remains of gods, or powerful existences, floated around like a rotating star ring. The chaotic servant was equally nameless. Chapter 2758. It guards the 666th layer of the abyss, where the abyss will is forever in chaos due to its essential traits. Thus, there must be an existence to guard the abyss and deal with some foolhardy demon-slaying adventurers. The chaotic servant was born to meet this need. It is both a position and an honor for all demons. Only the most powerful demon lord is qualified to serve as the chaotic servant. Netherworld ancestor, it has been a long time. The underworld truly plays a clever game, but unfortunately, it is still in vain. The abyss will never disappear. This world can do without light, but it absolutely cannot do without darkness. The chaotic servant raised a hand, and a terrifying onslaught beyond words swept toward the netherworld ancestor. The abyss writhed violently due to the ensuing shockwave. The netherworld ancestor held a pitch-black ancient sword in its palm, which exuded the rhythms of life and death, reincarnation, and eternity. Like grains of black stars in the Ganges, they tumbled incessantly in a phantom-long river. The instant two level 11 beings clashed, terrifying energy erupted, taking them to dimensions beyond the sight of ordinary people, and they disappeared from view. Only the trembling world proclaimed the intensity of the battle in the otherworldly space. Immediately, 7 other powerful beings, each showcasing their abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, charged toward the 10 demons suppressing the heavenly will. At the same time, in the 660th layer of the abyss, on the Sea of Joy, the succubus looked at the trembling palace. Something had happened next door. Damn it. Why not refine elsewhere? Why must it happen next to me, forcing me to take action? I just want to do something joyful in peace. Why is it so hard? It draped a thin, gauzy veil over its proud figure, then grasped a purple long whip in the void, which is the supreme treasure, the desire whip. Crack. With a snap of the whip, a giant vortex appeared in the space of the 660th layer of the abyss. The succubus casually beckoned 2 of its level 10 underlings, stepped into it, and disappeared. Just as it arrived next door, scorching heat swept in, filling the entire world. Above the high heavens, a sun with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles was still expanding like a balloon, seemingly endless. Clearly, Edmund was casting a super terrifying forbidden spell, likely capable of overturning the entire world. The demons, aware of the stakes, swarmed toward Edmund. A black-haired young man drew circles in the void with his hands. In an instant, 7 vortices, each with a diameter of 10,000 miles and varying in colors, appeared. Phantom giant beasts like the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, Suan turtle, and other 7 images of energy sect roared out, surrounding a level 10 early-stage demon, plunging it into a bitter fight. The black-haired young man waved again. 7 gourds surrounded him, shooting out 7 streams of demonic aura, intercepting another level 10 early-stage demon. Compared to others, he seemed not to be suppressed at all in the abyss. On the contrary, he appeared to thrive. This is why Edmund wanted to invite the primordial demon lord. Though appearing only level 10 early stage, his true strength was even stronger than a level 10 middle stage. More demons surged in. The Frost Witch, Daydreamer, Python God Barbarian Chief, 9 Death Swordsmen, and other powerful beings used various means, forming a protection circle around Edmund to prevent any demons from interfering with his spellcasting. Everyone knew if anyone could, by their own power, shake a world, it would surely be this blazing sun god wizard, who could casually create a sun. Damn Edmund. The succubus lashed out at Edmund with its long whip. The Dark Spider Queen and Corruption King also rushed over with the heavenly net and pervasive corruption fog, laughing wildly as they arrived. Attacks surpassing mortal imagination bombarded them one after another. The Frost Witch had to summon once more the giant witch minister wielding a huge axe, using giant power to ward off the front. Frost Nova. The cold wind swept through, enveloping the 659th layer. Ordinary level 10 demons were frozen stiff, shivering. Luckily, many powerful demons were present on the scene, and they eventually resolved the situation. High above, the sun began to buzz, and a highly dangerous aura started to permeate. Edmund concentrated fully on casting the spell. His comrades desperately blocked all attacks to protect him, especially the Frost Witch, who truly could not frequently use too much giant power. Fortunately, it ended. This legendary forbidden spell was a culmination of Edmund's life learning, researched on the foundation of the eternal blazing Sunday. Its name was Emin's 9 Days in 1. Boom. The terrifying great sun split apart, transforming into 9 blazing golden crows, flocking toward the demons on the scene. The demons' faces changed drastically, each using different measures to defend, clearly not expecting Edmund to launch such a powerful attack. Subsequently, the 659th layer of the abyss was completely illuminated. Thick crystal walls melted like wax, forming black holes, with seismic waves cracking the world open. A weak level 10 early stage demon, severely injured, disregarded everything and simply disappeared from this layer, obviously escaping to save its life. The succubus whipped apart a golden crow, looking at Edmund, its eyes narrowed. Behind that man, a super great sun, composed of thousands of golden suns, appeared, dazzlingly fierce and blinding. The Frost Witch seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the Dark Spider Mother and others. When Edmund invoked the legendary wizard form, 10,000 suns shining together, all spirits and monsters would be nothing to fear. Clearly, the abyss underestimated Edmund's power. In fact, even allies of the underworld, like the 9 Death Swordsmen and Void Nether Emperor, were quite astonished. Chapter 2759. If you had said you had such strength, the underworld would not have made such a big fuss. That legendary forbidden technique just now, its power has almost infinitely approached level 11, has it not? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, another terrifying aura erupted into the sky. It completely shattered that web. Then, it transformed into a giant eye spanning thousands of miles in the sky. The heavenly will was unsealed. Yet, within the giant eye, it was filled with demonic aura. The heavenly will, once unsealed, seemingly fell into some kind of chaos. It even started to attack indiscriminately. The Dark Spider Mother and others saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. They sneered, stating that what everyone was doing was futile. The Python god Barbarian Lord saw this and roared, calling for the heavens above to return with them. Relying on its connection with the heavenly will, the giant eye regained a moment of sanity. It buzzed and trembled. Without hesitation, it exploded itself. The offensive was even more exaggerated than the 9 Ying Sky technique Edmund used just moments ago. It caused everyone to retreat madly. The succubus cracked the void with a whip and hid back in her hometown. The succubus muttered that they were all mad. The Python god Barbarian Lord suddenly told the ladies and gentlemen that it was time to retreat. The Void Nether Emperor transformed. He turned into a giant dragon seemingly composed of void. He was invisible and intangible, yet truly existed. Void tentacles extended out, wrapping up those present. The Dark Spider Mother and others hurled their attacks away in a frenzy. Suddenly, the world before them filled with billions of flying butterflies. This blinded their perception for a moment. After breaking through this layer of illusions, that group had already disappeared without a trace. The Dark Empress was aware of the escape of Edmund and the others. Her biggest confusion now was where the heavenly eye had gone. Buzz. A sword chi that revolved through life and death ripped open the crystal wall. The Netherworld ancestor's figure appeared rapidly and then vanished into the darkness. The chaotic servant behind did not pursue. Instead, he frowned at the void. This heavenly will is ruthless too. It cut off an arm to survive. Countless years of painstaking cultivation are gone. The chaotic servant's figure dissipated, returning to the 666th layer. The greatest variable in this battle remains Edmund. This person is very close to level 11. If he has enough opportunity, perhaps he can step in at any time. This person might be the next Sauron. Time flies by. 10 years have passed. The Nora calendar marks the year 1535. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Above the heavens, the crystal wall belonging to the heavenly realm is already in embryonic form. On the plains, piles upon piles of ether stone are being mined out, filling the pockets of Levi. In the Golden Light Cave, the Sword of Victory has nurtured another king's sword, which Levi picks off and places in the organization's treasure vault, waiting for a person of fate. During these years of cultivation, his indomitable sacred domain cultivation has reached the 2nd realm. The endurance dimension further advanced. The Vajra sacred realm is not far from the 4th level. Now Levi is nearly 2,000 years old. He comes to a certain place on the ancient dragon continent. A giant beast with a diameter of 1,000 meters lies between heaven and earth. It has a dragon head, is covered in turtle armor, and possesses limbs as sturdy as an elephant's feet. It breathes, exuding a level 7 aura. Beside it, various figures stand around watching, mostly exuding a level 7 aura. They are precisely the 18 Twilight Cavalry. After resting, the giant beast transformed. It became a burly knight clad in mystic turtle armor. This was the Snapping Turtle Knight. The Snapping Turtle Knight spoke with some embarrassment, noting that he was ashamed to be the last one to break through to level 7. He almost had to go report for duty in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Levi smiled and told him that as long as he had made it, the process was not important. He suggested naming the breathing technique the Suan Turtle. The Snow Dragon Knight patted his shoulder, agreeing that although the Snapping Turtle Knight was slow, he had steadily stepped into the mythical level, which was admirable. Different from the Snapping Turtle Knight, the Snow Dragon Knight ultimately chose advancement after analyzing his own conditions realistically. A century ago, he steadfastly advanced to level 7. The Pheasant Knight was similar. Before the Snapping Turtle Knight, both the Jade Elephant Knight and the Feather Knight had successively evolved their bloodlines. They stepped into level 7, each giving rise to new mythical bloodlines. The bloodline of the Jade Elephant Knight, mostly fused from giant dragons and giant elephants, was named the Dragon Elephant Breathing Method. It was akin to Gondorf reaching the same goal by different means. The bloodline of the Feather Knight was relatively mixed, containing dragon, beast, and bird traits, with birds being the majority. It was ultimately named the Kunpeng Breathing Method. Adding to today's Snapping Turtle Knight bloodline, It marks the 14th type of mythical level bloodline born under the Dusk Holy Temple. The variety of types includes the Kylan, Star Butterfly Dragon, Behemoth, Zuo Zuyan, Heavenly Dog, Torch Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Soaring Serpent, Dragon Elephant, Golden Peng, Qing Niao, Sun Chasing Dragon, and the Suan Turtle. Birds and beasts contain them all, the 6 dimensions all included. Each ability is strange and marvelous, able to dazzle the enemy. Up to date, the 18 Twilight Cavalry have all advanced to level 7 as well. Achieving such success has exceeded the expectations of Levi. After all, the conditions for the first generation 18 riders were not favorable throughout the journey, and it can be said to be an arduous path filled with thorns. From now on, the responsibility of creating more mythical level bloodlines falls on their descendants and the new generation successors of the Dusk Holy Temple. It is worth mentioning that Duke Ruman has long cultivated his breathing technique to the level 5 peak state. Like the Green Bird Knight, he plans to complete bloodline evolution when advancing to level 6. Thus, he has paused for a long time, while still preparing advancement ingredients. If successful, he is expected to become the 15th type of mythical level bloodline. In a not distant future, new generations will surpass the old. This will undoubtedly change the current roster of the 18 riders. No one can guarantee always being at the forefront of the tides of time. The old members who have walked alongside Levi have mentally prepared for this. Of course, being eliminated from the 18 riders does not mean anything. These people are also excellent. Perhaps with enough opportunity, they can come alongside again. The development of the Dusk Holy Temple to date is significant, and the 18 riders are merely a kind of honor and spiritual sustenance for many. Take the Goddess Knight. She has not stopped her progress since leaving the 18 riders. Recently, she too progressed to a level 7 knight. Moreover, her path of the wizard is increasingly smooth, fully hoping to advance to the 7th circle in the years to come, achieving accomplishments that many children of the elements and even top-level geniuses have not reached. Time is different now. In this rapidly changing era, standing on the shoulders of countless ancestors and pioneers, there is more than one path. Chapter 2760. Time flies, another 2 years have passed. The year 1537 of the Nora calendar, the 1425th year of the blood battle. The witch family. Inside the tower laboratory, Triss changed out of her research uniform, took a bath, and changed clothes. She grabbed a handbag and headed to the Pharmacist Association. Before long, a series of new potion products were certified and launched. However, this time, it was poison. After specializing in the poisonous faction for 6 decades, her achievements were remarkable and could be summarized and integrated into the 5 poison elixir. The 5 poison elixir can be further divided into 4 types: snake potion, centipede potion, spider potion, and toad potion. One more, the scorpion potion, is currently in theory and has not yet been released. These potions are poisons above the 6th circle. Each has different effects, such as the 6th circle snake potion, which can coagulate blood. It has a strong restraining effect on blood clan members or creatures with strong regenerative abilities. If deployed on localized battlefields of wizards and blood clan members, its effect should be significant. For the secret sword flow, the emergence of these potions is highly beneficial. By simply applying the poison to a blade, enemies can be easily afflicted, dealing additional poison damage. After returning to the ancient dragon continent, Triss sighed in relief after earning another fee for the exclusive usage rights. Over the years of frantically making money, the massive debt she owed to Levi was about to be repaid. After taking the 1,000-year potion, her lifespan reached 5,000 years. She is now only 2,500 years old. This is the capital that fuels her passion for research. Although her cultivation is only that of an 8-ring senior, her achievements in alchemy garner praise even from many grand wizards in the current Pharmacist Association. Now, her son Anya is a 7-circle senior wizard, and even her grandson Heir has become a 6th-level mechanic. For a mother, life is complete. The future goal is to earn more money and war merits to exchange for a glorious sun-grade oddity, to advance further and reach 8-ring perfection as soon as possible. Over the past few years, as the process of plane convergence deepened, with the prosperity of the White Dragon commerce and the acquisition of truth oddities, besides the official war merit exchange channels, many more opportunities emerged. Triss took this opportunity to complete the Water King series as well. Although it does not offer significant enhancement to her at present, even a little is worth it. Although her lifespan is long, compared to the completely stress-free 100 flowers, there is still a significant gap. Each small improvement in talent extends the path she will tread. After refining the Water King series, a new member, the Dark Giant Shark, happily joined the family of companion spiritual creatures. Additionally, the progress of the Sea Emperor series is 3/5, and the Sea God series is 3/7 done, still missing the crucial glorious sun-grade oddity and several bright moon artifacts. At her current level, advancing to the 9th circle is not an issue. She just wants to pursue higher and become a legendary alchemist like the Thousand Mountains Immortal. With thoughts, there are dreams. Once, while dreaming during sleep, she even thought of her future legendary title. If she could become legendary, her path would inevitably be closely tied to alchemy. Her early Sea Country series still lacks the final Queen Chess oddity, and there has been no follow-up over the years. 9th circle wizards possess the creation power of heaven and earth to custom-make artifacts, but at a heavy cost. She felt embarrassed to trouble Levi, as she cannot afford the debt of this item. A buzz shook the air. High above, the void split open. A silver spaceship with a sci-fi texture descended, slowly halting above the witch family. Inside the cockpit, the Rainbow Sword Master piloted the ship, opening the hatch to let the elder in the backseat, who needed to worry about nothing, disembark. Levi looked healthy. 2 years ago, he experienced Aid the Vast Sea, traveled once to the Flora realm, and gathered many items from the Spider King. Just in truth oddities, there were more than 30. Levi stepped out and spoke. Returned from the journey, Triss looked up. Yes. By the way, ma'am, this bright moon artifact I call the Purple Heart Poison Scorpion should be useful to you. Take it and refine it. Levi held out a scorpion-shaped artifact, its illusory body exuding a purple poisonous fog. Triss accepted the item. You didn't use the heavenly seizing technique to refine it, did you? Levi shook his head. No, I picked it up on the road. Triss nodded. That's good. Triss put away the Purple Heart Poison Scorpion. She owed tens of billions in foreign debt. Without advancing to the 9th circle sooner, she could never repay all this money. Levi looked at her. By the way, ma'am, have you completed the Sea Country series? Triss sighed. Still one short. I plan to try refining it after reaching the 9th circle. Levi nodded. Oh, I'll keep an eye out on my side as well. Triss smiled. Thank you. The fact that Triss's 2 sequence artifacts remained incomplete for such a long time bothered Levi, and he resolved to complete them for her sooner. The Purple Heart Poison Scorpion was actually also something he refined. Some time ago, the Flora realm had a group of scorpion-like Zergs invading and being demonized by the Abyss. Levi killed that level 8 Zerg leader and contained a large number of minions for purification and transformation in the ancient Banyan fairyland, supplementing the insect school's alien insect resource pool. After consuming tens of billions of ether stones and sacrificing a troop of the demon army, he successfully refined that Zerg leader into this Bright Moon artifact. The cost of Bright Moon artifacts, to the current Levi, was insignificant. Returning to the organization, placing the Flora realm's gains into the treasury, Levi kept a piece of dark, ancient, and simple giant wood, which was the dark water poison wood, also known as 100,000-year-old strange wood that Levi found in the nest of those scorpion Zergs. He called Lord Victor and the Holy Infant, handing over his eternal star abyss to them. Chapter 2761. Help me refine this strange wood into the wizard tower. Levi gestured to the raw materials. All right. Elena agreed and began the work. The strange wood pillar of the wizard tower grew more perfect. At the recent blood battle auction, Elena spent 20 billion ether stone to bid on a strange wood with a holy light attribute worth 200,000. Levi refined it into the wizard tower. Only a few niche attributes like dark wood and shadow wood remained. They also secured 13 treasure maps at the auction. Levi explored a few of them on this journey, and the gains were quite good. Returning to the ancient Banyan fairyland, the scene remained bustling. The embryonic form of the 3 realms plan emerged, with the separation of heaven, earth, and human gradually taking place. Levi stood at a gateway between the human world and the earth realm. A gray space passage appeared, with wisps of death energy seeping out. Still missing a gate. He waved his hand. Elemental powers intertwined, and precious metal materials and wood flew in. They formed an antique gatehouse. A plaque above it read Ghost Gate. The right side of the gatehouse read Different Paths. The left side read Yin-Yang Separation. Passing through this gate leads to the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, a paradise for the deceased and undead creatures. It is unsuitable for ordinary people. Separated from the human world, the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion expanded faster. Its power sourced from the netherworld Mother Stone, far surpassing the previous rest soil. Levi needed to find a way to upgrade mana to level 9 soon. Otherwise, the tree would not keep up with the mansion expansion speed. The growth of the divine tree was incredibly slow. After advancing mana to level 8, it only reached level 8 middle stage. This was because Levi had mana refine a dying medium-sized world during his recent travels. Without external stimuli, by the time Levi became legendary, mana might not have advanced one small realm. Such is the divine tree. It possesses an immense lifespan, but the cost is extremely slow growth. Currently, Levi's power expanded rapidly. Once he could confront level 10 strength head-on, he would venture to the Golden Sacred Realm. He desired for mana to gradually consume the Golden Holy Tree, replacing it, and possibly further, resurrect the ancient glory of the Origin Divine Tree era. Hallmaster, you have arrived. The figures of the undead 3 swordsmen emerged. Little Black, Jerry, and Snowflake stood before him. They occupied 7th level cultivation. They advanced steadily, though the cultivation was not quick. Few obstacles hindered them. Levi once introduced them to the Death Knight, an ancient undead patriarch. This level 10 strongman provided substantial guidance to the trio. He noted their exceptional talent among undead swordsmen, potentially reaching level 9 in the future. As for level 10, the Death Knight jokingly said that reincarnating sooner and living a different life might be faster. How is the 10 Hall's preparation going? Levi inquired. Almost ready. The 3 swordsmen led Levi deep into the mansion. 10 colossal stone cities stood there in a formation resembling stars encircling the moon. In the very center lay the Tombstone of the Dead, Yellow Spring, and Netherworld Mother Stone, among other crucial facilities. Nice, the effect I wanted. Next, exceptional undead beings and heroic spirits will act as the 10 Hall's masters. They will maintain the Earth Realm order and train the undead battle group. Returning to the human world, the 36 cave heavens, and 72 blessed lands had been demarcated and defined. Aside from these, there were other treasures. These 108 locations were the finest. Golden Light Cave, Little Cold Mountain, and Dreamy Cloud Swamp were among them. Each location held magical plants collected painstakingly by Levi. Specific management institutions had been established, assigning personnel to care for these magical plants. The human world also held 2 secret realms. One was the icy snow country, and the other was the black swampworm country. The outer sea region accommodated Dragon Palace, Sea Country, and Demon Country. Alien races and transcendent creatures thrived here, coexisting in harmony. The heavenly realm proved the most challenging to develop. It remained in chaos, empty and barren. It needed time to nurture. Eventually, strongmen above level 6 in the ancient Banyan fairyland would gather here, manifesting a prosperous scene akin to heavenly troops and generals. It was a marvelous thought. Soon after, in the outer sea region of the ancient dragon continent, rolling calamity clouds converged. They intertwined with underground fire. A figure merged with a lava giant. Atop the head appeared the 9-level treasure, 9 mountains linked town. The figure safely overcame calamity, exuding a 9th circle aura. The Gondar City Lord, son of 1,000 Mountains immortal, Lucian, successfully advanced to Grand Wizard. The 3 heroes and Levi arrived to celebrate. Even the rarely seen senior, Medicine God, descended in his legendary form. He looked proudly upon his son. Lucian lacked skill in pharmacy. Medicine God had entrusted Triss and the fellow members of the Pharmacist Association as successors. He did not demand the continuation of family legacy. As a legendary wizard, he stood high and looked far. He knew no family was everlasting. Only the survival of civilization mattered. Thus, the 158th Grand Wizard of the Nora Council was born. Considering Gondar City's uniqueness, the Congress did not request Lucian to accept a position on the Soren continent. He continued as City Lord, alongside the Gondar 3 heroes. They strove to build Gondar City into a star city, drawing talents from various domains to gather, interact, and clash. Lucian celebrated the 9th Circle promotion by hosting the first Gondar League in Gondar City. This league categorized events based on realm and age. It aimed to develop into a super competition inclusive of all clans and various professions. It provided a platform where talents could showcase themselves, fostering healthy competition. The Gondar 3 heroes attended as judges. Chapter 2762. After the competition ended perfectly, everyone realized that the number of award-winning members from the ancient dragon continent crushed contestants from other top organizations with an overwhelming advantage. This was even without many veteran superstars, such as the Fire Dragon Knight, participating. Otherwise, the event would have been even more spectacular. In the mid to late 2nd millennium of the Nora calendar, the ancient dragon continent had already become a terrifying organization, as described by others. A month later, there was also good news from the giant beast paradise. Melina had been promoted to the 7th circle. In a way, the development of the school of spiritualism is similar to that of knights. Both are shackled by bloodlines, except that knights rely on their own bloodlines, while spiritual wizards depend on the bloodline of their spiritual beasts. After Melina's spiritual beast obtained the 12-winged black water dragon centipede captured by Levi from an ancient tower, it mutated. It evolved from a mixed blood dragon clan sky sea dragon beast to a subdragon species, 100-legged sea dragon king, and its potential is quite impressive. At the very least, it is enough for her to advance to the level of an 8th circle wizard. Of course, over the years, Melina had already stepped back and handed over all matters, big and small, to the young people cultivated by the organization. Currently, the main person in charge of the paradise is Newman. He is Newt's son and possesses the top-level talent of the School of Spiritualism, the heart of all things. His cultivation path has been very smooth. He was promoted to the 7th circle before Melina, and is now a senior 7th circle wizard. His spiritual beast is the legendary creature, the 9-headed sea serpent king Tungustu. This is also the only legendary creature that does not belong to Levi, having long since become extinct. The story of how Newman acquired it is quite interesting. He accidentally discovered the young 9-headed sea serpent king at an ancient ruin in the Endless Sea while exploring the distribution map of magical creatures left by his father. This legendary creature is unlike a giant dragon, as its youngling is just an ordinary level 1, with only 1 snake head. With each level gained, it can grow an additional head, and upon growing 9 heads, it becomes the complete body. Although it starts at a low level, the 9-headed sea serpent king grows faster than giant dragons, so with the catalysis and acceleration from the School of Spiritualism, it can function fully as a spiritual beast. It now has 7 snake heads. This makes Newman's combat power top level among the 7th circle wizards, achieving good rankings not long ago in the Gondar tournament, where he matched well with a 7th circle superstar from a top organization, ultimately losing narrowly. As time passed, while the growth speed of the giant beast paradise could not compare to places like the Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn, it still had more than 10 primordial soul wizards, serving as the backbone of the School of Spiritualism on the ancient dragon continent, spreading light and heat. 6 months later, Aurora Star, Levi visited Nemea and learned from Matthew that the young woman was already pregnant. Joy overwhelmed Levi, and he marveled at how quickly they progressed. As the Grey Eagle Law God returned to the demiplane on business, she saw Levi and remarked, "This Matthew, I really do not know what to say about it. Hallmaster, your dragon is pregnant. You are not angry, are you?" Ha ha ha. Levi laughed and said, of course not. I am too happy to be angry. The number of pure-blooded dragon clan members is too scarce. With each new one, the chances of extinction decrease slightly. Aurora smiled gently and said, I heard you have a dragon palace. Your breeding technology for the dragon clan should be better than mine here. You should take Nemea back. Also, let Matthew join too. It is idle staying with me. How could he refuse? It felt like he was abducting the Grey Eagle Law God's dragon, yet he said, no problem. I will take good care of them. Many thanks to you for making this possible. The lady was indeed wealthy and generous. He had already gained 2 pure-blooded dragon clan members from here, not to mention the dragon babies in Nemea's belly. Indeed, there are many good people in the world. So, Nemea returned to her family, and brought the dragon swordman back to the ancient Banyan fairyland, all in joy and harmony. As time flew by, 3 years passed in a blink. Nora calendar 1540. On the coastline of the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi sat cross-legged in the void, while in the sea, the 100-meter-long Leviathan floated lazily. Its gaze was tired because it was old. Its once strong body was like a machine with parts that had aged, struggling to function. Only the whale song remained melodious, just like nearly 2,000 years ago, on the coastline of the Grey Tower, bringing Levi a moment of peace amidst his intense cultivation. During this period, Levi had not practiced much. For one of the earliest animal friends to accompany him, Leviathan deserved a cherished farewell. Before this, it had already seen its wife off, as well as many of Levi's old friends who had accompanied him along the way. Growing from an ordinary dragon king whale to the present, it had lived a legendary whale life. A month later, by the coastline, Leviathan's aged eyes could no longer hold, and as its life rapidly dwindled, the aura of death began to spread. Until its heart ceased to beat, the story of Leviathan, as recorded in the Age History book, came to an end just like that. Farewell, my friend. Levi watched the soul of Leviathan rise. It faced 2 choices. The first was to proceed to the multidimensional plane for a normal cycle of rebirth. The second was to reincarnate locally in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Leviathan unhesitatingly chose the latter. Whether in this life or the next, staying here was enough. 2 years later, Levi also bid farewell to Gustav. From then on, before his primordial soul, the most important animal companions all departed. In the long ages to follow, such events would repeat themselves. Chapter 2763, 566, Bloodline Demon Seed Secret Scripture, Heaven Return, Third Full-Scale Invasion. Nora calendar 1542, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi, 9 sword, 20 stage, 1 out of 20 million. Decades passed, and the sequence magic of the return of myriad swords stood complete. On the suggestion of Saint Emperor Joe, Levi made some adjustments to the name of this spell. He changed it from sword 1 to 9 sword, respectively representing 1st circle to 9th circle spells. In this way, it sounded straightforward and felt better than before. He arrived in the nightmare world and initiated the 9-sword technique. The clouds behind him turned golden, with waves of power from the golden element surging like an ocean. Amidst the incantations, they transformed into a billion lethal swords. They could both converge and disperse, functioning as both widespread spells and extremely powerful single-target attacks. The result was quite formidable. Levi could not help but praise himself. That is impressive. Triss approached with a medicine basket slung over her shoulder. She had just returned from collecting in the chaotic wilderness. She smiled as she listened. This medicine basket was the 9-level treasure known as the Flower God Basket, a treasured artifact of the witch family, generally controlled by the contemporary witch. Levi looked at her. Lady, is the 5 poison sequence potion all done? Triss answered as she summoned 5 streams of different colors, condensing them into a 5-colored pot that exuded extraordinary power. Yes, after collecting all the items for the 5 poison sequence, the 5 poisonous projections merged, and some changes occurred. She intentionally smiled in a sinister fashion. This is the 5 poison pot, containing the unusually toxic exotic 5 poison divine water. If a 9th circle wizard gets poisoned, no medicine can cure it, and no deity can save you, unless you have the antidote I developed. Tisk tisk tisk. Within 7 days, you will turn into a pool of pus. Even the primordial soul will be melted in, unable to reincarnate. Just tell me, is it poisonous or not? Levi let out a soft exclamation. That is so poisonous. Ever since she started to refine the Black Queen snake, Triss had changed. She used to be a gentle, mature woman, but now she exuded a cool, alluring, Black Widow aura. Perhaps this is how different powers can affect one personality. It was not a big deal. The burning school of thought and lightning school of thought tended to be a bit irritable. It might affect those at lower realms, but at higher realms, it did not matter much. Ultimately, it depended on one willpower and character. After some small talk with the lady, Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. He now mastered 3 original 9th circle spells, the primordial magnetic giant soldier, the light giant, and the 9 sword. Generally speaking, if a senior 9-ring wizard could have one signature spell, it was already commendable. His achievements had exceeded the average standard. For the next, 4th kind, after comprehensive analysis, he chose the Dream faction. The conventional elementalist school had developed very well. Levi wanted to give a push to some relatively niche factions. Most importantly, his Nightmare Emperor Dragon was a master of dreams, which helped with original spells. As for the likes of space and time manipulation, Those spells were too complex and were left for future study. Land of darkness. In the boundless void, black flame and demonic aura entwined. A crimson-scaled giant snake, 100 miles long, gradually emerged and finally transformed into a beautiful woman in a black robe. She was a hidden figure of the Council of 10,000 Clans, the Snake Mother, with a true form of the nine-headed prison snake. Before long, two figures arrived. Both exuded a level 8 aura, but one appeared somewhat peculiar. He was burly and donned in black heavy armor. His aura was slightly unstable, clearly not following proper cultivation methods. Reyes knelt and bowed. Reyes pays respect to Snake Mother. On the other side, Crow Feather Demon King Victor laughed. A task well done. Reyes has advanced to the 8th circle, mastering the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique. Back then, for the sake of cultivating a prodigy for Snake Mother, they traversed the Midland continent, selecting numerous individuals. They only ended up with Reyes because of the disruption by Gondef and his associates. Fortunately, this person was indeed extraordinary and favored by fortune. He descended from a knight bloodline, with excellent body refining wizarding talent. In less than 2,000 years, he had cultivated to the 8 environments, probably one of the few 8-ring body refining wizards in the wizard world. Snake Mother turned to Victor. Very well done, Victor. You can return now. Snake Mother bestowed a level 9 abyss core upon the Crow Feather Demon King. Victor accepted the prize. Thank you, Snake Mother. After receiving the reward, Victor left without concern for Reyes. The Snake Mother wriggled her graceful serpent waist and approached the blushing Reyes. She told him that she would take him to an interesting place. With that, she and Reyes vanished into the deep space. When they reappeared, it was within a nest. There were 44 semi-transparent serpent eggs placed here. They resembled equipment in a wizard laboratory, containing a yellowish liquid, with one deceased body each immersed inside. Everyone exuded a level 8 aura. Reyes' face was filled with terror, as he discovered that many of these bodies, like himself, practiced the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique before their deaths. At this moment, the Snake Mother had revealed her 100-mile serpent true form, exuding the aura of level 9 mid-stage. She had always sought to make further progress into the long-coveted level 9 late-stage realm. However, the potential of the 9-headed prison snake bloodline was nearly exhausted, akin to climbing to heaven from earth. Fortunately, in her earlier years, she discovered an ancient cultivation method in the abyss, unbeknownst to its creator, the Bloodline Demon Seed secret scripture. After thoroughly studying the codex, she used her bloodline as a seed, implanted into different life forms. Some were transcendent snake species, while others were body-refining wizards practicing the specially modified 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique. These individuals were the Bloodline Demon Seeds, and she was the Bloodline Demon Master. Chapter 2764. The power of the Blood Demon Seed's growth is absorbed and assimilated by the Demon Lord. When it matures, it condenses into a blood fruit within the body. Through a special ritual, the blood fruit is refined into the body, possibly stimulating further self-metamorphosis and growth of the bloodline. The better the quality of the blood fruit, and the larger the quantity, the easier it is to stimulate success. Given the bloodline level of the Snake Mother, it would require at least 45 level 8 blood fruits for a small metamorphosis. This has already costed half a lifetime's efforts. It is a pity. Level 9 blood fruits are almost impossible to be born. Otherwise, with 66 level 8 blood fruits plus 3 level 9 blood fruits, it might stimulate my bloodline to self-metamorphose towards the mythical level. Forget it, being able to slightly optimize and enhance the bloodline, advancing to level 9 late stage is already quite good. Throughout history, no one from the 9-headed prison snake clan has reached such a realm. Speaking of which, this Bloodline Demon Seed secret scripture is truly terrifying, unexpectedly able to reverse the logic of bloodlines, breaking the bloodline shackles, stimulating the bloodline to mutate towards unknown directions. I wonder what kind of person its creator was. In an instant, the Snake Mother, along with Reyes, counted 45 transparent snake eggs that simultaneously cracked open, and those life corpses were all melted into the yellow water, eventually forming blood water. The blood water blossomed into 81 enchanting and eerie petals of blood lotus. As the flowers bloom and wither, in an instant, heart-like blood fruits grew one by one. Totaling 45, they trembled, transforming into beams of light, and flooded into the strange grand array within the nest. Finally, they condensed into a mini blood-colored 9-headed snake. On its head was a crown, exuding the aura of royalty. Outside its 9 heads, a small half-malformed powerless snake head seemed to sprout. Indeed, the quality of the blood fruit is too poor, otherwise it should have manifested as a 10-headed snake. What a shame. The Snake Mother looked solemn, swallowed it whole, then coiled in the nest, falling into a deep sleep. If successful, I will be the strongest 9-headed prison snake in history. If opportunities abound, it might even be possible to step onto level 10. At the same time, in an indescribable dimension, an ancient eye opened which had been dormant for countless ages. This pair of eyes belonged to a magnificent figure, and its blurred face was hard to discern. Its upper body was bared like a sculpture, perfectly carved, with long hair draping over the shoulders, and a hideous blood hole on the left chest. The broken crimson heart could be seen beating, with invisible blood vessels extending into the void, spreading towards the universe. In front of it, the void condensed into mysterious runes, the contained content of which could even drive level 9 experts into indescribable madness. This is a cultivation method, the Bloodline Demon Seed General Outline. 3 years later, Nora Calendar Year 1545, Blood Battle Year 1433, Heavenly World, mountains and forests, oceans, rivers and lakes, plains. On this day, the 6 top barbarian tribes, along with millions of medium and small-sized tribes, all looked up to the sky dome. A black whirlpool approximately 1,000,000 miles in diameter began to take shape, stirring the world's wind and clouds. Lightning pervaded, a pair of indifferent giant eyes appeared. Sky Eye, Heavenly Will has returned. Ha ha ha, I knew it, how could heaven be troubled? Heaven above. Countless tribes, along with the totem beasts, revered the giant eyes, extremely devoutly. This is the barbarian tribe's own god, who has protected the tribes through endless ages. It is more benevolent than the Heavenly Father and more exclusive, for it only accepts the belief of the barbarian tribes, even responding to each individual's prayer, and manifesting its divine presence. Heaven undying, barbarians immortal. Conversely, the same is true. Suddenly, a sturdy figure wielding an iron rod laughed, and reached above the sky dome. It was Mungung. I wish to walk the heavenly path, to prove the barbarian lord. Then, a road filled with thorns and lightning descended from the sky, which ordinary level 9 experts dare not touch. Yet Mungung advanced effortlessly, clearing all obstacles en route with the iron rod. During the long wait for heaven's return, it condensed a total of 5 soldier species, its skills unmatched by anyone in the current era. He fulfilled his wish by passing through the heavenly path, arriving at an incomparably grand 9 heavens palace. This is a world only experts of the barbarian lord realm can see. Around the palace in the sea of clouds, countless fierce totem spirits entrenched, the weakest being above level 6, with some reaching the legendary level of 9. Even 6 paths faintly revealing mythical level totem spirits: Silver Giant Weasel, Cyan Hast Eagle, Red Flame Dragon. They represent the 6 great tribes. These totem spirits were once mythical creatures in life, the totem belief of the 6 great tribes. After death they returned to heaven, retained by the heavenly will, continuing their influence through the path of belief and existing to this day, shining for the barbarian tribes. Due to heaven's immortality, totem never extinguishes. They are akin to heaven's special spiritual creatures, yet lack the growth aspect of such creatures. Their power is far inferior to their life form, but still enough to match ordinary weak gods of the astral world. This is also a hidden strength, not revealed to the world. Within that grand palace stood 4 magnificent figures. They are Python God, Weasel God, Eagle God, Turtle God, Barbarian Lord. In this era, the Dragon God tribe is facing a shortage of talents, with no barbarian lord born yet. Congratulations Mungung. Welcome to Ascension. Mungung smiled, responding one by one. It looked towards the high throne, and a middle-aged man, with a sharp face and imposing presence, wearing a purple imperial robe. This is the manifestation of the heavenly will before the barbarian lord, sometimes choosing such forms to inspect the condition of the barbarian tribes in a subtle guise. Chapter 2765. Mungung, your achievements are not insignificant this time. Barbarian ancestor, this is as it should be. Summoning you here is to discuss major matters. Please, my lord, speak. The current blood battle situation is dire. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I cannot ensure the protection of the barbarian tribes against this great tribulation with my own strength. I have led the barbarian tribes through long ages, and this is the most difficult time. Therefore, next, I will cooperate with the Nora Council to integrate the heavenly world into Nora. The 5 barbarian lords spoke in unison. We will always follow your decision, my lord. From mere barbarian tribes to an era of the barbarian ancestor, through epochs of ancient, antiquity, and near ancient, the barbarian tribes have persisted for endless ages. Every barbarian firmly believes that the will of heaven is always right. Its command is destiny. Good. The will of heaven stood up, gazing into the distant land of darkness. From the blood battle battlefield belonging to the barbarian tribes, towering demon figures began to retreat. Leading them was a fish-like creature with tentacle features and bat wings. Its face danced with countless tentacles, resembling an old one. This was a level 10 fish demon. It was the Black Water Demon Emperor, King of 10,000 Waters, the son of the Water Demon Lord in Abyss Layer 580, the Fish Demon Lord Monar. Its father is the Water Demon Lord, Suke, in Abyss Layer 640. Together with Pazuzu, Surgard, and Valirid, they are known as the 4 Demon Lords of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. With the return of the heavenly world, the barbarian tribes are not easy to defeat. They will definitely integrate into Nora, and we too must consolidate our forces and head to Nora. Additionally, my father will end his slumber and soon return to the Nora battlefield. The simultaneous appearance of the 4 demon lords signifies the Abyss is taking this seriously. The individual strength of these 4 demon lords, in the abyssal deep where strong beings are as common as clouds, is not much. However, once they merge, reshaping earth, fire, wind, and water, they can sweep across civilizations beyond the 4 great giants, including Nora. In Nora, at the Supreme Council, all the legendary wizards sat around the round table discussing important matters, clearly related to the fusion with the barbarian tribes. Not long after, Edmund announced the meeting was adjourned. Everyone transformed into streaks of light heading towards the North Sea. At the North Sea, the figures of the legendary wizards descended. It was similar to the previous fusion with Pandora, only this time there were 8 legendary wizards in action. Lady Pandora, Blue Dream Star Lord, and the 5 barbarian lords were all present, along with 6 legendary wizards. They guarded the area to prevent demons from taking the opportunity to attack and hinder the fusion of the 2 realms. Time passed. The once calm sea began to roll without wind. Terrifying giant waves reached the crystal wall infinitely high up. The size of the heavenly world, being several times that of Pandora, naturally made the fusion exceptionally extraordinary. Legendary wizards displayed their magical prowess. Diverse tactics emerged, including wizard forms, legendary wizard tools, legendary spells, demiplanes, and companion spiritual creatures. Each move demonstrated unimaginable power for the grand wizards. In the distance, Levi appeared. He stared at the world-altering spectacle up front. Deeply impressed by the might of the legends, he murmured, with this fusion of the heavenly world, Nora's size will noticeably expand. In the future, the Divine Light Knights will no longer need to travel between 2 worlds, as the bridge linking the Heaven Continent and Ancient Dragon Continent will be opened, making trade of giant beasts and bloodline essence much smoother. A rumble echoed. An endless continent, exuding a desolate, ancient atmosphere, emerged in the North Sea, about half the size of the Nora continent. High in the sky, the thunder giant eye surveyed the world without the slightest emotional fluctuation. A buzz sounded. In the distance, a towering demonic aura approached. A stone statue's giant face blotted out the sky and emerged from the void. It was unmistakably the Earth Demon Lord. Beside it, the Wind Demon Lord, Angry Lord, Demon Statue King, and Shadow Demon Queen emerged, accompanied by nearly 20 demon lords. A barrage of destructive attacks headed toward Nora, clearly signaling an attempt to disrupt the opportunity. The legendary wizards were occupied in stabilizing the sea, and the number of defenders was obviously too weak to withstand such demons. The Earth Demon Lord pressed down in the void. And you must be the blazing sun god wizard, Edmund? A heaven-reaching stone pillar fell from the sky towards the heavenly continent, as if casually spitting out a giant mountain comparable to a small world. It directly targeted Edmund. If they could take this opportunity to heavily injure this Grand Council chairman, it would be a massive gain for the demons, making Nora less formidable. Meanwhile, other demons swiftly attacked. The Demon Statue King from Abyss Layer 400 transformed into a golden giant elephant millions of feet high, charging toward the Daydreamer. This legendary wizard constantly used extraordinary illusions to interfere with their combat, making him the priority target. The Angry Lord wielded a huge axe, like a demon god creating heaven and earth. Endless fury materialized into beams of axe light, aiming to cleave the heavenly continent in half. With a wave of the elderly turtle god barbarian lord's hand, it gathered the momentum of heaven, earth, and human into a giant shield to block the attack. Nora trembled. Such powerful beings battled nearby, and the aftermath rippled through the air, sufficient to shake the world. Fortunately, Nora was no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, the Earth's crust would have shattered. While Nora's strongest were occupied, in the land of darkness, countless level 9 demon figures sat atop Demon Mountain. An endless demon army with diverse soldier species advanced aggressively, each legion incorporating some stone statue demons. Demon Mountain tore through the Nora crystal wall in different places across the world. Demons hidden throughout Nora erupted in chaos from the sky, ocean, and volcanic mouths, joining the frenzy. In Nora continent, the land of the 4 seas, and the new world, the prepared wizards and alliance of 10,000 clans poured out from wizard towers and cities, heading to the battlefield. In the sky, streaks of light from 9th Circle wizards and level 9 experts crossed paths, intercepting the descending level 9 demons via the continent bridge. At the round table of the Supreme Council, the blazing star god witch sat alone. He took a deep breath. Images of the dragon flame god wizard standing atop the tower of heaven intercepting myriad demons filled his mind. He closed his eyes. A phantom of a massive scarlet tree rose behind him, a nest-like scarlet world at the treetop, representing his demiplane, the endless fire nest. With clear phoenix cries, streaks of red flame silhouettes resembling a fire phoenix flew out from the nest with unimaginable speed, much like homing missiles, intercepting the worldwide level 9 demons. This was the legendary spell he developed after inheriting dragon flame magic, named 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Chapter 2766. The third comprehensive war targeted by the demons against Nora has unexpectedly yet understandably begun. The integration of the heavenly world was destined not to go smoothly. The raging flames of war swiftly engulfed the world. But today is not like the past. After a series of significant events, such as plane convergence, Star Castle rescue, and the reformation of the Wizard Council into the Nora Council, Nora's overall strength has far surpassed the imagination of the demons. Now in full force, the momentum is even more magnificent than the demon army. The Earth Demon Lord and the others are full of confidence, for the gargoyle naturally restrains the spellcaster profession. Facing wizard civilization, it should have been a dimensional reduction attack. Yet, looking at the Nora Council, there are currently 76 level 9 alien races. Among them are many like Star Splitter and Green Ghost Hicks, who are mighty in body, not inferior to gargoyles. Not to mention, the wizard civilization is also self-optimizing and reforming. After thousands of years of targeted incentive promotion policies, the overall strength of body-refining wizards has surpassed their peak in antiquity. At the very least, it ensures that each regular battle group is equipped with a certain number of body-refining wizards. When the raging demon army invaded the Nora world, Nora's thick crystal wall layer and the yellowish mother river water meandered like the 18 bends of Mount Tai, vast and boundless, with the eerie death energy soaring into the sky. Hundreds of kings of the underworld clad in standard black armor, riding skeletal war horses, led the underworld soldiers, and a swarm of undead creatures, rushing from branches of the Mother River to support various places. The undead are not exclusive to hell. The underworld, with its advantageous conditions, inevitably nurtures undead creatures as cannon fodder for large-scale wars. Compared to soldiers of other races, the individual combat strength of the undead and their growth potential is generally at the end, but the benefits are obvious. Mass production. Skeletal warriors like locusts, undead spellcasters, and specters descended from the sky, landing across the new world, engaging in battle with invading demons. Every moment, countless undead and demons perish, skeletal remains and specter dust flying in the air, covering the battlefield with a thick layer. This time, the underworld is serious about the all-out invasion. In the previous 2 wars, the underworld mostly sent kings of the underworld to assist wizards in battle, harvesting souls, never deploying their undead armies accumulated for countless years. Eastern Sea. From high above, the shape of the ancient dragon continent resembles a 9-bend divine dragon lying on a blue canvas, with large rivers and streams winding along the dragon's body, flowing into the Eastern Sea. Though knowing the ancient dragon continent is a tough target, in every war, countless headstrong demons, driven by great rewards, attempt to annihilate the ancient dragon continent. The sky dome ripped open, 6 consecutive 10,000 demon mountains pressed down, all emitting level 9 aura, followed by a mixed army of thousands of gargoyles, flame demons, and fish demons. A level 9 stone statue demon raised its spiked club and roared at the sky. Little ones, flatten the ancient dragon continent. Reward a level 7 demon core for each level 6 knight slain. Reward a level 8 demon core for each 18 rider slain. If you manage to kill a supernova, the level 9 demon core is yours. The demon army had long been displeased with the people of the Dusk Holy Temple, especially the gargoyles, who initially wanted to steal the show in Nora before other demons, highlighting their advantages, but ended up being routed on the battlefield by the Knights battle group. They can only rely on numerical advantage to maintain balance. In terms of average combat strength, gargoyles are no match for the now well-trained Holy Temple Knights. On the other side, a level 9 fish demon scanned the terrain of the ancient dragon continent with a pondering expression, then commanded his forces. All fish demons infiltrate the inland of the ancient dragon continent from the estuaries of rivers and seas, and raid the Dusk Holy Temple. In an instant, thousands of fish demons and other aquatic demons plunged into the water like cannonballs. Underwater is the territory of the fish demons, where they can better exert their strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Troops of the fish demon army infiltrated the spiral riverways of the ancient dragon continent, starting to move upstream toward key strongholds in the inland. Tower of Dawn, gray-white mechanics, deep space wanderers, and air stood among the numerous experts of the mechanical school, staring at the screens. All crucial checkpoints on the ancient dragon continent had the most advanced miniature bionic mechanical creature sentinels installed. They could be a fish, a bird, or even a flying insect or shrimp, having already taken complete control of the situation. Herman spoke. All right, the main battle group of fish demons has entered the inland waterways. Let us close the door and beat the dogs. The mechanics individually returned to their posts. Herman focused his consciousness, letting it soar above all machinery like a god, viewing everything from a vantage point. Rumble. The ancient dragon continent began to tremble. Suddenly, the divine dragon seemed to come alive, starting to twist and surround. Beneath the crust of the ancient dragon continent lay giant star castles, embedded like engines across various places, astonishingly numbering 49. Blue flames erupted, the mechanical power divided the continent, shifted, and even a ninth circle wizard would be amazed by such earth-shaking means. Simultaneously, the ancient mountain dragon sleeping underground opened its eyes, its body rumbling, emitting waves of invisible ripples, forming a subtle resonance with the trembling ancient dragon continent, canceling the energy of shaking earth and mountains. As a result, the birds and beasts living on the continent, and the mortal rookies, did not even notice the plates were moving. In the control room, Herman breathed a sigh of relief. The continent fortress plan was also being implemented for the first time. With the current technological means of the mechanical school, a perfect launch was difficult to achieve, still requiring cooperation with giant dragons, like the ancient mountain dragon, who were skilled in earth power. Chapter 2767. In just a few breaths, the ancient dragon continent had already transformed, becoming a circular ring, and in the center was an inland sea that stretched for thousands of miles. After the earth-shattering changes, tens of thousands of fish demon elites emerged from the water, clearly still confused about the situation. What is going on? A fish demon shouted, splashing the water. Have we been transported into the sea again? Damn, we must have fallen victim to illusions. Another demon snarled, clenching its teeth. Attack. The fish demon commander bellowed, pointing a webbed finger toward the sky. Look up. A scout gasped. What is that in the sky? What else can it be? The Sunday. The commander squinted against the glare. But it is so hot and unbearable. It feels like we are about to be evaporated. A soldier shielded its face. This is bad. It is the bright faction's holy light magic. The commander realized with dread. Above the circular sea, a sphere like a blazing white light bulb appeared, radiating unparalleled light and heat. The holy light precisely illuminated this expanse of sea. Then, an unprecedented massacre began. Damn it. A level 9 aura flew over, belonging to a level 9 fish demon. It had only intended for the fish demons to dive in, never anticipating such an outcome. Upon seeing the continent's drastic change, the fish demon halted. It had been fooled. The Flame King dragon soared into the sky, blocking its path. Let the flames purify everything. Destructive heart flame. The dragon roared, and chains of orange flames transformed, attacking the fish demon. The other 5 level 9 demons, sensing the situation was dire, joined the battle as well. From all directions of the ancient dragon continent, giant dragons roared as they ascended to the sky. The ancient mountain dragon, frost sky dragon, molten golden dragon, tyrant of horror, and the silver-haired, handsome sword king dragon, wielding the 2 swords heaven and hell, held their ground 1 against 2 without falling back. If Nemea were not pregnant, she surely would have joined the battle too. On White Dragon Mountain, another level 9 aura sword. The White Dragon Princess, Nanette, swung her hand in the void, unleashing a frost waterfall with astounding momentum. That was not all. Soon after, 2 long green rainbows shot up to the sun. They were the brothers Green Ghost and Green Demon. As members of the Congress, they had received orders from the Nora Council to protect the ancient dragon continent, which perfectly aligned with their intentions. Ha ha ha, I am here too. The Storm Star 8 gripped a blue storm chain, charging into the battlefield with an unstoppable force, instantly turning the tide of attack and defense. The demons, surrounded by 9 level 9 experts, were panicked. They had received intelligence that the Dusk Palace Master was in the North Sea at this time, unable to personally guard the ancient dragon continent. They had thought that with 6 demon leaders and an elite army, even if they could not take the ancient dragon continent, they could at least cause significant damage. The ancient dragon continent had more than just the 4 giant dragons on the surface. It had hidden trump cards too. With just a brief delay, the inland sea of the ancient dragon continent was literally boiling. The bright sun continuously descended, instantly evaporating those low-level demons into demonic aura, without suspense, leaving only abyssal cores, and some special parts sinking to the sea floor. The mid-level demons could withstand for a while, but could not fly out over this vast sea, eventually perishing entirely. High-level demons attempted to shatter the void and teleport out, but it was futile. The light even permeated the void. Ultimately, only a few high-level demons managed to escape by luck, but it was of no use. All around the inland sea on the continent, 24 bases of the Mechanical School's Demon Extermination Shuttle were constructed. They were previously scattered across the continent, but now, in short formation adjustments, they converged like a magic cube, distributed in a 24-hour orientation. Then, 24 silver and lightning-emitting demon extermination shuttles, each thousands of feet long, roared in, diving into the void like intercepting missiles. After numerous upgrades and iterations, each of these demon extermination shuttles had the capacity to obliterate a level 8 demon. Combined, they could even shake a level 9 demon. This was the precise sword of the ancient dragon continent, attacking any target. With piercing screams, all of the aquatic demons were annihilated. Not a single one escaped. Many of them perhaps had participated in various blood battles, but today's battle was something they had truly never seen. Subsequently, a small battle group composed of wizards and knights descended upon the inland sea. They were specially trained to salvage and collect the spoils of war. Although most of the fish demon's flesh was evaporated, a pile of precious materials was still left behind. Inside the control room, Herman and the others smiled. This move can only be used once, Herman said, his eyes scanning the monitors. But it was worth every bit of it. In just half a day since the grand battle began, Nora was already stained by demon blood. The speed at which demonic aura was generated temporarily suppressed the consumption speed of Oasis life, resulting in numerous demonic aura restricted zones appearing across various regions. Demons became entrenched, using them as bridgeheads to spread in all directions. Of course, the Vortex's center and the war's critical core naturally hovered near the Heaven continent. If this place could not be held, any victories Nora achieved on other fronts would be in vain, ultimately to be washed away by level 10 demons. Because of the demons' interference, even though the Nora Council had prepared, some of the sea waves caused by the emergence of the Heaven continent still leaked out. The massive waves brimming with energy they transmitted were bound to cause a butterfly effect in the North Sea. In the land of the 4 seas, the North Sea was the least populated by the New World. This was also the primary reason why, after negotiation between the barbarian tribes and Nora, they chose this place to fuse. Next, parts of the New World would likely be destroyed, with casualties inevitable. Meanwhile, on the northern coastline of Nora continent, various nether capitals, marketplaces, and mortal gathering sites would carry out corresponding evacuation activities. Chapter 2768. In the flames of war, rescue teams began to act, and star castles set sail. Some places guarded by large-scale arrays, or powerful primordial soul wizards withstood the aftershocks. As the integration of the Heaven continent reached its end, Edmund let go and took a long breath. He looked toward the high sky where the strong of the Supreme Council, the barbarian tribes, and the 9 death swordsmen, who came to support blockaded the demons on the land of darkness, keeping them at bay. Because they stayed too close to Nora, the crystal wall spanning millions of miles above the heaven continent suffered fierce cracks. It could not heal in a short time. The sky dome shattered, darkness corroded. Edmund raised both hands. Seas rose into great suns, inlaid into the breaches of the crystal wall. The corrosive power receded like the tide. After tending to Nora wounds, Edmund transformed into a streak of red flame, arriving on the battlefield in an instant. The Earth Demon Lord fought the Frost Witch, yet it held the upper hand. Its magic resistance was too high. Though Gullwig broke through the realm relying on giant power, and her strength was formidable, her cultivation foundation was lacking. A punch like a black hole came crashing towards Gullwig. The surrounding starlight dimmed in its presence. Gullwig blocked with a frost longsword. Her face flushed, and she uttered a faint, muffled groan as her spiritual force became unstable. Go back first, and guard Nora. Frost Witch and Edmund swapped positions. The heavy punch with anomalies of landslides and ground cracking came once more. Edmund raised his right hand. A solar flare expanded and exploded, forcing back the stone giant fist. His stance remained unmoving. The Earth Demon Lord observed the appearing Edmund, its expression solemn. It smiled. Worthy of being the Grand Council chairman, much stronger than that woman, you are qualified to be my opponent. Its stone statue demon true form, comparable to stars, collapsed and condensed. It transformed into about a 10 feet high form. Its extreme density brought ultimate destructive power. Can you withstand this punch? Its unadorned punch plowed through deep space, creating a million-mile-long fist wind tunnel, attracting everything around and shattering it. Edmund thrust his palm forward. 24 phantom red flame stars congealed like a giant candied hawthorn stick spanning millions of miles. They extinguished the fist wind. The momentum remained undiminished, and the Earth Demon Lord engulfed in flames. It let out a cry of pain. It gazed at a crack appearing on its chest. Its stone statue body turned red as if it would melt. How is this possible? With its realm and magic resistance, the Earth Demon Lord suffered an injury at once. This Edmund's strength placed him at least beyond the 660th layer in the abyss. Seizing the advantage, Edmund remained relentless. 24 red flame stars encircled and rotated clockwise, encasing the Earth Demon Lord. Edmund spoke calmly. Nothing is impossible, let alone one punch. Even if you deliver 10,000 punches, I can take them all. How many of my moves can you withstand? Inside the barbarian ancestor hall, after the fusion finished, the heavenly will, which always sheltered the heaven continent from sea waves, rose from the throne. All the barbarian tribe members remained safe, and the mountains and rivers stayed unchanged. Its heart eased. In the land of darkness, numerous strong individuals engaged in battle, stuck in a stalemate. After self-detonation, the strength of the heavenly will dropped from level 10 peak to level 10 late stage. Although it was just a slip in a small realm, it meant a deficit of countless years. After level 10, each small step was far harder than stepping into a major realm before. Thinking of all it encountered over millennia, its inner battle desire ignited anew. It felt like it returned to the early tough years of the barbarian tribes, fighting against heaven and battling against gods. A thunderbolt plunged into the darkness. This time, fight to the end. Heaven continent. Kill. The Divine Light Knight led members of the Dusk Holy Temple Heaven branch in their battle against the demons. She had advanced to level 7 early and cultivated a legendary level breathing technique. Her progress was swift, having just advanced to level 7 late stage recently. A level 8 flame demon, laughing insidiously, charged into the battlefield. Form the array, form the array. The Divine Light Knight spoke. A shadow leaped into the battlefield, eliminating the level 8 flame demon in one stroke. She fixed her gaze. It was a level 8 peak shadow demon. She looked skyward. Golden light covered the clouds, as if embedding the sky dome with dragon scales. In the center of the golden world, on the throne, Levi spoke like a heavenly patrol emperor. Everyone, you have worked hard during this period. Temporarily retreat from this war zone. Return to the ancient dragon continent first. Only after this wave of war ends will we continue the work on the heaven continent. Considering the intense war near the heaven continent, Levi did not hunt demons, but went to find his members. The faces of the members below filled with joy. Yes, Hallmaster. So handsome. The Divine Light Knight appeared excited. Thank you, Commander. We will head back first then. Levi nodded slightly. He watched the Star Castle depart, before proceeding to the next location. The blood battle armor within him thirsted and hungered. As for the ancient dragon continent, he believed its defenses were enough to withstand this war. Only if a level 10 strongman came personally could its fortress-like defense system break. Before long, he found a target. A level 9 middle stage flame demon attacked a large barbarian tribe. A warlord level strongman wielding a spear fought it. They had battled for most of the day without prevailing. Chapter 2769. Armor Unleashed. Blood battle against the horde of demons. Sigh, stop fighting. You are fighting someone you cannot kill. Levi floated on the throne. A formidable enemy approached. The demon looked up and trembled, as if its very soul shook. The creature wondered what the higher-ups were doing. Why was there no level 10 demon to capture this solitary Dusk Palace master? Why allow this guy to wander around Nora on a golden throne? Below, countless barbarian warriors watched with wide eyes. The time to show off had arrived. His painstakingly developed 9-sword finally had a place to be used. The demon tried to escape. Levi suppressed it with the Wind and Thunder Emperor Palace, rendering it immobile. He sat on the throne and waved his right hand in the void. 10,000 miles around, the clouds and mist turned golden. 1 billion golden swords buzzed into shape. 9 sword. A massive torrent of sword chi surged like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens. It was magnificent and handsome. The flame demon suffered under 10,000 swords. Struggles proved in vain. It turned into a bloody torrent, its flesh and demon soul shredded, and the blood battle armor greedily absorbed the remains. 1 down. Levi destroyed the level 9 demon and hid his achievements. Sitting on the golden throne, he continued to patrol the skies, seeking other level 9 demons. He left behind a group of barbarian elders with eyes wide as bells, gasping repeatedly. One barbarian gestured to the sky. Who was that person? A companion shook his head. You do not know? He is the Dusk Palace Master, the record holder on the demon-slaying list, the Supernova King, the Extreme Knight, Levi. He once reversed and slayed a level 9, while being an 8th circle wizard. Now he has been at level 9 for hundreds of years. In the absence of a level 10, he is practically invincible. So powerful, a third said. I did not expect Nora to have such a character. When will our barbarian tribe see an equally outstanding talent? Nora Continent, Northern Region, Sleeping Dragon Domain. The wizard members of the Dragon Descendant Priory battled countless demons. The Cloud Mist Dragon had traveled to another battlefield. The Rock Dragon remained stationed there. Soon, a level 9 mid-stage wind demon led a team assault. The war had continued for half a day, with no end to the dragon roars and demonic howls. The Dragon Descendant Priory had grown significantly. The number of 8th circle wizards within the organization far exceeded the past. It had the demeanor of a top wizard organization. A wind dragon bared its fangs and claws, wreaking havoc within the demon camp. A white-robed wizard with dragon horns descended amidst the chaos. He exuded an 8th circle aura. He was remarkably handsome. It is the Sky Dragon Wizard, one member shouted. Great, the top genius is here, another cheered. The boy once frightened away by the 3-headed dragon abomination in the ancient tower had become a strong leader. He ascended to the 8th circle a century ago. Though not a supernova, he was not far behind. To gather the Wind God series, he traveled the battlegrounds annually. He rushed over immediately upon hearing of the massive invasion the Dragon Descendant Priory faced. Everyone hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The Sky Dragon Wizard joined the fray. The members of the Priory felt their morale boost. Dragon Descendant Wizards and Dragon Race members displayed extraordinary abilities. The teleportation portal at the base flickered again. An armed wizard battle group descended. Their banner displayed icy blue double dragons. 2 gallant witches led them, exuding an imposing murderous intent. Alexandra and Elsie appeared, followed by the Rust Dragon Wizard. The 2 women understood their limited talent and needed to make up for it by working desperately. After bidding farewell to the Master Fire Dragon and leaving Gondor City, they fought doggedly on the Blood Battle battlefield, striving to exchange for various truth oddities. They eventually led their own wizard battle group, named Double Dragons. Alexandra commanded, and Elsie acted as vice commander. A somewhat aged Rust Dragon Wizard accompanied them as their strategist. With her father's help and her own efforts, Alexandra nearly gathered the Flame King and Red Dragon series. She pursued the long journey of the Fire God series. She ascended to the 8th environment. Elsie lagged slightly. She reached 7 rings perfection, but would soon be promoted. This large-scale war presented an opportunity. Kill. Drive the demons out of the Sleeping Dragon Domain. As this army entered the battlefield, the morale of the Dragon Descendant Priory members soared. The demon encirclement began to break apart. In the sky, the lava dragon saw its daughter return. It felt gratified. Though aging, its strength had reached the peak of the Molten Lava Dragon clan, comparable to a level 9 mid-stage powerhouse. As long as they held out until reinforcements arrived, the Priory would remain safe. A sudden change occurred. The lava dragon engaged in fierce battle with the wind demon. It remained unaware of the wicked gaze from an inconspicuous shadow on the battlefield. Old dragon, die. A level 9 mid-stage shadow demon attacked. It combined shadow power and demonic aura into a bow and arrow. It drew and released the bow. A shadow arrow shot forth, exploding in the lava dragon's abdomen. It ripped a deep gash, and dragon blood flowed freely. This bow and arrow treasure, named Demon Shadow Bow, was a level 9 rare treasure. A blacksmith master from the abyss forged it using the tendons and bones of a level 9 shadow dragon. It was an absolute assassination divine weapon. It was unstoppable and unbreakable. It had successfully assassinated a 9-ring senior wizard, a top-level wizard in the Burning School of Thought's organization in Norn City. Its formidable power remained unmatched. Chapter 2770. After being hit by the arrows, the lava dragon groaned as pain flared in its abdomen, and a wail escaped its throat as it fell from the sky. With its level 9 giant dragon physique, it would not die immediately, but its combat ability plummeted. Without healing and rest, its life hung in the balance. Alexandra gasped, her eyes widening in horror. She never imagined her mighty father would one day suffer such severe injuries. The lava dragon endured the injury and whispered, I am okay. You all retreat through the teleportation portal first. I cannot hold on here. It seems the demons have long since targeted me. Although most of the dragon clan ignored their offspring, over 2,000 years, it had watched its daughters rise with a great sense of accomplishment. Perhaps, in the future, this child could reach heights comparable to its own. Elsie gripped Alexandra's arm, her voice heavy with sorrow. We must retreat, Alexandra. The big picture is more important. We cannot help with numbers here. The level 9 chasm cannot be overcome simply with the numbers from the Dragon Descendant Priory. The Sky Dragon Wizard roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. Retreat. Retreat first. The primordial soul wizard and I will cover. The situation, which had been improving, plummeted once again. This was all-out war, with too many variables to predict. Even if Nora successfully overcame this war, there would inevitably be many lives lost. Alexandra hurriedly led the group to cover and stepped into the teleportation portal. She whispered to her father, instructing, "After we retreat, you must find a way to escape. Don't worry, I am a giant dragon that has lived for tens of thousands of years." The shadow demon morphed into a streak of black lightning, seizing the opportunity to finish off the severely injured Melt Mountain dragon. To kill another level 9 giant dragon would make this battle thoroughly profitable. However, the next moment, the form of the Melt Mountain dragon turned illusory and disappeared right under its nose. Vanishing along with it were members of the dragon descendant priory, including Alexandra and Elsie. When they opened their eyes again, they stood in a world of red and black, a sight never seen before, deeply moving. "Nightmare world?" Alexandra murmured. "Yes, it seems Dusk Palace Master saved us," the Melt Mountain dragon replied, temporarily sealing its hideous wound and showing the joy of having survived disaster. Elsie, Alexandra, and the Sky Dragon Wizard could not calm their hearts for a long time. What kind of power and realm does the Dusk Palace Master possess? Most of them would never be able to touch this most mysterious place among the 4 great giants in their lifetime. Amidst the storm and clouds, a giant face appeared in the red and black sky. It was Levi. "Everyone, rest here for a moment. I will let you out later." The giant face dissipated, and everyone slumped to the ground. "Thank goodness, we are truly saved. Damn, just now I felt like half my soul had already stepped into hell." Being by Dusk Palace Master's side truly gives a sense of security. Maybe we should move our dragon descendant priory to the ancient dragon continent. I think it is feasible. I agree. Where did that whole giant dragon go? How could it just disappear? The shadow demon stalled in midair until it sensed danger coming from behind. It gripped a shadow dagger, slashing at the unseen threat. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the shadow dagger seemed to cut into rubber or sink into mud. A golden fist gripped the dagger. In Levi's pupils reflected the terrified face of the shadow demon and its trembling body. Dusk Palace Master. In an instant, the demon transformed into a shadow, attempting to escape. Levi punched, shattering the void. Using the shadow holy body form, he unleashed the power of the invisible sanctuary, appearing almost teleportingly in front of the shadow demon in the shadow dimension. "You are running a bit slow." The demon screamed in terror. "How can you possibly catch up with me? I do not believe it. I cannot be caught even after escaping into the shadow world." It flashed, leaping into the shadows, randomly choosing a direction to frantically escape. Suddenly, a black glow appeared in the path ahead. A figure stood there, sword in hand. "You cannot escape." Terror flooded the shadow demon. The methods it had always used to shake off formidable enemies, escaping from death numerous times, were completely useless now. Is he really capable of anything? Can he go anywhere? The shadow demon pulled its bow and knocked arrows, consuming origin demon chi to crazily shoot arrows upon arrows. They covered the sky as they flew towards Levi. The latter emitted a great golden light, dispersing all attacks, then teleported in front of it. He pressed his hand against the shadow demon's head and crushed it. One shadow after another scattered, escaping in all directions. What awaited the creature was the 9 suns suspended in the sky. The red flames brought color to the gray world, leading the shadow demon to its ultimate death. Flesh torrents flooded into the blood battle armor. In a moment, Levi seemed to break through some restrictor. The fearsome and majestic armor within his body trembled with a buzz, disintegrating into billions of specks. It flowed through Levi's blood to every corner of his body, covering every cell. Every true form phantom in every divine palace was draped in blood-red armor. This supreme treasure truly merged with Levi, becoming part of himself and his life. He manipulated it as naturally as his own limbs. With a thought, Levi's blood flowed along his body, covering it entirely, forming a cold, sharp, and angular full-body armor like a crimson dragon. The armor was named the Blood Battle Armor, and was a golden legend equipment of peak level 9. It possessed the blood battle effect. When Levi engaged in battle with demons, and bathed in demon blood, all basic attributes including strength, defense, physique, endurance, perception, speed, and spirit increased by 50%, disappearing after combat. This effect increased continuously with the equipment level. Forced ascension of spiritual force might cause an unstable spiritual realm for a period. Therefore, in non-special situations, the spiritual force enhancement effect could be selectively disabled, only enhancing the other 6 attributes. Chapter 2771. 2. Berserker. When you wear the blood battle armor, it will automatically attract the attention of all demons within 100,000 miles, and the demons will crazily come to kill you. The effect of this special effect will continue to improve with the enhancement of the equipment level. 3. Devour. All demons devoured by the blood battle armor will become nourishment for the blood battle spirit within the armor. The blood battle spirit will grow stronger as the number of devoured demons increases, with no upper limit. However, its major realm will not exceed that of the armor owner. The armor owner can summon the blood battle spirit to fight. As long as the armor owner is undying, the blood battle spirit is unextinguishable. Even after being killed, it can instantly resurrect infinitely, but the energy within the armor must be sufficient. 4. Growth. The blood battle armor is a supreme treasure, yet it still possesses growth potential. The core materials for forging the blood battle armor include the Divine Artifact Blood River Divine Stone from the Blood Sept, and the Demon Abyss Divine Stone, refined from 81 pieces of level 9 Abyss cores, and 9 pieces of level 10 Abyss cores. Therefore, as long as it continuously devours demonic creatures, the Supreme Treasure can still improve, and theoretically break through level 10 to become a cosmic level treasure. 5. Sealing. This Supreme Treasure still has special effects that are not unlocked, and requires the hunt of a level 10 demon to break the seal and become a complete body. The introduction of the special effects of the Supreme Treasure reveals a lot of information. The first effect is heaven-defying. More precisely, the 50% enhancement effect on spiritual power ascension is heaven-defying. The other effects that improve the basic 6 dimensions are nothing much for Levi. Most wizards who burn their spiritual origin for ascension can only improve by about 30%. For example, in the 8-circle magic spell Brain Burning that I learned, all these spells have significant side effects and require valuable treasures and long-term nurturing to possibly recover. If used too frequently, severe damage to the spiritual origin can lead to a drop in realm or even death. However, the blood battle armor can enhance by 50% at the cost of temporary instability in spiritual power. This means that as long as it is used periodically, there is no major issue, and it will not affect the spiritual origin. With Levi's current level of spiritual power, after the ascension, his spiritual power immediately surpasses the limit of the 9th circle. And the power of a spell depends on 3 aspects. One is the realm of spiritual power, another is proficiency, and the last is the amplification by talent, or truth oddities. Thus, the power of his 9th circle spells, under the condition of the blood battle armor, should be above the 9th circle, and below legendary. As he continues to progress to 9 rings perfection and maximum, its power may touch the threshold of level 10. The second Berserker effect is also a divine skill. Simply put, it is gathering monsters. With this effect activated, Levi does not need to hunt demons around. Under the influence of the blood battle armor, demons will automatically come to attack him. This facilitates Levi in quickly gaining experience points and rapidly leveling up the Shadow Army. Additionally, this rare treasure seems related to the Blood River Will. The Blood River Divine Stone reminds Levi of the Netherworld Mother Stone. According to the Black Abyss Sovereign, the Blood River was heavily wounded by Sauron. Although it has survived until now, its strength has dropped significantly. Presumably, this happened because the precious Blood River Divine Stone was taken. Otherwise, how could the newly emerged Black Abyss Sovereign confront such an ancient monster that survived until now? The Demon Abyss Divine Stone was most likely refined by Sauron during his venture into the abyss. Considering the large quantity of treasures used to refine the armor, Levi estimates that once fully unsealed, this armor will certainly be ranked among the top 10 in the Panplane. But hunting a level 10 demon is still hard to achieve at this stage. It will require some more time. However, it will not be too long. Last time against Unurity, the direct confrontation gave Levi some confidence. Once he reaches level 9 late stage with the breathing technique and 9 rings perfection as a wizard, he will try testing an abyss demon from the top 200 layers. Furthermore, according to Sauron's grading standard, above the Supreme Treasure is the Cosmic Level Treasure. This is something that only Supreme Level beings could have. The opportunity for the Blood Battle armor to grow into such a treasure excites Levi immensely. Lastly, this feature concerns Levi the most. In a flash, the blood armor around him buzzes and vibrates. Evil blood fog emerges from the surface of the armor and surges into the sky. The fog condenses and transforms into a blood-colored figure identical to Levi in appearance. Its momentum is surprisingly at level 9 late stage, 1 minor realm higher than Levi. This is the strongest divine skill of the blood battle armor. Although this entity cannot exceed Levi by a major realm, it can infinitely grow stronger through hunting demons. That is, it can infinitely reduce the gap in strength with level 10 within the scope of level 9. It can be seen as a second Levi. It is theoretically powerful enough to even kill some weak gods. Of course, the demons needed to be devoured are in massive quantities. In short, with this entity, Levi effectively has an additional unconscious, witless, purely battle-oriented mechanical duplication. It was born solely for combat and slaughter. To experiment with its effects, he eagerly steps into the outside world. A golden light and a rainbow light figure are besieging a level 9 middle stage wind demon. It is Rainbow Sword Master and Earth Awakening. With the two combined, the wind demon naturally is not a match. Still, it is not easy to kill it quickly. You two step aside, Levi calmly said. Rainbow Sword Master and Earth Awakening obeyed and returned to Levi's side. The wind demon thought it was saved and turned to flee. Boom! A devastating blood-colored sword chi swept over, engulfing the wind demon. The blood-colored night descended from the sky, bringing with it an endless blood sea. Within the blood sea, the souls of countless demons once devoured by the blood battle armor transformed into blood-colored evil spirits, howling and roaring. Their strength is weak. They are completely unmatched to Levi's Shadow Dragon group, but their number is enormous. Also, like the blood battle spirit, as long as Levi is undying, they are unextinguishable. They disperse and instantly reincarnate from the blood sea. All consumed energy comes from the demon crystal cores and flesh previously devoured by the blood battle armor. In just 10 breaths, the wind demon was annihilated by the blood battle spirit. The blood sea, carrying the corpse, came to Levi. Leon rode up and took the soul back for devouring. Really impressive. Even a 9-ring perfect wizard would not be its match. But this armor is enough for now. Better let Leon eat his fill first, and what remains will be given to the blood battle spirit. When fighting in the abyss, let it feast to its heart's content. Originally, Levi felt his demon materials were quite abundant until the blood battle armor appeared. Suddenly, they became scarce. Under the attraction of the berserker effect, from all directions, demons emerged continuously. Red eyes stared and charged towards Levi. He stood back to back with the blood battle spirit, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Let us have a feast of slaughter. Chapter 2772. War flames stretch far and wide. In the blink of an eye, 1 month has passed. In the land of darkness, the stone statue body of the Earth Demon Lord is full of cracks, liable to shatter at any moment. A level 10 battle, if evenly matched, could last for years. Yet, after just 1 month, the Earth Demon Lord is struggling to hold his ground. The second especially fierce battlefield is the duel between the 9 Death Swordsmen and the Wind Demon Lord Pazuzu. The confrontation of these two masters has reached the dark fringes of the world. Deathly tension and demonic aura blend into two distinct seas, colliding with each other, leaving sun and moon devoid of light. The third is where the heavenly will engages in a clash with the Lady of Desire and the Demon Statue King. Although the power of the barbarian ancestor has waned, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Accompanied by 6 mythical level totem spirits, like carrying bounds of attribute buffs from different dimensions, to some extent, they qualify as 6-dimensional warriors. This allows him to contend against 2 adversaries without being at a disadvantage. Elsewhere, the Supreme Council and other powerful figures unite with the barbarian tribes to hold off other demons, resulting in a highly intense and closely contested battle. Over the past month, demons have continued to send new level 10 adversaries, yet the underworld also refuses to yield, introducing the Nether Emperor to the battlefield to maintain the current situation. Amidst the agonizing scream of the Earth Demon Lord, the legendary wizard tool, the Sun Compass, severs half of his body. It whirls back with a roar, causing the space-time to tremble. Retreat! Retreat! The Earth Demon Lord shouts reluctantly. As the strongest among the 4 great demon lords, and also known as the Arcane Terminator, uttering such words is embarrassing. Face is not as important as life. If this drags on, he truly risks losing his life. That would cause the demon line to collapse entirely. You are not leaving now. Edmund comes suppressively with the demiplane blazing universe. Scarlet worlds resemble stars across vast space, shimmering brilliantly. Simultaneously, the eternal blazing sun continues to ascend and expand, fiercely collapsing towards the Earth Demon Lord. Today, Edmund battles explicitly as the so-called spellcaster's nemesis. The Earth Demon Lord uses all his might. A series of mysterious dark magic runes ripple like water. Layers of Earth Yellow Demon Domain emerge, ultimately stacking up to 108 layers like the rings of Jupiter. Earth Demon Star Burst. Over 100 layers of power from the Earth Demon Domain shiver. They attract numerous meteorites and fractured plane remnants to materialize a black star of 300,000 miles in diameter in the land of darkness out of thin air. It is terrifying and exceptionally strong. Below level 11, in the multidimensional plane, those who can counteract it face to face are few and far between. The black star and eternal blazing sun collide violently, suddenly exploding. They tear a dreadful space-time rift in the land of darkness, stretching across 1 million miles. Here space warps and time is chaotic. Except for such supreme beings, no others can approach, or they would be instantly torn to shreds. Edmund ignores the dangers of this space-time chaos. Surrounded by the Sun Compass, he charges into the explosion zone. The sun in his palm once again crashes towards the enemy. He hopes to resolve the Earth Demon Lord in one fell swoop, easing the upcoming blood battle considerably. You are such a madman. The Earth Demon Lord watches as the protective shield of Edmund is torn by the rift. The Sun Compass is sent flying, its surface showing many cracks. Following that, the protective force field of Edmund shreds. The red robe worn for years suffers damage. Yet his gaze remains determined. His eyes burn like fire, showing no signs of retreat. True sun form. In a single thought, Edmund seems to set his body ablaze, bones and flesh burning intensely, sparks flying everywhere. In the land of darkness, even on Nora, endless fire elemental power surges forth. A vast level 10 peak spiritual force sweeps across heaven and earth. Subsequently, a colossal figure tens of thousands of miles tall emerges. He is crowned and dressed in splendid red flames, with 10,000 suns hanging from the sky behind him. Like a sun emperor presiding over the world, he dominates everything, commanding all fires to obey. This is not an illusion. It is not a wizard form, nor any similar means to heavenly earth transformation. This is the true form of Edmund. The middle-aged man form showing before Nora and others is the manifestation of Edmund before worldly eyes. Post-legendary, with each step closer to level 11, Edmund drifts further from traditional humanity. His flesh has long since degenerated and dissipated. He is an element life form resembling a star composed of vast spiritual forces and endless fire elements. The only resemblance he shares with the Edmund of old is the consciousness, memories, knowledge, and spells accumulated over thousands of years. Apart from this, he is no longer human. At this realm, no one can guide Edmund on what path to take next, not even Sauron. Post-legendary, the path is solely one's own, with resulting forks and crossroads, distinct and varied. Edmund is unsure of the results of continuing, whether stepping in level 11 or dissipating his consciousness, losing his identity, becoming a non-emotional and thoughtless extraordinary life form. He does not know. He can only proceed along the path he deems viable, with no retreat, and no alternatives. Currently he has one sole thought: kill the Earth Demon Lord. He must provide the future blood battle of Nora a margin. Otherwise, should the 4 great demon lords of earth, fire, wind, and water gather, he is uncertain if he can still guard Nora. Although the underworld possesses level 11 beings, it ultimately constitutes external force. Edmund can lean on it, but cannot depend solely upon it. He cannot trust the underworld wholeheartedly. Moreover, the abyss also has level 11 forces, and a slew of level 10 late stage, even peak powerful entities, though they are currently entangled in other affairs. Yet it does not mean they will not join the blood battle battlefield in the future. Chapter 2773. Edmund intended to kill as many as possible, so he had to go all out. Unsealing the true sun might bring unpredictable consequences and personal costs, but it was the only option. Terror gripped the Earth Demon Lord. A long-lost sense of despair arose in its heart. In endless years, it had never felt this way. When Sauron broke through the abyss, it had been on a mission, not in its lair. The surface of its massive true form, tens of thousands of miles long, bore scars like craters on the moon. These were injuries inflicted by powerful enemies on Edmund, and they were difficult to heal. The true sun palm descended, a blazing golden flame palm, like the hand of a god, pressed across the universe. Wonders and anomalies manifested. Images of the golden crow, phoenix, and fire dragon danced in the flames. They lit up the night in Nora as if it were day. On other battlefields, both demons and wizards paused in their combat. They keenly perceived the terrifying commotion from the direction of Edmund. "Is that the Grand Council Chairman?" Lady Rowling asked. Her surprise was evident. "Lord Edmund isn't going through Ascension, is he?" The Blue Dream Star Lord sounded worried. Even the 9 Death Swordsmen looked solemn. He had thought that in the previous rescue mission for the Heavenly Will, Edmund had given his all. Now it seemed he still had something in reserve. This kind of power might already have one foot into level 11. It was comparable to the beings just before the 666th layer of the abyss. The Heavenly Will shook. It had always believed Edmund's strength was comparable to its own at its peak. Now it realized it had overestimated itself. Its strongest state remained far inferior to Edmund's current power. This man possessed absolute confidence in merging the heavenly world with Nora. He might be very close to the once mighty Sauron. He stood as definitely the second strongest existence since the birth of the wizard civilization. Across the Panplane, he might only be second to the mysterious and long-absent Fire Sovereign. However, in the eyes of the Heavenly Will, Edmund's current realm might not be a good thing. The closer to level 11, the greater the misfortune. This proved especially true for someone like Edmund, already entangled in the disputes of the giant world. "Edmund, take it easy," the Heavenly Will transmitted. It hoped he would manage to stay safe. Sacrificing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own would still mean failure for Nora. The barbarian tribes shared a fate of shared prosperity. As for the Wind Demon, Lady of Desire, Shadow Demon Queen, and other demon powerhouses, they employed various methods to distance themselves from the battlefield. They saw the shocking scene, and none dared to support the Earth Demon Lord. In their view, Edmund must have used some method of ascension, burning his vitality lifespan to advance further. After exhausting him, victory would come without needing to fight this blood battle. The Earth Demon Lord felt despair. It never should have gotten involved in this mess. No wonder those old ones at the abyss bottom had not come out. It burned its demon body, clashing with the giant hand. The fusion of earth and fire ultimately left fire prevailing. It shattered and melted the Earth Demon Lord's demon body. Its powerful demon soul broke free, attempting to escape, but Edmund's giant hand grabbed it. It wrapped the soul in crimson flames and incinerated it into a pile of ashes. The Mother River had long been waiting. Its murky waters carried the true soul of the Earth Demon Lord away. Chains floated in the palm of the King of the Underworld and tightly bound it. "No, no, Chaos Servant Lord, save me." The Earth Demon Lord's piercing cry echoed in the land of darkness. It felt incredibly unwilling. It was clearly the strongest and the last one to join the battlefield, yet it was the first to exit. Edmund evidently had the power to slay the Wind Demon Lords, but he delayed acting, intentionally waiting for it to enter. What a damn shame. In the indescribable dimensions, the specter of the chaotic servant gazed at the struggling Earth Demon Lord without intervening. Across the distant Mother River, the Netherworld ancestor stood sword in hand. She watched coldly, ready to strike at any moment. And so, the Lord of the 653rd layer of the Abyss, Valirid, one of the 4 great demon lords, fell like lightning. He died at the hands of legendary wizard Edmund, the arcane Terminator, except he was the one terminated. Since antiquity, no case had existed of a lord beyond the 600th abyssal layer facing true death. The Earth Demon Lord was only the beginning, but never an end. The battlefield gradually quieted down. When the firelight faded, other Supreme Council powerhouses looked at the crimson figure. They remained momentarily stunned, and did not dare to approach. "Grand Council Chairman," someone called out. "Lord Edmund," another voice joined. The crimson figure gradually dissipated. It returned to its original form as Edmund. "I am here, let us go back." Across Nora, Heaven, Pandora, New World, and the Land of the Four Seas, various wizard organizations, or those on the heated battlefields, countless figures looked towards the crimson-tinged crystal wall. Shock, confusion, uncertainty, and delight filled their minds. Years of bloody battles had taught everyone that such anomalies were inevitably caused by the Grand Council Chairman, only never so bright before. Could the Grand Council chairman have stepped into level 11? If so, hope existed for Nora. On the Soren continent, the dragon flame god sat cross-legged on the Tower of Heaven with a weak expression. The endless fire nest demiplane behind him had already dimmed. After a month of frenzied slaughter, the Nora Council had basically stabilized the war situation. He only needed a good rest, nothing more. Chapter 2774. The man searched for an answer, his face tight with concern. What is wrong with the Grand Council chairman? Gulwig flew in, his body forced back to recuperate after repeated use of giant power. It should be fine, he said. He knows in his heart that other demons can escape, but the Earth Demon Lord must be eliminated. Otherwise, the 4 great demon lords will combine, and Nora will be in for a bitter battle. On the battlefield, in the land of the North Sea, Levi stood drenched in demon blood, the blood battle armor clinging to his frame. He kept the mental amplification dormant, but he had engaged all other attributes for a month. His robust physique easily handled the strain, leaving no side effects. Since the third full-scale war began, the demon corpses had piled up. He had lost count of the total, but he knew he had slain 11 level 9 demons alone. Leon had already eaten his fill, stocking away a warehouse of canned food. Now, the creature slept, expecting that when he woke, he would truly be the king of the underworld. By Levi's side stood 4 shadows silently exuding the aura of the early stage of level 9. These included the Shadow Demon, Flame Demon, Wind Demon, and Stone Statue Demon. They were the earliest to be promoted to level 9, the 4 great demon kings. Behind the demon king stood 66 monsters, all exuding the aura of level 8, along with countless level 6 types. In just a month, the strength of the Shadow Dragon group had changed drastically. Only they had witnessed Levi slaughtering achievements. As for the Blood Battle Spirit, its aura had risen to the peak of level 9. Levi's ability to hunt so many demons was inextricably linked to it. It was no exaggeration to say that the North Sea demon disaster had been suppressed. Levi alone accounted for a third of the credit. Wherever he went, demons chased after him. He single-handedly pulled all monsters away. This allowed the battle groups of the North Sea the time and energy to support other sea areas and continents. Under the butterfly effect, regarding ground-level warfare, Nora victory was already assured, provided there were no problems on the upper level. Levi gazed at the dark red glow of the land of darkness. He was not sure what the situation was over there, as the levels involved in this battle were too high. If it were just ordinary level 10, he would have ventured there to have fun, but 2 demon lord level beings were present, and going there would only be a hindrance. It should be fine. Levi calmed his breathing, temporarily disarmed the armor effects, and felt relieved. He flew towards the ancient dragon continent. After a month of intense, non-stop fighting, he felt fatigued and needed to rest. Time passed. In the following months, news of the Earth Demon Lord being slain, and the retreat of the high-level demons spread to Nora. Everyone cheered. On the ground-level battlefield, wizards and the Nora One clan fought with high morale, winning battle after battle. The demons, knowing the great trend was gone, fled from Nora in disgrace. Nora 1546. Blood Battle 1434. The third full invasion war continued intermittently for over half a year, and finally subsided. Except for some new lands, and the land of the 4 seas demon territory restricted areas stained by demon blood, eliminating demons in other places was just a matter of time. However, at some point, a rumor began to circulate among the populace. It said that Edmund, the Grand Council chairman, had burnt out his life force to kill the Earth Demon Lord. He now had little lifespan left and probably could not last 1,000 years. Then, the Nora Council issued a bulletin, saying this was just a rumor spread by demons and a hostile council of 10,000 clans. However, Edmund himself did not come forward to explain. The logic of those who worried was simple. If Edmund were fine, he would simply show up. Since that shockingly fierce battle, he had never appeared. For a while, despite the joy of victory in war, some people could not help but begin to worry and panic. They feared it was all just an illusion, that would vanish with Edmund passing after 1,000 years. They felt anxious about not having a strong enough successor. In this blood battle against the Abyss, ordinary level 10 was not enough. In the land of darkness, because of the Earth Demon Lord death, this war resulted in a heavy loss for the demons, far exceeding the total loss suffered previously. The reason was that to reshape earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 great demon lords were indispensable. Otherwise, they were just ordinary ground-level abyss lords. The worst part was that the Earth Demon Lord had no successor. Apart from it, the strongest Earth Demon was the Demon Statue King Cant of the Abyss 400 layers. This one was only at the level 10 middle stage standard now, and could not possibly take up the mantle. Perhaps frightened by the power Edmund had exploded with, the demon headquarters moved countless miles further away from Nora overnight after that battle, fearing the council would pursue them after the victory. In fact, the council also worried that demons might set up a siege circle with reinforcements from afar, so they did not dare pursue. The Abyss foundations were too deep. Demon tactics could fail 100 times, 1,000 times, but Nora could not afford a single mistake. The Wind Demon Lord and a group of wounded, no longer savage or strongmen, all looked heavy-hearted, not knowing what steps to take next. It has already been so long, and Edmund has not shown up, the Lady of Desire asked. Could he have already fallen? It would be good if that were the case. The Earth Demon Lord did not die in vain, the Demon Statue King sighed. Despite saying this, the second-in-command Demon Statue King did not seem too saddened by his boss fall. He even felt a bit gleeful inside. Did Edmund ultimately ascend to level 11? Probably not. If he were already level 11, could we have escaped back alive? Besides, if he reached level 11, the chaotic servant side would certainly act, and the astral world would find ways to kill him. Even the underworld might backstab him. After those series of major events, the 4 great giants absolutely would not allow such a powerful person to appear. That is the old tradition. Chapter 2775. But without level 11, how can we kill the Earth Demon Lord? The Shadow Demon Queen posed the question, and the chamber fell into silence. The Earth Demon Lord stood at level 10 peak. Even powerful figures like the Succubus Queen from the 660th layer, or the Fallen Star Lord could at most defeat the Earth Demon Lord. Killing it was impossible. This confidence in its own strength explained why the Earth Demon Lord challenged Edmund one-on-one. Its realm was high. It was the Arcane Terminator. How could it lose? Stand down for now. Wait for support from the Water Demon Lord. The next move might require level 11 strength. This is no longer a simple blood battle. It is akin to the major events at the end of the Ancient and Antiquity epochs. It is the final battle. The death of the Earth Demon Lord cast a shadow over all the demons. No one dared to act rashly afterward. These next 10,000 years might be the endpoint of this near ancient 30-million-year epoch. Although they suffered a setback, the demons firmly believed that the abyss would still endure, just as it had for billions of years. The dark temple stood silent. Stars towered high, and the ancients watched in stillness. The news of Edmund killing the Earth Demon Lord reached them quickly. The rumors of Edmund possibly dying were also spread by those taking advantage of this opportunity. Compared to the powerful abyss demons, the only member of the ancient Elder Council who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Earth Demon Lord was the Amethyst Saint. The End Dragon Bird was merely an ordinary level 10 late-stage being. The others were around level 10 mid-stage and early stage. If Edmund could kill the Earth Demon Lord, and if he were not dead, then he possessed the ability to single-handedly trample the Council of 10,000 clans. How could the Council continue to play its part? The Nora Council had not minded the Council of 10,000 clans until now. Perhaps Edmund never even considered them equal enemies. Am I the clown? If the previous Dusk Palace master made some ancients uneasy, then Edmund now was truly terrifying. Quite a few retreat strategists began calculating their backup plans, wanting to break away from the Council like Zhu Beiji. But considering Edmund's uncertain situation, there was a chance he might really be finished, so they remained hesitant. In the corner, the Dark Sun Sovereign's heart sank to the bottom. Have I lost? He murmured inwardly, feeling dejected. Edmund had bet with him through the Black Sun's mouth, and this long wager might be coming to an end. The Amethyst Saint frowned. I know what you all are thinking. But remember, when you boarded this giant ship of the Council of 10,000 clans, there was no turning back. Do you think that if you quit now, during the Nora Council's autumn reckoning, they will let you go? His words held little deterrence for beings like the Void Emperor and the End Dragon Bird, who were not plain sovereigns. As a level 10 being, if I find some remote place to hide and never come out again, Edmund surely cannot conduct a needle in a haystack search for me, right? The Void Emperor made up his mind to leave. He planned to find an opportunity to break the shackles of the Covenant Sword, lead his clan to flee far beyond the Panplane, and retire into seclusion. The End Dragon Bird felt even more disgruntled. It had not eaten many giant dragons, yet it almost became a scapegoat for the Council of 10,000 clans. If the Fire Sovereign had not stopped me last time, I might have already turned into roast chicken under Edmund's sun. For a moment, everyone in the Council of 10,000 clans felt precarious. This major force had been in a Cold War and hot war confrontation with Nora for 2,000 years, and now it was at risk of disintegration. On the ancient dragon continent, silhouettes busily moved about, cleaning the battlefield and clearing devil corpses. A silver flying shuttle descended, and everyone saluted. The Hall Master is back. Levi smiled. Seeing everyone stand their ground in such an intense war on the ancient dragon continent gratifies me. Everyone's war merit rewards will increase by 5% from the original basis. Great. Thank you, Hall Master. Levi returned to the Dusk Holy Temple. The Green Bird Knight gave the blood battle report, and Levi's smile widened. Not bad. In such fierce and perilous warfare, the casualty rate of various battle groups on the ancient dragon continent was actually less than 1/10, and the deaths and injuries of mortals were negligible. At the beginning of the war, all mortals had already taken refuge in the 49 star castles. Although official statistics remained unreleased, Levi estimated that casualties among other wizard organizations were certainly far higher than here. Just from what he knew, over on the Burning School of Thought side, 2 sky cities of the 9 Cities Alliance were shot down by demons. It was not a complete annihilation, but it was close, effectively removing 2 top wizard organizations from the map. One of them was Norn City, Simon's hometown. The damages to other schools of thought were also significant. Hundreds of wizard organizations vanished in this war. On the side of the alien races, dozens of new continents were wiped off the map. Considering Nora's current population base, in proportional terms, the casualty rate of this war was much better than the previous 2. The ancient dragon continent achieved such remarkable results because of the protection of top-level powerhouses like the Guardian 4 Dragons, but the most important elements were the Mechanical School and Bright Sun's grand exertion of divine power. Take for instance the elite fish demons. If they had not been wiped out, they would certainly have caused massive casualties in subsequent battles. Moreover, none of the supernovas on the ancient dragon continent perished. On the contrary, the fire dragon knight suffered heavy injuries in battle. He had been too aggressive, facing off against 2 level 8 early-stage demons with a level 7 peak body, which ultimately allowed demonic aura to infiltrate his body. He was currently undergoing purification healing. Chapter 2776. The injuries to the sun-chasing dragon were not fatal. With the natural vitality of the beast, it would recover after some time of rest, which was indeed a blessing in disguise. It was not unique, as like father, like son, the giant spirit god Witchable was also injured. He charged too deep into the formation, and was surrounded by demons. Levi had mentioned this risk to them several times, but their character remained unchanged. Unlike his own cautious way in the past, after this battle, they would hopefully learn from their mistakes. Some top talents and ordinary talents died, mostly due to unforeseen events during their training outside, not on the ancient dragon continent. The 18 Twilight Cavalry remained unharmed. Levi looked around, and none of his close friends or relatives had died, though some were injured. He had prepared various life-saving cards for these people, making it difficult for them to fall. Finally, Levi spoke to the group. Give the deceased a proper burial and compensate their families. Greenbird Knight nodded, as you command. Returning to the Emperor Palace, Elena saw Levi return safely and happily hugged him. Her nose twitched slightly. The strong smell of blood chi. How many demons did you kill? I lost count, too many. Levi held Elena close and reminisced about the endless slaughter of the past month. Although it was thrilling, he hoped that such things would not happen on Nora again. Are you tired? Take a nap first. It is okay, I brought you an oddity. Levi took out a vessel. Sealed within it was an oddity resembling a small blue turtle, covered in mysterious truth runes on its shell. What is this? This is the Tidemaster, considered a relatively rare glorious sun-grade oddity. Once you refine it, it can greatly enhance your defense. Where did it come from? Do not tell me it is something you refined at a cost. No, I found it among the enemy spoils. 100 Flowers received it skeptically, then happily went back to refine it. Levi then returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland, planning to soak in the small stone pond and sleep for a month. The radiant sun-grade oddity was naturally not a spoil of war. Among all the demons killed, none possessed such an item. It was something he refined using a level 9 late-stage aquatic demon, the demon crocodile turtle. This oddity was somewhat special. Besides other conventional costs, it actually required Levi to consume a portion of his lifespan. Nothing else would do. Fortunately, it was only over 100 years. With his current lifespan, he did not care much, but it also served as a warning to Levi. In the future, if refining oddities required consuming lifespan, there was no need to continue if it was only a sun-grade oddity. Only a legendary artifact would be worth that cost. Therefore, for this Tidemaster, he had high hopes, praying it would bring sufficient benefits to 100 Flowers, otherwise, he would have lost out. No matter how intense the war outside, the ancient Banyan fairyland continued its enthusiastic construction. Everyone was full of spirit. Levi returned to the small stone pond, soaking in the spring water to sleep. A month later, upon waking, the first thing he did was tally the harvest from this battle. Demon materials were piled up like mountains. The core of the abyss and suitable parts for weapon refinement were handed over to members for separate purification treatment. The rest were all fed to the blood battle spirit and long. Moreover, there were more than 50,000 magic tools, and over 900 rare treasures. The magic tools were mostly rubbish, far inferior to wizard tools. They were extremely crudely made, simply using good materials. Whether feeding the Sword of Victory, or melting them to make wizard tools or divine weapons, everything was possible. As for rare treasures, there was no need to say much. 90% were level 6 standard, and only 3 were level 9. These included the Demon King Hall, Demon Shadow Bow, and Demon Ape Stick. All came from Levi killing level 9 demons. The Demon King Hall, like the Aid the Vast Sea, was a ship-type rare treasure, but its navigation speed was extremely slow and easily outclassed. However, it contained an inner world half the size of the ancient Banyan fairyland, and would definitely be useful if left in the organization. The Demon Ape Stick was just a simple spiked club rare treasure that could amplify strength, possessing the traits of bluntness and solid. Bluntness meant it could affect the effectiveness of the enemy weapons, making them hard to function. This treasure suited those with strong bodies. Gondaf already had a better plow star, while knights had their own bloodline divine weapons. After some thought, Levi decided to award this treasure to the lad Lopez. His combat skill talent was outstanding, now at level 8 middle stage, and wielding this treasure was quite fitting. After all, he had followed Levi for so long, always sparring with Gondaf and Emperor Mew. If not for merit, at least it was for his hard work. The final Demon Shadow Bow was the best suited rare treasure for the Shadow faction. Levi could naturally use it too, as activating this bow required 2 conditions. One was shadow power, and the other was enough strength. Levi's chaotic power could operate any sect treasures, and his power could easily draw the bowstring fully. He tested it in the nightmare world, and its power was quite good, serving well as a supporting means. Of course, this treasure was more nostalgic for him since his first skill that changed his destiny was his childhood archery skills at the maximum level. There were countless other miscellaneous resources and materials. There were also some truth oddities, but they were minor, and did not need elaboration. For years later, Nora calendar 1550, blood battle year 1438, several demon-restricted zones were flattened, and several lost new worlds were reclaimed. The aftermath of the third full-scale war was completely quelled. Chapter 2777. Rumors about Edmund's incident in Nora have grown increasingly rampant over the years. The Congress captured some who meddled with ulterior motives, and found spies from the Council of 10,000 clans among them. The authorities publicly executed them, and such rumors gradually subsided. As long as Edmund stayed out of sight, this sense of panic persisted. The Supreme Council gathered. The seats around the round table increased to 24. 5 new barbarian lords joined the group, along with the Heavenly Will. The latter needed to regain strength, began a retreat after the war, and participated in meetings rarely. The 5 barbarian lords served as its representatives. The seat belonging to Edmund remained empty. Silence filled the room. The Frost Witch shifted in her seat. Why don't I go to Emon Mansion to check on him? On the day of the great battle, Edmund returned to the mansion, saying he needed a nap to recover. Years passed with no news from him. No one dared to disturb Edmund. But now that the Nora War reached a triumphant conclusion, and the barbarian tribes integrated successfully, the Great Council chairman urgently needed to inform all citizens to stabilize their hearts. The blazing star god witch leaned forward. Why don't we wait a bit longer? Let's wait a bit longer, and let those people gossip. It is impossible to shut everyone's mouths. When Lord Emon awakes, the rumors will naturally be nullified. Indeed, I think the Great Council chairman is just too tired. After the blood battle began, have you ever seen him rest for a day? A nap will suffice. A figure appeared at the doorway, robed in red flames. He had his usual face, stretched lazily, and yawned. Don't worry, I'm fine. I really just took a nap. Everything will proceed as normal. We will soon hold the third blood battle victory press conference. Everyone felt overjoyed, especially the barbarian lords. The barbarian tribes had just joined, and they certainly didn't want to see someone as pivotal as Edmund in trouble. Gulwig's voice resonated in Edmund's mind. Are you at level 11? No, it's not that easy to reach level 11. Then what about you killing the Earth Demon Lord earlier? I guess I'm a half-foot level 10. Honestly, I don't understand what realm I'm in now. What I want to say is that the road to level 11 is full of unknowns, and next, I may enter a state of instability. I don't know how long it will last, but I can assure you that within 1,000 years, I will still be here in Nora, beside all of you. If 1,000 years later, I suddenly disappear one day, there is no need to panic. To the abyss, a mere 1,000 years cannot change anything. But for Nora, you should be able to reach 10 rings perfection, and the Supreme Council should be able to add at least 10 more seats. Levi should also be able to reach level 10. By then, whether I am here or not, Nora will already have the capacity to withstand the impact from the giant world. As long as the relations with the underworld remain strong, allowing Levi to grow to level 11, I think victory will belong to us. How are you so certain? I believe in Nora. I believe in you all. I believe in Levi. Most importantly, I believe in Sauron. Guess who I dreamed of during my nap? Sauron. Yes. Where is he now? Haha, I'll keep a bit of suspense. You'll know later. You've changed. You weren't like this before. Perhaps. The Sauron continent Tower of Heaven stood tall. More than 20 figures stood at the peak. At the forefront stood Edmund, looking no different from before. Meanwhile, across Nora, millions of wizards and figures from all clans watched the projection of that familiar figure. It's the Great Council chairman. Ha ha ha. That insidious group from the Council of 10,000 clans only knows how to spread rumors. The Great Council chairman is fine. Nothing has happened. Exactly. He is a legendary figure who has slain a demon lord level powerful being. Even the gods from the astral world must make way. Fantastic. The blood battle made everyone aware of the importance of the legendary wizard. Each seat in the Supreme Council is a pillar that supports the sky. And Edmund is the most important, the central pillar. With Edmund, there is Nora, ancient dragon continent. Levi held Elena. Joy filled his face as he looked at the projection. I told you, the Great Council chairman is fine. Not surprisingly, Nora's strongest man. By the way, Lord Hallmaster, when will you become Nora's number 1? Soon, soon. On the Sauron continent, Edmund's gaze swept over countless figures. Before starting this summary, I want to say, as you can see, I am fine, and I do not have less than 1,000 years of lifespan. I simply took a nap, that's all. In this war, the Earth Demon Lord is completely dead, with no possibility of resurrection. And 123 level 9 demons followed it to the underworld. Among them, the Blazing Star God which single-handedly intercepted and killed 33 level 9 demons, and the Dusk Palace Master single-handedly killed 11 demons, turning the tide and saving numerous organizations and countless lives. I want to take a moment to thank these two for their contributions, especially the Dusk Palace Master, who single-handedly changed the North Sea battle situation. He deserves everyone's applause. As the words fell, countless people felt shock. The Blazing Star God which handling 33 level 9s remains understandable, as he is a legendary wizard and possesses map-wide offensive spells similar to the Dragon Flame God Wizard. The Dusk Palace Master killed 11 level 9 demons. Such an achievement is incredibly exaggerated. In other words, the Dusk Palace Master alone resolved 1/10 of the level 9 demons present at this comprehensive war's outcome. Somewhere on the Sauron continent, a dragonfly wizard garbed in a white robe with a middle-aged appearance looked shocked. Looks like my previous assessment was too conservative. This is more than 100 battle groups. How exactly did this happen? Could it be that he also mastered a kind of map-wide strike method? On the ancient dragon continent, the members listening to Edmund's speech erupted entirely. Throughout the world, before the Norawan clan, the Great Council chairman personally praised their hall master, placing him alongside the legendary wizard. What does it mean to have a reputation? This is having a reputation. Awesome, awesome. Being an ancient dragon continent member is simply delightful. Can't say how many organizations will clamor to join us next. It seems the recruitment standards will have to rise again. Good thing I got in ahead. The entire ancient dragon continent washed with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the sleeping dragon domain, the high-ranking members of the dragon descendant priory had already made a decision, planning to join the ancient dragon continent. The lava dragon and cloud mist dragon representatives were already on their way to the Nora Council to discuss the matter with the Nora higher-ups. This choice had two considerations. Firstly, the ancient dragon continent offered more safety and promising prospects. Secondly, dragon descendants and knights shared some similarities, making them more compatible. Blood Battle Command Center. The members of the Dusk Squad, along with Miss Lucy and Levi's other friends, felt equally happy and proud of him. They witnessed Levi grow to be a true pillar for Nora. Following this, Edmund individually mentioned others who made outstanding contributions during his speech, and these individuals gained overnight fame. Finally, the main event arrived. Edmund was joined by 5 barbarian lords and the Heavenly Will. They stepped forward, looked towards the Heaven Continent, and spoke loudly. Let us welcome Heaven Continent to Nora. From today onwards, the seats in the Supreme Council will be increased to 24. He introduced the strong warriors of the barbarian tribes one by one, affirming their outstanding contributions during the blood battle. Having undergone the assistance from heaven and the comprehensive wars, from the barbarian ancestor down to the ordinary barbarian tribes, they felt deeply convinced by the capability of the Nora Council. Thus, after 1,000 years of effort, by the Nora Council led by Edmund, a uniquely powerful Super Nora civilization officially took shape. Next, onward toward authority, onward towards the giant. Chapter 2778. 2 shadows fell across the ancient dragon continent. The patrolling knight looked up. 2 giant dragons floated overhead, reminiscent of suspended mountain ranges. One was fiery red, the other pure white. Flames from the 2 intertwined clouds looked dreamy and ethereal. The dragons transformed into 2 male figures, one wearing red and the other white. Please inform the Dusk Palace Master that the dragon descendant priory is here to visit, one said. All right. The young knight remained unperturbed. The ancient dragon continent had an abundance of giant dragons. Recently, he even exchanged words with Mr. Ancient Mountain Dragon. 2 figures streaked through the sky like rainbows and landed ahead. Levi stood beside Elena. Her face flushed, showing she had just finished a celebration. Levi smiled. What brings you 2 to see me? The lava dragon and the cloud mist dragon exchanged glances. We were wondering if the ancient dragon continent is still accepting people. Our dragon descendant priory would like to merge into it. Although the dragon descendant priory had few members, their quality remained generally high. They boasted quite a few primordial soul wizards, which made them a top wizard organization. The merger of major forces required the Nora Council's approval. The council had already given Levi a heads up before this visit. He felt more than willing. No problem, Levi said. However, the ancient dragon continent is currently a bit small. I will have to apply to the council for a new continent first. Levi occasionally cast sea and field on the continent, but it could not keep up with the ever-growing expansion needs. No worries. I have already moved the sleeping dragon domain here. A figure suddenly appeared above the sky dome. It was the Earth Saint. He casually carried a landmass that matched the ancient dragon continent in size and arrived easily and calmly. Elena laughed. This is what you truly call moving house. Levi chuckled to himself. As the saying goes, you can run from the monk, but not the temple. This did not apply to the Earth Saint. He could carry the temple while running. The 2 dragons promptly performed a grand gesture to thank the Earth Saint. I placed the continent in the western outer sea, the Earth Saint said. The reconstruction is now up to you. In reality, he could easily fuse the 2 continents with his ability. However, he knew that the ancient dragon continent had its own reconstruction plans and chose not to interfere. Thank you, Elder. After bidding farewell to the legendary figure, the 2 dragons felt deeply moved. They naturally understood that the Earth Saint acted for them, not because of their presence, but because of the presence of the Dusk Palace Master. Joining here proved a great choice. In fact, other top wizard organizations had wanted to join the ancient dragon continent before. Neither the Dusk Palace Master nor the Nora Council agreed. The ancient dragon continent was not a place anyone could just join. However, any organization related to dragons or animals found it much easier to enter, usually with the Dusk Palace Master's consent. No wonder a rumor existed that the Dusk Palace Master had a hidden identity people overlooked, the zookeeper of the ancient dragon zoo. Welcome to the ancient dragon family. Soon after, the 2 giant dragons brought along a noisy group of dragon descendant wizards and temporarily stayed on the neighboring sleeping dragon continent. Levi's acquaintances, Alexandra, Elsie, and the sky dragon wizard were not here. They were part of the struggle party, fighting the remnants of demons across various regions to exchange for the sun refining artifact. On another note, the strong members of the mechanical school discussed the model of the sleeping dragon continent. It would inevitably merge with the ancient dragon continent. It needed mechanical renovation to synchronize with the star castle matrix of the ancient dragon continent. Demons had temporarily halted their invasion of Nora. The ancient dragon continent had stockpiled enough demon materials to last hundreds of years. There was no worry about materials. Furthermore, resources continued to flow steadily from the nightmare world. During this break, from grassroots organizations to the Nora Council, all of Nora engaged in a vigorous reconstruction movement. They needed to repair the damaged continent bridge and Stargate. They also had to install large protective arrays and barriers at coastal gathering places. This would prepare them for the next large-scale civilization integration and prevent a repeat of past events. In the upcoming time, it might even be possible to see grand wizards or legendary wizards appearing across the world. They had emerged sunken continents from the sea, fully repaired the damaged crystal walls, and healed the scars of Nora with spells that changed the heavens and the earth. The post-disaster reconstruction process happened shockingly fast. Should Nora still exist in 10,000 years, future generations recalling this era might marvel at its grandeur and the miraculous. Nora speed. 2 years later, the Nora calendar 1552, Blood Battle 1440, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The reconstruction of the three realms in this area was already halfway completed, even faster than Mana's expectations. The embryonic forms of the three realms were fully established. They folded within the ancient Banyan Fairyland-like parallel worlds, isolated yet interconnected. Human world. By the small stone pond, Levi sat surrounded by piles of books and mountains of crystal balls. They all contained various kinds of knowledge and spell models. During this period, he focused on studying spells from the School of Dreams. Low-level and middle-level spell sequences were already defined, though names had yet to be devised. Elena appeared, dressed in a black gauze gown. "I have refined the Tidemaster," she said. "This oddity is really extraordinary. Guess what incredible ability it has manifested." Chapter 2779. She sounded excited, her reaction clearly unexpected. Levi raised his eyes and smiled. "Have you extended your lifespan? How do you know?" "Oh, I forgot, you can see the lifespan." "That is right, I have actually extended my lifespan by 300 years. It is the first time I have heard about an oddity that can extend life." Levi smiled in silence. As an oddity refiner, he had sensed that this oddity might possess the function of extending life, while he was consuming his lifespan. Now that it was confirmed, relief washed over him. His 100 years were not wasted. He even tripled the duration. Apart from this, what other functions does it have? This oddity increased my spiritual force fluctuation by 1,000 points, which is 100 points higher than the sun refining artifact of the Water God series, Elena explained. Levi nodded. It is excellent, on the same level as his elemental proof oddity. You get what you pay for. Moreover, it also gave birth to a special talent, showing a turtle divine body anomaly within the testing crystal ball. After a while, the water god body absorbed it, Elena said, holding up the crystal ball. A blue-robed water god phantom stood barefoot on the giant turtle head, gazing at the surging waves of the sea representing the water element child. The image brought a saying to mind. Eastward to the rock, gazing at the vast sea, viewing the sea. A nice name, poetic. It is originally the name of a poem. Who wrote it? Me. Highly doubtful. After teasing Levi, Elena showed the newly born special spiritual creature with excitement. With a thought, the sound of waves resounded, and the vast sea flowed. A blue turtle phantom a yard wide appeared around Elena, coated in thick, glue-like blue heavy water. This is a special spiritual creature. Though it is not large, nor does it have any combat power, its defense is incredibly strong. I have experimented in the nightmare world. No non-level 9 existences in the organization can break its defense quickly. It is an excellent shield on the battlefield. Levi leaned forward. Good, you can call it Tidal Sea Spirit. In terms of defense alone, this sun-refining artifact was top-level, fully utilizing the ocean faction advantages. By the way, what is your spiritual force level now? Almost 20,000. Good, next, stabilize your spiritual force realm. Do not rush to refine oddities or soul stones. With your current lifespan, take a steady approach. Focus on studying spells and medicine to deepen your knowledge. Whether it is the 3 avatars or Elena, there is no need to struggle regarding spiritual force improvement like other wizards. If they adopted that reckless, overly aggressive pill-based cultivation method, he could easily boost their spiritual force rapidly with his resources and methods. But the final outcome of such a method could be severe loss of control, or a primordial soul explosion, leading to an unstable realm and chaotic spiritual force. It would be like a water-burst balloon, dispersing the existing spiritual force entirely. Levi always emphasized the stability of spiritual force, requiring wizards to match their spiritual force with determination, mental strength, perseverance, experience, and knowledge, to build a sturdy reservoir to stably hold water. This was crucial, having learned from bloody lessons. Because truth oddity was abundant on the ancient dragon continent, direct methods to enhance spiritual force were not lacking for talented individuals or supernovas, provided they were willing to strive and excel. Someone once consumed too many treasures beyond their cultivation level in a short period, leading to a spiritual force explosion, bursting from being overfilled. Hence, the ancient dragon continent encouraged every wizard to have a specialty. Pharmacy, card making, weapon making, arrays, or other skills were all encouraged, allowing wizards to reinforce their spiritual force reservoir alongside cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Nora 1555. Blood Battle 1443. With the demon army temporarily halting, Nora experienced a rare moment of peace and respite. But whether high level or low level, no one dared to relax too much, as the Blood Battle demon army was still stationed in a land of darkness. They temporarily stopped to await more abyss support, constantly accumulating forces. It is foreseeable that a super war far surpassing the previous 3 full-scale wars will erupt shortly. Although Edmund appeared, breaking the rumors of his fall, still some conspiracy theorists, or those brainwashed by the Council of 10,000 Clans, kept stirring fear among the populace. They said Edmund was merely a fading light, a spent arrow. In 1,000 years, he would probably fall. For the Abyss, a millennium is but a moment. When that time comes, the Abyss will definitely dispatch forces several times greater than Nora, swiftly annihilating this emerging supercivilization. Upon hearing these rumors, Levi sneered. Is the Council of 10,000 Clans failing, so they can only undermine Nora by spreading fear? After closing doors for a while longer, once my main breathing techniques reach level 9 middle stage, I can deal with these people. Given his current strength, few in the Council of 10,000 Clans could seriously threaten him. In fact, most level 10 wizards in the Pen Plane were at the early stage, with few reaching the middle stage. Chapter 2780. As for the late stage level 10, comparable to the strong gods, they are even rarer. The next plan for Levi is to go to Hell and other blood battle battlefields to hunt demons, to further enhance the power of the blood battle spirit, raising it infinitely close to the 10-level realm. Then, with the combined might of him and the blood battle spirit, it should be enough to handle the early stage level 10. The next day, Levi opened the newspaper and read an important update. Nora Daily. Reportedly, the Council of 10,000 Clans recently experienced serious internal discord. One of the ancients, the Void Emperor, has defected and disappeared. It proves that any attempt to overthrow Nora by black forces is just a paper tiger, more like a buffoon. No need for us to act. The enemy crumbles on its own. A chuckle escaped Levi's lips. He folded the paper, feeling a sense of relief. All along, he considered the Council of 10,000 Clans a major enemy, but it turns out before an official war began, they were already disintegrating. The departure of the Void Emperor is the fuse. The Council of 10,000 Clans, already crushed by Nora, is even less noteworthy. Next, the other level 10 strongmen, who are not plain sovereigns, would probably flee too. As for those sovereigns bound to the plane, they are unfortunate. But they will not just sit and wait. They might think of other ways to rescue themselves. These old ones are filled with duplications and incarnations. It is actually very difficult to completely annihilate them. No matter what, the military morale is scattered. The calamity of 10,000 clans, easily resolved. A young dragon demon, with a flushed face, ran to Levi and gasped for air. He gripped his knees for a moment before speaking. Lord, Lady Nemea has given birth, and it is twins. Levi nodded, his stride quickening toward the breeding room. Oh, I will go have a look. Levi inspected the room, and saw 2 slender green giant eggs standing like swords, covered with hard bronze dragon scales. As for the parents of the dragon eggs, that couple had already gone to the nightmare world for sword training. It is an old dragon clan tradition. Levi leaned closer, inspecting the shells. Not bad, they both have life characteristics. Levi casually took out 2 rebirth stones. Although the netherworld market is closed, Levi still opened a channel, and bought 1,000 stones from the underworld. Over 1 billion blind boxes. As for the cost, naturally it is to support the hell battlefield for a period. Just hunt a few level 9 demons. It is a win-win for Levi. He wanted to see who reincarnated as the dragon eggs. Judging from the time node, both Gustav and Leviathan are possible. After some operations, the rebirth stone showed no response. He consulted with Netherworld King Mors. Mors stood nearby, his presence imposing. This minotaur is on good terms with Levi, and has mixed impressively in the underworld. His position rose step by step, and even his strength improved a lot. Nearly level 9 mid-stage. He must have gained some advantages. Mors laughed, his voice rumbling like grinding stone. Ha ha ha, it seems Sir is unaware. When dragon eggs have just been born, they are not eligible for reincarnation. Wait a while longer to see the result. Levi nodded in acknowledgement. I see, thanks for the information. A month later, Levi tested again. To his great joy, one of the eggs was indeed Leviathan reincarnated. The little guy from the previous life was just a mixed blood dragon clan. This lifetime counts as a dragon on dragon. As for the other in the previous life, it was an alien race within fairyland, not Gustav. Despite this, Levi felt satisfied. Actually, this is just mental comfort for him. After all, reincarnation has no connection with the past life anymore. On this day, in the Emperor Palace, 2 figures stood before Levi, their faces respectful. It was the Green Ghost and Green Demon brothers, and now they are both counselors. Doing quite well, the Green Scale clan, due to these 2 level 9 experts, is one of the top 20 clans within the Nora 1 clan. The brothers bowed low, hands clasped. Master, what do you want from us? Levi remained silent for a long moment, then released the Black Emperor's enslavement of the 2. As the domineering constraints vanished, the brothers exchanged a glance and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master, we are absolutely loyal to Nora and to you. Levi smiled. Joking, the council of 10,000 clans is falling apart. And if total war breaks out, demons invade violently, multidimensional plane order no longer exists. Besides Nora, there is not any place for them to hide. I know, before I used some special means on you, but it was for your own good. Seven-colored scale clan is no ordinary clan, should have been buried in the dust of history. Today you swear an oath under the sword. I believe you will make the right choice, you will not disappoint me. The two, as if granted amnesty, made the vow and thanked him repeatedly. Then they returned to Soren continent, while Levi headed to the nightmare world. The nightmare avatar was sitting at the top of the blood flesh main tree in Black Dragon territory. Below the tree, the tyrant of horror, curled up like a small dog sleeping beside its owner, opened its eyes. It looked bewildered, then showed a similar expression to the green scale brothers, hurriedly touching its forehead to the ground. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Levi rested a hand on the beast. You have worked hard these years. Take these things, consume them, and advance quickly, stepping into level 9 middle stage. The tyrant of horror finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rabbit dead, dog cooked, bird gone, bow tucked away. These who were once enslaved by the Black Emperor most feared their master's strength was enough, leaving them to be wiped out. Now, being able to land smoothly is the perfect ending. So far, only 9 remain enslaved. Others have already gained freedom. The little spider of the Flora realm, Levi did not temporarily revoke its Black Emperor's enslavement. It is not that he does not trust the little guy, but he still needs this layer of contract for remote communication. When more advanced communication methods appear in the future, it will be free. Chapter 2781. Under Edmund's leadership, the High Council of the Nora Congress is refining this supreme treasure. Once it is born, it will undoubtedly be an artifact of higher quality than the Dark Temple. In the future, Nora citizens will communicate freely during far-reaching journeys across the multidimensional plane. As for the Red King, it is similarly in a special situation. It can only endure for a while longer, waiting for Levi to come up with a solution. 2 years later, Nora calendar 1557. This year, Levi turned 1980. At the small stone pond, Elena lay back in the pool water, leisurely gazing at the sky. She broke the silence. Soon you will have your 2000th birthday. What kind of birthday gift would you like? Levi contemplated the matter. You decide on something. As long as it is prepared by you, it will be fine. His words flowed smoothly. Elena smiled playfully. You sure know how to talk. Levi pressed her into the pool water. They cavorted like mandarin ducks in the small stone pond, indulging in lovemaking. Despite the intimacy, Levi's mind remained exceptionally sharp. He sent Elena back to cultivate. He utilized this time to study his high-level spells from the Nightmare series. He yielded twice the result with half the effort at an exceedingly high efficiency. Really impressive, worthy of wise time. Levi murmured, looking at the 6th circle spell, Dream Wedding. The spell pulled the enemy into a meticulously woven illusion, evoking the most beautiful parts of their memories. It conjured an opposite-sex duplicate formed by nightmare power, leading the victim into a marital grave. From then on, they became hopelessly addicted, unable to escape, until death. The spell acted as a critical hit for pure-hearted warriors. For some people, the effect might be ordinary. Overall, Levi found it amusing. A servant entered. Lord Hallmaster, a barbarian emissary has arrived. Levi looked up. Oh, who is it? He said his name is Man Kuei. In the Emperor's palace, a middle-aged man with a robust build and thick eyebrows sipped from his cup of heart-cleansing tea. He exhaled a sigh. Good tea. I used to drink it in the ancient tomb world. Levi smiled. Indeed it is tea from the ancient tomb world. What is your reason for seeking me out, Lord Man Kuei? You must be the incarnation of heavenly will, right? The middle-aged man paused. How do you know? Among the entire barbarian tribe, the only one I cannot completely fathom is heavenly will, Levi remarked. The man spoke slowly. I am not an incarnation. I am heavenly will. In ancient times, before I became the barbarian ancestor, I was named Kuei. Levi leaned forward. From ancient times to now. So, senior, have you become a god? You could say that. Unlike those ordinary astral world gods, those so-called gods are merely fake gods. A slight expression of disdain crossed the man's face. He held no fondness for the astral world. Levi asked. What do you mean by that? The man continued. Do you know when the astral world came into being? Do you understand how many epochs our multidimensional plane has undergone? Levi shook his head. I am not sure. I would appreciate your enlightenment. The middle-aged man became interested at Levi's curious expression. After arriving in Nora, he marveled at Edmund's strength and felt surprised by Levi's talent. He speculated that one of these two likely had connections with Sauron. He wanted to establish good relations while probing a bit. He had already witnessed Edmund's prowess. Now he sought out Levi to confirm some long-sought questions. The prolonged years brought him countless sights and endless knowledge. Levi's current demeanor pleased him. It tempted him to showcase a bit and dispel the stereotype of barbarians being simple-minded and physically strong, held by wizards. The barbarians had culture too. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and spoke deeply and mysteriously. Before ancient times, there was the ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the Ming ancient era. Before the Ming ancient era, there was the Abyss ancient era. Before the Abyss ancient era, there was the Dark era. Before the Dark era, there was the Primordial era. Before the Primordial era, there was the Chaos Era. Beyond that, there may be nothing, or perhaps something unknown to us. Each preceding epoch grew ever longer in its time span, to the point where beyond the River of Ages, nobody knows its specific duration. Chaos, primordial, dark, abyss, Ming ancient, ancient, and near ancient. These are the 9 chapters of the Age History book. I call myself an old artifact, but I have only lived through the most recent and shortest 3 chapters. Regarding the Chaos Era, I do not know much even with my insight. I imagine the chances are there were no life forms then. The universe was like an unhatched egg, or perhaps a singularity, lacking concepts of space-time, with everything being void. Then this egg hatched, birthing some entities, marking the primordial era. It was during this time that conscious existences emerged. From our current perspective, they may not even be life forms, being unconventional life entities, which I term as primordial spirits. This period was incredibly severe, with chaos in earth, fire, wind, and water, and space-time instability with incomplete rules. The majority of primordial spirits could not survive, dissolving over the long years. Some became cosmic wonders, preserved eternally, while others perhaps might be what you wizards call truth oddity. During my distant travels, I occasionally found traces of their existence. Of course, a portion survived. Next came the endless darkness overshadowing our universe, leading into the Dark Era. The Land of Darkness came into existence. Chapter 2782. Actually, I have a bold guess. The Dark Era might have also been caused by a powerful primordial spirit, but I have no evidence for this. If it is true, then the Land of Darkness, which holds the multidimensional plane within it, and nurtures countless civilizations and worlds, could be an unconventional life form beyond the limits of our imagination. Levi pondered the statement. He had once arrived at a similar conjecture. It came from observing several aspects. First, life forms passing through level 6 tribulations, especially the Night Dark Tribulation. Second, if the world is destroyed, it likewise brings about a tribulation. If the Land of Darkness itself is a primordial spirit, and it gave rise to all of this, then everything, including Levi, all worlds, civilizations, and life forms, would be part of its vast system. If the world is its cell, then to destroy its cell would inevitably lead to an immune response. Those transcendents who defy nature, plundering resources to strengthen themselves, are likewise unstable elements within it. At crucial nodes, there are various great tribulations to extinguish them. If that is the case, it makes a lot of sense. The middle-aged man continued his explanation. Of course, this is just my speculation. I have been a person prone to wild imaginings since I was young, not necessarily true. Levi laughed. I think senior conjecture is quite reasonable. Ha ha ha. It is a pity Sauron has fallen. Otherwise, we could invite him to join the discussion. That would be interesting. With his knowledge and intelligent wisdom, maybe he could study it more thoroughly and find crucial evidence. Yes, what a pity. Levi did not know the details of Sauron's situation. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly, marveling at how deeply Sauron had hidden himself. He continued the conversation. In any case, during the Dark Era, the multidimensional plane in which we now live should have begun to be initially nurtured, though perhaps not as prosperous as it is now. Compared to many who stick to one corner, I have traveled many places. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the multidimensional plane has a boundary? Levi remembered the classic saying left by Sauron. The multidimensional plane, infinitely splendid. I do not know, probably not. Even if there is, it is because our observational capacity is insufficient to see it. The middle-aged man shook his head. Not so. I once went to the borderlands of the multidimensional plane. It was all darkness. No matter how far I went, I could not see a single world. Only endless void and chaotic earth, fire, wind, and water. I saw what seemed like flickering light in the distance, shrouded by the ever-expanding, spreading darkness. I believe the multidimensional plane has boundaries. The Land of Darkness is still growing and expanding, much like Nora now. I do not know what that light is. I suspect it might be other universes. Do you understand what I mean? Worlds entirely different from our universe. I understand. Levi understood very well. He and Sauron actually came from another universe. They were true foreigners, transmigrators. If they could traverse the Land of Darkness to its edge, there might be hope to return to Earth. Levi did not want to return, but curiosity drove him to ask. Senior, if they are other universes, have you tried to enter? That must be very interesting. The man chuckled lightly. I am not a fool. How would I dare go to such an unknown place? Besides, the boundary of the Land of Darkness is ultimately chaotic in spacetime. That white light does not seem far from me, but even if I flew for 10,000 years, I would not touch it. Let us not even talk about level 10. Even level 11 might not be able to reach there. All right. The man thought of something else. I recently learned that the Endless Sea has 3 calamities. They are sea beasts, the wind disaster stratum, and mirages. The first 2 are natural phenomena, but have you ever witnessed a mirage? Senior has witnessed it. Yes, because this thing exists not only in Nora, it also appears in certain sea regions of our heaven continent, where we call it returning ruins. During my travels, I have encountered it in many places. I suspect it might be a node connecting to other universes. Waves stirred within Levi's heart. Once, during a tribulation, a dark tribulation dragged him into a mirage. Many bizarre, true yet false events occurred there. His parents appeared, transformed by a monster, along with his home. He also saw that door gleaming with white light, a familiar city behind it. At the time, he had a strong feeling that if he stepped through, he might return to the previous world. However, his rationality told him it was likely a psychological hint or illusion of the mirage. Plus, he did not want to go back. But now, combined with the words of the heavenly will, those mirages might not be mere illusions. They might be connection points to the multitude of universes, including the one he and Sauron came from. Could it be that he and Sauron were brought over by the mirage? Or perhaps Sauron came through it, and then used some method to bring him over? If that is the case, the foreigners of the multidimensional plane might not only be Sauron and himself. Perhaps there are others who came by chance, but all perished. Chapter 2783. Levi considered that the previous initiation of a mirage by the land of darkness was a tribulation intended to send him back to his original universe. His existence disrupted some kind of balance that the creator of the multidimensional plane wished to maintain. Unfortunately, he is stubbornly staying. He has to be careful going forward to avoid getting trapped in the mirage again, as one might not necessarily be able to return from there. Returning to the mundane modern civilization, to be a wage slave held no appeal after 2,000 years as a transcendent. Here, he is the boss. Without supernatural abilities, he would be mere fodder, living a short life without freedom. The man noticed Levi's mental fluctuations. He looked calm, then smirked. It seems you have seen a mirage too. Indeed. The man offered little else, but continued. In any case, the foundations we are aware of now, and the fundamental framework of the universe only took shape during the Dark Era. Before this, whether it was chaos or primordial, there were no life forms in the true sense. The greatest lie of the gods of the astral world crumbles by itself. Even the strongest one among them lacks the qualification to create the world, let alone the other gods. They are nothing more than a bunch of cosmic parasites. Where are the gods in this world? If considering the land of darkness as the mightiest primordial spirit, during the subsequent Dark Era, entities silently nurtured and underwent metamorphosis within it. Among them, one is known as Abyss Worm, or Chaos Worm, or Devourer. It relentlessly devours material within the land of darkness to grow itself. It possesses self-awareness, yet it remains extremely chaotic. It is the Abyss. Differing from Nora, the Abyss was not created by the land of darkness. It itself is a non-conventional life form. If you could observe the Abyss from afar, you would find it remarkably resembles a fat worm. My hypothesis remained uncertain until I was trapped there for 1,000 years. I increasingly believe I am right. Within this worm's body, countless Abyss worms are nurtured, engaging endlessly in plunder and slaughter, gradually nurturing demons. Levi nodded, recalling the contents from his early studies in Abyss general education courses. Some demon lands, long polluted by demonic aura, eventually give rise to Abyss worms, gradually differentiating into different demons. The demons in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm came to be in such a manner. The man continued. To some extent, demons are indeed the oldest entities in the multidimensional plane, older than the gods. Over the long ages, the Abyss continually devours worlds and life, nurturing so-called Abyss layers and a complete ecosystem of demons. Sauron probably reached the 666th layer, only to be stopped by the chaotic servant. What is beyond the 666th layer? Perhaps no one knows except the Abyss. Levi suddenly asked, what is the relationship between Abyss will and the Abyss? I am not too sure. My personal humble opinion is that these groups of primordial spirits appeared too early. While inherently unparalleled in strength, they lack traits of conventional life forms, existing between living beings and deceased ones, similar to the self-nurtured consciousness after the creation of various worlds in the multidimensional plane. Abyss will should be some form of personality or conscious aggregate evolved by the Abyss itself. In any case, these kinds of existences often cannot actively do things, but can only influence the world through other indirect means. Makes sense. The long years of abyssal rise and expansion are known as the Abyss Ancient Era, where devouring and slaughter are the absolute themes. In the early multidimensional plane, death was everywhere. For the land of darkness, it was akin to a parasite inside its body relentlessly devouring its flesh and blood, yet it could not cut open its flesh or shatter its bones to pull it out. But it certainly would not sit still and wait for its demise. I once delved into the underworld and discovered some clues, guessing reasonably that to solve this issue, the land of darkness devised to support another primordial spirit residing within itself, known as River of Death, or River of Order, being the reincarnator. It is the current underworld source river. Essentially, the underworld is a river branching throughout the multidimensional plane. It exists in dimensions unseen by ordinary people, nurturing life forms that govern life and death reincarnation. On one hand, it counterbalances the Abyss. On the other, it transforms death into new life, a repetitive, endless cycle. Under this mechanism, besides those primordial spirits similar to the land of darkness, and their related entities, the normal life in the multidimensional plane, whether barbarian tribes or wizards, eternally hovers and toils between these 2 points of life and death. This is the path of balance. This is the path of order. Post the Ming Ancient Era, the world's pattern moved closer to what we have now, but two yet have not debuted, Nightmare and Astral World. Their trajectories with Abyss and Underworld are quite similar. Ultimately, it is the open struggles and covert contests among those initial primordial spirits after the chaos unfolded. Searching for something specific, I ventured to the Nightmare World, and after studying and investigating it, I termed its core Red and Black Mother, or Mother of Horror, likely the truth seer. This primordial spirit thrives by absorbing fear, and other negative emotions, exposing countless life forms to the world's real face through dreams and such, that is, darkness, bloodiness, slaughter, death, ruthlessness. Thereupon, it expands the negative emotions of life forms, rapidly growing during the ancient era. Haven't you noticed? Those flesh and blood mother trees scattered across the nightmare world, the likes of flesh and blood mountains, resemble the structure of certain life forms. We are too insignificant, blinded by a single leaf. The nightmare world differs from the abyss, existing solely in the spiritual dimension. Thus, no one can gaze upon the world from a god's perspective. If one could transcend all this and view it in entirety, perhaps then, my correctness would be realized. For the land of darkness, the fear-spreading nightmare world is also an unstable factor within its body, so it imitated the previous experience, and supported another primordial spirit, which can be considered as the other extreme of the nightmare world. This entity likewise rapidly rose during the ancient era, becoming the other extreme of the universe. Levi murmured. Astral World. Chapter 2784. The Astral World, the abode of all gods. In the eyes of most beings within the multidimensional plane, it is sacred, noble, selfless, humble, compassionate, and merciful. To some extent, this is true. Although Levi held prejudices against gods due to various reasons, he had traveled through many places within the multidimensional plane. He admitted the astral world served as a shelter for many weaker civilizations. This was not because the gods of the astral world were noble. Their path to strength required sheltering people to support themselves, to endear themselves, and to demand belief so they could achieve greater longevity and authority. For civilizations that did not need the shelter of the astral world, such as wizards or the current barbarian tribes, conflicts with the astral world arose from differing needs for expansion. Essentially, since the primordial era, any civilization struggles boiled down to self-interest. Internal struggles within civilizations were the same. This was not about right or wrong, but about human sentiment. If one did not think of oneself, heaven and earth would perish. The abyss and the underworld, the nightmare and the astral world, chaos and order, negative and positive. Levi gradually understood the wisdom of the land of darkness. Whether the underworld or the astral world, they were tools of the most powerful primordial spirit to balance the unstable elements within itself. Once these tools appeared, they did not always operate according to the original intention. As long as the general direction remained correct, that sufficed. After the ancient era, a subtle balance formed between the four great giants of the world. They mutually checked and battled each other. In the following epochs, no other unstable factors like the abyss worm and the red and black mother emerged to threaten the land of darkness. Even if some unstable factors occasionally emerged, the four giant worlds that held vested interests eliminated them prematurely. Thus, the four worlds and the land of darkness achieved a win-win situation. Levi looked at his companion. So, is the astral world also a primordial spirit, nurturing those so-called gods who feed on incense and belief? The middle-aged man smiled profoundly. Half correct. Levi leaned in, adopting a humble posture. How do you mean? The heavenly will remained unmoved since ancient times, yet a slight sense of pride manifested. The future great figure in front of him, who seemed related to Sauron, needed to seek advice on knowledge and culture from him. He coughed. The astral world is indeed a primordial spirit that has persisted from the primordial era to the ancient era. Its entity is called the star cluster brain, or the feast beast. Its role is the fantasist. The land of darkness needs the astral world to obscure the cruel truth torn open by the red and black mother. It ensures that countless beings do not live every day in meaningless and indescribable fear. Often, knowing too much causes harm. Living in a muddled way, following routine, is the right path. At this point, the heavenly will filled with emotion. It had revealed many truths of the world over the long years. It eventually felt that continuing the struggle served no purpose, hence it adopted an ostrich mindset, numbing itself. However, from the current leads, Sauron had not accepted his fate. Despite knowing so many before him had failed, he still planned some backup in secrecy. This could be for further progress for himself, or perhaps for Nora, or maybe both. In any case, the heavenly will now admired him. Levi muttered to himself, deep in thought. Feast beast, star cluster brain. The entity created by this primordial spirit to counter the nightmare world is not the current all gods, right? The middle-aged man drifted back to the past. Yes, all gods are not natives of the astral world. The strong beings nurtured by the astral world are only one kind, the star beasts, or the star god, star saint, and star language. In the early ancient times, all beings under the stars, whether humans, alien races, or various giant beasts, were eliminated by the stars of star beasts. Thus they countered the terrifying power from the nightmare world. All sentient beings sincerely believed in the existence of star god, blessing, praying, and worshipping it. They developed the primitive rites of faith, initiating the original path of belief. Now, these paths of belief still exist, but they have weakened. The vast majority of civilizations that followed this path have gone extinct. They could not keep up with the evolutionary process of survival of the fittest. More often, they were invaded by another group of parasitic beings. These parasites divided the star beasts, stole most of the powers belonging to the star beasts, and replaced them. They continue to hunt and eradicate the remaining star beast factions. Levi pressed for more. These parasites are now the gods of the astral world. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, after arriving in Nora, I have seen some of your battle projections. You should be somewhat familiar with star beasts, right? Levi confirmed this. Indeed. Good. This proves that the remaining star beasts still exist, just hidden away in places difficult to discover. Levi frowned. However, the believers of star beasts within the multidimensional plane are now extremely rare and negligible. How can these star beasts still survive? Chapter 2785. Because they are born strong by the primordial spirit's creation, in essence, they are the same beings as those nether emperors or powerful demons. They are not absolute belief constructs, and for them, belief is not essential. The middle-aged man sat back and rested his gaze on Levi. Without belief, they might weaken, but not to the point of death. If one must say there exists such a life form as a god, the star god is the true god. Nowadays, those beings are merely fake gods. However, the star god has now been reduced in many people's mouths to old gods, or ancient gods, and in the eyes of some of the astral world's orthodox gods, is even seen as evil gods and outer gods. Levi listened to the explanation. The current gods of the astral world felt misplaced. They were not native to the astral world. The existence he communicated with through the rune language was the true god. In a certain sense, this is the belief state Levi finds appropriate. I follow your path of belief. You bestow blessings upon me. But if I do not believe, it is no big deal. You will not do anything to me. It is not forcing belief or coercion. Levi thought to himself. The extinct Starforger civilization believed in star beasts. Levi never found traces of star beasts again in his research or travels through multidimensional planes. The rune language I mastered might be one of the few ways to communicate with star beasts. It might prove useful later, so I must continue cultivation. If I connect with these entities and then invent and research a more simplified way to communicate beliefs than the language of stars and rune language, it would be beneficial to Nora. In short, this is optional rather than mandatory. In a word, believe it or not. Levi sighed and asked, Senior, do you know the whereabouts of the star beasts? The middle-aged man shook his head. I do not know either. The universe is so vast, some existences find special ways to hide themselves. If they do not reveal themselves, most people will not discover them in their lifetime. However, in the astral world, there is still one active star beast. It is called Crenoode, also known as the Righteous Charger, Power Star God. It is said to have run around the astral world stably once per 10,000 years since its birth. It never deters or stops. It is probably one of the few star beasts not besieged by the gods. Those guys treat it as the astral world's timer. On Crenoode, there is also a dead giant snake, known as the Hidden Giant Snake and the Forgotten Snake. It was once a star beast, but got killed crossing Crenoode's path, now hanging on its horn. I suspect there might be some personal vendetta. Levi realized the astral soul he summoned was essentially the embodiment of the power of star beasts. The names matched perfectly. The hermit rune stopped progressing after cultivating to the 3rd level. Proficiency panels could not force a breakthrough. As a path of belief, when the origin of belief dies, it ceases. Cultivating to level 3 might have been due to some residual divine power. With more time, the divine power would exhaust. Entry might not be possible. After advancing to the 9th circle, Levi experimented with other languages of runes. Most would not even start. The hermit rune stopped halfway too. It all made sense now. Levi asked, where do the gods, these parasites, come from? They cannot have just emerged from nowhere. The middle-aged man pointed to the sky. The gods were not nurtured by the astral world. The existence capable of birthing these deformed belief constructs must also be a primordial spirit. According to my research, soon after the astral world was born, it was occupied by a presence called the star-devouring worm. It consumed the power of star realm, devouring most star beasts. Moreover, in the astral world, it nurtured beings who believed in and were loyal to it. They continued to hunt and share star beasts, claiming the power of belief in this universe, and began rapid expansion and inflation. This is the current gods of the astral world. I summarize the star-devouring worm as the conqueror. I call those gods parasites. They are the current true masters of the astral world. Thus, the astral world is actually composed of 2 primordial spirits. The original star cluster brain has already been controlled. Although the emergence of the star-devouring seed and these new gods disrupted the Land of Darkness's original plan, it discovered that these new gods seemed more suitable to manage the multidimensional planes and to counter the nightmare world. Hence, during the ancient era, the astral world rose rapidly. A number of gods emerged. Among your Nora's early 7 orthodox gods, 5 were born in this era. Only 2 appeared at the end of the ancient era, even younger than me. Do you want to know who they are? Levi replied, King of 10,000 dragons and Lord of the stars. The middle-aged man put away his pride. He looked at Levi with a slightly surprised tone and laughed. It seems you have understood some of the secrets of the Double Dragon Empire. Chapter 2786. Levi nodded silently, signaling the other party to continue. This made the Heavenly Will understand that Levi must be one of the backups left by Sauron. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know such ancient secrets, which even some legendary wizards might not be aware of. The middle-aged man continued. The Star Dragon King and Blood Dark Dragon King are 2 among the few dragon clans that surpass mythical beings, hence they are called Dragon Kings. Being part of the Dragon Clan is just one of their identities. There is another, unknown to the world. Levi understood the implication. Star Beast. The middle-aged man smiled. Yes, you could say that. After the star worms invaded the astral world, numerous star saints fell from the sky dome. They dimmed down, lost the ancient god power, lost their home in the astral world, but they did not die completely. A large portion of them transformed into new forms of life. This is what we refer to as mythical creatures. Whether it is the dragon clan, frost giant, or even the world tree, all powerful life forms born this way are almost always evolutions of star gods. In other words, the astral world was their true homeland. The strongest among them would be the Star Dragon King and Blood Dark Dragon King. Their power and lifespan far exceeded other mythical creatures. Furthermore, the Star Dragon King was once the leader of all star beasts. After its divine enthronement, it split into the Dragon King and Star Beast, becoming the last two of the 7 orthodox gods. The Star Beast, transformed into the Lord of the Stars, is also known as Star Herder and Shepherd of the astral world. I suppose this is where their titles come from. In pursuit of eternal lifespan, the Star Dragon King betrayed the Star Beasts and Blood Dark Dragon King, choosing to ascend to godhood. The astral world did not want to wage war against it, so it chose to subdue it, but also feared its power. Hence, the Star Dragon King had to split itself into two, severing itself once. For other mythical creatures, losing the identity of a star god, and without the protection of the astral world, they transformed from beings almost undying and immortal to what your wizards call longevity species, living only tens of thousands of years. If they knew this, they might consider it ironic. Living for tens of thousands of years, is that long life? Levi felt a sense of helplessness. For humble, ordinary beings like humans, the short-lived species, tens of thousands of years indeed seemed incredibly long. The middle-aged man naturally understood Levi's thoughts. The barbarian tribes were somewhat stronger than humans, but his earlier words were not meant to mock humans, but more self-deprecating, because the life of barbarian tribes and humans was about the same. These are two equally unfortunate races. His gaze recalled the years following the Star Dragon King's campaigns, revealing many hidden secrets he had investigated and concealed deep within, to the person before him who was suspected to be Sauron's backup. Although Sauron had once offended him, borrowing and never returning, it now appeared to be part of his plan all along. The Dark Ancient Tower and Nora's rescue were Sauron's way of repaying. Now Heavenly will seemed to regard Sauron as the only one who understood him. You should know, even before ancient times, the multidimensional plane belonged to the mythical era. At that time, mythical creatures wandering in the universe were far more numerous than now. They were once stars in the sky, with ancient gods' blood flowing within them. But their lifespans were too short, and many were hunted by Heavenly Father, enslaved to become mounts or servants. To continue their lives, and let their power be passed down through generations, they evolved something known as bloodline, an indescribable power. He looked at Levi. But I think you might have some insights on this, as the path of knights is essentially the bloodline path, right, Sir Levi? Upon hearing this, Levi nodded slightly. The Heavenly will truly resembled an all-knowing divine being, comprehending everything. This completely changed his stereotypical perception of the barbarian tribes. The middle-aged man stood with hands behind his back, head held high, exuding a confident aura. Regarding bloodline, perhaps I know no less than you, because I invented this terminology. What the hell? Levi had not been too surprised earlier, but this time he was truly shocked. The person before him seemed to be the ancestor of knights. He knew the path of knights was not created by Sauron, because the Easter eggs from Sauron showed that the bloodline path preceded the path of the wizard, even more ancient. But Sauron never mentioned who created the bloodline. Unexpectedly, it was this person. Heavenly Will raised his brows, sensing Levi might have misunderstood somewhat. Though I created the bloodline, and successfully transplanted this in part onto the humans, for certain reasons, I did not continue. The human who created most of your knight bloodlines and breathing techniques is another. You will know who in the future. Overall, I can only be considered half the creator of knights. He then explained how he discovered the bloodline and the evolution stone plate to Levi once more. Levi listened with growing admiration for the man's research spirit. He had not expected this person to be quite humble. He would not even argue if Levi claimed himself as the ancestor of knights. Relying on bloodline, some mythical creatures were able to pass down through generations. They might die, but their power, tracking marks, and traces in the multidimensional plane can continue. Some might self-split and degrade, constantly branching out, ensuring that their bloodline won't be completely eliminated by the astral world. Chapter 2787. I suspect the Blood Dark Dragon King died in that manner during the ancient Double Dragon's War. I have seen its traces among many dragon clans in later generations. Subsequently, many mythical creatures also imitated the process, resulting in the birth of legendary creatures. The Dragon Clan is the most typical example in this regard. Legendary dragon clans may even degrade continuously, turning into sub-dragons and mixed blood dragon clans. As the guide on the path of knights, you should be able to sense it during cultivation or tribulation. The so-called blood tribulation master is just a mark triggered within the bloodline. I have always thought bloodline is a mystical thing. Many people understand bloodline as a vassal to transcendent creatures, but I think this concept is wrong. One should think of it in reverse. Actually, from ordinary transcendent creatures to mythical creatures, all are merely tools of bloodline inheritance. Bloodline itself is a force of transformation and circulation. Whether they split or consolidate, they are ultimately merely manifestations of different stages of the bloodline. Sometimes I even think that bloodline could also be an unconventional life form, a primordial spirit hidden in myriad life forms. Levi looked pensive. He thought the man's imagination was truly vast. However, the universe is vast. Given this person's realm and knowledge, such speculation is indeed possible. After all, the evolution stone plate was later successfully verified. Levi gestured toward the horizon and asked, "Why do the gods of the astral world use the evolution stone plate to seal the path of evolution through bloodline for ordinary life forms? Wouldn't more ordinary beings participating in evolution mean the bloodline could be split even finer and more chaotically? Thus, strong mythical creatures that once existed would find it difficult to return in any way." The man shrugged, looking puzzled. "How would I know what those guys are thinking? The situation in the astral world is more complex than we imagined. However, I reckon it is because bloodline will gradually grow stronger in the constant process of splitting and recombining. Each split body itself absorbs various types of energy, which promotes bloodline growth. If the bloodline recombines one day, after countless splits and growths, its strength would indeed exceed that of the initial stage of the bloodline. Overall, since ancient times, powerful beings at level 11 have continuously launched charges at the astral world, rather than the more malevolent abyss or nightmare, most likely because of the existence of the evolution stone plate. The earliest challenger should be the origin divine tree from the ancient times. It was shattered, scattering into countless branches and leaves. It dissipated across the multidimensional plane and turned into dust, but it did not completely die. I once visited several worlds established by the inheritors of the origin divine tree. Divine Mulberry World, Sakura Ancestor World, Golden Tree World, and Pandora World are all similar. They are world trees and pioneers of their civilizations, and they all left the mark of the origin divine tree. If understood from the perspective of bloodline inheritance, the origin divine tree did not die. Its will might still be lurking somewhere, awaiting the day of return. Those who can reach level 11 are surely not simple beings. Oh yes, Pandora has already merged with Nora. I can roughly guess what Sauron is trying to do. For some reason, even though this is almost certainly doomed to fail, I suddenly have a little bit of a lucky feeling about it. The middle-aged man spoke thus. Levi pondered the same thought. He had heard of Divine Mulberry, which had long vanished. Golden Tree and Pandora need no further mention. As for the other two, Sakura Ancestor and Divine Mulberry World, he had not heard of them. They were likely gone as well. However, now there is another ancient Banyan world, but it is still in its infancy, far from being comparable to those predecessors. So, this is the history of the origin divine tree. The person opposite leaned forward and continued. After the ancient era, the structure of the four great giants' world thoroughly took shape. No one could shake it, and no fifth pole could arise. Your knight's true ancestors were once the most hopeful to break this situation, but they fell short in the end. Ultimately, although the astral world and underworld seem to disagree with occasional conflicts, they are the left and right hands of the land of darkness used to ensure order and balance. They unite when faced with some crisis capable of changing heaven and earth. But now it seems, the situation appears to be somewhat different. With the sudden addition of the terrifying force of the mother nest's will and dark insects, it may indeed have the potential to shake the current structure of the four poles. Honestly, I feel that dark insects do not seem to be from our universe. They seem more like an external force. Levi looked toward the man and asked, "Senior, do you think these dark insects could also be a primordial spirit?" During the primordial era, it had already unknowingly traveled to another universe, if other universes truly exist. Heavenly Will pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. "It is possible. Overall, they are like the abyss, devouring all life and matter, even more overbearing and tough. Because the essence of the abyss is chaotic, demons seem to be a bunch of schizophrenics split off from the primordial spirit, endlessly circling. Whereas insects are a super civilization of absolute unity and obedience. These two have similarities, but are completely contradictory to each other." Chapter 2788. Why do the dark insects want to attack the astral world? Levi asked. The middle-aged man shrugged. I am not sure. Anyway, the astral world is the place in this universe that is most prone to attacks. Since the appearance of the ancient era, this has been the case. However, no one has been able to conquer the astral world. After all, it is formed by the fusion of two powerful primordial spirits, the star cluster brain and the star worm. However, when I was captured in the abyss, I discovered the magic tools made from insect remnants on one of the demons. I believe, perhaps the dark insects did not initially attack the astral world. They first launched their attack on the abyss, but quickly retreated and turned to assault the astral world instead. Levi tightened his grip on his staff as his heart raced. According to the insect's nature, they should devour whatever they encounter. Why did they abandon the abyss after initial contact? Could it be that the insects and the abyss made some agreement? It is possible for these two civilizations, known only for destruction and devouring. An ominous speculation struck him. If the insects indeed originated from the primordial era, as primordial spirits, they could have some connection to the abyss worm. Then, after conflict, they might recognize kinship and forge an alliance, conspiring together in the land of darkness. This matter is becoming complex. The waters in the land of darkness are too deep. In just one universe, there are already so many troublesome affairs. Levi counted himself fortunate that it is difficult for universes to interact, otherwise that would be true despair. Moreover, The time of the insect's emergence closely coincides with the time when plane convergence began. The Supreme Council revealed that plane convergence was another scheme by Sauron. Could the appearance of the insects also be Sauron work? If so, this guy Sauron is truly a madman. A thought struck Levi, his expression shifting. Recalling the history of the emergence of the 4 giant worlds before, perhaps Sauron intends to recklessly overturn the situation, using the power of the insects to destabilize the existing 4 poles, causing an unstable 5th pole to emerge, then allowing the land of darkness to bloom thrice, and continue supporting a force capable of counteracting the insects to form a balance. If that is the case, currently, within the multidimensional plane, Nora definitely has the most potential. Once, the Shadow World might have had a chance, but it was shattered by the giants before Sauron's arrival, cutting off its path to ascension. Now, whether it be potential for growth or foundation, Nora has surpassed them. Unlike the previous 4, Nora was not nurtured by the primordial spirits. It evolved from an ordinary world within the multidimensional plane, created by the land of darkness itself, one of its cells. It might be humble, but the appearance of wizards allowed it to swiftly stand out amongst all the multidimensional planes. Not counting the ancient times shrouded in ignorance, its true development history has only been 300,000 years. This is a mere blink of an eye for those who have experienced the profound ancient, underworld, and ancient epochs. The smooth progress of panplane convergence, Nora victory with weakness over strength, successively triumphing over the abyss 3 times, Nora ongoing good fortune, talent emergence, and civilization technological explosion. These results not only stem from the entire wizard civilization, and the subjective efforts of entities like Sauron and Edmund, but perhaps also from the unseen convenience provided by the land of darkness. Otherwise, would the domineering fusion of thousands of planes truly be ignored by the land of darkness? Moreover, would the overworld giants, as one of the land of darkness right-hand supports, really assist Nora simply on Sauron account? These occurrences are both an inevitable trajectory of historical development and Sauron-covered instigation, along with the land of darkness adaptation to the times. Countless complex factors have achieved the current state of Nora. The rise of Nora is an incredibly intricate and complex chain of large-scale events. Ultimately, it is the competition among those supreme existents and the civilizations they represent. And the land of darkness is the chessboard. The man smiled, half-hearted. Does it not seem clear now when you think about it? Congratulations, you are gradually accessing some of the truths of this world. Although I have high hopes for you, objectively speaking, in the coming years, you might fall into a vicious cycle of wanting to change the world, while deeply feeling powerless. As the river of time developed to this point, most of the interests and powers have been divided among the giants. Every bit of progress we make, every breakthrough, is as if snatching food from a tiger's jaws, and at any moment, we might not see the sun rise tomorrow. This is the sense of powerlessness for ordinary life. No matter how powerful you become, even if you laboriously survive the 9981 tribulations mentioned in Sauron words, and ascend to level 11, in the face of those stable entities, who have held interests from time immemorial, and endured thousands of hardships yet remain steadfast, you will still seem small. This is everything I once saw. We cannot change the grand scheme. We can only choose to observe the sky from a well, living in our small world. That is sufficient. His words weighed heavily on Levi. The path to Shu is more difficult than ascending to the blue sky. No matter whether the speculations about the heavenly will are correct or not, Levi knows that this land of darkness is doomed to be cruel. Beauty is but a fantasy, a mirage. Yet, he is not defeated. He is not particularly smart, cannot lay plans like Sauron, and certainly is not born as one of the primordial spirit overlords. All he can do is continue to cultivate down the path he already has. Chapter 2789. Otherwise, what else can we do? Levi's gaze remained steadfast. The man showed rare appreciation, marveling at the strength and determination of Levi's will. It was indeed extraordinary. In fact, after witnessing Levi establish the path of knights, heavenly will roughly understood where the lost evolution stone plate went when ultimate creation Kaz was shattered. It also realized that after Sauron advanced to level 11, he was not simply idling or being cowardly. He was biding his time, planning for something much larger. His roaming the multidimensional plane might also be preparation for his plans. Considering the current situation, Heavenly will harbored a trace of confidence in the success of Nora's path, though not much. His recent words, including today's visit to talk with Levi, were meant to give him some early hints, facilitating mental preparedness. He did not want Levi to misjudge the future situation, causing the barbarian tribes to follow Nora's ship and get caught in indulgence. In prosperity, everyone prospers. In loss, everyone loses. Levi stood before the middle-aged man. Though it was their first meeting, he offered a solemn thank you. Thanks, senior. The man waved a hand. No need to be so polite. I mainly consider the barbarian tribes. I can see that you are likely to be Nora's successor, so I wanted to chat with you. It also serves as a way to build goodwill. Moreover, if I remember correctly, you obtained Sauron's Chaos Ancient Tower, which is the Dark Ancient Tower, right? Levi nodded. Yes. One person must have seen him in the Dark Ancient Tower, and that person was Heavenly Will. At that time, the winged tiger barbarian king summoned the Sky Eye with a secret technique, and defeated the Supreme Archmage. With its means, the Heavenly Will must have noticed Levi, who was nearby doing trivial matters. Levi also relied on the ancient tower scepter to summon Sauron's projection, and performed a Sauron's great disintegration technique on the power projection of the sky eye. The man leaned forward. Indeed, rest assured, I have my measures, and I won't covet your treasures. Sauron borrowed the barbarian tribes I placed inside from me, and I won't take them back. I am merely seeking verification of my confusion. Of course, if you wish to return those barbarian tribes to me, naturally, I would be immensely grateful, and remember your kindness. Levi paused. Please allow me some time to consider it, Senior. After all, it is Sauron's possession, and any arrangement within it might have significant implications. The man nodded. If the outsider barbarian tribes really cannot make it, the barbarian tribes inside could become the spark of resurrection in the future. In this way, the existence of belief, heavenly will, could also rely on Sauron's ancient tower for resurrection. Speaking of the ancient tower, Levi suddenly remembered. During Sauron's refining, the most important thing was the so-called primordial spark. Could this be a form of primordial spirit, or an entity that fell? The level and specifications of the dark ancient tower might be higher than he imagined. The Fire Sovereign, who refined half of the primordial spark, was very likely also level 11. It just deliberately hid its talents, because it knew level 11 could not change a thing. A protruding tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Levi entertained Heavenly Will warmly. They chatted for a long time, and the extensive knowledge of events past and present broadened Levi's horizons. The relationship became more familiar. Levi asked a question. Senior, I have a question. I wonder if you could enlighten me. The man smiled. Feel free to ask. Senior, the totem path you created for the barbarian tribes is also a path of faith. This path seems to allow barbarian practitioners to benefit from the giant beast totem and even your power. If I want to create a cultivation method for ordinary knights to harness my power, how can I do it? I have thought of various ways and haven't found a solution. After pondering, the man replied, the only solution I can think of for your problem is to use the power of faith. This is currently the most efficient and convenient method for transmitting power. Levi clarified. Faith, through totems or divine enthronement. Regardless of the path, you need faith. Actually, there are many kinds of powers of faith. The gods of the astral world are the most conventional. My totem is a more unconventional approach. I am currently at the peak of this path. You can create a new branch, establishing yourself as the source, which is feasible. Of course, this is merely my view. There might be new pathways, though I am unaware of them. Levi resisted the path of faith, but he pressed on. Senior, is it feasible to use the path of faith as a supplementary path, but not as the main cultivation? Sure, the barbarian tribes currently primarily cultivate faith and supplement with combat technique. It works if you switch the focus. However, I must clarify one point. Once you cultivate the path of faith, when you achieve level 11, you will inevitably encounter the entity of the astral world. I advise against doing this. My experience serves as a cautionary tale. I reached level 10 peak long ago, at my strongest, nearly level 11. But I dared not take that step because I know there is tremendous fear outside the threshold. Levi pondered deeply. He was not that resistant to faith now, and he realized the astral world's star god's faith model seemed quite appealing. He wished to create something similar, but he did not wish to do it himself to avoid being obstructed by the entity of the astral world, or having this path disrupt his other paths. After contemplating briefly, he had a sudden insight. Senior, could I support someone else as the source of faith, while I operate behind the scenes, transmitting power to the supported transfer station, by other means to establish my imagined power transmission channel? He would not become a god. He would create one. The man smiled slightly and answered without hesitation. Of course, you can. I have done similar things. The astral world's beast god was a transfer station he built, which had been gradually abandoned as his power grew. This provided Levi with some clarity. He then consulted Heavenly Will about practical methods regarding the path of faith. Internally, regarding how to build the night card system, a complete framework gradually formed. He felt eager to attempt it. The two chatted for a whole month before concluding, leaving Elena wondering with whom Levi conversed so joyfully. Afterward, Heavenly Will return to the temple high above the heaven continent, continuing to recuperate and restore power. This existence regained considerable confidence for the future. The immediate priority for the barbarian tribes was nurturing a dragon god barbarian lord. This would enhance the voice of the barbarian tribes and allow its power to recover substantially. Meanwhile, Levi, after the conversation ended, did not return to ancient Banyan fairyland. He ventured into the 6 holy heavens, simultaneously practicing breathing techniques and comprehending holy realm power, while also incessantly researching and experimenting with his new ideas. Chapter 2790. The years flowed by, and 3 years passed. Nora calendar 1560, blood battle 1448. Land of darkness. Within the demon camp, the wind demon Lord Pazuzu gazed into the distance towards Nora, his face appearing somewhat gloomy. He summoned his subordinate. Has the water demon Lord Sakei arrived? The subordinate bowed low. Lord, not yet. Pazuzu frowned. What happened? Didn't they set off long ago? It is said they were intercepted by a strong enemy on the way, and are desperately hurrying here. Which strong enemy? The subordinate shook his head. I do not know, my lord. After the subordinate left, the shadow demon queen approached. The succubus queen suffered a heavy blow from Edmund a while ago. She is now in seclusion healing, and once recovered, she can participate in the blood battle. Pazuzu turned to her. When will she recover? Unsure, she only mentioned being severely injured. Pazuzu huffed. Nonsense, with her strength, how could she be severely injured? The Shadow Demon Queen shrugged. I questioned her the same, but she retorted, then with the Earth Demon Lord's strength, how could he have died? The atmosphere grew oppressive. Pazuzu continued to ask, is the Dark Spider Mother coming? Reportedly, she was harmed at the source by Edmund, and is now recovering. What about the Corruption King? Burned as well. Even the Master of 10,000 Poisons was burned, wasn't he? The Shadow Demon Queen hesitated. Not exactly. It is said he was almost caught up in a level 11 battle, barely survived, and is now deeply recovering in the Abyss layer, telling us to hold on a little longer until he wakes and his strength is mostly restored to join the blood battle. Pazuzu growled. Damn, doesn't he always sleep for at least 10,000 years? By the time he wakes up, Nora will have long been destroyed by us, and he won't even have the chance to join the battle. Pazuzu calmed himself, then asked coldly, what about eternal sleep? It wasn't affected by the last great battle, was it? It is still contending with the lost monarch in the nightmare world. 1,000 years, and there is still no outcome. It said the two are evenly matched, in a deadlock. Pazuzu sighed. What about the fallen Star-Lord? Tell him if he joins the battle, he does not need to fight at the front. He just needs to provide astrology services from the rear to disrupt Nora's legendary wizard's astrological trajectories, without any risk to his life. It is said to be at a critical moment of breaking through to level 11. If successful, the Abyss will have a new chaotic servant. Pazuzu's expression became increasingly grim. Recalling something he asked, has Surgard been found? No, the last time it showed itself was in a battle with the Dusk Sun God Art outside the Pamplane, where both were seriously injured, and have since disappeared. Damn it. Commander, what does damn it mean? In the Pamplane, far from Nora, a blue crow exuding a frost aura flew through the darkness. Unknowingly, Ayak had been away from home for nearly a century. After becoming a level 9 special spiritual creature, its journey indeed became much smoother. Though it could not defeat any level 9 beings, ordinary level 9s could barely catch the slippery creature, and it could still win over level 8s. Such is the divine Ayak. In the past, with a level 6 body, it went against level 8s. Now with a level 9 body, it stands shoulder to shoulder with level 8s. It truly stands out. This time, Ayak was determined to complete a full journey beyond the Pamplane, especially now that its speed far surpassed the past. Along the way, it collected quite a few rare treasures to decorate its beloved nest. Although the round-faced girl was engrossed in playing mahjong, heedlessly watching it leave, Ayak still held her dear in its heart. On this day, Ayak traveled to a world within the wilderness and saw a group of strange people dressed like shamans, each possessing level 7 strength. They captured an ice blue bird resembling both a peacock and a phoenix. This small bird's long tail feathers emanated a colorful glow and spewed icy crystal particles, as beautiful as the aurora. Ayak remembered when its master was compiling their magical creatures atlas, this bird was mentioned. This bird is called an aurora bird. Much like the round-faced girl, it is also a legendary creature. At this moment, Ayak knew its heart skipped a beat. Now, it is showtime. Let this ugly bunch witness its power. Heroic rescue. Ayak transformed into a blue light, then into a blue divine bird with a wingspan exceeding 10,000 meters. It exhaled cold air, 3 parts forming into elemental sword energy, the remaining 7 forming a splendid ice bridge leading to the ice blue bird. The merciless sword energy harvested these beings' lives, leaving only one leading creature holding a red dried root array, emanating an extraordinary treasure light. With a casual wave, blazing golden crow phantoms engulfed the sky, all the while shouting, blue-feathered dead bird, behold the power of my divine crowwood staff. Ayak was disdainful. Small fry, quite skilled. This staff should rightfully belong to me, Ayak. Once taken, it can serve as warmth in the nest. After yet another thrilling and safe battle, Ayak successfully sealed the creature in ice, cracking it to pieces with a mere touch. The red-dried root staff was picked up by Ayak, who noticed tender sprouts emerging from it. Ayak gracefully glided down the bridge, landing in front of the ice blue bird. It seemed to possess a level 7 peak standard, its phoenix eyes tightly shut, its body convulsing, foaming at the mouth, appearing drugged. Without a second thought, Ayak tossed a pile of herbs into it. Perhaps it was a lucky guess, but the bird miraculously awoke. Chapter 2791. Did you save me? The little bird chirped, ga ga ga. Thank you, my name is Nasha. Ga 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 ga. You want me to go with you? Ayak nodded. All right, the outside world is too dangerous. I almost lost my life. It is fortunate I met you. You will protect me, right? The icy blue little bird trembled. Its eyelashes fluttered as it asked with an incredibly pitiful look. Ayak patted its chest confidently with its wings. Ga 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 ga. Below level 9, it is unbeatable. The little bird, a fledgling new to the world, was completely fooled by Ayak. It decided to travel with Ayak without thinking much. The world is so vast. It is very lonely. Coincidentally, Ayak feels the same. Nora, ancient dragon continent, destruction heaven among 6 holy heavens. Upon the crimson throne, Levi sat with a serious expression, studying the schematics before him. The key to constructing the night card lay within the 6 holy heavens. It stands above all nights. It is similar to the dimension of the Origin Holy Emperor, or the Barbarian Ancestor Hall where Heavenly will resides. The Holy Emperor can transform into a Path Classic, and through this dimension influence other energy sect practitioners. Levi believes the same is true for the 6 holy heavens. This is the ultimate destination for knights, the sacred land. He is the heavenly master, commanding the 6 heavens, and all the myriad sites within them. He intends to create 6 night gods within the 6 holy heavens for transforming his own power, then connect every knight practicing this method into a complex network akin to the barbarian totem system of faith, eventually aggregating in the 6 holy heavens. That is to say, night cards differ from Wanxiang magic cards. They are more open source. Every practitioner of the night card can draw upon Levi's power, and that of other stronger knights, such as the 18 Twilight Cavalry. In the past lifetime, this would be called inviting gods. Through this system, Levi can establish a closer connection with all knights. He will truly take a god's eye view, overlooking everyone like heavenly will. He is not a god, but he is better than gods. Creating a night god akin to a totem is also meticulous work. By consulting heavenly will and other legendary wizards, coupled with Levi's extensive collection of astral world data and knowledge verification, he summarized the following steps. First, he needs to compile a scripture of night faith. Every church has its doctrines. They are often particularly strict, all serving the orthodox God. However, Levi's scripture does not need to be like this. Essentially, he does not require the knight's faith for cultivation or self-sustenance. He wants knights to draw upon external power to fight. Thus, the doctrine merely needs knights to sincerely believe in the gods Levi created. The rest is free. Heavenly will wove an ancestral god song, a tune flowing like genes in the blood of all barbarian tribes. From Levi's 3 years of field research on the heaven continent, he observed everyone from 3-year-old toddlers to soldier lords. Everyone chants this rhyme. Barbarian parents soothe their children. Barbarian warriors go to battle. Even barbarian men and women in romance often chant this rhyme. Essentially, in all scenarios, all people use it. Even the winged tiger barbarian king among the tribe within the dark ancient tower, isolated for hundreds of thousands of years, instinctively awakened the ancestral god rhyme to summon the barbarian ancestor's projection. Levi truly admires heavenly will. Over countless years, it completely shaped itself into the barbarian ancestor, barbarian god, and even the heavens for the barbarian tribes. It is simple to make knights believe in something. There is something, to some extent, in the Doomsday era, that serves as mental sustenance for knight families. That is their clan emblem, represented by the breathing technique of the Blood Tribulation Master. It is ready-made. Levi needs to compile the masters of 10,000 tribulations into a comprehensive scripture. Then, he will categorize them by the 6 dimensions, selecting a representative from each. He will let the representative be the general outline, to oversee the whole. Belief in any of its imagery means belief in the representative. This establishes a layer-by-layer faith relationship similar to the barbarian totem path, connecting the power channels from top to bottom. Clearly, this representative is the 6 Emperor's dragon within Levi. As for the scripture's form, Levi plans to make it more convenient, simple, and efficient. It will be a visualization map. Second, he must select the god to be believed in, and get the scripture ready. Next, it requires the actual creation of a divine body for collecting the power of faith. The divine body can be a specific life form, such as a saint from a church. It is essentially the divine body cultivated by gods in the human realm for collecting faith, for descending incarnations. The divine body can also be a dead object. Many church idols or statues serve more than symbolic purposes during believers' devout worship. Their power of faith is already stored within, for gods to collect and enjoy. Yet cultivating a divine body requires divine objects. Fortunately, Levi has them. Heavenly will mentioned that angels' divine crystals are top grade for fashioning divine bodies. Of course, the most premium would be the divine crystals left behind by the death of gods. Obviously, Levi cannot obtain that right now. During his travels through ancient towers and the multidimensional plane, Levi amassed several divine crystals, despite exchanging some batch away. The remainder is still sufficient for him to create 6 bodies. He plans to use top-grade materials to cast 6 Emperor Dragon statues. He will display them in the Twilight Temple Plaza. This is the divine body. Chapter 2792. After completing these 2 major steps, the next task is to gradually transform the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple, spreading the path of the 6 Emperor faith. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 17 years have passed. It is the Nora calendar 1577, and the blood battle year 1465. With the gradual victories on the Nora battlefield, the demons remaining in the restricted area are visibly decreasing. The Abyss no longer wastes military forces on pointless attacks, instead planning to amass a more formidable force to crush Nora in one go. This prompts many wizards striving for war merit to open up a second battlefield. Subsequently, the Nora Council indicates that wizards and all clans heading to Hell for demon hunting will also be counted in the war merit system. This move has stirred up Hell. The greatest beneficiaries of this move are the Purgatory Demon Sword, and many wizards of the School of Death, for Hell is like a second home to them. A mighty army, led by the battle group, invades the world of undead creatures and devils. Restrained by the underworld, Hell naturally behaves obediently. Wizards hunt demons while gathering resources from Hell. At the same time, the terrifying demonic aura resulting from nearly 1,500 years of blood battle has doubled the overall richness of elemental power through the transformation by Oasis creatures. Nora's size is continually expanding. In some areas, it has increased several folds. The factors affecting the speed of wizard cultivation are twofold. One involves intrinsic factors related to the individual, such as talent and effort. The other involves extrinsic factors, including the environment and resources. The richness of elemental power affects the civilization overall advancement speed. 2,000 years ago, a child of chaos becoming an official wizard from some remote area would have been a sensational event. Now, as long as one possesses wizarding talent, even a child of chaos can at least achieve first ring cultivation, unless extremely unlucky or lacking effort. Some relentless grinders, or those with small opportunities, have no problem advancing to the second circle. For those with triple affinity, reaching the third circle to become a mid-level wizard is commonplace with some effort. If even the lowest level earth oddity is utilized to enhance talent, the difficulty in advancing to the fourth and fifth circle can be significantly reduced. Some even advance to primordial soul. As for dual class affinity, before the blood battle, it would have been a rare talent among the wizard community, a 1 in 100 gem. Over the past 2,000 years, such talent becoming primordial souls has become quite common. Of course, for advancing to primordial soul, besides the improvement in elemental power, the reduction in costs and prices of various medicines, due to technological breakthroughs and war benefits is also crucial. As for children of the elements and those top-level talents above them, they have always been absolute geniuses. The Nora New Era continually raises their upper limit. Originally achieving the sixth circle was their ceiling, but now a seventh or even eighth circle is within reach. In this era, Oasis creatures are only the tip of the iceberg. Thanks to the efforts of the Nora Council and countless talented individuals, especially from the foreign aid of demons, the number of wizards steadily rises despite the wear of war. Meanwhile, night practitioners are no longer limited to the ancient dragon continent. With the Dusk Holy Temple as their sacred land and headquarters, temples have sprung up like mushrooms after rain in the New World and the Land of the Four Seas. The number of knights far exceeds the past. What was once a niche cultivation method has become relatively mainstream. Initially, many questioned the knights, fearing that methods relying on bloodline essence or even bloodline crystals would lead to a decline in transcendent creatures. They feared knights would fall into a vicious cycle unable to develop. But today, the Dusk Holy Temple has responded to all doubts with its achievements. As the will of heaven states, bloodline is not constant. It can evolve by absorbing external energy through generations of reproduction. Sometimes, the bloodline seems diluted layer by layer, but from a broader perspective, the total amount is indeed growing. Hence, the ancient dragon continent established the giant beast paradise, built breeding bases in over 100 new worlds, and cooperated with the School of Spiritualism to artificially accelerate bloodline division and multiplication. This forms a perfect cooperation between knights and bloodlines, a harmonious coexistence between humans and nature. Sustainability is the essence. On this day, knights from all corners come rushing in, gathering on the ancient dragon continent. Today marks the 2000th birthday of the Dusk Palace Master, also the most important day for knights, as recently Extreme Knight Levi announced the card system related to knights is complete, with a conference set for today. Dusk Holy Temple Square is bustling with people. The 18 riders, who were traveling outside, have all returned. They surround the sky dome, exuding a strong aura, their gaze firm and steady. Behind them, silent shadows of 18 mythical, legend-like giant beasts stand, like ancient gods in eternal watch. The most dazzling is undoubtedly the Fire Dragon Knight, with a true form towering 1,000 feet. Over the years, the influence from the bloodline of the Fire Giant King has become more evident. Today, the Fire Dragon Knight, not yet 2,000 years old, has recently broken through, becoming the second level 8 knight after Levi. So strong are these the fathers of the two supernovas, a young knight whispered to his companion. Terrifying, the companion replied. It feels like they could crush an 8th circle demon with a single slap. In the crowd, a devil muscle man like absolute strongman stands. He is 100 feet tall, now at level 6 middle stage cultivation, yet possesses the strength to slay level 6 late stage demons. It is the giant spirit god, the sun-chasing knight, Abel. Chapter 2793. Inside him flow 3 powerful bloodlines, the sun-chasing dragon, the fire giant king, and the 9 dragons emperor, along with a double affinity for earth and fire elements, and a body refinement physique known as the overlord shouldering. He cultivates various techniques such as the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique, the 1,000-eyed titan body tempering technique, and the purple crystal body refining technique. He plans to integrate these to create his own body refining technique. Gondif also imparted the dragon and snake prison suppressing divine skill to him for reference. Not long after, another towering figure approaches, stopping beside Abel. Brother, is it starting soon? The man asks. Abel smiles. Almost. Just thinking about the fact that I can use cards soon makes me excited. I have been envious for a long time now. The person is none other than the wind and fire dragon witch, the dragon flame knight, Lei Long. He is over 300 years younger than Abel, and currently not yet 300 years old. He has advanced to the 6th circle wizard realm, and is dual faction with wind and fire. His knight status is a level 5 peak realm. This is not because he lacks the ability to break through. Lei Long has great ambitions and wants to move further from the mythical level. Both the Fire Dragon Knight and Louise support him. Lei Long has been precocious since childhood, managing without others worrying, handling everything systematically, and appearing extremely reliable. Since he made such a decision, he must be confident. The descendants of the 18 riders arrive one after another. An elegant figure wearing silver light armor, the wind-chasing witch and jade phoenix knight, Sappha, approaches. She embraces the jade Kylan bloodline, and the wind element child talent. Aged over 650 years, she is already a dual cultivation level 6 mid-stage knight and wizard, and a supernova. The son of the Ash Knight, Hod, possesses the star butterfly dragon bloodline, and remains at level 6 mid-stage. He is also a top talent on the demon slaying list. Due to his top-notch healing ability, he now leads an independent star dragon rescue team, responsible for logistics. Daughter of the Golden Lion Knight, the Peacock Knight Li, bears her mother's peacock bloodline. At barely over 1,100 years old, she is already at a level 6 peak realm. She is currently preparing evolution materials to fulfill her mother's regret by creating a new mythical level bloodline, truly surpassing the master. Her brother, Raid, has a double affinity plus a unique talent from the Frost faction. He is now a 6th Circle Perfection professor in the School of Frost, and also a genius. Behind Raid follows a timid-looking small knight. His name is Regi, and he is 8 years old. Bearing the mythical Zoa bloodline, he has practiced the breathing technique for 2.5 years. If the old Golden Lion were watching with divine spirit, seeing the Golden Lion family thriving like this, surely he would be at peace even in the 9 springs. From the Dark Moon Knight family, the Moon Knight Pulati, along with the Shadow Hunter Witch and Phantom Knight Morna, arrive. These siblings inherited the early Dark Moon bloodline, and now hold level 6 mid-stage power. The latter is a disciple of the Shadow Queen Aya, and is also a senior 6th Circle Witch. Both have a bright future. They have a younger brother, the Void Knight Philp, who inherited the mythical level Heavenly Dog bloodline, yet in a crucial breakthrough moment, he has not come. Many more exist, too many to enumerate one by one. With the changing times, as the elders of the Dusk Holy Temple gradually retire, this new blood steps onto center stage following the tide of the era. They are more excellent, unsatisfied with the established order of their ancestors, and rather advance courageously. For the honor and revival of the family and organization, they strive relentlessly. Many among them dual cultivate as wizards and knights, or knights and energy sect, and some even aim for triple cultivation. Regardless of future achievements, the courage to attempt such is commendable. 14 mythical bloodlines are merely the starting point. The stars suspended over all beings during the ancient era, those ancient star gods, are now continuing their existence in new ways, flourishing vitality. The fire passes from one to another, bloodlines unending. Eventually, knights will return like ancestors, pulling down high entities from the altar, heralding dusk. When day breaks, new stars will illuminate the land of darkness. This is the Dusk Holy Temple. This is the Twilight Nights. As more people gather, countless vigorous figures amass on the ancient dragon continent. In the sky, a streak of light flashes across, descending with the presence of a senior 9th Circle aura. It exudes grandeur. The man wears golden armor and appears very handsome. The man is Duke Ruman. He seems in high spirits, smoking a cigar. Behind him, a faintly emerged giant beast shadow made entirely of light, resembling both dragon and insect, appears enveloped by halo-like spots. After over 400 years, the Halo Knight finally reached level 6. With the resources and conveniences brought by his great wizard status from a legendary reincarnation, such speed naturally does not seem fast. Advancing once more from the mythical level is challenging. He never considered cultivating the path of a knight before. Hence, during legendary times, no preparations were made. Otherwise, surely a mythical crystal would be prepped. Thus, he had to gather several assorted legendary bloodline crystals, using the quantity to win, and recently evolved successfully. He named this beyond mythical bloodline the Cosmic Light Dragon. The Cosmic Light Dragon triumphs with speed, barely concealing a power to control time, with immense potential. Even with Duke Ruman formerly being a legendary wizard in a past life, he felt somewhat excited upon discovering this bloodline. He feels confident of retracing steps to becoming a legendary wizard, yet somewhat uncertain about advancing further. But with the Cosmic Light Dragon bloodline, some hope is born. In this life, he also provided himself double insurance. Chapter 2794. So now his attitude towards the knight's practice has transformed from previously being laid back to a daily must-do. The level of importance is no less than the wizard's cultivation. Especially after witnessing Levi's awesomeness, he anticipates eagerly in his heart. Soon I will be able to use the knight cards. I will join in the fun. He mingled in the crowd, waiting for the conference to start. Time passed by minute by minute. Before long, anomalies appeared in the sky dome above. A virtual shadow of 6 overlapping worlds manifested, and the 6 holy heavens descended. Afterward, from each world flew out a giant dragon figure radiating supreme power. Duke Ruman glanced sideways. He had nearly bankrupted himself to acquire a cosmic light dragon, consuming quite a bit of legendary resources. Yet Levi has 6. Truly a freak. Duke Ruman felt ashamed. Boom, boom, boom. At the Dusk Holy Temple Square, dragon figures landed in the center, forming a circle. Upon closer inspection, they were vividly realistic giant dragon statues. Each statue emitted radiant treasure light, exuded immense dignity, and even the dragon pupils could move. A figure leisurely descended on the head of the Crimson Emperor Dragon statue. It was Levi. He proclaimed aloud, "Today I create knight cards, to be used by the Dusk Holy Temple and knights worldwide. I hope everyone continues to uphold knightly virtues, strive and practice, be brave and fearless, protect the ancient dragon continent, protect Nora. These are the 6 Emperor statues. The Crimson Emperor, Golden Emperor, Black Emperor, White Emperor, Green Emperor, and Nightmare Emperor. They represent our knight's 6 dimensions, and are the core of the knight card practice path. To master cards, one must first observe the statues, comprehend their divine charm, store it in the mind, and constantly reinforce it to succeed. He waved his hand, enchanting lights flew out from the statues, landing in the palms of all knights present, condensing into clusters of misty light spots. Duke Rumen crushed one with his hand, information poured into his mind, and then he murmured, 10,000 Beasts Visualization Map, 6 Emperors Visualization Map, 10,000 Beasts Card Making Encyclopedia, All Battle Card Making Guide, 6 Emperors Card Making Guide. So that is it, relying on the path of faith to establish a transmission system, thereby connecting to the source of power to stimulate and utilize card power. Not bad, not bad. After creating the wizard 4th art, my commander now creates the knight's 2nd art. The first knight art is beast taming. It is already widespread in the Dusk Holy Temple, and to qualify as a knight, one must be a master beast tamer. Thus, one can independently nurture knight mounts and bloodline essence, the 2 essential items. The 2nd art is card making. No need for Levi to say more, once he informed the knights of the principles and cultivation of card making through the statues. Everyone understood what needed to be done. All were incredibly excited, marveling at the dawn of the knight's new era. Thanks to the commander for the teachings. Thank the hall master. 6 Emperor dragons above. After expressing gratitude to Levi, the eagerly awaiting crowd sincerely began to bow and worship the 6 Emperor dragon statues, revering them. Soren Daily, Blood Battle Daily, Nora Daily, and other media outlets covered this event of epical significance to knights. In the coming days, phrases like visualization map, all battle card, and Emperor Dragon God became buzzwords among the people. A month later, Duke Rumen's mansion. Thanks to his wisdom and talent, he had already largely grasped the card-making knowledge. He closed his eyes in contemplation, quietly pondering the mysteries of card-making. The knight card system is divided into 3 realms, 4 layers, 6 paths. 3 realms, 10,000 beasts, all battle, 6 emperors. 4 layers, non-legendary, legendary, mythical, supreme. 6 paths, strength, speed, physical defense, perception, endurance, physique. Similar in difference of sects with the wizard's Wangxiang magic card system. So far, each path knight can only visualize and create cards of their own path, unable to cross paths in card making. After all, Levi himself has not resolved the issue of 6-path fusion. 10,000 beasts, representing all blood tribulation masters of existing knight breathing techniques, they are governed under the 6 emperor dragons of the 6 holy heavens. Therefore, visualizing 10,000 beasts and 6 emperors, in essence, is the same. Ultimately, they all converge in the 6 holy heavens. Yet the 6 emperors level is too high for ordinary knights to visualize. Hence Levi recommended knights below level 6 to visualize 10,000 beasts. Visualizing the 10,000 beasts map allows the creation of diverse bloodline cards, which can specifically be categorized into Divine Power card, Dharma Image card, Divine Weapon card, True Armor card, and others. Divine Power refers to spell-like abilities, innate talents. Taking the Bluebird visualization map as an example, each time a visualization map is comprehended, it is equivalent to establishing a faith link with the possessor of the Bluebird breathing skill, Green Bird Knight. Subsequently, through transformation by the 6 holy heavens, and the Green Bird Knight's approval, a small portion of their power can be used to activate cards related to Qing Niao. Essentially, this is a shared system. Levi relies on the 6 holy heavens and 6 emperor dragons residing behind the curtain to manage this system. Every knight he pulls into the shared network can become a co-sharer. This is the strength of the 6 holy heavens, and the uniqueness of the bloodline path. In the future, as more knights reach level 9 and join the 6 holy heavens, this system, akin to the divine systems of the past life, the heavenly court, will become more complete. From the head of the heavenly court, down to the 6 Ding 6 Jia, heavenly troops and generals, it can all be established. Chapter 2795. The 10,000 battle card is the vassal of the 10,000 beast card, a combat skill card, an add-on, similar in principle to the former. There is no need to say more. Duke Rumen considered this. It is definitely an extremely significant invention. If it can be used in the wizard system, its impact on the advancement of Nora civilization would be enormous. Unfortunately, everything else is fine. Compared to knights, wizards lack the critical 6 holy heavens. This is the core and brain of the card. The power of faith is just a transmission channel. Substituting other forms is also feasible. During his travels in a previous life, Duke Rumen saw a subversive idea in the notes of a spellcaster from an unknown civilization. It involved a spiritual network, or perhaps a demon net. The system uses the world as a canvas, with each spellcaster living within it as a node, and some treasure or powerful entity capable of carrying endless knowledge and spells as the core, building a giant web for everyone to share knowledge, spells, and even energy. Spellcasters can connect via the internet, leveraging their own cultivation, and paying a corresponding price to borrow the might of others. Theoretically, with sufficient payment, a first circle wizard could use the spiritual network to cast legendary spells. This idea is extremely crazy. Levi's night card system presented Rumen with a possibility. A while later, Duke Rumen created his first card. The card name was Black Emperor's Descent. The card level was Supreme Level. The card quality was excellent. The card rank was level 6. The card effect allowed the user to summon a Black Emperor Dragon of early stage to peak level 6 to fight for 10 minutes. The specific realm of the Black Emperor Dragon depended on the quality of the card. This card, capable of fully summoning the projection of the 6 Emperor Dragons, is currently the most expensive in the card system, because it does not just use a single ability. Thus, the materials required for its creation come at a hefty price. Firstly, it requires 1,000 grams of level 6 dimension speed creatures, preferably bloodline essence from the Dragon Clan to outline imagery and draw card art. Bloodline essence is not blood. 1,000 grams is the cultivation amount of a level 6 knight after years. The Dragon Clan's bloodline also matters. The higher the quality, the greater the power. Using level 6 legendary Dragon Clan blood and sub-dragon blood yields different results. Secondly, it requires several level 6 materials from the negative energy sect to create the cardstock. Shadow, darkness, blood, poison. At the root, the composition of the Black Emperor Dragon is too complex. If it were merely a fire element Dragon Clan, fire alone would suffice. No need to elaborate on the other aspects. In short, the greater the power, the higher the price. Better materials and better technique yield higher card quality. Duke Rumen muttered to himself. This card is enough to trade for a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. He acted with extravagance, using such a method for experiments. For most level 6 knights, simply making a divine power card related to the Black Emperor Dragon would guarantee unparalleled strength in the same realm, without such lavish waste. For example, making a Black Emperor's enslavement card. As long as they defeat the enemy, they can activate this card. After successful activation, they obtain a loyal servant for a period. Of course, unlike the original Black Emperor's enslavement, the card version's enslavement lasts no more than a day, depending on the card's quality. Duke Rumen chanted and tossed the card. Ancient and modern invisible, 8-direction traceless. Go, bang. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the card burned and emitted billowing black smoke. From the smoke came a ferocious ancient roar. Cold vertical pupils appeared, and then a giant dragon, with a wingspan of thousands of meters, entirely black, emerged from the shadows. The Black Emperor Dragon glared down. I am the Black Emperor. Why have you summoned me? Duke Rumen smiled. I want you to spar with me. The Black Emperor Dragon remained silent, nodding to show understanding. Levi had programmed the Black Emperor Dragon with that single instruction. Regardless, it followed the command, transforming into a black light. It rushed toward Duke Rumen with unimaginable speed, sweeping various negative energy storms. Ha ha ha, coming well. Cosmic Light Dragon, transform. Duke Rumen shouted impassionedly, transforming into that holy light giant beast resembling both insect and dragon. It stood upright, its tail like a giant laser blade, its hands wielding light swords, as if able to cut the universe. With its sword swings, webs of light wove toward the Black Emperor Dragon. Amidst chaos, signs of temporal distortion emerged. Bang! The two supreme beasts collided loudly. One positive, one negative, one light, one dark, like the two poles of the universe. Where their battle took place, an area spanning tens of miles transformed into a black and white world, forming harmony like a yin-yang fish. In terms of attributes, the Cosmic Light Dragon slightly suppressed the Black Emperor Dragon, so at the beginning, they were evenly matched. But as time passed, the Black Emperor Dragon began to gain the upper hand. Because Duke Rumen had just made a breakthrough, he was inferior in realm. Time passed second by second. After holding out for 10 minutes, before Duke Rumen was pinned to the ground by the Black Emperor Dragon, the card's effect time ended. Energy exhausted, the Black Emperor Dragon transformed into a black smoke and slowly dissipated. In the smoke emerged a very gratified smiling face. It was Levi. Not bad, you actually successfully evolved beyond mythical. Duke Rumen laughed. Ha ha ha, how is that surprised? Surprised. By the way, what is the name of this breathing technique? Cosmic Light Dragon. Good. This is the first supreme bloodline apart from me in the Dusk Holy Temple, and also the 15th above mythical level bloodline. Commander, can I challenge the 18 Twilight Cavalry? Certainly, but you can only use night techniques. Understood. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Within the elusive 6 holy heavens, in front of the 6 grand palaces, those statues of the 6 emperor dragons that had been present all along came to life. Their eyes glowed with divine light. With the constant infusion of power of faith, and the long-term incense, there will come a day when they might be resurrected as divine bodies, swirling above the 6 holy heavens, becoming legitimate divine dragons. Having finally completed a task, Levi leaned against the golden throne and fell into a deep sleep. Decades of intense research had exhausted him mentally. The Black Emperor's Descent card is the first night card to take effect, proving the success of his path. From now on, the night new era has begun. Chapter 2796. A month later, Levi awoke from the golden throne. He returned to the Emperor Palace, and Elena arrived in his room. She wore a mysterious black low-cut evening gown. After a long sleep, Levi felt full of energy and celebrated her arrival with enthusiasm. She whispered for him to be gentle. For dozens of days, they celebrated in each other's arms. Elena leaned languidly against Levi's chest during his rest. Levi pondered the ninth circle spell within his mind. He theorized that the higher the circle, the deeper the layer of the dream. Layer upon layer of dreams would drive an enemy completely insane. They would lose their rationality, unable to distinguish between a dream and reality. It functioned much like the old movie about dreams within dreams. Therefore, for the ninth circle spell, he planned to craft 9-layered dreams. The structure of this spell was extremely complex. Even he would need a significant amount of time for research and experimentation. Elena looked up from his chest, asking if he had forgotten something. Levi blinked, confused by the question. She reminded him of the birthday gift she had prepared. He asked what it was. A playful smile touched her lips as she told him he would never guess. Elena opened her palm. 3 rays of light circled around Levi. He leaned in, surprised by what he saw. 3 beads floated there. One was black, one was blue, and one was gold. Inside the black bead, a miniature winding river flowed, much like the Yellow River. Sand and silt churned in the torrents, creating an imposing aura. The blue bead portrayed a frigid snowfield where ice and snow drifted for 10,000 miles. The golden bead showed a scene of desolate decay, a rusted wasteland that looked barren and dead. She named them as the Water Disaster Pearl, the Frost Disaster Pearl, and the Golden Disaster Pearl. She grinned at his expression, triumphant. Levi nodded, admitting he had not expected this at all. Elena explained that she knew how much he loved his collections. Since she noticed he lacked these 3, she had searched for them in secret and managed to find them. She added that she owed the Zion Witch from Fire Dragon's Sky Work a debt of gratitude for providing clues about Dr. Colin. Levi touched her cheek, telling her she was considerate. He pulled her back onto the bed, a sinister chuckle escaping his throat as he told her he had to reward her once again. She teased him, saying he was repaying kindness with enmity. A month later, Elena left the Emperor Palace. She told him she was heading into seclusion to seek 8-ring perfection, and to advance the energy sect and night levels to 8. She seemed exhausted, needing cultivation to recover from their time together. Levi put away all 7 colored beads. He chuckled, thinking that gathering the 7 balls really could grant a wish. He played with the 7 disasters pearls. These were 7 exotic treasures. Some were level 6, others level 7. Their function was to release various elemental disasters. He infused his chaotic power into the treasures, activating them completely. Suddenly, the 7 disasters pearls began to buzz and tremble. Levi's expression shifted. He wondered if Dr. Colin had really left a feature like the 7 dragon balls in these items. The 7 disasters pearls were not simple. In an instant, the pearls began to dissolve, turning into streams of liquid in different colors. Finally, they fused into a single 7-colored bead. Faint script emerged on the surface. It was titled Colin Treasure Refining Notes. A burst of information surged into his mind. He ignored the notes for a moment to examine the 7-colored bead. It had turned into a level 8 peak exotic treasure. He unleashed its power. 7 forces similar to the calamity power of a 9th circle wizard, including flood and fire, shot forth. They formed a rotating 7-colored domain. Levi believed that within the 8th circle, no one could rival him. He suspected even a 9th circle wizard could only withstand it for a moment. He mused on Doster, who was an apprentice to Duke Rumen in a past life. The Duke had mentioned Doster died young, before advancing to the 9th circle. His talent for treasure refining was truly outstanding. If he had advanced to legendary, with his talent, he would have been no less than Master Baolong, the strongest weapon craftsman of this era. The complete 7 disasters pearl was powerful. However, for Levi, it remained useless. With his current strength, even ordinary 9th circle treasures held no sway over him. Having them would only result in them collecting dust. However, after reading the notes, his face shifted in surprise. Doster had created a unique method of refining exotic treasures, taking an unconventional path. He had researched what he called spiritual treasures. Wizard exotic treasures belonged to ancient refinement methods. They bore traces of many alien and ancient techniques. They possessed 2 major drawbacks. First, the level was fixed and could not be upgraded. Second, they were costly to produce. These points led to their decline as wizards leveled up. Coupled with scarce resources, the wizard civilization subsequently evolved to develop more efficient methods of refining wizard tools that could advance. This became one of the 3 arts of wizardry. Chapter 2797. Doster's teacher, including his ancestors, all came from refining rare treasures. He was intent on researching a new type of rare treasure, one that could evolve as its owner improved. This was to change the gradual decline of rare treasures. To this end, he visited many ancient blacksmith masters, and embarked on long journeys across plains, seeking advice from the strongest weapon craftsmen of alien races. From the notes, it seems that Colin even visited a disciple of Master Baolong, and received guidance from Master Baolong himself, which benefited him greatly. Subsequently, he painstakingly researched and finally had some results, initially developing the primordial soul treasure refining method. This method utilized the power of the primordial soul to refine rare treasures, nurturing, harmonizing, and bonding with the soul, eventually achieving a mystical connection, allowing the treasure to be instilled with nascent spirituality. This thread of spirituality emerged from the long-term fusion of the refiner's soul with the treasure, akin to a soul artifact. The growth of this spirituality gives the rare treasure the potential for advancement, thus breaking the limitation of a rare treasure's inability to advance. Reading this, Levi remembered the blood battle armor, and its blood battle spirit, which seemed to have a similar magic. The Blood Battle armor was also an upgradable level 10 supreme treasure, with the Blood Battle spirit being the key. In general, this method had little significance for the modern civilization of Nora, where the path of the wizard had become widespread. This is because soul artifacts themselves are upgradable, and are part of a wizard's life dual cultivation. The greatest value of the primordial soul treasure refining method is to reasonably utilize existing rare treasures, providing them with room for growth, avoiding waste and dust. However, this cultivation method was incomplete, as Doster had yet to finish it before perishing in an accident, leaving it only a half-finished method. Levi mused, looking toward the horizon. No matter, next we shall leave it to the Holy Infant and Fire Dragon Sky work for further research, and invite Duke Rumen to work together, which should perfect it. Zion of the Fire Dragon Sky work had already gained part of Doster's rare treasure-making heritage, and was now the organization's leading expert in rare treasures. If they could advance the 7 Disasters Pearl to a 9-level rare treasure, its power would undoubtedly be remarkable, especially the 7-colored domain, that was somewhat similar to the 3 calamities and 4 disasters encountered by a wizard during tribulation, which was the strongest function of the 7 Disasters Pearl, known as the 7 Disasters Domain. In summary, this treasure went well with his chaotic power. It could fully leverage Levi's specialties in multi-sect cultivation, making it worthwhile to pursue. Someday, it might even become his second supreme treasure. Afterward, he assigned this task for follow-up and consulted with Duke Rumen, explaining the situation of the 7 Disasters Pearl. Upon hearing that it was an unfinished treasure refining method by his former student, he readily agreed. Duke Rumen himself had a star smoke armor, which was a proud creation of his past life, a top grade among 9-level items. Not having forged a supreme treasure of his own was his greatest regret in his past life. Now with the opportunity to make amends, he was eager to seize it. In fact, the majority of legendary wizards and level 10 strongmen did not possess the ability to independently forge a supreme treasure. Most of the supreme treasures used by the Nora Council were forged by Sauron, or jointly by legendary wizards of various generations. The Supreme Treasure Level Communication Network project led by Edmund also involved multiple wizards and strongmen skilled in weapon making and forging, working together. Therefore, the number of multi-plane supreme treasures is far fewer than level 10 strongmen. Ordinary level 10 experts like the Blue Dream Star Lord used 9-level rare treasures. The average combat power of legendary wizards in the Pen Plane is almost higher than all other civilized races, except the Amethyst race. Considering the Amethyst race has only ever produced one Amethyst Saint at level 10, its reference value is low. Hence, calling legendary wizards the strongest group in terms of average combat power in the Pen Plane makes sense. The key lies in the fact that while legendary wizards may not all possess supreme treasures, each has a legendary wizard tool with power comparable to a supreme treasure. 3 years later, Nora 1580, Blood Battle 1468, 6 Holy Heavens. In past years, as the power of faith surged in like a tide, all 6 Emperor Dragon statues became enveloped in a thin layer of divine light. Levi had already infused a large amount of the power of 6 Emperor Dragons into the statues, and given the difficulty of creating the 6 Emperor card, it would suffice for the Dusk Holy Temple for a long time. These supreme level cards, after all, were luxuries. According to statistics from 6 Holy Heavens, the 10,000 Beast card was used over 10 million times in 3 years. These were the mainstream. They were of good quality and low cost, suitable for most scenarios. Now, the Dusk Card Factory affiliated with the Dusk Holy Temple had also been put into use, and a group of knights specializing in card making began to emerge. Following the successful precedent of the Wangxiang Magic Card, they created card packs to circulate among the knight group. Cards were widely used in sparring, exploring secret realms, cross-dimensional travel, and military battlefields. In a new world, an area dominated by demons, a team of fully armed knights, wearing red dragon armor, descended from Star Castle. The 1,000-foot-tall Fire Dragon Knight wielded a great sword capable of piercing the sky dome to subdue the demons. Intelligence indicated at least 3 level 8 demons were hiding here, causing havoc all around. Before long, the Fire Dragon mission engaged in fierce conflict with the demons. Machines roared, cannons continuously fired, and chainsaws raced rapidly. Suddenly, 4 level 8 flame demons charged from the Earth's core magma, surrounding the Fire Dragon Knight, with the leader already at a level 8 late-stage realm. The flame demon leader roared, "Die supernova." Terrifying demonic aura swept in. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon Knight grinned. His figure soared to 10,000 feet, his great sword sweeping across like a bursting red sun. Furthermore, he tore a card emitting divine light, depicting a red giant dragon. Chapter 2798. By gazing directly at me, you shall see destruction. Fight. The level 8 Supreme Summoning card, Red Emperor's Descent, was of epic quality. As of now, it stood as the highest level card used in public. Subsequently, a Crimson Emperor dragon exuding the aura of a late-stage level 8 beast tore through the heavens and earth, descending with a thunderous crash. With just one slap of its dragon claw, it shattered a level 8 flame demon into dust. Then, its dragon tail swept across, severing another flame demon in half. Finally, the Crimson Emperor dragon, like the sun and enveloped in a solar wind covering hundreds of miles, charged into the battlefield of the demon army, slaughtering recklessly. When the 10-minute duration passed, the living demons were almost wiped out. The Fire Dragon Knight eradicated them, reaping considerable war merit. He turned to his vice commander. Did you record all of that just now? The vice commander nodded. I recorded it. This is the best knight recruitment advertisement. So cool. These level 8 demons are all trash. With just a sliver of the summoner's power exhibiting such divine might, I cannot fathom what strength he possesses now. Indeed, this projection is sure to cause a sensation. Soon after, the Fire Dragon mission wiped out a demon main force from the New World in 10 minutes, with the unbeatable Knight card projection spreading rapidly on the Blood Battle channel. Knights and wizards forwarded the footage to their friends, attracting countless gazes simultaneously. So fierce. Yeah, what kind of power is this? Being a knight is so thrilling. It makes me want to undergo bloodline transplant transformation. I do not have the time and energy to practice another path. I might as well find a knight partner and have a knight descendant. Then it is a knight family. Unfortunately, all of the 18 Twilight Cavalry are taken. Those people really hit the jackpot. For a while, knights, already popular, reappeared with a stylish demeanor, drawing more people's admiration. The Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple became highly sought after in the partner market. Essentially, transcendent beings in this world only recognize power. Whatever is formidable, they pursue accordingly. Knights have hereditary traits in their bloodline, making them more stable for those wishing to establish a transcendent family. As for the priceless Red Emperor's Descent card, it was naturally funded by Levi to create the Fire Dragon Knight for the recruitment advertisement. At the end of the second millennium of Nora, the Knight's development speed steadily increased, becoming a top-ranking transcendent system in Nora overall strength. Levi continued to update and iterate on the Wangxiang magic card, aiming for wizard cards to transform in quality like knights. Recently, Duke Ruman shared and exchanged ideas about the spiritual network and the demon net with Levi. Levi found it a great idea because the influence of sword and magic culture in the previous life made him naturally contemplate the demon net. But the path of the wizard is inherently different from the bloodline path. If a demon net could be established, Sauron should have built it long ago. This project may need to wait until he reaches legendary status or beyond to launch. 10 years later, Nora 1590. The sky split like a shattered mirror, revealing a deeper, more lofty golden world as Levi strode through the void. He was enveloped by the layered fourfold Vajra Holy Realm, adorned with a gold-plated sacred, indestructible Vajra garment. Unknowingly, the Golden Emperor Dragon breathing technique had reached the middle stage of level 9. Even the peak level 9 Blood Battle Spirit could not tear through his physical defense in a short time. Previously, Levi had mastered the fivefold Destruction Holy Domain, and the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique had also advanced, with strength surging. The other 4 breathing techniques also showed various improvements. Levi decided it was time to prepare for a new expedition. The motivation for this expedition was not merely to seek resources and treasures. After communicating with the heavenly will, he wanted more understanding of the world, uncovering more truths buried in darkness. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Regarding the 4 great giants' worlds, he still knew little. There was no rush for this journey. He planned to wait until the upcoming Ancient Tower adventure concluded before starting, making thorough preparations. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The 3 realms plan was nearing its end. The Heavenly Realm, Earth Realm, and Human World. The 3 realms coexisted without conflict, yet interacted with each other. Many level 6 and above dragon clan and transcendent creatures had settled on the islands floating in the sky. At dawn, the chorus of beasts was spectacular. On one of the islands, a sudden elemental power fluctuation occurred. 3 calamities and 4 disasters formed shape. A yellow earth giant 1,000 feet tall wielded a spiked club engraved with spell runes. Innate spells came in succession, and the giant eventually passed through the tribulation. Levi looked surprised. I did not expect Bogang to become a primordial soul. Quite unexpected. He should be currently the last primordial soul on the ancient dragon continent. Being a longevity giant is indeed advantageous, but Bogang's elemental affinity talent is also decent. It is just that his comprehension in spell research drags him down. Bogang, panting, came stepping on clouds and saluted in front of Levi. Thank you, Master. I did not expect to have a day of primordial soul myself. No need to thank me. This is due to your own efforts. By the way, Bogang, do you have family or tribesmen outside? Levi asked. After thinking and recalling, Bogang answered, Master, when I was very young, I was captured by dark pirates and sold to the black market. Later, I was bought back by wizards to become a slave and transformed into a sacrificial soldier, so I have no impression of my tribe. Chapter 2799. Bogang nodded. All right then. It continued. However, when I was imprisoned in the black market, I met an elder from the mountain giant clan who might know something. Bogang had made a name for itself, yet it had not forgotten its tribe. It wanted to bring them all over to settle on the ancient dragon continent, believing the master would not reject the giants. Levi leaned forward. All right, let us hear it. From Bogang, Levi learned about a giant elder named Barbarian King. This was a level 6 giant from over 2,000 years ago, residing in the land of Oblivion. This place lay far from Nora, extremely remote, with no worlds or civilizations nearby, reportedly a gathering place for clans abandoned by time. Levi planned to visit when he traveled far. On the ancient dragon continent, most classic tribes of sword and magic had arrived, except for the giants. Hoarding was only one aspect. The main reason was the high potential of the giants. Their ancestor was also a powerful star god, with a level 11 powerhouse like the frost giant ancestor. If they could integrate into the Dusk Holy Temple, they could cultivate a specialized giant soldier knights, with everyone being a low-cost version of the Fire Dragon Knight. In addition, the remaining 3 colored scales clan also needed collection. Back at the Imperial Palace, a message from Haim arrived. Teacher, I am at the 7th circle. Levi's eyes flickered. He sent a congratulatory thumbs-up emoji. Congratulations. This guy was only over 800 years old now. Such progress was indeed outrageous. This was the power of the 3 water talents. Haim had not consumed many truth oddities along his journey, and his foundation was very solid. In addition, he had also dabbled in mastery of the pharmacist and array wizard arts. According to the 800 years of observation, the conclusion remained that Haim was not a reincarnated legendary wizard, but a natural 3-talented genius. As for his serene personality, it was not because he possessed the memory of a legendary wizard and was overly sophisticated, but purely due to the side effect of the 3 water talents. The finest goodness is like water, so gentle. With Duke Ruman's permission, Levi once tried to use the rebirth stone to view his past life, but no images appeared. Minotaur Moss told Levi that the reincarnation of a legendary wizard could not be viewed. This was part of the agreement between Sauron and the underworld back then. Yet, viewing Haim with the rebirth stone presented no difficulty. In his past life, he was a fish. He was not some transcendent fish, just a common fish in the endless sea with a lifespan of 7 years. After this, Levi felt even more expectant of Haim. What height could an initially 3-talented individual reach in this turbulent new era? He did not hope for him to be as badass as the Grand Council chairman. At the very least, he had to become a legendary wizard to do justice to such talent. As of now, Haim was very steady. Levi, as a teacher, did not need to worry, as he would not cause trouble outside. Half a year later, ancient dragon continent. Leon woke and muttered, "Hungry, hungry, hungry, hot. Canned food is tasty." After sleeping for decades, Leon finally awoke. Its size had not changed much, still a mini 3-inch figure, clad in netherworld king armor, lying on the back of a skeletal warhorse, gobbling stored food. Its belly visibly bulged, and countless demonic souls twisted into strands of power flowing into it. Countless wraiths rose around, culminating in a death energy cloud spanning 1,000 miles in the high heavens. Possibly because 90% of what Leon devoured were demonic souls, the cloud transformed into a wraith giant, possessing the destructive power of earth, fire, wind, and water with the aura of a level 9 early stage. Such disturbance alerted Levi, who hurried over. He observed Leon still eating and said, "Such a strong calamity power, this guy has no worries, right?" The giant troll's claw tore open the sky dome, fiercely grabbing at Leon. It was formed by the grievances of countless demons, which even ordinary senior 9-ring wizards dared not withstand. Leon put down the can and slapped the horse's rump. A golden longsword appeared in its hand, as mini as an embroidery needle. "Take the sword." It transformed into a golden light, deftly maneuvering through the death storm. The warhorse neighed, and Leon swung the sword. It looked more like needle stabbing, seemingly powerless, yet it caused the giant troll to howl repeatedly, its massive body continuously shrinking. Ultimately, Leon opened its mouth and inhaled, devouring it. The calamity cloud dissipated, and Leon's level 9 might swept across. Levi sighed in relief. The little guy darted over to Levi. "Master, I am out of canned food. Come on, follow me to the hell battlefield." Leon grinned. "Okay, from now on, Master does not need the rebirth stone to view the past lives of others. Leon can do that too, and see even more clearly." 2 years later, Nora calendar 1592, Blood Battle 1480. Over this past time, Levi and Leon, as father and son, roamed at hell, hunting down demons. Levi's shadow dragon group spawned another level 9 flame demon king, reaching a total of 5. Monster generals came to 72, temporarily forming the 72 Earth Evil Generals. Leon also stabilized its 9th level realm through extensive eating. After ascending to level 9, it possessed all the powers a conventional king of the underworld held, akin to the bull-headed, horse-faced, black and white impermanence figures of past lives. Chapter 2800. 572. The Way of Spiritual Treasures, Nightmare's Downfall. The king of the underworld does not have it, but the boy does. First, he can unrestrictedly view past lives, needing only to consume the netherworld power within. Levi can save the remaining rebirth stones. Second, he can summon the descent of the Mother River, absorbing its power for healing, combat, and escape. This kid was definitely the Nether Emperor in a past life, and is likely a direct offspring of the Mother River, not one who later sided with the underworld. Third, Leon can also form his own underworld army, appointing the king of the underworld and netherworld generals. There are many other authorities belonging to the Nether Emperor. The little one is gradually awakening and adapting to his abilities. In short, his combat power is already suppressing middle level 9 demons, and his potential is significant. The 7th layer of hell, Dragonfall Valley. The former land of the undead has now become a terrifying demon land. Up in the sky, an abyss well slowly emerges, revealing a dignified mid-level 9 sky anger demon figure. Behind him are over a dozen level 8 commanders with powerful auras. One among them is the prominent crow feather demon King Victor. After completing the Snake Mother mission, he returned to the abyss, reassembled his old forces, and made a triumphant return, vowing to carve out his own kingdom in this era of upheaval. One day, the name of Crowfeather Demon King will resound throughout hell. The air vibrated with a low buzz. A torrential blood sea swept in, accompanied by a blurred blood-red figure on the attack. The blood-colored greatsword chopped off half of Dragonfall Valley, with countless blood-colored, evil spirits rushing in to engulf everything like a whirlwind. The face of the Sky Anger Demon leader twisted in horror. "Damn it," he shouted. "It is the Dusk Palace Master. I will fight you." He rose in rage, yet saw the golden world pressing down. A figure atop a golden throne lifted its hand, with a sword sound piercing the spirit. The 9-ring magic 9 sword. The Sky Anger Demon fell powerless, its body sliced like noodles into scattered pieces of flesh and blood. After the blood sea calmed down, only one solitary demon stood between heaven and earth, looking at the high black armored swordsman figure. The gaze from the throne lazily glanced down, chuckling lightly. "Crowfeather Demon King Victor," the figure said. "How do you know my name?" the demon asked. Victor was immobilized and terrified. Given his commander status, a big figure like the Dusk Palace Master should not know him. In a demon camp teeming with powerhouses, he was worth little. Levi looked at this demon with a flicker of regret. He had not expected Victor to survive 3 waves of large-scale wars. He was truly lucky. "It is done now," Levi said. "You can go die." With a grip in the void, Victor exploded, his demon soul being collected by Leon. If existence could restart, he should never have left the abyss again. "Let us go, Leon. Hell is no longer safe." Deep red eyes appeared on Levi's brow. He sensed a level 10 demon plotting against him, perhaps setting a trap. The time was not yet ripe. He did not want to face a level 10 entity yet, as in an endless battle, where no one could kill the other, it was meaningless. "Let us go." Ancient Banyan Fairyland. "Master, this is Victor's memory," Leon said. "All right." Levi took a new disc from Leon and began to view the contents. Victor was both a demon and a member of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Again with the Snake Mother, Levi muttered. Earlier, the Green Ghost also mentioned this ancient. "It seems it is spreading the problematic 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique." Temporarily shelving this matter, Levi continued his cultivation. A month later, he opened the proficiency panel. Levi, 9 Realms of Descent, 20th stage, 1 in 20 million. 9 Realms of Descent, a 9th circle spell from the Nightmare series, was Levi's culmination of knowledge on illusions and dreams. It consisted of 9 spiral-like dream spaces. After spellcasting, it tapped into the Nightmare world's power to consolidate. Once the target fell into the first dream space, they would find a wrong exit guided by various subconscious suggestions and illusions. Once they dove in, they entered a second realm of the dream space, a deeper sea of consciousness. Realizing they had not escaped, they would repeatedly search for a new exit and way out. During this process, rationality gradually broke down, and will utterly collapsed, finally reaching the desperate 9th layer of the dream space. Here, at the bottom of consciousness, lay the lightless deep sea. The trapped would remain there forever. If unable to break free of the illusion, they would be stuck there for life, until death. Having created this spell, Levi also gained a basic understanding of how the Lost Monarch built the nightmare maze within. He felt that if he upgraded to Legendary, he should be able to construct something similar, not for the sick humor of teasing others. He wanted to create a trial space of his own, where members could be trained in spirit, resolve, wisdom, and other aspects. Next, Levi found the Flame King Dragon and experimented with the effects of 9 Realms of Descent. It was indeed as he thought, the silly dragon sunk deeper and deeper. Not long after, it was trapped in the 9th realm, unable to extricate itself. Others tried various means, but could not awaken the Flame King Dragon. This was both an illusion spell and a curse. Only Levi could solve it, or a stronger figure could break it by force. Eventually, this sequence of magic was uploaded to the Congress knowledge base. Some time later, Soren Continent, Sky City. The daydreamer accidentally came across 9 Realms of Descent. His eyes glowed. At a thought, his figure dissipated, arriving at the ancient dragon continent. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.